Early one Saturday morning, I stared at the screen, took a deep breath, my eyes bloodshot, but unable to hide my inner excitement. I haven't slept for 3 days and 3 nights just to complete this map. I tapped on the keyboard, and only the crisp tapping sounds echoed in the room. This is my last try. I must succeed, I whispered to myself. However, the screen suddenly flickered and then went completely black. Before I could even curse out loud, a dazzling white light suddenly enveloped me, and a vague electric current warning sound came to my ears. When the light faded, I found myself standing in a completely unfamiliar world. The sky was dark and depressing, with huge flying creatures blocking out the sun. There was barren land under my feet, and hot magma could be vaguely seen flowing in the cracks. In the distant jungle, the looming shadows of animals exude a cold, murderous intent. I was stunned, and subconsciously took 2 steps back, my heart pounding like thunder. Is it really time travel? A year later, I have gradually adapted to this world, but a new crisis is coming, the awakening ceremony. For every Beastmaster, this is a watershed moment in fate. But I, at this critical moment, stood there like a waste, indifferent. Are you still waiting for a miracle? The person next to him sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. My ears were buzzing as I stared at the awakening crystal in my hand. It was lifeless and motionless. I closed my eyes, trying to shake off this embarrassing reality. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly broke into my mind. Host binding completed. Function unlocked. The next second, the temperature around me dropped suddenly, and lightning descended from the sky like vines, wrapping me up completely. Along with a roar, a woman walked out from the lightning. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, and her aura was as overwhelming as a mountain. She looked down at me, her voice low and solemn. The contract is concluded. We will be together from now on. This General Thunder? But when I looked down, I was really confused. Her height is only up to my knees, and she looks like a 70-centimeter tall Q-version cute baby. Ding! Due to insufficient system energy, the complete form cannot be summoned. Currently, it is only in the juvenile form. Please strengthen and upgrade it later. I stared at the contracted spirit in front of me, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Such a cute little girl turned out to be the god of thunder? Well, even if she is still in her infancy, she is still a thunder general, the pinnacle of combat power among the original gods. But why is it the original god? My mind couldn't help but recall the scene before the time travel. Staying up late to look for treasure chest strategies, laughing so hard that I screamed, but was so angry at the exploration degree 99% on the map that I had a myocardial infarction and died suddenly on the spot. So, this is the original god, whether you win or lose. Now I have an original batch system? Ding! Please be careful with your words, otherwise the system will take self-destruct measures. Hey, Brother Tongzi, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. I quickly tried to comfort this system whose temper is worse than mine. Looking at the Q version of General Raiden, an idea suddenly occurred to me. I'll call you Shadow from now on. Ing didn't speak, but I could feel her attachment. Just as I looked at her curiously, a virtual panel popped up. F grade? I stared at this potential column and my face darkened. The system energy is insufficient. It really didn't lie to me. Such a strong contract spirit, the potential is only F? It's obvious that I have to spend money to upgrade. While I was deep in thought, Ing had already sneaked up to my computer and started tinkering with it. Hey, Ing, don't touch my computer. I quickly grabbed her collar and lifted her to the ground. Ing lowered his head, clasping his fingers in grievance, with an expression that said, "You are so mean to me. I am so sad." I sighed, took out a lollipop from the drawer and handed it to her. Here, eat candy. Why are you playing on the computer as a child? Ing took the candy timidly, put it in her mouth, and immediately her eyes curved into crescent shapes. Looking at her innocent look, I was speechless. Taking care of children is so tiring. However, my eyes quickly fell on the eye of God on her waist. Ing seemed to sense my thoughts and told me with her mind that she was very strong and wanted to perform again. The next moment, Ing, holding a lollipop in his mouth, solemnly struck a middle school fighting stance. I couldn't help but cover my face and laugh. All right, I know you're strong. He ran to the kitchen, got a kitchen knife and handed it to her. Take this and play with it. Ing looked at the kitchen knife in his hand, fell into deep thought, then swung it violently, and the room suddenly became chaotic. I quickly grabbed the kitchen knife back and said, all right, stop playing and go back to rest. Ing licked the lollipop, nodded, then turned into a ray of purple light, disappeared from the spot, and returned to the contract spirit space. I sat back on the edge of the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Although this contracted spirit was still in its infancy, its talent was definitely extraordinary. Just as I was struggling in my room about how to explain to my parents, the voices of Ye's father and mother came from the living room. I sighed and slowly walked out of the room. Father and Mother Yi were already sitting on the sofa. Seeing that I looked troubled, Father Yi asked in confusion, "What's wrong? No money to spend?" "Yi Min, did you deduct my son's living expenses again?" Mom Ning Xiangtong began to interrogate Dad without any politeness. "It's unfair. It's not true." Dad looked aggrieved and protected his waist with both hands, fearing that Mom would hit him hard in the next second. "I'm used to this." "Mom, you misunderstood. I received all the living expenses. I just have something to tell you." I interrupted quickly. My mother frowned and asked, "Are the results out?" "Don't worry, we won't blame you if you didn't do well. Just try your best." "Mom, this has nothing to do with grades. Today is the awakening ceremony." As soon as the words fell, the two said in unison, "Awakening ceremony? Isn't it next week?" My mother reacted and immediately started to get angry. "Yi Min, you can even get such an important thing wrong. Don't you know either? Besides, you still dare to blame me? I go to work every day, and I have to cook and wash clothes for you too." I shook my head helplessly and quietly slipped back to my room. The daily conversations at home were sometimes really a headache. While eating dinner, I looked at the pile of delicious dishes on the table and swallowed. And Ing was about to fall out in the contract spirit space. I could feel her strong greed. But in order to avoid scaring my parents, I could only try to comfort her. "So you have awakened the contracted spirit in human form?" Dad asked me with a frown. "Well, it's a human form contracted spirit, and its talent is F, but it can be improved in the later stages." I made up a random excuse to fool people, too lazy to explain the system. Dad pondered for a moment and said, "Human form contract spirits are rare, but you should know how scarce skill books are, right?" "I know." I nodded. Skill books need to be made from the spirit beasts in the spirit ruins, which are already scarce, and the skill books of human-shaped contracted spirits are even rarer. But I have a system, so I don't have to worry. At their strong request, I finally summoned Shadow. When the little girling first came out, she was a little shy and her face was slightly red, but her mother Ning Xiangtong was completely captured by her cute look. Her maternal love was overflowing, and she held Ing in her arms and coaxed her into submission. Ing was a little reserved at first, but when she smelled the aroma of the food, she was quickly won over by it and ate until her stomach was bulging. After dinner, I quickly washed the dishes and watched my parents quarreling again over some trivial matter. I went back to my room without looking back. Now that my talent has been awakened, I decided to start trying to absorb the power of beasts and improve my level as a beastmaster. According to the method I remembered, I sat cross-legged on the bed, closed my eyes and sensed the energy around me. An hour later, I opened my eyes with a look of pain on my face. I didn't feel any trace of the beast power at all. At this time, the system's voice sounded unceremoniously. "Beep. Issue a task. The host who has been practicing hard has discovered that his talent is extremely poor, so you decide." Option 1. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. If 1 hour is not enough, try 10 hours. Reward, IQ potion *1. Option 2. Give up the beast tamer and start a business. Reward, 3 million in startup capital. Option 3. Sleep. The host of the system actually practiced diligently, which was disrespectful to the system. Reward, a small amount of beast power. Looking at option 2, I was speechless. How much does this system want me to do business? In the end, I chose option 3, sleep. Who can refuse to become stronger by playing badly? The next morning, with a fried dough stick in my mouth, I rode a shared bike to school at high speed. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, I ran into Li Yuan. "Hey, isn't this Yi Yi? What do you think? Didn't you say yesterday that you would awaken on your own?" His tone was full of sarcasm. I sneered, "Thanks to you, after kicking you, I really woke up." He thought I was talking nonsense and walked away with a snort. But judging from his cautious demeanor, he was obviously worried that I would kick him again. After all, embarrassing himself in front of the school gate was not his style. Looking at his angry back, I couldn't help but sneer in a low voice. "There are plenty of ways to deal with you." After arriving at the office, I knocked on the door of my homeroom teacher Zhang Guodong. "Teacher, I'm awake." Zhang Guodong was shocked. "Didn't you not wake up yesterday?" I kicked Li Yuan and woke up inexplicably after returning home. He frowned, choosing to ignore the first half of my sentence. He was probably worried that if this news got out, other unawakened students would try to kick Li Yuan. You have really awakened? And you are a contracted spirit in human form? Zhang Guodong carefully sensed the breath of Ying. After confirming that she was a bronze 1-star, Zhang Guodong nodded and said, "Okay, go report to Beast Taming Class 3. I happen to be the class teacher as well." I was immediately delighted. Zhang Guodong had taught me for 2 years, and I was very familiar with him. It would be a great idea for me to join his class. "Okay. Don't worry, class will start soon. I'll take you there," Zhang Guodong said with a smile. After leaving the office, I followed teacher Zhang Guodong to the beast taming class. The classroom for the beast taming class is not in this building, but in a special teaching building next to the beast taming hall. When I passed by the beast taming hall, I bent down, picked up a brick from the ground, and quietly put it into my school bag. Zhang Guodong saw it, but he just opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. I guess he was just too lazy to care. There are a total of 700 students in the senior year of Los Angeles No. 1 High School. However, after the awakening ceremony, there are only 5 beast taming classes, with an average of 50 students in each class, and the awakening rate is less than half. This fact made me realize more deeply the rarity of the identity of beast tamer. When we arrived at the door of beast taming class 3, Zhang Guodong took me into the classroom. He stood on the podium and looked around at the neatly lined students, nodded, and then turned to look at me. "Find a place to sit. Why are you standing here? Are you going to come up and give a lecture?" Well, it's not impossible. I couldn't help but say something rude, and was met with Zhang Guodong's murderous gaze. I quickly slipped off the podium and soon found a familiar figure in the back row. Lan Yunsheng was sitting by the window, looking at me with shock on his face. I walked over and found a thin boy sitting next to him. "Classmate, please change seats. I want to sit with my brother." The thin boy looked at me, without moving, with an expression of impossible written all over his face. I sighed, slammed my bag on his desk, unzipped it, and revealed the brick inside. He swallowed, picked up his school bag, and ran to the other side dejectedly. After I sat down, Lan Yunxing couldn't help but whispered, "Yi Zi, are you really awake? Tell me about it later." The corners of Zhang Guodong's mouth twitched. He probably knew what was stuffed in my bag, so he didn't say much. He stood on the podium and announced, "Congratulations to everyone for entering the beast taming class. There are still 3 months until the beast taming college entrance examination. I hope everyone will study hard and practice hard to stand out in the college entrance examination." Then, he changed the subject. "Okay, now take out the Huanggang beast taming test paper and do a basic test first." Amid the wailing, the basic test officially began. The content of the test paper was ridiculously detailed, including combat skills, the history of beast control, and no physical and chemical content that was taught in ordinary classes. It was obvious that it was tailor-made for beast masters like me. 2 hours later, I barely finished half of it inside. I can still do well in math, physics, and chemistry, but debate topics like how to survive in Lingshu and how to keep an intact body when discovered by a group of beasts really make it impossible for me to write a single word. After handing in the paper, I was resting on the table when Lan Yunsheng came over with a look of surprise and said, "Holy crap! Yeezy, was the potion I gave you yesterday really effective?" The students next to me also pricked up their ears, waiting to hear my answer. They were all from ordinary classes, and they knew that I didn't have any awakened talents. Medicine? It's just metaphysics. It's Li Yuan who is harmed. I deliberately lowered my voice and showed a mysterious smile on my face. "Li Yuan?" Lan Yunxing asked in confusion. "The medicine is unreliable, but Li Yuan." I made an exaggerated gesture and continued to whisper, "Gunniyu, Gunniyu, Gunni." The students around him obviously heard it, and their expressions became more and more vivid. Some of them had already taken out their phones to send messages to their friends in the regular class. Before long, the legend that kicking Li Yuan can awaken him spread quickly throughout the school. Li Yuan naturally heard about it as well, and he was so angry that he ran to the door of our class to check. I spotted him before he came in. I stood up and ran towards him. He was so scared that he turned around and ran away, but I caught him. "Oh, isn't this Brother Yuan?" I said enthusiastically, holding his hand tightly. "I deserve to die for treating you coldly this morning. From now on, I will never go west when you say east. I will turn the table when you pick up food, and I will change the song when you sing karaoke." What nonsense! Li Yuan was confused and had no idea what I was talking about. Just then, there was a noise outside. I pulled Lan Yunxing outside and saw a dozen students surrounding Li Yuan in a corner, all of them ready to fight. Li Yuan tried to explain with a horrified look on his face. This can't be true. Yi is just making it up. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. One of them said firmly, we'll beat you up. If you wake up, we'll make money. If you don't, we'll pay for your medical expenses and give you 5,000 each. Who wants $5,000? Li Yuan was so angry that he almost cried. In a hurry, he summoned his contracted spirit, the thick earth turtle. Little turtle, earth shield. A layer of yellow light appeared on the thick earth turtle's body, and a translucent earth shield protected Li Yuan. The students surrounding him were instantly in trouble. One stubborn guy punched the earth shield and almost broke his hand. Lan Zico. I winked at Lan Yunsheng. He quickly summoned his contracted spirit, a silly little monkey. Go, break that turtle shell. The little monkey nimbly shuttled through the crowd, approached the earth shield and punched it hard. One punch, two punches, three punches, finally, the earth shield shattered with the fourth punch. Li Yuan looked pale, not knowing what to do as he watched all this. Lan Yunsheng and I stood by and laughed so hard that we couldn't straighten our backs. Li Yuan, this awakening ceremony is really metaphysical. I couldn't help but add. Li Yuan was so anxious that his face turned red. He held up his phone and threatened, don't come over here. Do you believe I will call the police? The students surrounding him hesitated for a moment. If they really called the police, it would be a big deal, and the police would not talk about metaphysics. Just when the atmosphere was frozen, a dark purple shadow flashed by. I was stunned, only to seeing slipping out of the contracted spirit space at some point. She quickly rushed to Li Yuan's back. Her small figure leaped up, her face full of murderous intent. What left me speechless was that she was holding a brick in her hand. Bang! Li Yuan screamed and was knocked down by Ying's brick on the spot. The thick earth turtle was also forced to take back the contracted spirit space because his consciousness was interrupted. What are you standing there for? Go ahead! Someone in the crowd shouted. The students rushed forward like crazy, surrounding Li Yuan and giving him 5 lightning whips. Even 2 students who had awakened their talents came over and kicked him twice. Hey, haven't you awakened? I couldn't help but ask. What if it has some other effects? One of the students answered seriously. I looked at this scene in shock and silently sighed in my heart. What a talented person! On the way home, I held Ying in my arms while she ate a candied haws with great relish. Lan Yunsheng looked at me with envy. Is this your contracted spirit? How can it be so cute? Of course she's cute. She's my daughter and my mother raises her as her granddaughter. I replied unhappily. Lan Yunsheng rolled his eyes, obviously disdainful of this answer. His eyes were fixed on Ying, but Ying snorted and turned her little head away, leaving only the back of her head for him. By the way, isn't your family engaged in production? Help me find someone to make weapons. Ying uses a knife, so it's no big deal for him to use a brick every day. Lan Yunxing immediately perked up. Okay, send me the blueprints tonight. My family happens to be able to make weapons, so I'll rush to make them for you as a gift for your daughter. Hearing that there was a gift, Ying looked at Lan Yunxing happily. After hesitating for a moment, she handed him the candied haws with only one piece left. Lan Yunxing just stretched out his hand to take it, but I slapped his hand away, took the candied haws and took a bite myself. Give it to me. You don't mind it being dirty? Ying looked at me in confusion, obviously not understanding why it was dirty. After all, she hadn't eaten the last one yet. Lan Yunxing looked hopeless and asked, Are you still human? After returning home, Ying was very sleepy, so I asked her to go back to the contracted spirit space to rest. Then I turned on my computer, found a picture of a Chinese tang sword, and sent it to Lan Yunxing. At this time, the system's voice suddenly popped up. Beep. The host has ignored the system for a day. The system is very sad. I was speechless. What's wrong with you? Brother Tongzi, is there any way to quickly improve your ability to tame beasts? It just so happened that I also had some questions to ask it. Ding. The host can provide various energy-containing items to speed up the system's energy recovery. After the system's energy is restored, more functions can be unlocked. I nodded. The system is indeed limited in its functions at present. At most, it can only give me a few multiple-choice questions. But energy items? These things are extremely valuable. Where can I get the money? Just as he was thinking, a familiar light screen appeared again. Ding. Mission released. Option 1. Enter Blue Sky Technology Company through Lan Yunxing's relationship and make and sell animal power potions. Option 2. Visit Zhangguodong and tell him that you can make spiritual food. which is exclusive to contracted spirits. Ask him to introduce you to the Luoqing spiritual food master. Reward, sweet flour stuffed chicken drawing 1. I stared at option 1, speechless. How much does this system want me to do business? I chose option 2 without hesitation. Are you kidding? Sweet flour stuffed chicken. I really want to try what it tastes like. Without hesitation, I called Zhang Guodong. What's wrong? Zhang Guodong had just dealt with a serious group fight at the school gate and was obviously still in shock. I said, Teacher Zhang, I found that I have the potential to make spiritual food. Really? I have talent. If you don't believe me, I will go to your house and show you my skills now. Zhang Guodong said, okay, if you can really do it, I will help you contact the spiritual food master and arrange for training. After hanging up the phone, I got the list of ingredients for sweet flour stuffed chicken from the system. However, when I saw the first material, I got a headache. Sweet flour stuffed chicken requires a spirit chicken that is more than 2.5 years old, and it has to be a spirit chicken from the spirit ruins. Where can I find this thing? When I saw the effects of sweet flour stuffed chicken, I was stunned. Effects of sweet flour stuffed chicken. Moderately accelerates the speed of contracted spirit cultivation, moderately accelerates the speed of contracted spirit absorbing beast power, and a small amount restores the injuries of contracted spirit. Although I don't know how effective other spiritual foods are, I have a feeling that this dish is definitely not simple. Thinking about the high price I could get from selling it later, I gritted my teeth and said, thank you, Zhang. When I make money, I will sell this dish for at least 5,000 yuan a serving. The system silently complained, is this the situation? After packing up quickly, I left a note for my parents and ran to the nearby farmer's market and pharmacy to start purchasing ingredients. When I paid the bill, I was heartbroken. I spent 600 yuan on various medicinal herbs and lingshu plants, and a 4-pound-old hen cost 200 yuan. After paying the bill, my balance dropped directly to double digits. When I got off the taxi at Zhang Guodong's house, I was stunned. Zhang's house was actually a single-family house, and it was near the city center? This was too much. Li Qian's wife opened the door and said to me as soon as she saw me, you little bastard, change your shoes? I glanced at Zhang Guodong, who was drinking tea on the sofa. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't change it. Just ask him to mop the floor if it gets dirty. Li Qian glared at him, and Zhang Guodong looked innocent. I grinned and quickly changed into slippers, silently sighing in my heart. Change your shoes, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be bullied at school tomorrow. I walked into the living room carrying the purchased ingredients and supplements. After I sat down, the master's wife handed me a cup of hot tea and asked, I heard that you have come up with a spiritual food recipe? No. I waved my hands quickly. It's not research and development. I'm just trying it out. After all, I heard that spiritual food is quite profitable, so I want to give it a try. The master's wife smiled and said, you can come up with a recipe for spiritual food just by tinkering? Yi, you are being a little modest. I laughed and said, it's just a try. Today, I have to trouble teacher Zhang and his wife to be my test subjects. After a few pleasantries, I checked the time, stood up and said, well, I'll go cook first. I'll let master's wife and teacher Zhang taste my cooking skills today. Zhang Guodong smiled and looked at his mistress and said, let me ask you to help. Yi is a guest after all. The master's wife nodded and took me to the kitchen. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I was shocked. This was not a kitchen at all, but a luxurious chef's studio. In the spacious space, the golden cabinets and marble countertops were spotless, and there were so many high-end appliances that I was dazzled. There were even 4 refrigerators. Your teacher Zhang is a greedy person. I like to cook, so the kitchen is a little bigger. The teacher's wife explained. However, when I took out the ingredients, my mind went blank. After staring at the whole chicken for 2 seconds, I suddenly remembered that I can't cook at all. I have been eating my mother's cooking since I was a child, and I rarely even go into the kitchen. The master's wife obviously saw my embarrassment and asked softly, how about you tell me the steps and I will help you do it? Just when I was regretting not practicing at home in advance, the system prompt sound saved me. Beep. Task released. Option 1. Admit your mistake honestly and say that you have never made spiritual food. You just had an idea in your mind. Reward, a small amount of beast power. Option 2. Solemnly declare that you were just daydreaming for a while, and then you will show your skills. Reward, basic spiritual food making skills. I chose option 2 without hesitation. I said to my master's wife solemnly, I was just in a daze for a while. Now please watch my performance. As soon as I finished speaking, my body seemed to be taken over by the system, and the movements were smooth and unlike me. I grabbed the old hen and twisted it gently, and the chicken died instantly. Then I grabbed the chicken's wings and quickly plucked the feathers on its throat. Then, I threw it casually, and the kitchen knife flipped in the air, and a purple-black shadow flashed by. Ing suddenly appeared, caught the kitchen knife, and slashed the chicken's throat accurately with one stroke. The chicken's throat was cut open by a 3-centimeter cut, but the blood seemed frozen and did not flow out. The master's wife stared at the scene in amazement. Was that your contracted spirit just now? Can it be used like this? She couldn't help but ask. I didn't answer. The show wasn't over yet. Ing wielded the knife flexibly, and after a few slashes of the knife, the whole chicken was cut into even-sized pieces. The whole chicken remained intact until I pushed it gently and the chicken fell apart. Next, I added ingredients such as green onions, ginger, garlic, onions, apples, and the key ingredient, honey from the 1,000 poison bees. My master's wife stood by and watched my actions, so shocked that she was speechless. Half an hour later, I walked out of the kitchen with a plate of fragrant, sweet, and delicious chicken and put it on the dining table. Teacher Zhang, come and try it. Zhang Guodong picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly. It tastes good. I didn't expect you to have a talent for spiritual food. I breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of my mouth rose. It seems that this experiment was successful. Looking at Zhang Guodong wolfing down the food, I couldn't help but smile shyly. Although it cost me 1,000 yuan to make this dish, the effect alone makes me feel like I lost money, not to mention 5,000 yuan for one serving. The product of the system's primary spiritual food making technique is indeed not an ordinary product. I took a piece and tasted it and was instantly amazed by the taste. The chicken is tender and juicy, with a light apple aroma, and the honey from the 1,000 poison bees is the finishing touch, sweet but not greasy. Even the flavors of the other side dishes were just right. My wife and I couldn't help but take a few more bites. However, I was a little hesitant. After all, I was just using ordinary chickens, and the core of spiritual food is spiritual chickens, which are ingredients that contain energy. Just as I was about to open my mouth to explain, I heard the master's wife say, "The ingredients are not good, right?" I was stunned, a little confused. I just watched the whole process of you making this dish. Your cooking method and ideas are very pioneering, but the ingredients are a drag. She said it sincerely, and I felt embarrassed, especially when I thought about asking Ing to help me cut vegetables. Although it was very cool, it was also quite unfair. Ing muttered to himself, I won't say anything. The reason why spiritual food is called spiritual food is because of the energy of the ingredients themselves. You used almost all ordinary ingredients throughout the whole process. The only special honey is also fake. It should be artificially synthesized and worthless. Fake. I stared with wide eyes. The master's wife nodded helplessly. I'm very curious. How did you do it? Your technique is skillful and the whole process is very reasonable. You don't look like a novice at all. I scratched my head and laughed dryly. It's mainly because I cook a lot at home, so I've been practicing since elementary school. Recently, I suddenly had the idea to learn some knowledge about spiritual food and make it a secondary profession. After all, spiritual food chefs are very popular. This is what I really think. Whether a spirit food master has a high status depends entirely on whether your contracted spirit needs it. A powerful spiritual food master can make the contracted spirit practice more efficiently. As long as you can provide the ingredients, their prices will not be low. After a moment's contemplation, the master's wife suddenly said, You are very talented. Would you like to consider becoming my disciple? I was stunned and turned to look at Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong spread his hands and said innocently, Don't look at me. I didn't say that Master Lingshi is not your master's wife. Ahem, Zhang Guodong coughed twice. It seems that you really have the talent of a spiritual food master. Your master's wife is a very powerful spiritual food master. She wants to take you in as her apprentice even though she hasn't measured the effects of your spiritual food yet. I immediately realized. So the master's wife is the spiritual food master he mentioned? No wonder she was able to prepare all the steps in advance when she was helping me just now. Yes, of course I do. I agreed immediately, fearing that she would go back on her word. The master's wife smiled and said, Very good. From today on, you are my 4th student. I asked in confusion, 4? Zhang Guodong smiled and added, Your master's wife is the dean of the Department of Spiritual Food at Kyoto Spiritual Food University. She came back to Los Angeles this time to see me and relax. Let's try the effect. Master's wife looked at me with a smile. I nodded. Although I only used ordinary ingredients, I still wanted to see the effect. The master's wife casually summoned a white tiger the size of a puppy. To be more precise, it looked more like a silver tabby cat. Come and try it. It will bring you wealth. The master's wife touched the white tiger's head. Attract wealth? I almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Isn't this name used to attract wealth? Zhao Kai smelled the fragrance and was so excited that his tail kept wagging. The mistress gave him a small bowl, and he immediately gobbled it up. I looked at the white tiger and couldn't help but reached out and touched its head. Don't touch me. A clear little girl's voice sounded, and I froze. Can Zhao Kai talk? Zhang Guodong nodded at me with a, that's right, expression on his face. I understood instantly. This guy is actually a king-level contracted spirit? Then, isn't the master's wife a king-level or even higher-level beastmaster? Zhao Kai ate very quickly and licked the bowl clean in a short while. It burped and said lazily, it tastes good and the effect is good, but I'm going to sleep, don't disturb me. After that, it disappeared into the air. The master's wife frowned in thought. I felt a little nervous. What's wrong? Is it not working? The master's wife shook her head and her tone became serious. No, it is not only effective, but also very effective. This spiritual food can accelerate the training and recovery of the contracted spirit's beast power and can also heal injuries. It is an extremely rare comprehensive spiritual food. She paused and looked at me seriously. Yi, you may not know the value of this kind of spiritual food. If you have a recipe that is exclusive to you, you must pay attention to the privacy when cooking. The spiritual food chef is most afraid of the recipe being leaked. She also said, this spiritual food is enough for you to become a spiritual food master, but you need to accumulate experience now. If your beast taming level can reach the king level in the future, the identity of a spiritual food master will be a sure thing for you. I stood there in a daze. I didn't expect that this sweet flour-stuffed chicken had such great potential. Zhang Guodong looked excited and was obviously very happy for me. Looking at the expressions of my master's wife and teacher Zhang, I made up my mind, in the future, I must become a true master of spiritual food. Looking at Zhang Guodong, who was eating voraciously, I smiled shyly, and I was so excited that I couldn't calm down. The system is awesome. Zhang Guodong ate happily, but Li Qian stared at me for a while and suddenly asked, the one who just killed the chicken and cut the vegetables was your contracted spirit, right? I nodded and released Ying, who was extremely depressed in the contract spirit space. As soon as Ying came out, she quickly climbed onto my legs, staring at the stuffed chicken on the table with her big purple eyes, her saliva almost flowing out. Li Qian was instantly overwhelmed by the cuteness and looked at Ying with overflowing maternal love. Zhang Guodong was calm. After all, he had seen Ying's true strength, but he couldn't help but mutter, this guy looks cute, but his speed, explosive power, and viciousness are not at all harmless, just like her beastmaster. I smiled and touched Ying's head. This is my first contracted spirit, Ying, a lightning-attributed humanoid contracted spirit. When Ying heard me mention her, she quickly reached out and grabbed the 2 big chicken legs on the table, one in each hand, and started to eat them directly, without even using chopsticks. I looked at her chewing with oil dripping from her mouth and couldn't help shaking my head. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Li Qian looked at Ying and said gently, she's so cute. But she probably doesn't have any skills yet, right? I nodded. The skill books for human forms are too rare. Currently, Kaguya only has one Inazuma sword technique that can be upgraded. Li Qian looked at Ying thoughtfully, then the storage bracelet on her right hand flashed, and a piece of animal skin appeared in her hand. When Zhang Guodong saw this scene, he chuckled and shook his head. You must have a gift when you become a disciple. Li Qian handed over the animal skin. Human form skill books are too rare. I happen to have one here, a small bronze skill book. I put it in the storage space 10 years ago, and it has not been moved. I'll give it to you. I was shocked. A skill book? In human form? This is too expensive. I can't take it. Seeing this, Zhang Guodong put down the chicken bone in his hand, frowned and said, just keep it. Your master has a lot of good things. Besides, this is just a small bronze skill. It's really not worth much. I was deeply moved. This skill book was like a timely help to me. It was truly a priceless treasure. I suddenly remembered something and quickly took out a crumpled piece of paper from my pocket and handed it over. Master, how about this? I'll give you the complete recipe for the sweet flour stuffed chicken. Because I don't have all the ingredients, I just used a simplified version. Li Qian took the recipe and raised her eyebrows. Do you know how much this recipe is worth? Any spiritual food master would be willing to pay this amount for it. She held up a finger. 1 million? Li Qian shook her head, and Zhang Guodong chuckled with a look of disdain on his face. 10 million? My voice became higher. Li Qian still shook her head, with a hint of smile on her face, a small goal. Her words were like thunder in my ears, and I was completely stunned. 100 million? Li Qian winked at me and said in a relaxed tone, "How about it? Do you still want to give it to me now?" I took a deep breath and quickly weighed the pros and cons in my mind. The next second, I straightened my back and said in a loud voice, "Send it. Why not? A man's word is as good as his bond. If I can create the first formula, I can create the second one." Li Qian burst out laughing. "I won't tease you anymore. I'll take the formula, but the copyright is still yours, and I'll help you promote it in the future. You can take this skill book too." I nodded solemnly, took the animal skin skill book, and my blood boiled. Under the guidance of my master, I successfully taught Ing her second skill, Flash Step. This skill allows Shadow to move within a 3-meter range, allowing for both offense and defense. Although Master said that this skill has limited usefulness in the later stages, I know that through system upgrades, its potential in the future will definitely be more than that. After saying goodbye to Zhang Guodong and his wife, I hugged Ing, still a little dazed. Just now, before leaving, my master gave me a contact number and said that I could contact that person if I wanted to make some extra money in the future. Although she will be going back to Kyoto the day after tomorrow, I know that just by making a dish of sweet flour stuffed chicken, I am already considered a qualified spiritual food chef. It was almost 12 o'clock when I got home, and my parents had gone to bed early. After a busy day, I fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the ringing of the phone woke me up. I answered the phone in a daze. "Hello, who is this?" "I'm Lan Yunsheng." "Brother, you're not still sleeping, are you? It's already 10 o'clock. "It's 10 o'clock? I sat up with a start and was about to put on my pants when I suddenly realized that today was Saturday. "Why are you calling me so early in the morning?" Lan Yunsheng smiled and said, "Do you remember the knife I made for you yesterday? I just informed you that it's ready. Come and get it." When I heard this, I instantly perked up. Ing finally has a weapon? Okay, I'll be there right away. When I got dressed and went out, the sun was already blazing hot. I waited at the gate of Lan Yunsheng's community for a while before I saw a commercial vehicle driving out. Lan Yunsheng, wearing sunglasses, lowered the rear window and waved at me, "Get in the car." Looking at his showy appearance, I rolled my eyes helplessly and got into the car. The business car stopped steadily in front of a high-tech building in the suburbs. As Lan Yunsheng unbuckled his seatbelt, he said to me, "This is a subsidiary of my company, which mainly develops and produces spiritual tools." After the emergence of Lingshu, the various materials and spiritual beasts it brought completely changed the technology tree of Blue Star. Spiritual weapons gradually became a hot industry and market demand skyrocketed. As the car door opened, a young lady in uniform came over holding a metal box. "Mr. Yun, this is the knife you asked me to give you." She handed the box to Lan Yunsheng and joked, "It's just a small matter, but you have to come here in person. We really can't afford to neglect it." I looked at the box in her hand, feeling a little excited. After Lan Yunsheng and I got off the car, the young lady gave a detailed introduction. The main material of this knife is bronze-grade meteorite steel, and the auxiliary material is silver-grade thundercloud stone. In addition, it is forged from a mixture of multiple spiritual metals, making the blade extremely tough and highly conductive. Although it has not been officially reported to the authorities and cannot become a formal spiritual weapon, it would definitely crush the so-called 10 famous swords in ancient times. Lan Yunsheng opened the box, revealing a 90-centimeter long tang sword. The blade was pitch black, and the quenching pattern flowed like water under the light, and the cold light was chilling. "What a great knife!" I couldn't help but exclaim. Although I don't know much about knives, I can tell that this is definitely a magical weapon. I summoned Shadow. As expected, this guy was just lazing around in the contract spirit space again, and when he came out, he looked confused. I handed the knife to Ing and said with a smile, "Here, Uncle Lan gave you a new weapon." Ying's eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't wait to draw out her tang sword. Although the sword was taller than her, it didn't prevent her from skillfully performing a few sword dances, with satisfaction and excitement on her face. At this time, Miss Yunfang chuckled and added, "This knife is more than just sharp. We also added a little space technology to it." She pointed to a dent on the hilt and said, "Try to input some beast control power." Ing did as she was told, and the next second, the tang sword disappeared, replaced by a black bracelet on her wrist. Lan Yunsheng and I were completely shocked. Ing was even more frightened. He looked down at the bracelet and looked at me with a puzzled look on his face. "The knife is gone." "QAQ. Yunfang couldn't help laughing. "Don't worry, let's try inputting a little more beast control power. Ying tried it, and the Tang sword instantly appeared in her hand. I was ecstatic. Ying's knife was a magical weapon for sneak attacks. Who would have thought that a harmless little girl would suddenly pull out a 1-meter-long knife? Just thinking about this scene made my scalp numb. Ying waved for a while, then suddenly looked at Lan Yunsheng and made a square with his two little hands. Lan Yunsheng was confused. What do you mean? I covered my face and tried to hold back my laughter. She actually asked if I could make her another brick that can be stored freely. It seems that she is addicted to taking pictures of Li Yuan. We quickly pulled her into the car, said goodbye to Yunfeng, and drove away from the company. Sitting in the car, Ying held the bracelet in her hands and couldn't let it go. Occasionally, she would summon out the Tang sword and shake it around. Lan Yunsheng and I were talking about spiritual food. Brother Yi, have you really become a spiritual food master? Lan Yunsheng asked in shock. How could it be fake? Apart from not having a license, I am now considered a professional spiritual food chef. Awesome. My family's kitchen staff is going to be out of a job. He sighed helplessly. Who made me unable to do anything in my life except spending money. I'm too lazy to pay attention to him. This kind of inhumane show-off makes me a little irritated. Time flies. This weekend, I had a mediocre life. The only thing worth mentioning is that Ying successfully broke through to Bronze 2-star with the nourishment of sweet flour stuffed chicken and the daily bedtime selection task. On Monday morning, I rode a shared bicycle to school humming a song. I was in a very good mood, but I didn't expect that the atmosphere would immediately become wrong as soon as I entered the classroom. Many classmates stared at me with impatience and complaints in their eyes, and some even deliberately avoided my gaze. Yeezy, something happened. Lan Yunsheng approached me with a serious face and said in a low voice, "What's the matter?" I was a little confused. The school forum went viral this morning. Class 1 monitor Wang Xiangdong issued a public challenge to you. If you don't accept the challenge, he will represent Class 1 to launch a class challenge to our class. The school has a rule that each class must select 5 representatives, and the losing class will have all of its cultivation resources for the month go to the other class. Hearing this, I frowned. This guy was obviously targeting me. Lan Yunsheng continued, "Now many classmates have complaints against you, saying that you provoked Wang Xiangdong and caused the whole class to pay for you." Before I could say anything, someone in the class shouted, "Yi, we are here to learn and practice, not to be held back by you. Solve your own problems, don't let us get involved." That's right. Do you think we can beat Class 1? They have Wang Xiangdong who has A-level talent and several B-level talents. Apart from the monitor of our Class 3, who do you think you are? I was about to retort when a calm but stern voice suddenly came from the front row. Enough! Class monitor Zhou Shuya stood up and glanced at the students who were talking. Are you still men? You are so cowardly even though you are being bullied to the point of being bullied? Just a few words boosted the morale of the entire class, and some even stood up and shouted, "Fuck him! Count me in." I lowered my head and smiled. It seemed that this class challenge was bound to be very interesting. Chapter 10 Shadow's Middle Finger. For a moment, the class was filled with outrage, and Yi was also furious about the sudden disaster. You think I'm made of clay, don't you? At this moment, the familiar selection page appeared in front of Yi again. Choice 1. Suffer in silence and let Wang Xiangdong provoke you. Reward, a hat of the same style as the Ninja Turtles. A new character of Ying. Forbearance. Choice 2. If the young man is not wild, who will be wild? Provoke back. Reward, contracted spirit shadow Inazuma sword skill level +1. Additional rewards will be added depending on the strength of the counterattack. Yi picked up his phone and logged into the forum and quickly posted a message. I don't mean to target anyone. Everyone here is trash. See you in the playground after school. I hope you can hold on for 2 more minutes. P.S. I heard that you are the only genius who has awakened an A-level talent contract spirit. Ding. The reward has been issued. Contracted spirit shadow skill. Inazuma sword skill level +2. Soon Yi Ye's phone started vibrating like a TD. There were classmates who helped to support the post, and there were also spectators who posted some nonsense, but most of them were messages from students in the class. So crazy? I hope you can still be so arrogant this afternoon. CPDD. Something strange seems to be popping up. Yi looked at the forum messages with a strange expression on his face. When the bell rang, Zhang Guodong walked into the classroom with a serious face and called Yi out of the classroom. Looking at Yi, who looked indifferent, Zhang Guodong asked with concern, "Are you sure?" Yi shrugged. "Old Zhang, you underestimate me too much. Wait and see the show this afternoon." Zhang Guodong nodded. He had a rough idea of Shadow's strength. Combined with his instant step, he was definitely not inferior to some combat-type S-level contracted spirits. He asked Yi to come out simply out of concern. The school did not interfere with what happened between you and Li Yuan in front of the school gate, so the school will not intervene in what happened today. Old Zhang, why are you so fussy? I'm not afraid. What I mean is that I have a grudge against the head teacher of Class 1. Since I have accepted the challenge, a one-on-one fight is boring. I will apply to the principal in my name to organize a duel between classes. Your task is to defeat all 5 of them by yourself and snatch their class's training resources for this month. Can you do it? Yi looked at Zhang Guodong in shock. Old Zhang was not a good person either. Done. The school officials suddenly posted that Beast Taming Class 3 will challenge Beast Taming Class 1, and the open duel will be held in the gymnasium after school, and all students can go and watch. The official outcome was different, which immediately raised the level of this minor fight to a higher level. Even the location was changed from the playground to the gymnasium, where there was a professional competition arena and referees. The forum was in an uproar for a while, with everyone discussing and looking forward to the challenge after school, which caused all the teachers in the school to be in a bad mood today. The day passed quickly. As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Yi stood up suddenly, stretched his body, and walked out the door. Lan Yunxing followed Yi, and the rest of the students soon followed. Even the students who complained in the morning followed reluctantly. Not only students from Class 1 and Class 3, but students from the other 3 classes were also rushing to the gymnasium, fearing that they would not be able to get a seat if they arrived too late. In this regard, the principal said that your concerns were correct, because not only the senior Beast Tamer class, but almost all students in the entire school were heading to the gymnasium. In the middle of the gymnasium, there is a huge platform made of special metal material, which is specially used for contracted spirits to fight. The gymnasium was bustling with people at this time. Although the gymnasium of Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School was not small, it was still packed with nearly 1,000 people. In front of the stage, Wang Xiangdong, Li Yuan, and 3 other people were standing there. The leader, Wang Xiangdong, looked at Yi with disdain. Lan Yunxing, Lu Xiangnan, who was the monitor of Yi's night class, and 2 other boys stood beside Yi. Looking at Wang Xiangdong's eyes, Yi started to talk about the quintessence of Chinese culture. Look at your mother, idiot. Unexpectedly, Yi was so aggressive. Wang Xiangdong looked at Yi with a flushed face. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Xiangdong summoned his contracted spirit, a deer that exuded a fiery aura, was over 2 meters tall, and was an A-level talented flame deer. 3 bronze stars. There was a commotion in the venue. Who would have thought that Wang Xiangdong had already trained the flame flower deer to bronze 3 stars within less than a week of awakening? It turned out that A-level talent was not to be underestimated. Yi summoned the shadow expressionlessly, and the whole audience was instantly in an uproar. A contracted spirit in human form? Wow, so cute. The size difference is too big, isn't it? How can we fight? The cute Ing had a face full of fighting spirit, but his petite body was in sharp contrast to the manhwa deer opposite him. Wang Xiangdong looked at Ing and sneered. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. I won't be able to control Xiaohu's strength in a while. If I hurt your contracted spirit, don't cry. Ing looked disdainful and raised his middle finger at Wang Xiangdong. Fuck. Yi lived in Bengbu and hurriedly held Ying's little hand, thinking in his heart that he could not let Ing play with the mobile phone in the future, as it was too insulting. Once everyone is here, you can start. The starting distance is 50 meters, no rules, free play, one-on-one. Zhang Guodong walked to the front of the stage and spoke to Wang Xiangdong and Yi. Yan Huolu, who was more than 2 meters tall, stepped onto the platform as if it were flat ground. Looking at the platform, which was much higher than Ing, just when everyone was guessing what Yi would do, Ying's petite figure disappeared in an instant and appeared on the platform the next moment. The whole audience exclaimed, "Was that teleportation just now?" I think so, Space Department. But it's useless to have only one teleport, right? Human form skill books are so rare. How can we fight the opponent with only one teleport? When Wang Xiangdong saw Ing using Flash Step, he was also surprised and slightly suppressed his contempt. After the 2 sides opened up a distance of 50 meters, Zhang Guodong stood beside the stage and announced the start of the duel. Wang Xiangdong controlled the manhwa deer to move forward, trying to close the distance for attack, but Yi did not giving any instructions at all. Are you kidding? General Lei Dian needs Yi to give him instructions? I saw Ing running towards the manhwa deer quickly. 50 meters was not far. In almost an instant, the distance between manhwa deer and Ing was only 20 meters. Use Pyroblast. Wang Xiangdong commanded the Yanhua deer and saw strong fire elements gathered on the antlers of the Yanhua deer. A fireball as big as a bowl hit Ying, who was running towards the Yanhua deer, and Ying took a quick step and appeared 3 meters to the right and continued to run towards the Yanhua deer. After the flame deer fired 5 or 6 firebombs in a row, Wang Xiangdong found that he could not pose any threat to the super flexible shadow. Damn, isn't it an F-level talent? Why is it so difficult? Wang Xiangdong complained in his heart and quickly changed his tactics. Coming from a well-off family, he not only raised the level of the Yanhua deer to bronze 3 stars in a short period of time, but also spent a huge amount of money to buy a skill book. Quick, fire stomp. Chapter 11. The instant kill that shocked everyone. The flame deer, not wanting to be approached, raised its 2 front legs high. A red glow appeared on its hooves, and then slammed heavily to the floor. In an instant, a circle of fire spread out from under the deer's hoof, and the extremely high temperature caused the air to become a little distorted. Quick, get out of the way. Anxious, Yi quickly told Ying in his heart to get out of the way. Ying didn't need Yi to remind her at all. When the Yanhua deer raised its hoof, Ying had already stopped. When the fire circle was about to hit Ying took a quick step to the inner part of the fire circle and continued to run towards the Yanhua deer. Seeing Ying's handsome operation, Yi was stunned for a moment. Is this shift? No. Instant Step also has invincible frames? As the shadow got closer, Wang Xiangdong once again ordered the Yanhua deer to use Fire Trample. However, this time it was too late. The shadow, who was already close enough to the Yanhua deer, took a quick step across the 3-meter distance and came to the foot of the Yanhua deer's left front leg. Then, in the stunned gaze of the audience, a black Tang sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The moment the Tang sword appeared, Zhang Guodong's eyes widened. With his sharp eyesight, he could naturally recognize that the sword did not appear out of thin air, but was transformed from the bracelet on Ying's wrist. How could something that could use space technology be an ordinary equipment? The moment the Tang sword appeared, Ying deftly manipulated the sword, which was almost as long as himself, and slashed the tendon of the left front leg of the Yanhua deer with one draw of the sword. Then he took another step and slashed the right front leg with a quick move. Almost instantly, the right and left hind legs of the Yanhua deer were stabbed at the same time, and these 4 cuts were almost completed within 1 second. The audience only saw a column of blood spurting out of the Yanhua deer's limbs almost at the same time. Yanhualu knelt on the ground in pain. Ying was still holding back. With the sharpness of the Tang sword, she could easily cut off the 4 legs of the Yanhua deer, but Ying, who had various combat experiences, chose to save her energy. Hey, stop. This is not a chicken. Seeing Ying quickly walking to the head of the flame deer and raising his knife to finish him off, Yi quickly called a halt. Ying looked at Yi with an innocent face. Can't kill? At this moment, the whole place was silent, and everyone was staring at Ying in amazement. Ying was holding a Tang sword in his hand, with blood dripping from the blade. Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Wang Xiangdong ran onto the stage, and at this time the Yanhualu was surrounded by blood. Why don't you quickly put it into the contract spirit space? Do you want to watch it bleed to death? Wang Xiangdong reacted quickly and put the Yanhua deer into the contracted spirit space and ran to the medical team next to the platform. The school must have made all the preparations, and the contracted spirit medical team is waiting nearby. As long as the person does not die on the spot, they can basically be saved. Of course, the expenses have to be borne by themselves, and the school is not a charity. Instant kill. Damn, too strong. Is the human-shaped contract spirit so strong? Don't even think about it. You can't afford to support him even if you have a contract. There's no way to beat this group. Yi alone is enough to sweep away all 5 of them. And that was indeed the case. Next, the 3 people sent by Team 1 were killed instantly by Ying's sword one by one, cleanly and neatly, with a small episode in between. When fighting against the second contracted spirit, Ying seemed to be bloodthirsty. He just chopped down the other contracted spirit and blood spurted everywhere. In the third game, Zhang Guodong handed Ying a long wooden sword helplessly and banned Ying's Tang sword when Ying looked aggrieved. However, with his unparalleled skills and impeccable instant steps, he successfully won the third and fourth games, beating the opponent's contracted spirits to a pulp. Finally, he came to the 5th game and fought against Li Yuan. Ying, who had been fighting and using instant steps continuously, was panting and had sweat on his forehead. Seeing this, Lu Xiangnan took the initiative to find Yi. Anyway, there were 4 people on their side and only 1 on the opposite side, so they had already secured victory. Just when Yi felt a little sorry for Ying and thought about changing someone, The selection interface appeared again. Option 1. The victory is the team's victory. Replace the teammate and win the game. Reward. A large amount of beast power. Option 2. The life of the King of Force is lonely and misunderstood. He wants to be a man and refuses to change. Reward. A large amount of beast power. Shadow's new skill. Lightning element control. Yi was a little hesitant. Ing was already tired, and he might not be able to break the defense of the Earth Turtle on the opposite side, but the control of the Thunder element was too good. After all, the Lightning element is Shadow's core skill. Now it's all physical damage, but with the control of the Lightning element, you can use magic damage, or even a mixed damage of physical damage plus magic damage. Just as Yi was thinking, Li Yuan had already summoned the Earth Turtle and shouted at Yi with a little bit of weakness. What are you doing? Are you scared? Or are you deliberately stalling for time to let your contracted spirit recover? How about giving you 10 more minutes to rest? Li Yuan was provoking Yi. Just now, the head teacher of Class 1 found him and was furious. He demanded that he must defeat Yi in the 5th game. It was impossible to expect Li Yuan to win 5 games in a row. Li Yuan can only keep some underwear for the dignity of the class, but he can't really let Yi take 5 of them, right? Li Yuan was also afraid that Yi would directly replace players. Then there would be no point in him fighting. Looking at Li Yuan wearing a mask of arrogance, Yi suddenly had an immature idea in his mind. Recover? Only your little bastard needs to recover? Ing, fuck him. He said this, but in his heart he gave orders to Ing that Ing only needed to drag the turtle, and as for the rest, his daughter couldn't handle it, Dad would take care of it. Although Ing was somewhat confused, he still followed Yi Ye's words. The showdown begins. Shadow did not use instant movement, but instead wandered around the venue. The Earth Turtle had already put on a shield for himself and walked slowly towards Ing. Seeing that there was no threat to his contracted spirit, Li Yuan was secretly excited. As long as they walked a few more meters forward, they would be within the skill range of the thick Earth Turtle. He had not been idle this weekend and bought a skill book for the thick Earth Turtle to learn, which was the long-range attack skill, Earth Spikes. Li Yuan, whose attention was focused on the distance of the Shadow and the thick Earth Turtle, did not notice that Yi on the opposite side of the field had already disappeared. Yi approached timidly and quietly without attracting anyone's attention. Only Zhang Guodong was paying attention to Yi, but Zhang Guodong's mouth twitched. Can't see, can't see. He continued to focus his eyes on the thick Earth Turtle and Ing on the stage, but his peripheral vision was always paying attention to Yi. What is this kid going to do? Zhang Guodong felt something was wrong when Yi agreed to the other party's provocation. How could someone with such a strong psychological quality like Yi fall for provocation? However, the next moment, what happened made Zhang Guodong's face freeze. Chapter 12. The Second Brick Critical Hit. Meanwhile, Yi had blended into the crowd of Class 1 and opened a corner of his school bag. The magic weapon had been kept in the school bag. Yi was afraid that he might need it someday, so he didn't throw it away. But today he encountered it. Suddenly, amid the screams of the whole audience and the dull gazes of a group of students, Yi held a brick in his hand and hit Li Yuan on the head while his attention was still on the thick Earth Turtle. And Li Yuan's last thought before he lost consciousness was, Mom, again? It's not over yet, right? The whole place was silent. Yi ran away after finishing his work. It was very exciting. The thick Earth Turtle on the field was also forced to return to the contracted spirit space after the Beastmaster lost consciousness. Yi had already run to the other side of the venue. He didn't dare to stay there for long, in case someone surrounded and beat him up. Oh my god. Yi, you're really good at taking photos. Lan Yunsheng was stunned. Looking at Li Yuan, who had not woken up for a long time, it was enough to imagine how hard Yi hit him with the brick. At this time, all the students and teachers in the audience also reacted, and the whole place was in an uproar. Is this the Beast Tamer personally fighting? What do you mean by going on stage? Yi is in the audience. That's too tough. Why would someone carry a brick with them? Or a perforated brick with holes in it? Fortunately, Yi couldn't hear it, otherwise I would have to give him a thumbs up. Is his observation so good? He can even find the porous bricks? Teacher, we don't accept it. Yes, teacher. Yi cheated. He attacked by surprise. We demand a rematch. Class 1 was instantly in an uproar, and everyone surrounded Zhang Guodong with an indignant look on their faces. Zhang Guodong had a headache. What was going on? Yi was such a troublemaker. Squeak, look at the way you guys look. How disgraceful. Following an unpleasant tearing sound, a voice came from the stadium's loudspeaker, and a white-haired old man, holding a microphone in his hand, stood on the stage at some point. You can't handle this little setback? You want a rematch? Which rule says that you can't attack another Beastmaster in a duel? Do you expect the spirit beasts in the spirit ruins, or that group of inhumane cults to teach you the code of conduct? You should thank Yi. He taught you a vivid lesson. In a battle between Beastmasters, killing the Beastmaster is often the easiest and most labor-saving method, rather than hoping that the opponent will play 1v1 with your contracted spirit like playing house. The principal was indeed a cultured person. With just a few words, he made the students of beast taming class lower their heads. If some of them were dissatisfied, they could not refute it. After all, Zhang Guodong had said from the beginning that there were no rules and they could play freely. In the end, the competition ended abruptly with Yi Ye's brick. Since that day, the principal discovered that the contractors at several construction sites in the school often complained to him, saying that students from your school came to steal bricks every day. There has always been a legend about the brick god of war in Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School, which is a classic example of a contracted spirit being unable to defeat a Beastmaster in person. Don't do it yourself next time. Fights between Beastmasters are very dangerous. Few Beastmasters would put themselves in such a dangerous situation. Yi had just scanned a shared bicycle and was about to go home when Lu Xiangnan ran over with a serious look on his face and said to Yi, "It's okay, actually. Lao Zhang has been watching me. If there's any danger, he'll take action. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless man." Lu Xiangnan was stunned. Did Yi mean that Zhang Guodong was taking sides? Staring at Yi Ye's departing back, Lu Xiangnan felt that he had learned a new trick. Lightning element control. Woohoo! After returning home, Yi couldn't wait to check Ying's panel. Name, Shadow. Level, Bronze 2-star. Personality, innocent, kind, serious. Attribute, Thunder. Type, Humanoid. Talent, Super Lightning Resistance. Can resist 90% of lightning element attacks. Control of Thunder Element. Can freely use the power of Thunder Element. Skills, Inazuma Swordsmanship, LV3. Instant Step, Level 1. Potential, F, upgradable. Now Shadow has basically no weaknesses. He can attack or defend. He has both physical and magical abilities. If I really have to say it, it's because of his low talent that Shadow's contracted spirit level increases slowly. System, how to improve Shadow's potential. Ding! I have automatically matched the host with Ying's advanced route. Option 1. Absorb the Emperor level Lord, the Lord of Thunderstorm, Spirit Bead and its secret treasure to enhance the Shadow talent to SSS level. Option 2. Absorb the Emperor level Lord, Thunder Phoenix, Spirit Pearl and its secret treasure to improve Shadow talent to SSS level. Yi was speechless. Are you kidding me? The former is in the Imperial level spiritual ruins of the beautiful country, and the latter is in the Imperial level spiritual ruins of the Sakura country. In the Imperial level spiritual ruins, diamonds are everywhere, King level spirits are as numerous as dogs, and Imperial level spirits can occasionally be encountered. Is he going in to seek death? Continue reading below. Option 78. Absorb 10 Thunder Cloud Beast Spirit Orbs and add a Lightning Potion to increase your Shadow talent to E level. Yi Ye's eyes lit up. After searching for a long time, it seemed that this one was very reliable. It is said that there is a group of Thunder Cloud Beasts in the Tianyang Lingshu in Luoqing, and Lightning Potion can be bought on the market. It is a potion that can enhance the power of the skills of the Lightning Element Contract Spirit. Yi immediately turned on his computer and searched on the internet. 30,000? Yi was completely confused. A bronze 5-star Thunder Cloud Beast Spirit Pearl was sold online for 30,000. It's not that Yi didn't go to Tianyang Lingshu to get the spirit beads himself. The first reason was that the Thunder Cloud Beasts lived in groups and he couldn't defeat them. The second reason was that he was a student and couldn't get in. Seeing the expensive price, Yi decided to put it aside for the time being. Make money first. Don't forget that Yi is also a spiritual food chef. Moreover, Li Qian called Yi before he left. Hello, I'm Yi. My teacher Li Qian asked me to call you. I know. Master Li has already told me about your situation. Come to the Los Angeles black market after school tomorrow. The voice on the other end of the phone was that of a middle-aged man. After a brief chat, the two agreed to meet at the black market in Los Angeles tomorrow. Although it is called a black market, it is just a name. It is actually still officially regulated. After all, there must be a platform for Beastmasters to sell and shop. Yi took out a small box from his pocket, inside of which was a tube of beast-controlling potion, which Zhang Guodong had secretly given to him when he left the gym today. Judging from Zhang Guodong's expression, he was very happy. This tube of potion is just a primary potion, and it cannot be compared with the top-level beast-controlling potion that Lan Yunxing gave him at that time, but it is also the main training resource for students. After all, as a student, he cannot be so extravagant as to take such expensive potions every day. Ding! The system wants it. It's useless for you to drink it, host. It's better to restore energy to the system so that you can unlock more functions. Yi's face was filled with black lines. Before he could say anything, the system had already cut him off from speaking. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go, Yi said with a look of disgust. Woo, who the host is the best. Chapter 13 Black Market. After the system absorbed the beast power potion, the long energy progress bar barely moved and remained stuck at 3%. System, how much more energy do you need to unlock new functions? Yi was helpless. A shadow and a system were both big consumers. Yi, whose entire body worth less than 3 figures, was very melancholy. Ding. I'll probably need 2 more top-level beast power potions to get to 10%, and then I can unlock new features. What's new? Ding. The lucky draw function. Yi suddenly realized, lucky draw? This is a good thing. The various wonderful props of Xiaonan next door made Yi envious. What do you use to draw the lottery? He discovered the highlight. Given the nature of the system, the lottery was definitely not free. Ding. Of course I use blue star coins to draw. Yi put on the mask of pain. Why does he need money everywhere? The next day, Yi went to school as usual. After entering the classroom, Yi clearly felt that the atmosphere was different. First of all, the classmates who mocked him yesterday, when they saw Yi enter the classroom, they lowered their heads tightly, as if Yi could not see them. The rest of the students also looked at Yi kindly with smiles on their faces. Yi didn't care about it. It was he who caused the trouble in the first place. The reason why Wang Xiangdong challenged him was probably because of Li Yuan's instigation. As the bell rang, Zhang Guodong walked into the classroom, carrying 2 small boxes in his hands. Attend class. However, Zhang Guodong did not start the lecture immediately, but opened the small box in his hand, which contained bottles of medicine. Due to the heroic performance of our classmate Yi yesterday, our class's training resources will be doubled this month. This is for this week. Let us all applaud Yi. Snap, 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 snap. Warm applause and cheers resounded throughout the teaching building, and a class not far from them also heard the applause and cheers. They knew what they were cheering for and felt mixed emotions for a moment. They looked at Li Yuan with murderous eyes. After all, Li Yuan was the instigator of this incident. After being tricked by Yi, Li Yuan secretly found Wang Xiangdong and said that Yi's contracted spirit was very strong, and even Yi said that Yi, was the best in Luoqing No. 1 middle school. Wang Xiangdong, who had just contracted an A-level contract spirit, heard this. Can you bear this? Posted on the spot. Everyone knows what happened next. After class monitor Lu Xiangnan came on stage to distribute the potions to the students of class 3, Yi started today's class. After absorbing 2 bottles of potion, the system's progress bar finally rose to 4%. Yi also started to slack off while listening to Lao Zhang's lecture. Where could he get the money? A day passed quickly, and Yi couldn't wait to run out of the school. Lan Yunxing, who knew that Yi was going to the black market, was also curious and insisted on going with Yi. The black market is not far from Yi's school. Originally, it was an antique street. Later, there were always beast masters selling some materials that only beast masters could use here. Over time, this place became the black market of Los Angeles. There were 2 tall and strong security guards at the entrance of the black market, but Yi and his companions entered the black market smoothly without being stopped. When they first entered the black market, the 2 curious babies who had never seen the world were dazzled. The black market is very prosperous, with people coming and going on the streets. Nearly 10 streets in radius are the scope of the black market, and many vendors are shouting loudly to promote their goods. Family members, look here. This is the newly made primary beast power potion. Not 20,000 or 10,000, but 9,888. Take it home on the road to advancement. Great discount on Earth-type contract spirit skill book. Silver level skills? Are you still worried about the talent of your contracted spirit? Are you still being mocked for your contracted spirit's low talent? The master's latest work, Talent Enhancement Pill, can help you now. An SSS pill is not a dream. As long as 3? Is that 3,000 or 30,000? Before he could finish his words, a team of law enforcement officers from the Xinling Bureau came over, confiscated everything on the vendor's stall, and took him away. The leading law enforcement officer also shouted loudly to the people around him. This merchant is suspected of exaggerating its advertising and will be detained for 3 days. Merchants are requested to take this as a warning. Yi curled his lips. Even a fool would know it was a lie, okay? If the drug was really that effective, this guy would have become the richest man in the world long ago. Hey, why were you taken away? I haven't even asked how much money it was. Lan Yunxing looked at the backs of the law enforcement team anxiously, muttering to himself. A fool is beside me? The two continued strolling on the street. Yi was not in a hurry. It was still early and he was very interested in these strange things. Boss, how much is this lollipop? My dear brother, you really have a good eye for pearls. This is produced by our famous spirit food chef in Luo City. It can increase the cultivation speed of contracted spirits. Since I like it, my dear brother, I will sell it to you at a discounted price of 20 yuan, which was originally 800 yuan. Yi looked at the Alps lollipop on the carpet and fell into deep thought. Could you at least change the packaging? But then, Yi saw something that interested him. Spiritual materials are on sale. They come from our Tianyang spiritual ruins in Luo City. Don't miss it if you pass by. Looking at the various spiritual plants on the stall, Yi was not interested, but, boss, how much are you selling this chicken for? 20,000. Oh? Looking at Yi Ye's shocked eyes, Lang Song explained as if it was a matter of fact. A bronze-level spiritual beast, the Flame Sun chicken, which was a bronze 6-star beast when it was alive. I just caught it from the Tianyang spiritual ruins at noon. It took me quite a while to catch it. The meat is tender and tastes great. It also has the effect of strengthening the yang energy when eaten. Is it 2.5 years old? Lang Song was stunned. What kind of question was this? But out of professional ethics, he still patiently answered Yi Ye's questions. Should be possible, right? The Flame Sun chicken grows slowly, and it should take more than 3 years to grow to bronze 6-star. Yi nodded, took Lan Yunsheng, and turned to leave. Hey, you don't want to buy it. Yi really wanted it, but he had no money. After walking around with Lan Yunsheng for a while, it was getting dark. Lan Yunsheng had already gone home, but Yi still had to look for the middle-aged man he had made an appointment with yesterday. Looking at the address on his phone, Yi soon arrived at a restaurant called Bai Xiang Fong. The restaurant is not big, with 2 floors. Yi was stunned when he entered the door because the vendor who had just sold the magic chicken was cleaning inside. Lang Song also noticed someone walking in. Seeing a familiar face, Lang Song was surprised. Aren't you the one asking about the chicken? Do you want something to eat? Aren't you a vendor? Why? Yi picked up the phone and called again. The next moment, the phone rang in Lang Song's trouser pocket. What's Daddy's dad's name? Daddy's dad's name is Grandpa. Chapter 14. Yi Ye's first bucket of gold. An awkward atmosphere permeated the small space. Yi reacted and quickly hung up the phone. Wasn't it a middle-aged man who answered the phone yesterday? Lang Song, who is not much older than me. As if seeing Yi Ye's confusion, Lang Song smiled. When you are in the underworld, you have no choice but to do what you want. It is easier to get things done with multiple aliases. Yi suddenly realized, I have learned something. You are Yi, right? My name is Lang Song, and I'm the owner of this restaurant, mainly doing spiritual food business. He pulled a chair for Yi and took a bottle of Farmer's 3 Punches from the refrigerator and handed it to Yi. I don't have many customers here usually, so I occasionally set up a stall to share the rent. Masterly has already greeted me. You have learned how to make spiritual food from Masterly, right? Lang Song looked at Yi with envy. He was also a spiritual food master, but his talent was not good. Until now, he could only make some simple spiritual food. He heard from Li Qian that Yi had a good talent and could already complete a complete spiritual food independently, and it was a cultivation-type spiritual food. After Li Qian returned to Kyoto, she reproduced the sweet flour stuffed chicken. Li Qian discovered that the complete version of the sweet flour stuffed chicken can not only increase the speed of the contracted spirit's cultivation, but also directly bring a large amount of beast-controlling power to the contracted spirit. It is a very versatile spiritual food for cultivation. Yes, but I only know this one. Is that okay? Lang Song smiled bitterly. You are still not satisfied. Many spiritual food chefs can only make one kind of spiritual food in the end. What do you mean by only being able to make this one kind? Masterly has already told me about the effects of your spiritual food. I'm charging 80,000 per person, and we'll split the price 50 to 50. Of course, I'll pay for the ingredients. Do you have any objections to the price? Yi was stunned. 80,000? 50 to 50? Wouldn't that mean he could get 40,000? No, I have no problem with that. When can we start? Looking at the excited Yi, Lang Song quickly spoke again. Not everyone can afford spiritual food, and I'm not the only spiritual food store in the black market of Los Angeles, so I don't have customers every day. I called you here today because a customer is coming tonight. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar figure came in from the door. Yi Yi, squad leader. Lu Xiangnan walked into the hall and looked at Yi Yi with surprise. Are you also here to order spiritual food for the contracted spirits? That's right. Your contracted spirit is so strong. You must have put a lot of thought into it. Lu Xiangnan continued to imagine. Xiaolu, you came at the right time. This is the spiritual food master I told you about. Lu Xiangnan looked at Lang Song in confusion, then at Yi Yi, who looked innocent. He? After Lang Song explained to Lu Xiangnan accepted this reality. Lu Xiangnan and Lang Song had known each other for a long time, and she didn't think Lang Song was joking. So what is today's spiritual food? Sweet flour stuffed chicken. It increases the speed of contracted spirit cultivation, provides a large amount of beast control power, and can also heal injuries. Okay, thank you, Yi Yi. Seeing Lu Xiangnan didn't ask about the price, Yi asked cautiously. Why don't you ask the price? Lu Xiangnan obviously didn't expect Yi to ask her such a question. How much? 80,000. If the effect is the same as you said, 80,000 is not expensive. Looking at Lu Xiangnan, who seemed to be taking it for granted, I thought about someone who had a whole team of spiritual food chefs at home. Yi Yi. So I'm the only poor guy? Lang Song took Yi Yi to the kitchen. Compared with Li Qian's kitchen, this one was a bit simple, but still very luxurious. There are a lot of ingredients. Even the ingredients needed for sweet flour stuffed chicken are here. Even the yin-yang chicken from this afternoon is also here. I won't bother you anymore. Just call me if you need anything. It is a taboo for a spiritual food chef to watch the cooking process without his permission. Obviously, Lang Song knew this and let Yi play freely in the kitchen. Looking at the huge kitchen, Yi summoning out. Shadow. Work. After a series of clangs and bangs, a fragrant and sweet stuffed chicken is out of the pot. Because of the use of magical chickens and various magical materials, the taste is much better than that made at Li Qian's house. Ending next to him was almost drooling. After bringing the sweet stuffed chicken to the table, Lu Xiangnan looked at Yi Yi in surprise. So soon? A man gets very sad when he's told he's going to die. Thinking of his first pot of gold, Yi Yi, in a good mood, made a joke to Lu Xiangnan. Lu Xiangnan, with a red face, glared at Yi Yi and summoned his contracted spirit. Lu Xiangnan's contracted spirit turned out to be a cloud. Looking at the cotton candy-like cloud in Lu Xiangnan's hand, Yi Yi was a little confused. Lu Xiangnan took the initiative to explain. It's an elemental, mist type. I just like this form normally. Then how does he eat spiritual food? Marshmallow, let's eat. The marshmallow-like shape suddenly changed, and a misty little man appeared on the table, holding a chicken leg in his little hands and starting to gnaw on it. Sigma, degree to degree, Kalmoji Winker. Is this okay? Is this digestible? Obviously, Yi was worrying too much. As he ate the marshmallow, his physical form seemed to gradually become more solid. The next moment, a slight fluctuation of beast control power came from Marshmallow, and there was a breakthrough. Wow! Lu Xiangnan's face was filled with joy, while Marshmallow, who was frightened by his master, looked around in confusion. Marshmallow, why are you all looking at me? Did I eat too much? In the end, Yi Ye's first order ended with laughter. The black market is particularly lively at night. You can often see boys and girls in school uniforms looking around curiously. They are obviously high school students who have just awakened not long ago. Yi walked on the street with a depressed look on his face. Just now, Lang Song transferred a huge sum of 40,000 blue star coins to Yi Yi, and Yi Ye's net worth suddenly increased from 3 digits to 5 digits. With a huge sum of money in hand, Yi was so proud that he could even walk with his back straight. He even dared to ask the vendors about the price when he saw them selling things. However, before the huge sum of money in his hands could even warm up, it shrank rapidly with the system's repeated, "I want," sounds. Ding! Hey, I want that bead. The energy in it is much greater than that of the beast-taming potion. Ding! That piece of wood. Hurry, hurry. I can feel the energy inside can help me recover a lot. Finally, Yi walked out of the black market with an expressionless face, holding a piece of wood. This piece of broken wood in his hand cost him 35,000. Destroy it. I'm tired. Chapter 15. Do you want a date? After returning home, Yi fell asleep immediately. He was a little tired after a busy day. At this moment, his cell phone rang. A date? Question mark. I just haven't contacted you for a month. Why are you so indifferent? Question mark. Yi was stunned, looking at a QQ friend named Dai Dai Mingming Charizard, sending him a message. The avatar was a cartoon-style fire-breathing dragon, and Yi Yi was a little confused. Who are you? You come up and ask me if I want a date? Didn't you give me a note? Question mark. Yi scrolled through the chat history and finally reacted. Weren't you called Lovely Unicorn before? So you really didn't give me any notes? That's not the point. It's late at night, so I won't make an appointment. Come on. I've been holding it in for so long. It's your fault that you're so powerful and have so many tricks. Yi was also a little interested in the teasing. Go on. Today, I'll show you what it means to use a lightning-fast EQ flash and then a double wind to destroy a parking lot. Great. I'll play the stoneman, and we both have a bright future. So Yi got up, turned on the computer, and started a passionate double row. He also met this person while playing games. He was impressed by Yi's superb operation and various tricks. After being beaten by Yi, he took the initiative to add Yi as a friend and asked for help. After a few interactions, the two added each other on QQ and occasionally played games and chatted. At that time, Yi had just traveled through time and had been autistic for several days. Even a lot of common sense about taming beasts was taught to him by this netizen whom he had never met before. Hit her. Hit her hard. If you hit her, she will fly up into the sky, right? The two of them were connected to the microphone, and Yi was so anxious that he almost shouted out. Finally, the stone man clumsily walked up to a female hero and knocked her into the sky with his ultimate move. Yi followed up with his ultimate move and successfully killed her. So, when people are focused, time always passes quickly. Before he knew it, Yi had won several games in a row. No more playing, no more playing. I have to go to school tomorrow. Yi took off his headphones and looked at his phone to see that it was already past 3 o'clock. He quickly climbed into bed and prepared to go to sleep. Option 1. Don't you feel heartbroken for sleeping like a fool? Get up and start practicing right now. Reward, Diligence Potion, which can change the character of the contracted spirit into diligence. Option 2. Go to sleep directly and refuse to be involuted. Reward, a small amount of beast power. Yi didn't even look at it. He just fell asleep. Are you kidding? It is impossible to practice cultivation. That would be disrespectful to the cheaters. Do you understand the value of the system? This system is a bit expensive. System. It's not the system's fault that it costs money. The next day, Yi walked into the classroom with sleepy eyes, and all the classmates were already there. Zhang Guodong walked into the classroom and cleared his throat. There are still 3 months until the college entrance examination. Everyone knows how important the college entrance examination is. I hope everyone will do their best. In order to let everyone know their own strengths, the school will hold a final exam for all beast taming classes in a month. In order to motivate everyone, the top 10 students in the grade will receive advanced beast power potions and even spirit beads. Zhang Guodong's high-spirited voice spread to every corner of the classroom. But the students below all had calm expressions, and some even nodded from time to time, as if they were talking to Zhang Guodong. I understand. What next? The rewards were indeed very tempting, especially the spirit beads, which were rare items that not only accelerated the cultivation of the contracted spirits, but also gave a slight chance of comprehending skills. But that was also the reward for the top 10 in the grade, and apart from Yi and class monitor Lu Xiangnan, no one else in their class had a chance of making the top 10. After all, after a month, as everyone spends more and more time practicing, the talent gap between the contracted spirits will become larger and larger. Maybe by then, the A-level contracted spirit of Li Xiangdong, the current first in the grade, will be at bronze 5 or 6 stars. Although it is very difficult to get into the top 10, the top 50 will also be rewarded with low-level beast power potions. After hearing this, everyone finally reacted. After all, there were only so many people in the 5 classes, so they could still have a chance to get into the top 50. Looking at the students who were full of fighting spirit, Zhang Guodong started today's class. Today's morning classes are still cultural classes. In the afternoon, the school will open a dojo that can accelerate the training of beast masters for senior high school students to practice. Soon, amidst the boring lecture of Zhang Guodong, Yi fell into a deep sleep. In the afternoon, the senior awakening class of Los Angeles No. 1 middle school gathered in the gymnasium, where they would practice in the afternoon. I saw 300 people being led into a huge room by their teachers. There were small cushions in the room. Following the teacher's instructions, Yi also sat on a small cushion. The next moment, Yi felt a force of controlling beasts rushing straight to his head. Hiss! This force is quite strong. You know, Yi was sitting on the futon. It was such a wonderful experience that Yi said he didn't want to experience it again. It wasn't just Yi. All sorts of strange noises were heard in the huge dojo. Finally, after an hour of practice, Yi found that he had not absorbed much. Maybe he's really bad? Wrong. System, did you steal my beast power? Ding. Please host, don't make excuses for your dish. Chapter 16. Are you scared? After finishing his afternoon training, Yi went to the black market. At noon, Lang Song called Yi and said that there was another order tonight. Soon, Yi arrived at the black market in Baixiangfang, where Lang Song had already been waiting. Brother Yi, hurry up, you've come just in time. The guests will be here soon. The chicken is ready for you. Yi didn't waste any time. He went into the kitchen and started working. After a while, the sweet flour stuffed chicken was ready. Today's guests were not in the lobby on the first floor, but in the private room on the second floor. Lang Song acted as a waiter and brought the sweet stuffed chicken from the kitchen. After Lang Song came down, he happily transferred the money to Yi, and Yi earned the second 40,000 yuan in his life. After saying goodbye to Lang Song, seeing that it was still early, Yi went to the black market. After all, the dazzling array of goods made Yi very curious. With the basic spiritual food-making skills given by the system, Yi can recognize many spiritual plants. But even so, there are still many strange things that Yi can't name. Just then, a vendor's stall caught Yi's attention. It's not that the things he sells are so attractive, but the announcement in front of the stall. This stall is recruiting stall interns for a long time. They are mainly responsible for the placement and classification of stall products. The internship salary is 800, and the internship period is 2.5 years. The salary will double after becoming a regular employee. If you're interested, please contact. Yi's mouth twitched. Good fellow, can you keep this up for 2.5 years? Isn't this obviously looking for cheap labor? Moreover, Yi actually saw someone asking the stall owner about the intern, which was far-fetched. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Yi was startled. He felt that the ground shook. Looking towards the source of the sound, I saw a black wolf with red eyes and drooling mouth running wildly on the street, exuding black beast power all over its body. A black spherical energy body condensed from the black wolf's mouth, rushed forward suddenly, and then exploded on the ground with a boom. It was obvious that the movement just now was caused by the black wolf, and in front, a little bird that seemed to be made of mist was flying quickly on the street, dodging the pursuit of the black wolf. Yi was stunned. Isn't this little bird made of mist marshmallow, the class monitor's contracted spirit? In the distance, Lu Xiangnan was seen being dragged by the arm by a middle-aged man and stuffed into the van next to him. Just when Yi didn't know what to do, options appeared in his eyes. Option 1. It's none of your business. You are still very weak now, so just pretend you didn't see it. Reward. Ying's personality becomes indifferent. Option 2. Call the police. It may be too late, but you have tried. Reward. A small amount of beast power. Option 3. A real man should solve the problem in the simplest way and shout, "Let go of that girl." Reward. Shadow skill added. Psychic possession. Yi made a prompt decision without thinking, rushed towards Lu Xiangnan, and shouted at the man who was about to drag Lu Xiangnan into the car. "You bastard! Let go of that girl." After shouting this, Ying appeared out of thin air above Yi and stepped on Yi's shoulder with one foot to gain leverage. Yi staggered and felt a huge force coming from his shoulder and was almost knocked down by Ying. The shadow shot out like a cannonball, approached the middle-aged man in an instant, and chopped down with the Tang sword in his hand, which was covered with a strong purple electric charge. In the next moment, a human-shaped poop man with a foul smell appeared and blocked the knife. At the same time, green liquid was constantly oozing out of his body. When it flowed onto the ground, the floor made a hissing sound and emitted white smoke. Holy crap, silver level? Being able to summon a second contracted spirit, he is definitely a silver-level beastmaster. Lu Xiangnan looked at Yi anxiously. She didn't expect that someone would kidnap her just when she came out for a walk. In a flash, Ying was not idle. He danced with the Tang sword with great force, but the green slime of the Baba man seemed to be used for protection. Neither the extremely sharp Tang sword nor the thunder element can effectively kill it. After all, there is a large level between them. At this moment, while the middle-aged man's attention was distracted by Ying, Yi, who had taken out a brick from his school bag, jumped up, rushed behind the middle-aged man with his back to him, and hit him with the brick. The effect is very good. The bricks are broken. Yi looked at the brick, which was only 1/3 left in his hand, with a painful look on his face. I cursed in my heart. What a shoddy construction this school is. What the hell? The middle-aged man who was attacked covered the back of his head and looked at Yi fiercely. After years of training and the physical improvement brought about by the breakthrough, the silver-level Beastmaster is no longer affected by ordinary bricks. What the hell are you looking at? Yi slammed the remaining brick in his hand onto the middle-aged man's face, then pulled Lu Xiangnan and ran away. The middle-aged man squatted on the ground with a cry, tears coming out of his eyes, and the figure who was fighting with the poop monster had long disappeared. Seeing the increasingly chaotic surroundings and the law enforcement team about to arrive, the middle-aged man got in his car and drove away. He dragged Lu Xiangnan through 3 or 4 streets in one breath, and finally stopped in an empty alley. Yi was so tired that he was out of breath, and Lu Xiangnan was not much better. Thank you. Lu Xiangnan bent over, supported his knees with his hands, raised his head and spoke to Yi while gasping for breath. What's going on? It seems like they were sent by our rivals? What does your family do? Nothing much. I just sell potions, sell spiritual beads, and go to the Lingshu to mine. I told you not to tell anyone. My dad asked me to keep a low profile in school. Yi Ye's face froze. I shouldn't have asked. You two are still chatting? The middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley, looking fiercely at Lu Xiangnan and Yi next to him. He still has a dull pain in the back of his head, and it bled when he touched it just now. Yi, you go first. They need my dad's help, so they don't dare to do anything to me. Squad leader, you? Yi also felt that the situation was a bit tricky. 2 silver-level contracted spirits were not something they could handle. Don't even think about running away. You little brat, you're hitting me on the back of the head with a brick? Do you think I'm a vegetarian? It's useless even if I hit you a few more times. Yi also became anxious. Who the hell are you looking down on? Hit me again if you dare? You think I don't dare? You're scared. You think I don't dare? Are you scared? Fuck, come on. Smash it here. Wang Biao felt insulted. As a Silver Beast Master, he had been a big shot in the martial arts world for so many years, but today he was beaten by a high school student? It would be fine if he got his head opened, but with his physique as a silver-level Beast Master, would he be afraid? He stuck his head out on the spot, pointed at his head and asked Yi to hit it. He must earn back his face today. Chapter 17. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of kitchen knives. Lu Xiangnan looked at the 2 people bickering and was a little dazed for a moment. The moment Wang Biao was provoked by Yi to stick his head out, she felt that her worldview collapsed. Is this such a joke? Seeing Yi reaching into his school bag and actually taking out a brick, Lu Xiangnan almost cried. Who the hell puts bricks in a school bag for no reason? Or 2 pieces? And are you sure you really want to smash it? Doesn't this increase Wang Biao's rage? No one noticed that when Yi took his hand out of the school bag, the bracelet on his wrist had disappeared. Yi took out the dark red brick, which reflected a hint of metallic luster, but it was not discovered by Wang Biao, who was constantly shouting. Yi walked towards Wang Biao step by step with a brick, while Wang Biao was still shouting. Come this way. Just when Yi was only 3 meters away from Wang Biao. Shadow, psychic possession. This is the skill that Ying has just acquired, and its effect is that Ying can briefly possess Yi. During this period, Yi inherited all of Ying's power, including skills. In an instant, a flash of lightning flashed in Yi's eyes. His eyes became cold, and traces of electric charge flashed irregularly around his body. Wang Biao immediately discovered something was wrong and tried to summon the contracted spirit immediately. Too late. The reason for using psychic possession was to avoid arousing Wang Biao's vigilance after Ying appeared. Now that he has entered within 3 meters, it is too late for Wang Biao to fight back. Yi's figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind Wang Biao across a distance of 3 meters. He smashed the brick in his hand hard towards the back of Wang Biao's head, and there was even a sound of breaking air. The purple lightning element wrapped around the brick, and the black-hearted Yi learned his lesson this time. He smashed it diagonally, using the sharp edge of the brick to inflict critical damage on the back of Wang Biao's head. Die for me! Yi shouted angrily, and before Wang Biao could react, he felt a piercing pain at the back of his head and lost consciousness the next moment. Lu Xiangnan stared at Yi blankly. Drops of bright red blood dripped from the brick in Yi's right hand onto the ground. Lu Xiangnan even heard the sound of a bone breaking just now. Yi released the psychic possession state. With Ying's current level, he could only hold on for about 10 seconds. After being freed from the possession, Yi's face turned pale and he gasped for breath. He felt as if his whole body was hollowed out. Looking at Wang Biao lying on the ground, Yi's face was filled with panic. Damn, he's not going to die, is he? Looking at Yi, who had a panicked look on his face and kept touching Wang Biao's wrist and probing under his nose, Lu Xiangnan was so shocked that he was speechless. Is this a possession skill? Besides, are you panicking now? You didn't hold back at all just now. Feeling that Wang Biao was still breathing, Yi looked at Lu Xiangnan in panic. Captain, call the police quickly. You have to testify for me. If he dies, it's not me who killed him. Lu Xiangnan. The black market law enforcement team arrived quickly. In the moment Wang Biao appeared, Lu Xiangnan had already quietly called the police. You mean? You hit him like this with a brick? Wang Li's eyes widened. Having been the captain of the law enforcement team for so many years, this was something he had never seen before. A vicious wanted criminal, a silver-level beastmaster, who owns 2 silver-level contracted spirits, and is a criminal known as Sang Biao in the underworld. Being hit with a brick by a newly awakened senior high school student and put into an endangered state? After the law enforcement team arrived, Wang Biao on the ground was breathing out more than breathing in. I think so. He shouldn't die, right? I was trying really hard just now. Wang Li's face froze. Are you okay? You tried really hard? Are you sure you used bricks? Yeah, bricks, but the material is a little different. The bracelet on Yi Ye's wrist flashed, and a dark red brick appeared in Yi Ye's hand. Li Lu looked at the brick in Yi Ye's hand. There was dried blood on one corner of the brick. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is this space equipment? A brick? Yi was also a little embarrassed. After his last request for the shadow was fruitless, this idea was deeply rooted in Yi Ye's heart. So he secretly commissioned Lan Yunsheng to make this brick according to the material of Ying's Tang sword. I originally wanted to giving a surprise, but ended up blessing it first. Next time you encounter this situation, don't be impulsive and call the police immediately. I know, today is also a special situation. Yi nodded obediently. Wang Lu felt a headache when he looked at the well-behaved Yi. You know nothing. Yi and Lu Xiangnan followed the law enforcement team to the Black Market Shilling Bureau branch to record a statement. It is worth mentioning that Wang Biao is a wanted fugitive, and the reward alone is worth 200,000. Yi was shocked on the spot. 200,000. Looking at Yi, his eyes kept moving, as if he was thinking about something. Wang Lu warned Yi unhappily. Don't have such dangerous thoughts. They are all vicious criminals and extremely dangerous. It's because he has an IQ problem today, otherwise you can't even get close to him. After learning the whole development of the matter from the confession, Wang Lu couldn't help but sigh that Yi was really lucky. After all, this was the first time he had seen a brainless wanted criminal like Wang Biao. Having his thoughts seen through, Yi scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when we came out of the black market. Lu Xiangnan's parents had been waiting here for a long time, and Yi's parents were also there, chatting with Lu Xiangnan's parents. Seeing the two of them coming out, Lu Xiangnan's mother rushed over and hugged Lu Xiangnan, with tears in her voice. Lu Xiangnan hugged his mother. Tears as big as beans flowed from his eyes. Yimin looked at the grinning Yi with displeasure. I'll deal with you when I get back. Ning Xiangtong looked at Yi with appreciation. My son has grown up and knows how to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. At this time, Lu Xiangnan's father Lu Feng bowed to Yi. They had already learned what happened today from Wang Lu. Seeing Lu Feng bowing to him, Yi quickly dodged. Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I'm afraid. Uncle, you are too polite. How could I stand by and watch my squad leader in trouble? Besides, he has helped me a lot in normal times. Yi was speaking from the heart. At that time, Yi was challenged by Wang Xiangdong, and the first person in the class to speak up for Yi was Lu Xiangna. Don't worry, this situation will never happen again. A cold light flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. He didn't expect that his competitor would resort to such despicable means. After declining Lu Feng's invitation to dinner, Yi returned home with his parents. When leaving, Lu Feng whispered to Yi that he could come to him if he had any problems in the future. When he got home, Yi Min was surprised and happy. I was really scared. After all, he was a wanted criminal. He was also a silver-level beastmaster. He was happy that his son was righteous and responsible and did not desert the battlefield. After all, Yi had every chance to go alone at that time. After instigating Yi with a few words, Yi Min and Ning Xiangtong yawned and went back to the house. Even though such a big thing happened, he still felt sleepy. I can only say that Yi is careless for a reason. Chapter 18. I am a professional at breaking defenses. Back in the room, Yi felt Ying's eagerness to come out of the contracted spirit space. Summon Shadow. As soon as Ying came out, his eyes with purple pupils sparkled as he looked at Yi with anticipation. Yi looked at Ying. reluctantly took off the bracelet on his wrist and handed it to Ing. After getting the bracelet, Ing happily conjured up and changed back the spirit bricks, having a lot of fun. Ing got bored of playing after a while and lay on Yi's bed playing with his cell phone. The cell phone was an old one that Yi bought when he was in junior high school. It had all the functions but was a little slow. Sitting in front of the computer desk, Yi couldn't help but ponder. Today was very dangerous. The silver-level Wang Biao completely crushed Yi in strength. Although Yi provoked him by taking advantage of the situation, it was mostly due to luck. It's a blow to one's intelligence. We need to improve our strength. Yi sighed. A blacksmith must be strong himself. If he were also a silver-level beast master today, the silver-level shadow would not care whether you are a king or not and would chop you into pieces with one blow. In this way, Yi went to classes every day, played games, and occasionally went to the black market to earn some money. His life was very comfortable. A week later, Yi received a big order tonight. Lang Song suddenly called Yi and said that 3 tables of guests specifically requested sweet flour stuffed chicken tonight. After working at Lang Song's place for nearly 2 hours, Yi dragged his tired body on the way home. This week, Yi finally saved enough money to buy the Thunder Cloud Beast Spirit Pearl and Lightning Potion for Ing. After placing the order, Yi returned to being a pauper again. There is not a single coin in my body, because the money is all in QQ. Due to price fluctuations, Yi spent a full 400,000 to gather all the materials. After returning home, Ying's face was solemn. He absorbed 10 spirit beads of the Thunder Cloud Beast and drank a bottle of Lightning Potion. Name: Shadow. Level: Bronze 3 stars. Personality: innocent, kind, serious. Attribute: thunder. Type: humanoid. Talent: super thunder resistance. Can resist 90% of thunder element attacks. Thunder element control. Can freely use the power of thunder element. Skill: Inazuma sword skill, LV3. Shunt step, LV1. Can achieve displacement within 3 meters. Psychic possession, LV1. It can possess the Beastmaster in a short time. The Beastmaster has the full power of the contracted spirit and can use any skills. Potential, E. Yi looked at the panel. Shadow's potential has become E, but there is no upgrade option later. It seems that Shadow can no longer improve his talent before breaking through to silver. After Zhang improved his talent, both his physical fitness and training efficiency have been significantly improved, and even his height seems to have grown a little taller. Looking at the bronze 3-star Shadow, Yi felt a little melancholy. I am still a bronze junior beastmaster. It seems that it is time to upgrade the system. The next morning, Yi came to school and Zhang Guodong announced a big event to the whole class. The school organized a training session for the senior year beast control class. The location was Tianyang Lingshu. The students below were instantly shocked. Lingshu? Lingshu is full of crises and opportunities. Although it is only a bronze-level spiritual ruins in Luoqing, Tianyang spiritual ruins. But that was not a place that students like them, who were only in the early bronze stage, could enter. The bronze spirit ruins are filled with bronze-level spirit beasts, but encountering silver-level spirit beasts is also commonplace, not to mention the lord-level spirit beasts inside. It's not a place that small-time people like them can go. But now, under the protection of the school and the military, they can go to Lingshu for training. For a moment, the students were very excited and extremely excited. Zhang Guodong looked at the excited students, but he felt a little nervous. This year, there will be a major reform in the Beast Tamer College entrance examination. It is said that this year's Beast Tamer College entrance examination will be held in Lingshu. Upon receiving the news, the principal quickly contacted the military, hoping to let the students familiarize themselves with the environment in Lingshu in advance. Don't be too happy yet. Not everyone can go. The military has only given our school 50 places this time, so the school will move the final exam forward to the afternoon. Only the top 50 students can go to Lingshu for training. Zhang Guodong's words dampened the enthusiasm of most of the students, and the students who felt they had a chance of ranking in the top 50 were filled with fighting spirit. Zhang Guodong felt that 50 people were a bit too many. After all, that was Lingshu. If anything unexpected happens, these students with no practical experience will be like time bombs. The morning passed quickly, and the afternoon was the first final exam for the beast taming class of Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School. First is the cultural course, the super comprehensive one. A test paper of more than 10 pages was placed in front of Yi. Covers subjects such as history, zoology, geography, etc. The exam lasts 1.5 hours. Yi was in a dilemma at this time. Looking at all the strange questions, he really doesn't know how to answer them. While Yi was still in a daze, options suddenly appeared in front of him. Choice 1. Just go to sleep. Reward. A small amount of beast power. Choice 2. Cheat secretly when the teacher isn't paying attention. Reward. Sneaky title. Effect. It's harder to be caught when you're doing something bad. Choice 3. Disrupt the mentality of other candidates. Since I can't do it, then no one should learn it. Reward. Shadow skill. Flash step level +1. Additional rewards based on the degree of defense penetration. Yi's heart was moved. This secret title was too tempting. But looking at the teacher on the podium with a fierce look in his eyes, Yi felt a little scared. This is the head teacher of Class 1. Last time, he committed a crime of 5 in a row and really humiliated the class. As a result, the head teacher of Class 1 strictly monitored Yi in today's exam to prevent him from cheating. Forget it. Yi, have always acted uprightly throughout my life. How could I do such sneaky things? Yi still chose option 3. Yi seemed to have suddenly opened up his Rian and Du meridians, and he started writing quickly on the blank paper. The sound of the pen tip sliding across the paper was very loud, and Yi's frequency was also very fast. This caused the students in the examination room to look up at Yi from time to time. I feel very uncomfortable. Not only is he strong in ability, but he is also good in academic subjects. Just 10 minutes after the exam started, Yi slammed his pen heavily on the table and sighed softly. This is too easy. Ding. Shadow skill. Flash step level +1. Yi was stunned. Your psychological quality is not good either. Yi didn't hand in the paper either. He sat there with his legs crossed, tapping the table and twirling his pen. The candidate next to him was so angry that his teeth were itching. How could he not be allowed to take the exam? Ding. Shadow skill. Flash step level +1. Yi's eyes lit up. What kind of examination room is this? It's clearly a field of lush green chives. The class teacher on the podium stared at Yi with murderous eyes, as if saying, if you dare to make any noise again, you'll be dead. Yi, who was looking at the test paper attentively, scratched his head left and right. Finally, an idea came to me. Clatter, clatter. Yi tore up the test paper he had just filled. The whole audience was stunned. Chapter 19. I'm showing my cards. What are you doing? The head teacher of Class 1 couldn't help it and scolded Yi. Yi spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. I think I'm just in the top 50. I can get in easily even without academic performance, so I'll just make it a little more difficult for myself. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. As Yi was talking, he started singing. Get out of here. Yi walked out with a look of dismay on his face, and all the students in the examination room fell into despair. Ding. Shadow skill. Flash step level +1. Ding. Shadow skill. Flash step level +1. Ding. Shadow skill. Flash step level +1. Ding. The host triggers an additional critical hit reward and is awarded the title of Defense Breaker. Effect. The Beastmaster's defensive skill damage to spirit beasts is doubled. As I walked out, the system's voice sounded. It's the new year. Not long after, the exam was over and the candidates came out complaining constantly. The questions this time are so difficult. I originally wanted to use the cultural subjects to get into the top 50, but it seems that there is no hope this time. I've only written half of it. It looks like we won't be able to participate in the Lingshu training this time. Yi smiled and said nothing, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Zhang Guodong with a sullen face had already walked up to him. How can you be so naughty when writing a test paper? Many students went to the principal to complain about you. Yi, who made them have such a bad mentality. The full mark of the test is 100, and the Beast Tamer subject is 300, for a total of 400. Cultural subjects only account for a quarter of the total, which is why Yi dared to act so pretentiously in the examination room. The students didn't have to wait too long. The second exam started soon. The examination was still held in the gymnasium, and students entered the examination venue in an orderly manner by class. The beast taming exam begins now. It's still divided into the same items as before. The first item is the rating of the contracted spirit. After the Beastmaster uses the beast power for a long time or uses spiritual food to nourish the contracted spirit, the talent of the contracted spirit will often change. So the first project is to re-rate the contracted spirits. Zhang Yuan, C level. Li Chong, C level. Wang Xiangdong, A level. As the contract spirit rating began, there were constant exclamations in the gymnasium, because they found that many students' contract spirits had improved compared to the awakening ceremony. Lan Yunsheng, B level. Soon it was Yi Yebin's turn. Lan Yunsheng's powerful demon ape had actually reached B-level talent. Yi, E-level. The whole audience was in an uproar. It turned out that Yi's contracted spirit, who had beaten up 5 people in a row in Class 1, only had E? Yi sneered, "This is the upgrade once. Otherwise you would be even more shocked." A provocative look came from Class 1. It was Wang Xiangdong. After looking at Yi's contracted spirit rating, he felt that he was good enough. After all, such a long time had passed and the gap in talent had become more and more obvious. Moreover, Yi is an E-level talented contract spirit. He must avenge that day. But the following link immediately slapped him in the face. The second item is the Beast Tamer level test. Zhang Yuanyuan, Bronze level. Yu Min, Bronze elementary. Wang Xiangdong, Intermediate Bronze level. When it was Wang Xiangdong's turn, the whole audience let out sounds of surprise, and the testing teacher's tone was a little excited. They thought that a good seedling had emerged from number 1 middle school. Lu Xiangnan, Intermediate Bronze? Yi, Intermediate Bronze level? Wang Xiangdong hadn't been wearing the mask of arrogance for long. When he heard that Lu Xiangnan had also broken through to the Intermediate Bronze level, he had just comforted himself that Lu Xiangnan had only achieved that level because of his wealthy family and the drugs he took. The news that Yi had broken through to the Intermediate Bronze level turned Wang Xiangdong's arrogant mask into a complete joke. Yi? Why does he do that? Wang Xiangdong's teeth were almost broken as he looked towards Class 3 with a gloomy face. The testing teacher felt as if he was dreaming. After only 10 days of awakening, 3 students from number 1 middle school had broken through to the Intermediate Bronze level. Lan Yunsheng, Intermediate Bronze level. The testing teachers have become numb. It seems that this time, Los Angeles number 1 middle school can finally stand up. Zhang Guodong's expression did not change. To be honest, he was very surprised. He knew the situation of Lu Xiangnan and Lan Yunsheng, and it was normal for them to break through to the Intermediate Bronze level, but Yi's breakthrough to the Intermediate Bronze level was something he had not expected. Could it be that this kid is a genius? Yi was enjoying the surprised looks around him when suddenly an option appeared before him. Option 1. Accept the surprise of the crowd silently. Reward: a small amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Choose to put on a mask of arrogance and say loudly, "I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be excluded and alienated in return. I'm going to show my cards. I won't pretend anymore. I'm a genius." Reward: Shadow Skill. Inazuma Swordsmanship level +1. Just when Zhang Guodong felt that Yi was very low-key and had grown up today, Yi swept away his previous shyness, raised the corner of his mouth, and shouted arrogantly to the people around him. "I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be excluded and alienated. I'm going to be frank. I won't pretend anymore. I'm a genius." There was complete silence all around, and Zhang Guodong covered his face. I knew it. The testing teacher was also startled by the sudden shouting, and his mouth twitched. This student is quite unique? The students were all stunned. What the hell? It seems like I can hit him, but I can't. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. The corner of Yi's mouth was still tilted upwards, and Zhang Guodong dodged. A slap landed on the back of Yi's head. "That's enough. What are you pretending for? Speak human language." "Oh, sorry. I was too arrogant just now. I'm not a genius at all. I have come to where I am today through my own hard work." Ding. The system thinks that the host has learned how to show off. It expresses its admiration. Additional reward: Shadow Skill. Inazuma Swordsmanship level +1. Yi was stunned. Is there an unexpected gain? He wanted to say a few more words, but after seeing Zhang Guodong's fiery eyes and the unfriendly looks from people around him, Yi shrank his neck and decided to shut up. The talent test didn't take long, and the third test soon arrived. The comprehensive ability assessment of the contracted spirits begins. This assessment tests the comprehensive qualities of the contracted spirit, includes tests of offensiveness, defensiveness, speed, endurance, etc. Who's going to come first, Class 1? Wang Xiangdong took a step forward and summoned his contracted spirit. Compared with the last time, the manhwa deer was obviously more than one size bigger and looked at Yi provocatively. Wang Xiangdong ordered the manhwa deer to attack the equipment in the middle of the venue. Fawn, use Fire Stomp. In an instant, a circle of fire hit the attack power testing instrument. On the big screen, letters quickly appeared in the attack index column. Chapter 20, Too Much Pretense? Attack Index, A. Wang Xiangdong touched the deer's head with satisfaction and glanced at Yi provocatively. In his opinion, Ying was just a little faster, and the reason he was able to defeat him last time was only because of Ying's extremely sharp knife. Wang Xiangdong made a good start. One by one, the students controlled the contracted spirits and went forward to hit the testing equipment. Attack Index, C. Attack Index, F. Attack Index. Most of them are between F and C. Even Lu Xiangnan's marshmallow is only a C-level attack index. After all, what is tested is pure attack power, and marshmallow is obviously not offensive enough. It is worth mentioning that after Lan Yunxing's powerful demon ape used the skill that could increase its body size, he punched out a B-level index, but currently there is still only Wang Xiangdong with an A-level index. Soon, Yi summoned Ying, and everyone's eyes were on Ying. Most of them had seen Ying's battle. I am very curious about the destructive power that Shadow can bring. Just as Yi was about to send Ying to attack the testing equipment, another option appeared in his eyes. Option 1. Having used the Inazuma sword technique to attack. Reward: moderate beast taming power. Option 2. The Beastmaster himself goes up to conduct the test. Reward: shadow skill, psychic possession level +1. Yi was stunned. Having experienced the power of psychic possession once, Yi naturally knew how magical this skill was. After all, in a duel between Beastmasters, the Beastmaster is very vulnerable, and it is common for a Beastmaster to be ambushed during the fight. The psychic possession directly transformed Yi into a god of war. What? You're attacking me? Take my knife. Yi decisively chose option 2. Oh? What is he going to do? Lost his mind? Is he going to test himself? Yi was seen jogging all the way and standing in front of the testing equipment in a coquettish manner, and voices of surprise and confusion were heard from the audience. Lu Xiangnan's eyes lit up. She had seen Yi's spiritual power possessed a body. Could it be that Yi wanted? Before the test teacher could react, the summoned shadow disappeared in an instant, and Yi's entire temperament suddenly changed. Electric charges like poisonous snakes filled Yi's body, and a pair of pupils that turned from black to purple stared at the testing instrument in front of him. Just when everyone was surprised at Yi's change, a Tang sword suddenly appeared in Yi's hand, and in an instant the Tang sword was covered with a strong power of thunder element. Yi made a charge, and the Tang sword slashed from bottom to top. The Tang sword chopped heavily on the instrument with the force of breaking the wind. Attack strength A. The whole audience was silent. What did they all see? The Beastmaster goes up and tested himself? Zhang Guodong stared with eyes wide open. Combination skill? No, this is a possession skill? Or is it a skill of a human-shaped contracted spirit? Where did this kid get the skill book? Attack strength A? Wang Xiangdong stared at the screen intently, shouting in his heart. How did he do that? Why? Yi, who was freed from the psychic possession state, took a breath. The psychic possession skill was still very exhausting for him. After all, Yi's physical fitness is still a little weak. But looking at the A on the screen, Yi was not surprised. He even felt that it was a bit low. After tests on speed, defense, etc., Yi received extremely high scores except for defense. Of course, these exams were done by Ying. Not to mention defense, Ying's defense test score is only F. The speed test included speed, reaction, and endurance. As its strong point, Ying even got the only S grade score in the whole test. Very few people contract with human-shaped contract spirits, and they are an extremely rare type. And Ying's performance today gave everyone a new understanding of human-form contracted spirits. Today's exams are over. You can check your scores on the school's official website tonight. At the same time, the list of people who will interlink you for training will also be made public. The principal said a few simple words and then left the gymnasium. At the same time, his impression of Yi as a student was further deepened. After all, not only does he have a rare human-shaped contracted spirit, he also has the skill to possess people, and it seems the effect is quite good. After the principal left, the students also left one after another. However, when they left, most of them were discussing Yi's performance and film today. Is that your skill of possession? As soon as they walked out of the gymnasium, Lan Yunsheng couldn't wait to ask about Yi. I think so. Lan Yunsheng looked envious. He had also looked for a possession skill book suitable for the mighty demon ape on the market. However, this kind of skill book can greatly increase the self-defense ability of the Beastmaster, and the production conditions are extremely harsh, and the materials are very rare, so no one sells it. Can you make it into the top 50? I heard you tore up all the papers. Yi, who was walking towards the school gate with Lan Yunsheng with a comfortable look on his face, suddenly froze. Oh no, I was so busy showing off that I forgot about this. I think I can. right? The cultural subject has 100 points, and the beast taming test has 300 points, which means that Yi's full score in the beast taming test is only 300 points. After returning home, Yi looked at the computer with a nervous look on his face and opened the school's official website. When Yi saw his results, his eyes went dark. 284 points. I quickly checked the list that the school had already published. Sure enough, I was not on the list. This is so embarrassing. Why are you pretending to be so smart? This is embarrassing. No, I have to think of a way to remedy this. Chapter 21, A New Hope. Hey, Yi, are you on the list? I see you're not on the list. It's over, you've overacted. Are you in the top 50? I'm not here either, Yi covered his face with one hand and said, You seem very happy? As soon as he checked the results, Lan Yunsheng called Yi. What should I do? I finally get to go to Lingshu. How about, we go by ourselves? Yi was stunned. Go by himself? How to get there? You have to know that they are still students and cannot enter Lingshu on their own without special circumstances. How do we get there? Climb over the wall? The two thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with a good solution. The next day, when Yi just arrived at school, he saw Wang Xiangdong looking at him at the classroom door with a gloating look on his face. Hey, isn't this our little genius Yi? Why can't he even make it into the top 50? Li Yuan next to him also looked at Yi with a mocking expression. Yi was a man of few words. He quietly opened the school bag and rummaged through it. When Li Xiangdong and Li Yuan saw this, they were so scared that they ran away without even saying a word. Yi walked into the classroom with a gloomy face and sat down in his seat. Lu Xiangnan ran over and said with a worried look on his face, Yi, why don't you discuss it with the teacher? Adding you in will only add one more person anyway. Forget it, I won't cause any trouble for the school. The school will be on holiday by then, so I can just find a way to go myself? Lu Xiangnan was stunned. You figure out a way to go by yourself? Is Lingshu owned by your family? Soon, the bell rang and Zhang Guodong walked into the classroom with a serious expression. After yesterday's exam, a total of 7 students in our class entered the top 50 in the grade. At the same time, we also got the opportunity to enter Lingshu for training. Lu Xiangnan, Wang Ting, Lu. Zhang Guodong read out the list, and the students cast envious glances at the people on the list. After reading the list, Zhang Guodong glared at Yi fiercely. Yi shrank his neck and spread his hands. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the 7 of you will gather at the school gate on time. The school will then send you all to Tianyang Lingshu. I have to say, the timing of the school card is very good. It just so happens that tomorrow is the weekend, and the Lingshu training will last for 2 days, which will not delay the students from continuing their classes on Monday. Yi had wanted to go to Lingshu this weekend to see if he could find some good stuff, and the school happened to give him this opportunity. Who knows? I won't say any more. It's all tears. When the class started, Yi was a little absent-minded, because Lingshu was not very tempting to him. After all, I have my own system. But the problem is, he went there with the mentality of digging for gold. After all, Shadow and the system are 2 money-eating beasts. Let's not talk about Shadow, as it won't need any resources for the time being. However, if the system wants to restore energy, the resources required are definitely not something Yi can afford. System, how much energy is needed to start the next stage? Ding. Currently, the system energy has recovered by 6%. 10% will start the next stage and unlock new features for a lottery. Lottery. Yi's eyes lit up. What's in the prize pool? Ding. Host, please restore system energy to obtain more information. Just when Yi was at a loss, Zhang Guodong found Yi on the podium with a sad face. I couldn't help but laugh. This lawless kid has come to this day? But after all, he is his wife's student, and Zhang Guodong actually likes Yi as a student very much. Apart from the fact that he sometimes does things in an abstract way, Yi is definitely a good candidate. While the students were working on their homework, Zhang Guodong picked up his phone, edited a text message, and sent it to Yi. Yi was still thinking how to enter Lingshu. Suddenly, Yi felt something in his trouser pocket. He took out his cell phone and was stunned for a moment. I saw Zhang Guodong sent him a message. Lang Song. Yi was stunned. Yes, how could I forget him? Look at Zhang Guodong on the podium. Zhang Guodong looked at Yi innocently and raised his eyebrows. Lan Yunsheng, come with me to Lingshu tomorrow? Clam. Lan Yunsheng, who was still doing exercises, looked at Yi with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? The day's classes passed quickly, and after school, Yi couldn't wait to rush to the black market. As soon as he arrived at the black market, Yi walked towards the place where Lang Song often set up his stall. It was still early and Lang Song was probably not in the store. Sure enough, Yi had only taken a few steps when he saw Lang Song sitting on the ground, selling many spiritual materials and plants in front of him. Freshly unearthed sunflowers. Don't miss them if you pass by. The spirit bead of the Luyun bird. Sell it for a low price. Boss, how much are the spirit beads? A sincere discount of 20,000 yuan. You? Lang Song shouted for a long time, and when he saw someone finally coming to his stall, he raised his head and prepared to sell his products. Brother Yi, why are you here? There are no customers today? Yi chuckled, walked around to Lang Song, pulled a small stool from the side and sat next to Lang Song. Brother Lang, business is good. The stall was deserted and Lang Song was very upset. Just tell me what you want to do. No need to provoke me. Brother Lang, the spiritual plants in the store and the things you sell at the stall are all found in the spiritual ruins, right? Lang Song nodded and looked at Yi with a vigilant look. What do you want to do? This is a small business, and we don't sell on credit. Oh, look at what you said. Aren't you just trying to help Brother Lang share some of the pressure? Last time you said you would go to Lingshu to explore and buy some goods on the weekend? Yes, I will go tomorrow. You won't? As Lang Song listened, he felt something was not right. Could it be that Yi wanted to go to Lingshu with him? When you go tomorrow, take me with you. I also want to see what Lingshu looks like. When Lang Song heard this, he shook his head like a rattle. No, no, no. Even though the Tianyang spiritual ruins is a bronze-level spiritual ruins, it is still very dangerous. You are a student. No, no. Yi became anxious when he heard this. If Lang Song didn't take him with him, when would he be able to unlock the next function of the system? Don't be so hasty to refuse. Go ask around at Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School. I'm very strong. Besides, I'm just going there to see what I can do. I promise I won't run around. Lang Song looked at Yi suspiciously. This guy is definitely not an easy person to deal with. But when I think about the places I usually go, I can hardly see any people or even any spiritual beasts. Okay, but let's make it clear in advance that you will obey me in everything when we get to Lingshu. Okay, Brother Lang, by the way, I have another friend. Chapter 22, Spiritual Material Team. Finally, Yi went to great lengths and finally persuaded Lang Song to take Yi and Lan Yunxing with him when he went to Lingshu to purchase goods tomorrow. In fact, Lang Song was also a little confident. As a silver-level beastmaster, he could definitely take 2 rookies for a spin in Tianyang Lingshu, even if he didn't dominate. Especially the sweet flower stuffed chicken that Yi made recently, which greatly increased Lang Song's fame. Yi said he wanted to go with him, and Lang Song found it hard to refuse. But Lang Song didn't know that his words would shock the entire Tianyang Lingshu. It was really a shock. When Yi returned home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Min was reading a newspaper in the living room while Ning Xiangtong was applying a facial mask beside him. Seeing Yi come back, he didn't ask him what he had been doing and why he came back so late. After all, the child is grown up, not a kid anymore, and he is a beast tamer. So how can I control him so strictly every day? What? Going on a trip? No. Stay at home. Yi. He had just told his parents that he had made an appointment with Lan Yunxing to go traveling together tomorrow, and Ning Xiangtong was furious. Do you know that you have only a few days left before the college entrance exam? 2 months. If you don't study hard at home, why are you traveling? Dad, before the living expenses? Ahem. Well, I think it's good for boys to go out more and see more. Finally, after much tug-of-war between Yi and Yi Min, Ning Xiangtong reluctantly agreed to Yi Ye's request to go out for a trip. If they knew that Yi was planning to go hang out in Lingshu, they would probably break his legs. The next day, early in the morning, Yi left home carrying a bulging school bag. The school bag contained some compressed biscuits and water, which he bought at the supermarket before going home last night. Of course, there is also a brick. Although he has a spiritual brick, Yi feels that it is always better to have more skills. Putting weapons in his bag makes him feel at ease. Otherwise, he always feels like something is missing. He took a taxi, picked up Lan Yunxing, and headed towards the black market. Lan Yunxing felt a little nervous in the car. Was it a little dangerous for the 2 bronze rookies to rush into Lingshu? But now he had already boarded Yi Ye's black car, and it was too late for Lan Yunxing to say anything. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the black market, Yi saw Lang Song standing in front of a black SUV. Lang Song saw Yi and Lan Yunxing and waved his hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi and Lan Yunxing got into the car, and Yi discovered that there was another person in the passenger seat. Hello, Wang Xian. There was actually a young lady sitting on the passenger seat. When she saw Yi Yi and the others get in the car, she took the initiative to greet them. Hello, hello. Yi Yi, who had never interacted with girls before, blushed a little, mainly because this girl was a bit pretty. She had long, straight black hair falling on her shoulders, a black tight sportswear that showed off her figure, and delicate makeup on her face. Let me introduce you to Wang Xian, the deputy leader of our beast taming group and a silver-level beast tamer. Yi Yi, Lan Yunsheng, students of Luoqing No. 1 Middle School, are going to Lingshu with us mainly to train and broaden their horizons. After Lang Song's brief introduction, the few of them got to know each other. Yi touched the leather seat of the off-road vehicle with envy. It was so comfortable, much better than the shared bicycles. Lang Song couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yi Ye's little action. You're almost 18, right? Then you can get a driver's license and buy a car, so it will be more convenient to go anywhere. Brother Lang, you are kidding me again. I don't have any money. You little rich man, don't have any money? You can easily make 40,000 yuan from a spiritual food dish. Isn't it easy to buy a luxury car in a year? Wang Xian asked with some curiosity. Spiritual food? I forgot to tell you that Yi Yi is not only a beast master, but also a spiritual food master and a student of Master Li Qian. Wang Xian was surprised. Spiritual food master? It seems that I may need to ask you to order some spiritual food in the future. Yi scratched his head. In fact, he was not quite clear about the status of a spiritual food master. I only know that very few people can learn how to make spiritual food. Yi once searched on the internet about the production process of spiritual food. However, he discovered that the preparation of spiritual food was completely different from cooking. It not only required the rational combination of various spiritual materials that contained the power to ward off beasts. It is also necessary to integrate one's own beast-controlling power into the production process and achieve a delicate balance with the ingredients before the spiritual food can have an effect on the contracted spirit. But after Yi finished reading it, he felt that it wasn't that difficult. Isn't it just like this first, then like this, and then it'll be done? System. In the end, one person had to bear it all. Tianyang Lingshu is not far from the city, but it is not close either. It takes nearly 2 hours to drive there. After chatting for a while, the car became quiet. Lan Yunsheng had already fallen asleep leaning on the soft chair, and Yi was looking at the scenery outside the window through the glass. From tall buildings to towering mountains, the scenery outside the window became increasingly lush and green as the group left the city. Just when Yi was about to fall asleep, they finally arrived at today's destination, Tianyang Lingshu. According to the strength of the spirit beasts in the spirit ruins, the levels of the spirit ruins are divided from low to high into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, king, emperor, and emperor, the same as the levels of beast masters and contracted spirits. For example, in the bronze level Tianyang Lingshu, 80% of the spirit beasts are bronze level and 20% are silver level. In the past 100 years, no one has found any trace of gold level spirit beasts in Tianyang Lingshu. China is far away in the northwest. In the only imperial level Lingshu Dragon Cave, there are many king-level creatures and emperor-level creatures everywhere. It is common to encounter emperor-level creatures. Of the 4 great emperor-level beastmasters in China, 2 are guarding the Dragon Cave. When everyone got off the bus, what came into view was a large market called Tianyang Market. There are several military vehicles parked nearby. All Lingshu in China are directly controlled by the military. It is said that some resource-rich Lingshu built a city directly outside the gate of Lingshu. Compared with Tianyang Lingshu, this place can only be considered a small fight. Hello. ID. At the market entrance, 2 soldiers with slightly darker skin and wearing dark green uniforms stopped the 4 people. After checking the 4 people's ID cards, the soldiers let them go. Finally, the 4 entered the Tianyang market. Yi said to Lang Song, feeling a little guilty. Brother Lang, we haven't reached the gate of Lingshu yet. The security seems to be very tight. It's not Yi Ye's fault that he is timid. As soon as they came in, 7 or 8 soldiers on patrol looked at them sharply and then continued their patrol. Lang Song had a serious expression and spoke to Yi seriously. I don't care what happens after you enter Lingshu, but in this market, you must behave yourself and don't waste time. Chapter 23 Scar's harsh words. Did you see those soldiers? Wang Xian next to her suddenly spoke. Yi nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. Each of them is an elite member of the Luoqing Town Spirit Army. Most of them are high-level bronze beastmasters, or even silver level. If you commit any crime here, they can kill you directly. Spiritual ruins are the foundation of a country. Even if it is only a bronze-level spiritual ruins, we will never allow anything that disrupts order to happen. The first time I came here, I saw two drunk beast masters openly provoking the military on the street. The result was miserable. Later, almost every beast taming group strictly prohibited drinking when carrying out Lingshu exploration missions. Celebrations were also held after leaving the military alert area. Yi nodded and looked towards the bustling market. This is called a market, but it's actually an oversized black market. However, there are no such exquisite buildings. Most of them are bungalows, and there are many tents set up in the open space next to them. Many beast taming groups will choose to rest here for a night before entering Lingshu. Yi, is the tent okay? Lang Song handed Yi a big bag. Just now Yi was still wondering what Lang Song was carrying in those big and small bags, but he didn't expect that they were tents. Yi's face fell instantly. After all, the hotel prices here are extremely high, so we should save as much as possible. Look, Wang Xian, a girl, sleeps in a tent, so you can't do that, right? Lang Song winked at Yi and bumped him with his shoulder. Who said that? I like tents the best. Wang Xian smiled slightly beside her. Let's go, have a meal and then go into Lingshu. If we continue talking it will be noon. This was not the first time Lan Yunsheng came here, but he usually followed his family elders and came and left in a hurry, and he had never properly visited the market. Not to mention Yi, who looked at the goods on the surrounding stalls with shining eyes. This place is not like the black market in Los Angeles, but no one dares to sell fake goods here. Wow, this is a silver-level spirit bead? This is the first time I've seen it. Is this a sky-winged locust? I've never seen one alive before. Oh my god, this? Looking at the large ampoules on display at the stall. Top-level beast power potion? Yi ignored the system's mumbling in his ears and walked straight forward. Because Yi just saw the selling price. 700,000. Don't be too surprised that there are many pharmaceutical companies with stalls here. Some time ago, there was a silver-level treasure for sale here. It was sold for a whopping 8 million. It was said to be a treasure from an ape-like spirit beast. It was bought by a mysterious rich man. I think he was going to give it to his children. When Yi heard this, he couldn't help but look at Lan Yunsheng. Lan Yunsheng tilted his head towards Yi. Comma? Dot? Comma. As they walked and talked, Yi was dazzled. The quality of the stalls here was much higher than those in the black market in Los Angeles. When they arrived at the restaurant, the four of them sat down. There were already quite a few guests in the restaurant. Boss, 4 of you. Lang Song, are you here again? I'll give you a discount, 2,400 for 4 people. Hey, you have some hard goods today? You want me to pay 2,004? Haha, you are lucky today. Lang Song happily scanned the code and paid, while Yi was stunned watching from the side. What the hell? Only 2,004. Seeing Yi's confusion, Lang Song smiled. This is a good restaurant. The food is all good. Lang Song kept Yi in suspense with a mysterious look on his face. After a while, the food was served. Yin-yang chicken? Yi was stunned. Isn't this the main ingredient of his sweet flour stuffed chicken? Here at the entrance of Lingshu, there are often weak beast taming groups that go into Lingshu specifically to hunt spirit beasts and then sell them to the restaurants here. Or maybe some beast taming groups fail to achieve their goals, so they will hunt down some low-level spirit beasts and sell them. After all, you need a ticket to enter Lingshu. Yi was stunned. You know, if he was given this chicken, he could earn 40,000 yuan. The premise is that someone eats it. This is not the end. It's not just about the yin-yang chicken. Red-tailed sturgeons, ice crystal scorpions, and other spiritual beasts were served on the table. Yi felt that the 2,400 was totally worth it. And there were 4 of us eating there. So each person only cost 600 yuan? Won't the boss lose money if we eat like this? It's okay. I'm very familiar with the boss. Our table is a special case. Everyone else who comes here will get at least 1,000 apiece. And these ingredients are not as expensive as you think. For example, if you bring the yin-yang chicken over to buy, it's only 200 per pound, and it has to be of a high-star rank. After all, the most valuable things in Lingshu are medicinal herbs and various rare minerals. The meat of these spirit beasts is not valuable because it is difficult to preserve. Yi frowned and asked Lang Song in a dim voice. So you sold me a yin-yang chicken for 20,000? Lang Song, who was eating chicken wings, suddenly choked and started coughing. Ahem. Isn't this about making money? And you didn't buy it. Besides, it's alive. Do you know how hard it is to catch a live yin-yang chicken? Yi rolled his eyes, and Wang Xian beside him covered her mouth and laughed. The 4 people were eating happily. A group of 3 people opened the door and walked in. The leader was a middle-aged man with scars all over his face. A scar more than 10 centimeters long ran across his entire face, making him look very fierce. The leading big man saw Lang Song, and his ferocious face broke into a grin. Look, who is this? Isn't this the famous treasure-hunting mouse? When Lang Song saw the person coming, he secretly cursed. Hey, Wang Xian is here too. What about my suggestion to you last time to join our beast taming group? Are you considering it? After all, as a group leader, you only dare to sneak around and do some farming. How much money can you make? Why not come to our beast taming group? I guarantee you will have good food and good drinks. Scar's squinting eyes swept over Wang Xian fearlessly. Putting the chopsticks on the table, Lang Song narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who came over unkindly. Scar, the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough, was it? Can you show me how to do it? You want to die, don't you? The young man next to Scar was furious. He took a step forward, stared at Lang Song and shouted, Return. Scar glared at the younger brother with a fierce look. The younger brother was a little dissatisfied, but still took a step back. How dare you bring that up? What else can you do besides running? Last time, both of us brothers were injured. I will get back at you sooner or later. After saying these harsh words, Scar and his two younger brothers walked out the door without even eating. Make a gesture? Do you think his Scar is a fool? Who dares to cause trouble here? Chapter 24 Yi. You are so brave. Just as Scar and his two companions were walking out, options appeared in front of Yi. Option 1. Summon Shadow and smash his head with a brick. Reward. Upgrade the Beastmaster level to Silver 1 star. Option 2. Suffer in silence and wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Reward. A large amount of beast power. Option 3. Taunt Scar crazily to break his defense. Reward. Shadow level +1. If Scar or his subordinates who have broken their defense take action, additional rewards will be given. Yi looked at option 1 and his eyes turned red. But reason made him calm down. However, Yi was so angry that his teeth were chattering because he had the treasure but didn't dare to dig it. Sister Wang Xian, if I go up and smash his head right now, what will be the consequences? Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Wang Xian's face was filled with horror, her eyes widened, and she grabbed Yi's hand. Yi, stop messing around. Lan Yunxing also heard what Yi said and quickly advised him. Brother, don't be impulsive. We will be detained, and you will be sentenced. Seeing Scar about to walk out the door, Yi became anxious. He threw the plate in front of him to the ground, stood up and pointed at the back of Scar's head. Stop. Come if you want. Leave if you want. Do you think I, Yi, don't have any dignity? In an instant, the atmosphere in the restaurant dropped to freezing point. Scar turned around with a puzzled look on his face and stared at Yi fiercely. Lang, Song, Wang Xian, and Lan Yunxing beside them widened their eyes and looked at Yi in horror, while Lan Yunxing was still muttering in a low voice. Brother, calm down. Scar fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and lit it for himself. Pa, are you calling me? Looking at the ferocious Scar, Yi was a little scared for a moment, but he couldn't care less now. It's you. You come here with such an ugly face to scare people. Don't you see that my brothers are scared silly by you? You want to leave now? Pay me the mental damages. As Yi spoke, he also pulled at Lan Yunxing, as if he wanted him to cooperate. Lan Yunxing was almost going crazy. Who gave Yi the courage? Fish Liang? Scar exhaled heavily, and his anger level reached max. What he hated most in his life was people talking about his face. What did you say? Say it again? You really think I don't dare to do it, right? Seeing Scar getting anxious, Yi had an idea and Wang Biao possessed him in an instant. I just saw that you didn't dare. What's the matter? Come to me if you dare. As he said that, Yi strode towards Scar, and under the stunned eyes of the three people behind him, he stretched his head and pointed his hand at his forehead. Yi even drove too fast and failed to brake in time, and his forehead hit Scar's chest. You're... Boss, let's go. We have plenty of time to teach him a lesson in the Lingshu. The younger brother next to him saw that something was wrong and quickly grabbed Scar's hands. Just as Scar was about to regain his sanity and his anger level was decreasing, Yi started a new round of mental attacks. What's wrong? Are you scared? I saw your face full of scars and I thought you were very cruel. I'm afraid that Scar is not a birthmark, right? Birthmark? Scar's mind went blank. Countless people had mocked his face before, but none of them could cause him such great harm as Yi's words just now. Puff. After hearing what Yi said, Wang Xian couldn't help but laughed. Scar now felt that he had lost his mind. Looking at Yi, who was still pointing at his head with a cocky look on his face, Scar broke free from the two younger brothers who were holding his hands. He picked up the chair next to him and smashed it on Yi's head. Bang! Yi thought he was going to be chopped off, but he found that Scar fell straight down. Behind Scar, there were two soldiers standing at the door, and next to them was a rock snake made entirely of stone, spitting out its stone tongue. Apparently, Scar was knocked down by it. We received a report that someone was causing trouble maliciously, and we are now arresting him. The soldier seemed very skilled. He quickly moved Scar onto the snake's back, which was half a meter wide, and dragged Scar away. The two younger brothers who were still there looked at each other and ran away in panic. Yi turned around. Lang Song picked up the phone and raised his eyebrows at Yi. Yi, you are too brave. You are the best reckless man in Luoqing No. 1 Middle School. Lan Yunsheng patted his chest with lingering fear. It's okay. He doesn't know me anyway, Yi said nonchalantly, even sucking on the chicken neck happily in his mouth. Lang Song shook his head. The kid recommended by Master Li was much braver than he had imagined. Scar is the leader of the Scar Beast Taming Group. He does all kinds of evil in Lingshu, and often robs lone beast tamers or beast taming groups that are easy to bully at the gate of Lingshu. We have had several conflicts. We should be careful when we get to Lingshu. Their deputy leader is Scar's younger brother. I'm afraid he will come to cause trouble. After eating and drinking, Yi and his group were about to leave, but were stopped by the restaurant owner. The boss pointed to the broken pieces of plate on the ground. Plate, 200. Yi was shocked. What kind of plate is this? 200? Why don't you go and grab it? What do you think I'm doing? Having no choice but to pay the 200 yuan, Yi walked along with a gloomy face, while Wang Xian kept laughing beside him. This little brother is so cute. If Yi knew what Wang Xian was thinking, he might be even sadder. I was so handsome just now, but you praised me for being cute? Soon, they arrived at the end of the market, where there were closely guarded buildings, and behind them was an endless forest. In the middle of the building, a 10-meter-long black gate stood in the middle, guarded by many fully armed soldiers. In front of the door, many well-prepared Beastmasters or Beastmaster teams were queuing up in an orderly manner to enter. There is a room next to it with a large screen hanging at the door, which displays many missions offered by the military. The top-ranked task is Task Name: Kill the Silver-Level King Thunder Dragon in Tianyang Lingshu. Mission Difficulty: S. Task Content: Thunder Dragon is the ruler of Tianyang Lingshu and is brutal by nature. So far, 67 Beastmasters and soldiers have died under his dragon breath. You don't need to accept this mission. You can complete the mission by taking the secret treasure from the Thunder Dragon as a certificate. Mission Reward: 1 million Chinese points. Yi stared blankly at the number 1 task, and Wang Xian beside him suddenly said, "Don't look at it, it can't be finished." The strength of a silver-level king far exceeds that of a silver-level lord and ordinary silver spirit beasts. Ordinary gold beastmasters can't do anything to it, not to mention that it has countless spirit beasts to command. Yi nodded. He had learned this before. Spirit beasts are also divided into different levels. In a spirit beast population, there is a probability that a lord-level spirit beast will be born. Their skills are more effective, their endurance is excellent, and they can even develop skills unique to the lord. They are basically not something that beastmasters of the same level can deal with. It often takes a beastmaster team of more than 10 people to kill them safely, but high risks also come with high rewards. There is a chance that a secret treasure will be dropped from the lord. The effects of secret treasures vary. Some can quickly bring a large amount of beast power to the beastmaster, complete the upgrade, or even skip a level. Some can allow the contracted spirit to comprehend new skills, or even gain an additional attribute. Not to mention the king, who is definitely a boss-level being. There is only one in a spirit ruins, the absolute ruler of the spirit ruins, and his body will 100% drop secret treasures coveted by all beast tamers. Chapter 25 finally arrived at Lingshu. As the crowd moved forward in an orderly manner, it was soon the turn of Yi and his 4 companions. Lang Song took out a silver card with a metallic luster from his pocket and handed it to the soldier at the door. The soldier placed the card on the instrument next to him, checked it on the screen, and returned the card to Lang Song. This card is the identity certificate of a Beastmaster. Lang Song's is a silver card, which corresponds to a silver-level Beastmaster. Wang Xian also took out a silver card and handed it to the soldier, and then it was Yi's turn. Yi was confused. He didn't have the credentials of a Beastmaster. After all, national resources cannot be wasted like this. The Beastmaster's certificates are made of an extremely rare metal. Not only can it record identity information, it is also extremely hard and has a very low wear rate. Bronze-level beast tamers, as the largest group among beast tamers, do not have beast tamer certificates. It was obviously not the first time that the soldier had encountered such a thing, so he did not make things difficult for Yi. ID card, household registration booklet, student ID card will all work. Yi woke up as if from a dream and quickly took out his ID card and handed it to the other party. Seeing that the other party seemed easy to talk to, Yi asked in a low voice, "Are the students from Los Angeles #1 high school coming for training today?" After checking that Yi's information was correct, the soldier also answered Yi in a low voice. "They've already gone in the morning. Do they need to pay for tickets?" This is a question that Yi is very concerned about, because he learned from others that the ticket to Tianyang Lingshu actually costs 50,000 blue star coins. This is the lowest level bronze level Lingshu. But from a certain perspective, there is a reason for the 50,000. After all, if there is no threshold or the threshold is very low, there will always be some people who are not afraid of death and wantonly enter Lingshu in the hope of getting rich overnight. This not only increases the pressure of rescue, but also occupies Lingshu resources. They don't need it. The higher-ups specifically told them to do so. Yi's heart was bleeding after paying the ticket. Big loss. Walking through the gate, the first thing Yi felt was darkness. Very dark. Endless darkness. Soon, a feeling of weightlessness came over him, and Yi felt like a plastic bag being squeezed wantonly in a tornado. Finally, I felt my feet on solid ground and saw a bright light before my eyes. Yi, who had adapted to the darkness, slowly opened his eyes. He was still a little dizzy, but soon, the scene before him stunned him. The blue sky, the fresh air, the soldiers patrolling back and forth, and the endless forest in the distance. They were in a military base, and the soldiers patrolling nearby did not hesitate to summon their contracted spirits to deal with crises that could arise at any time. Yi also saw the epaulets on the soldiers' arms, which had the word Jinling written on them. The teacher once talked about this in class. The Chinese army is divided into 4 major armies: Jinling Army, Frontier Army, Shadow Army, and the most mysterious Night Watch. As the name suggests, the Jinling Army is an army guarding inside and outside Lingshu. The Jinling Bureau in the city is a subordinate agency of the Jinling Army, and its main responsibility is to guard various entrances and exits of Lingshu. The Frontier Army is an invincible army. Whenever a new spiritual ruin appears inside China, the Frontier Army is the vanguard of China, rushing to the front to open the way for other armies. It is also the army with the highest mortality rate among the 4 armies. As for the Shadow Army and the Night Watch, there is very little news. All we know is that the former is mainly responsible for overseas and national defense lines. The Night Watch is the real sharp knife in the Chinese army. They are very small in number and are the elite among the elite. After adapting for a while, Yi and Lan Yunqing's dizziness gradually disappeared, and the group left the military base. "How is it? What do you think of seeing the Jinling army?" Lang Song said to Yi. "Well, it feels very shocking. Unlike the people you usually meet, the soldiers of the Jinling army have basically seen blood, whether it is the blood of spirit beasts or humans." The iron-blooded aura emanating from his body shocked Yi. They not only guard the entrance and exit of Lingshu, but also guard all Chinese people who enter Lingshu. You should know that there is a provision in the Chinese Lingshu Charter that if an irresistible crisis is encountered in the Lingshu, it is allowed to lead the crisis to the Jinling army's base. Yi was shocked. He had never understood this before. So the Jinling army is the last guarantee for our safety in Lingshu. Yi instantly gained a new understanding of the Jinling army. Recovering his consciousness, Yi began to observe the surrounding environment. They were in a plain, with a forest in the distance, which was also their destination. "All right, summon all the contracted spirits. We can't worry about the consumption at this time." As he spoke, Lang Song took the lead in summoning his contracted spirit, a guinea pig covered in white fluff. It is 1/2 a meter long, with its front teeth exposed, which makes it extremely cute. Lang Song is a silver-level beastmaster and naturally has 2 contracted spirits, but for some reason, the other one was not summoned. Yi originally wanted to ask, but when he saw Wang Xian shaking her head at him, it seemed that she had predicted that Yi would ask. Wang Xian's contracted spirit is a giant owl, 1 meter tall. After it is summoned, it flies into the sky and scans the surroundings for possible crises. Yi and Lan Yunqing also summoned their contracted spirits. When the cuting who was rubbing his eyes and yawning was summoned out, Wang Xian was stunned. So cute. Although he learned from Lang Song that Yi had awakened an extremely rare human-shaped contracted spirit, but Ying's appearance still dealt a heavy blow to Wang Xian's girlish heart. Ying seemed to have not reacted yet at this moment. He looked at the surrounding scenery with a pair of big purple eyes full of confusion. Yi held Ying in his arms, and the group headed towards the forest. But while walking, Wang Xian's eyes kept glancing at Yi Ye's arms from time to time. It was Yi who couldn't help it first. Well, I can't hold you anymore. How about you hold me for a while, Sister Xian? The young man is not in good health. He is only a little older. Yi was speechless. Are you going to mock me? The problem is that you are too fast. Almost the moment she finished speaking, Wang Xian snatched Ying from Yi's arms, held her in his arms, and her big eyes turned into heart shapes. Ying was confused at this time. Why did they change people? Chapter 26 Blade Waltz. The group headed towards the forest in the distance. Because this place was too close to the exit of Lingshu, it had been cleared out more than once by the Jinling army, and there were almost no spiritual beasts. Our goal is to collect the first-level spiritual material 7-striped mushroom, the second-level spiritual material flowing light fruit, and the flame sun chicken that Yi needs. Spiritual materials like the 7-striped mushroom and the flowing light fruit are likely to be guarded by spiritual beasts. If you encounter one, don't act rashly and be alert to the surroundings first. Flame sun chickens usually live in groups. If you encounter a lone one, don't hesitate and attack it directly. Otherwise, if it summons its companions, we may face a situation where we are besieged by dozens of flame sun chickens. On the way, Lang Song kept explaining to Yi some key points of this operation, and Yi listened with a serious face. Finally, half an hour later, they approached their destination. A lush forest, with giant trees nearly 100 meters tall that are almost invisible on Blue Star. All kinds of strange insects are lying on the tree trunks, and fresh air carrying the scent of grass and trees blows in the face. In the middle, there is a road, a dirt road that has been trampled out by many people. Lang Song's contracted spirit was leading the way in front of him, sniffing the ground with its cute little nose. Yi and Lan Yunsheng walked in the middle, with Wang Xian holding Ying behind them. At this time, Ying was lying in Wang Xian's arms with a confused look on his face, and Yi looked a little embarrassed. Because Ying just passed some information to Yi in his mind. The content is roughly, "It's so soft and comfortable, Daddy. Do you want to lie down for a while? I can give you my seat." Yi. He does wanna. In this way, the group walked on the dirt road for an hour and did not find anything valuable. After all, there are too many people walking on this road, and anything on the roadside has long been looted. At this moment, the guinea pig seemed to have smelled something good and stopped, squeaking twice at Lang Song. Come on, let's change the route. Be alert. Lang Song led the team toward the area outside the path. After walking only 2 steps, Yi saw a mushroom with 7 colorful lines all over its body under a big tree. There. 7-striped mushroom. Wait a minute, look at the branch, phosphorus snake. Be careful, judging by its size, it should be close to the silver level. Everyone looked under the big tree, but Yi and Lan Yunsheng, who had been warned, did not act rashly. Because they saw a green snake that almost blended into the surrounding environment, sleeping wrapped around a branch. Lang Song gave Wang Xian a wink, and Wang Xian immediately understood what he meant. Wang Xian saw the contracted spirit owl, which had disappeared after she entered the forest, swooping down from the top of the tree. The sleeping snake-shaped beast was taken away by the owl before it could react. However, the nearly 3-meter-long phosphorus snake had fully awakened, and its soft and flexible body tightly wrapped around the owl in the air. The owl with its wings entangled instantly fell down with the phosphorus snake. Just when Wang Xian was anxious and was about to summon her second contracted spirit to save the situation. The shadow in Wang Xian's arms changed from being dazed just now, and its pair of purple eyes stared at the falling owl and phosphorus snake, as if calculating something. Just when the owl and the phosphorus snake descended to only 20 meters from the ground, the shadow in Wang Xian's arms disappeared instantly. The next moment, Ying's figure appeared out of thin air 10 meters in the air. Ying borrowed the strength of the tree trunk next to him, changed direction, and rushed towards the descending phosphorus snake like a bullet. Sister Xian, take back the contracted spirit. Yi shouted hurriedly. It would be terrible if Ying couldn't control his strength and chop the owl together. Wang Xian saw the shadow suddenly jump up, and before she could react, Yi's words made her subconsciously take the owl back to the contracted spirit space. The owl disappeared in an instant, and the phosphorus snake that was still entangled with the owl in death was stunned. The next moment, its physiological instinct made it feel the threat of death. When it saw Ying rushing towards it, it quickly spat out a pool of venom in Ying's direction, but it was too late. Ying took a quick step and instantly appeared above the phosphorus snake, spraying venom on the tree trunk next to it, making a hissing, corrosive sound. Seeing Ying appear above itself, it prepared to use the same old trick again, trying to wrap its long snake body around Ying. But the agile Ying didn't give it any chance at all. The phosphorus snake, without a foothold in the air, was like fish on the display board, at the mercy of Ying. In a flash, Ying drew out his tang sword. A flash of lightning flashed in his purple pupils, and he swung the sword at the phosphorus snake. In an instant, a 20-centimeter cut appeared on the body of the phosphorus snake, and the wound was charred black by the violent lightning element. The next moment, the shadow appeared in another direction of the phosphorus snake. In just 1 second, the shadow who kept using instant steps danced a blade waltz in the air, and then kicked the phosphorus snake. The phosphorus snake's body, which was already falling downward, accelerated. Bang! The phosphorus snake fell heavily to the ground, already dying. Its body was covered with cuts, and its bright red blood had stained the ground red. From time to time, a trace of electric charge flashed across its body, and it was obvious that it was dead. And Ying took a quick step and appeared handsomely in front of the phosphorus snake's head, which was as big as a basketball, and slashed with the knife. Having completed the task, Ying put away his tang sword, trotted to Wang Xian, and opened his arms. Still want a hug? At this time, Wang Xian was still in a daze. She was shocked by Ying's simple and unpretentious combo. Holding Ying in her arms, Wang Xian couldn't believe that the cute and adorable Ying in her arms looked like this during the battle. Lan Yunsheng and Lang Song were also shocked by Ying, and kept shouting, "Fuck." Lang Song, holy shit. Is this the contracted spirit in human form? Lan Yunsheng, holy crap. 4 breaks in 1 second? Lang Song stepped forward, squatted on the ground, cut open the snake head that Ying had chopped off with a dagger, took out a marble-sized spirit bead from it, and handed it to Yi Yi. The bronze 7-star phosphorus snake can be sold for a good price. Yi Yi took the spirit bead and looked left and right with curiosity. It was the first time for him to observe the spirit bead up close. After handing Yi Yi the spirit bead, Lang Song went forward to collect the 7 striped mushrooms and put them in his bag. Wang Xian came to her senses after being shocked, and in order not to waste any food, she summoned an owl. The owl didn't show any disgust and ate the dead phosphorus snake with relish, which made the shadow in Wang Xian's arms frown. Can it be eaten raw? Seeing that Ying seemed to want to eat it too, Yi snatched a clean piece of phosphorus snake from the owl's mouth, thinking about when to roast it for Ying to eat. Just like that, after a brief rest, everyone quickly left here. After all, the noise and smell of blood just now might attract other spirit beasts. Chapter 27 Outdoor Barbecue. A group of 4 people carefully shuttled through the forest. They just found a few 7-line mushrooms, but Ying did not take action these times. The owl, feeling that it had just lost face, showed its might and killed several spirit beasts guarding the 7-striped mushroom. Even Lan Yunxing's powerful demon ape managed to beat a bronze 4-star spirit beast to death with its hammer. Yi was stunned at that time. He didn't know what Lan Yunxing had fed the mighty demon ape. Now the mighty demon ape was nearly 2 meters tall, and its pair of iron fists were dancing with great vigor. The group had been in the forest for nearly 4 hours. Lang Song and Wang Xian, as silver-level beastmasters, were fine, but Yi Yi and Lan Yunxing were a little overwhelmed. How about we take a break? Looking at Yi Yi and Lan Yunsheng, who were panting, Lang Song asked, "Take a break. This path through the forest is too difficult to walk on." The 4 of them sat on the ground, and an owl was circling 100 meters in the sky, keeping watch. After taking a sip of water, Yi thought of the phosphorus snake spirit bead just now. This thing, can the system absorb it? Tick. Sure. Although it's better than nothing, as long as the system absorbs 3,148 more spirit beads of the same level, the system's energy can be restored to 10%. Yi Yi is tired. How dare you say it? Where can he find so many spirit beads? Ying was still taking a nap in Wang Xian's arms at this time. It seemed that Wang Xian's arms were really comfortable. Under normal circumstances, Ying would definitely clamor to return to the contracted spirit space. Thinking of this, Yi took out a piece of phosphorus snake that he had just snatched from the owl's mouth, took out a small grill from his bag, and was about to perform a wild barbecue on the spot. The other 3 people were stunned for a moment when they saw Yi take out the oven, charcoal, and various seasonings. Are you here for a spring outing? But the long journey made them a little hungry. They licked their lips but did not stop Yi. The snake head in Yi Ye's hand weighed about 7 or 8 kilograms, Enough to feed 4 people. No, 5 people. When Ying saw Yi Yi was about to cook, her eyes lit up and she excitedly stumbled out of Wang Xin's arms and ran towards Yi Yi. A pair of big eyes looked at Yi Yi expectantly. Yi Yi instantly understood what Ying meant. Shadow. Use the Chaos Cloak Sword technique. Yi Yi threw the piece of snake meat into the air, and Shadow summoned the Tang sword and jumped 3 meters high, level with the snake's head. Everyone could only see wisps of white blade light flashing across the snake meat. Due to inertia, the snake meat was divided into 5 centimeter-sized pieces in the air and fell onto the grill one by one. W? W. Lang Song looked depressed. Is this how you use the contracted spirit? He finally knew why Yi Yi made spiritual food so quickly in the store. But that's not all. Ying found a not very tall tree nearby and chopped it into pieces in no time. He picked up one of the pieces and the Tang sword in his hand flew quickly. After a while, a dozen wooden barbecue skewers were placed in front of Yi Yi. Brother, do you have to be so elaborate? Just grill it and forget about it. But why do you have to string it on a stick? Yi Yi's hands flew as he quickly threaded the snake meat. Because time was tight, Yi Yi didn't have time to pickle the vegetables. Preheat the charcoal in the oven, take out the prepared oil, and brush it evenly on the snake skewers. After a while, a strong aroma of meat wafted into the air. Ying had already been sitting next to the barbecue grill with an impatient look on his face, staring at the smoking snake meat skewers, as if to say why it's not healed yet. After 3 minutes, the snake meat was roasted until its surface was golden brown, and the rich fat on the skin was sizzling. Yi Yi sprinkled the prepared barbecue ingredients on it, and instantly a rich aroma spread out. Let's eat. As soon as Yi Yi finished speaking, Ying had already picked up a string of snake meat and put it in his mouth, his little face twisted by the heat. Lang, Song, Lan, Yunsheng, and Wang Xin, who were standing next to them, could not help but smell the fragrance for so long and started eating around the oven. During the period, Wang Xin and Lang Song praised Yi Yi's cooking skills highly. Lan Yunsheng didn't even have time to talk and just kept showing off his skewers. In the end, most of the 7 or 8 kilograms of snake meat went into Ying's stomach. Ying's eyes were blurred, and he lay back in Wang Xin's arms. After all, he is still in his childhood, growing up, eating and sleeping, and occasionally exercising. Just when everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and were ready to continue exploring, an owl in the sky made a shrill cry. Wang Xin's expression changed drastically, and she shouted in fear, "Quick, climb the tree." Yi Yi and the other 2 did not hesitate. They threw their bags on the ground and quickly climbed up the tree. As they were crawling, they felt the ground shaking. The next moment, countless spirit beasts rushed towards them from afar. There were blazing wolves, old friends like phosphorus snakes, and various spirit beasts, but what they all had in common was that they all looked like they were avoiding something terrifying, with panic expressions on their faces. Behind these spiritual beasts, there were huge ants that were completely black and emitting metallic light, chasing them. Each one was the size of a palm. Damn it, it's the ironclad ant. Lang Song cursed. The ironclad ant is a kind of social spiritual beast. It is not very intelligent and its level is generally only bronze 1 star. But there are so many of them. Once they appear, there will be hundreds or thousands of them. They will devour and bite all living things and spiritual plants in front of them, and are known as Lingshu locusts. These spiritual beasts that are running for their lives are trying to avoid the armored ants. Soon, the armored ants flew past Yi Yi and his friend's feet. The dense swarms of armored ants made Yi Yi suffer from claustrophobia. After the ant tide passed, there was not even a blade of grass left in Yi Yi and his group's camp, except for the towering trees that they were unwilling to gnaw. Everything else was eaten clean, leaving only yellow soil on the ground. When everyone saw the ironclad ants leave, they climbed down the tree with lingering fear. My barbecue grill. I spent $200 on it. Yi looked at the backpack that had disappeared and shouted in pain. Everyone was speechless. Can you please stop worrying about the stove at this time? No, the ironclad ants usually only stay in the inner part of the forest. We are still on the outskirts. Why are they here? Just as Lang Song finished speaking, options appeared in front of Yi Yi. Option 1. Run. Run for your life. Reward. Moderate beast control strength. Option 2. Fight with all your strength against the upcoming Tianyang Lingshu King, Thunder Dragon. Reward. Title of Dog's Courage. Wearing effect. Fear -100. Yi looked at the options and stood there in a daze. Chapter 28 Owl Night. Run. Yi yelled. Lang Song and Wang Xian also reacted. The cancer in Tianyang Lingshu could be able to move from the inner circle to the outer circle. It is possible that there is a more terrifying existence hunting behind it. Yi pulled Lan Yunsheng and ran towards the direction where the armored ant left. Wang Xian, can we make an owl grow bigger and carry people to fly here? No, the distance between the trees here is too small. If I make it bigger, I won't be able to fly. Lang Song didn't say anything else, and the four of them ran desperately towards the outside of the forest. At this moment, a loud and resounding dragon roar was heard behind them. Ouch! Yi was stunned. Is this the sound of a thunder dragon? How come it's the same as a husky? Not far from Yi, I saw that big trees as tall as 40 or 50 meters had fallen down. It seemed that the thunder dragon was too big and knocked down all the trees. I really won the jackpot today. I have been in Tianyang Lingshu for so many years and have never come across this thing. Lang Song looked gloomy. It's fine here. They ran to an open space. Wang Xian stopped and summoned an owl. Get bigger. Man flight mode. The owl grew rapidly in size, with its wingspan reaching nearly 10 meters. Hurry, get in the car. Everyone climbed onto the owl's back, and Yi only felt a push coming from below, and they quickly became airborne. As they flew vertically out of the forest, they discovered a shocking scene. In the dense forest, there was a gap about 7 or 8 meters wide that stretched for several kilometers. It's like giving the forest a middle part. Just as a few people were riding on the owl and flying towards the plains outside the forest. The ruler of Tianyang Lingshu, the silver-level King Thunder Dragon, stopped in front of Yi and his group's camp. The Thunder Dragon looks a bit like a lizard, but it is huge. The body is nearly 20 meters tall, with thick limbs. The blue-purple scales on its body contain extremely strong lightning elemental power. At this time, the Thunder Dragon with a fierce look in its eyes lowered its head, sniffed the ground carefully. A hint of doubt appeared in its eyes, and then it returned in the direction it came from. If Yi saw this scene, he would be scared to death, because the place where the Thunder Dragon lowered his head to smell the scent was exactly where he had just been barbecuing. Although Yi and his friends avoided the Thunder Dragon, a new round of crisis was coming. Just as the owl carried the four people out of the forest and returned to the plains. As soon as they landed, they saw the armored ants that had just escaped surrounding them. At this time in the sky, two huge flying spirit beasts were circling around Yi and his group. Lang Song looked solemn, and Wang Xian also looked embarrassed. Although there are many armored ants, they are not as large as the ones just now. They seem to be only a small part of the large group just now. The key point is that the two flying spirit beasts hovering above their heads not only blocked their possibility of escaping into the air, but could also attack them at any time. Just as they were pushed forward little by the armored ants and their movement space was compressed, Lang Song seemed to understand something. Damn it, there is a lord among these ironclad ants. Yi was stunned. Lord? Yes, the ironclad ants have very low intelligence. When they encounter something, they know to pounce on it and devour it. But you see, not only did they not pounce on us, but they were slowly reducing our range of activity. It is very likely that there is a lord-level armored ant among this group of armored ants, commanding them. And the number here is not right. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of armored ants just now, there are only tens of thousands here. It is very likely that another beast taming group nearby has also been attacked by the armored ants. Just as he finished speaking, a roar was heard in front of Yi and his companions. It looked like a contracted spirit was using a skill of large-scale destruction. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's solve them first. I'll control the situation. Wang Xian, you'll be in charge of the flying beasts in the sky. Lan Yunsheng will be the main attacker. Yi, you'll be free to act. The experienced Lang Song gave instructions quickly. Lang Song summoned out his second contracted spirit, a thick earth beast with sea-level talent. The pangolin-like thick earth beast was seen glowing yellow all over its body. In an instant, all the armored ants also glowed yellow. The ironclad ants' movements suddenly became slow, slowing down by more than twice. Lan Yunsheng also summoned a powerful demon ape. Little monkey, beat them up for me. I saw the little monkey wearing a pair of gloves made of unknown metal with protruding spikes on them. Rush into the armored ant colony and beat them up. It hit the ground, creating a hole with a diameter of half a meter, and the aftermath knocked over a kind of slow-moving armored ant. Wang Xian was not idle either. The owl was on guard in the sky, forcing the two flying spirit beasts in the air not to dare to come down. A large fiery red bird appeared, with rich fire elements condensed in its mouth. Fireballs exploded in the armored ant colony. It was Wang Xian's second contracted spirit. Looking at his teammates who were firing at full speed, Ying also rushed into the ant colony, killing them one by one with his sword. However, Shadow still lacks the ability to cause large-scale damage and is just a drop in the bucket for the huge ant colony. After a while, several people cleared out hundreds of armored ants, but it was not enough. If they continued like this, they would sooner or later be dragged to death by the ant. See tactics. Just then, Lang Song shouted, "Wang Xian, kill those two beasts in the air." "I'll try my best." Wang Xian felt a lot of pressure. The two spirit beasts in the sky were both silver level, and she had just been promoted to a silver level beastmaster. The second contracted spirit, the Fire Falcon, was only a bronze 7-star. Yi saw Wang Xian's reluctance, and an idea came to him. "Shadow, come back." As he was slashing at the sword, the shadow of the armored ant instantly returned to Yi Ye's side. "Sister Xian, sending up?" Wang Xian instantly understood Yi Ye's meaning. The fiery falcon swooped down from the sky, and when it was only 3 meters away from the ground, it performed a cobra maneuver and rushed into the sky. Ying landed steadily on the back of the fiery falcon with a wingspan of 3 meters, his long purple hair fluttering in the wind. The owl was already unable to hold on as it was outnumbered by 2. It was not a combat-type contracted spirit, but more of a reconnaissance type. At this time, there were already several wounds on his body. The addition of Flamebird and Shadow greatly reduced the pressure on Owl, and the battle in the air became tense. One of the 2 flying spirit beasts in the sky is a golden-winged bird, which dominates the airspace of Tianyang Lingshu with its speed and indestructible claws. The other one was a pelican-like spirit beast. Yi couldn't quite remember its name. He only knew that it was a water-type flying spirit beast, and it had just used water-type skills to disrupt the owl. The owl and the Garuda fought back and forth, while the Fire Falcon and the Shadow faced off against the Water Pelican. The fiery falcon spit out several fireballs, but the pelican dodged them nimbly. The only fireball that hit was also offset by the water film that appeared on the pelican. Under Wang Xian's control, the fiery falcon attempted to get close to the pelican so that the shadow on its back could be used. But the pelican seemed to see through Wang Xian's intention, and the dense water balls forced back the fiery falcon that approached repeatedly. There was a hint of human mockery in the pelican's eyes. "Want to get close to me?" But the pelican didn't realize that after the fiery falcon was deliberately forced back by him, the shadow had already disappeared on the fiery falcon's back. He then used the instant step that could now cover a distance of 10 meters to transfer to the owl's back. Owl Knight, attack. Chapter 29, New Rewards and Returns. At this time, the pelican was still fighting with the fiery falcon and would not let the fiery falcon get close to it. But the golden-winged bird had no ranged skills, and it let out a fierce cry and pounced on the owl. The owl dodged the attack of the golden-winged bird, and just as the golden-winged bird approached, a ghostly figure appeared above the head of the golden-winged bird and slashed it on the neck with a downward slash. The wings of the golden bird collided with Ying's Tang sword, making a heart-wrenching sound. A blood mark appeared on the neck of the Garuda, and Shadow fell freely after making the cut. The owl caught Shadow on its back in midair and started chasing the Garuda. Just now, the owl was unable to cause effective damage to the golden-winged bird, but everything was completely different after Ying's arrival. He pounced, but the golden-winged bird dodged and Shadow slashed at it with a knife. You attack, the owl dodges, but Shadow still attacks with a blow. After just this back and forth, the golden-winged bird was covered in wounds, and there was a hint of retreat in its eyes. But under the owl's relentless pursuit, the Garuda finally died under Ying's Tang sword. The owl and Shadow, with their hands free, quickly approached the pelican. The pelican was so frightened that it almost flew away, flapping its wings the moment the owls rushed towards it. The owl didn't want to fight and quickly returned to the ground. At this time, the battle on the ground was still going on, and the number of armored ants was simply too large. But with the artillery support of the fiery falcon and the owl knight combination of Al Kajong, soon all the ironclad ants were killed. Fuck, I'm so tired. Lan Yunxing sat down on the ground. With the support of fiery falcon and Shadow in the air, the mighty demon ape and thick earth beast alone could not stop the armored ants. Lan Yunxing took the spiritual brick that Yi had thrown to him before and started hitting the iron-armored ants that had escaped the net. He really shot a lot of people to death. At this time, Yi was still digging for spirit beads in the ant pile. You know, although the iron-armored ants are of low level and most of them don't even have spirit beads, he still dug out a lot of them. Get rich. This was the only thought in Yi Ye's mind. After digging out the golden-winged bird's spirit bead, the system's energy officially exceeded 8%. Let's go. There might be more ironclad ants around here. I don't want to be besieged again. Wang Xian looked at Yi, who was still whipping the corpse tirelessly, and reminded him helplessly. Yi's face was full of embarrassment, and he nodded quickly. Everyone found a clean place nearby. The tents and some living resources were all devoured by the ironclad ants, so they could only spend the night in the open air. Yi, I still want to eat barbecue. At night, Lan Yunsheng, who was sitting on the ground to rest, looked at Yi with longing. Yi smacked his lips. He was also a little hungry. But now they were on a plane, and if they made a fire, they would be too obvious. He took out 2 compressed biscuits from his backpack and threw them to Lan Yunsheng. Eat some of this. At this time, Lang Song came back from a distance with some plants in his hands. He ground the plants, poured some mineral water to mix them into a slurry, and sprinkled it around their temporary camp. This is a plant that emits a smell that spirit animals hate, so we shouldn't be disturbed tonight. Under the vigilance of the thick earth beast, the night passed peacefully. The next day, everyone regrouped and started again. The target is still yesterday's forest. No wonder it is said that the battlefield is the best place to train soldiers. Today, Yi and Lan Yunxing are far superior to yesterday in terms of efficiency and experience. While on the journey, Yi also learned about Lang Song's first contracted spirit, which was a contracted spirit in a special form. Not good at fighting or defending, but good at finding things. Yi was stunned. Isn't that the treasure-hunting rat? Lang Song did not refute. After all, many precious spiritual materials were found by it, and its name was even called treasure hunting. During the treasure hunt, they found a lot of both 7-striped mushrooms and flowing light fruits. In just one day, they made back their money from the tickets. After all, just hunting the 7-striped mushrooms and the spiritual beasts next to the fruit made them earn a lot of money. You should know that a silver-grade spirit bead can be sold for 20,000 to 50,000. The spirit beads can not only help the beast master quickly absorb the beast power and improve his level. It can also be absorbed by the contracted spirit to enhance attributes or physique, and even have a small chance of gaining skills. We have collected almost everything, and now we only have one target left. Lang Song looked at the spiritual materials collected in the bag and stopped. Everyone looked at Lang Song curiously. Kill the chicken. Kill the chicken? Lang Song looked helpless. It's because Ye's sweet flour stuffed chicken is so popular that I bought up all the yin-yang chickens in the black market in Los Angeles. Besides, due to vicious competition among peers, a yin-yang chicken or other avian spirit beasts are now sold at sky-high prices. Besides, it's almost noon. Yi and Lan Yunxing have to go to school tomorrow. We have to leave Lingshu tonight. If we go deeper, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Yi scratched his head. Is he so popular? But Yi was still a little reluctant to leave. After all, killing chickens on the plains was not as comfortable as here. The plains are inhabited by relatively weak spiritual beasts that dare not enter the forest, and some of them don't even have spiritual beads. However, making money is a big deal, so Yi still followed Lang Song's advice. Yi and his group walked out of the forest and, led by Lang Song, headed towards the place where the flame chicken had appeared recently. Soon, they found the first yin-yang chicken. Since they didn't need to be alive, Shadow just went up and slashed it, and the 3-star bronze sun chicken was killed. Just as everyone was about to continue searching, another option appeared in front of Yi. Option 1. Look to the right front and kill all the yin-yang chickens. Reward, Shadow Strength plus 5%. Option 2. Look to the left front. The Iron Ant colony from yesterday is there. Kill them all to get your revenge. Reward, Shadow Speed plus 5%. Looking at the options, Yi's eyes lit up. Did the system unlock new rewards? Directly increase strength and speed? Brother Lang, let's go to the right. I feel a hint of chicken from the right, and I think the left side is unlucky. All the bad luck is coming out? Lang Song had a black question mark on his face. But the yin-yang chicken usually doesn't stay in one place, so it all depends on luck, and Lang Song didn't refute Yi. Okay, just go to the right. The group moved forward to the right front. Sure enough, after they walked for about 10 minutes, 4 yin-yang chickens appeared in front of them. Lang Song was stunned. Did Yi guess it right? In no time, Lang Song got the 4 yin-yang chickens. Seeing that everyone had no room to carry anything else, Lang Song decided to return. Chapter 30. Lord-level armored ant? Tianyang Lingshu is very large, and the plain is only a small part of the territory. The main part is the endless forest. But even so, it would take them nearly 4 hours to return from the edge of the forest to the exit of Lingshu. Of course, if the owl is flying with people, it won't take that long. However, in order to conserve energy and guard against possible dangers, everyone chose to walk. After all, there are many more dangers in the sky in Lingshu than on the ground. Unlike when they came, the people on the return flight were obviously much more relaxed. First of all, heavy objects such as barbecue grills and tents had been completely devoured by the armored ants. Then, everyone had achieved the goal of this trip and collected enough 7-striped mushrooms and flowing light fruits, as well as many bronze-level spirit beads, and even a few silver-level ones. Brother Lang, do you think we can hunt down that Lord-level iron-armored ant? Yi was still a little unwilling. His biggest purpose in coming to Lingshu was to feed the system. Although the system's energy has increased a lot after consuming so many spirit beads, it is still some distance away from 10%. After listening to Yi Ye's words, Lang Song shook his head. The reason why the Lord class is difficult to deal with is not just because they are strong and difficult to deal with. That Lord-level armored ant should only be bronze level. 2 silver beast masters with strong attack contract spirits should be able to deal with it. The key is that Lord-level spirit beasts can command their own kind. You saw the countless armored ants yesterday. They are simply not something a silver-level beast master can handle. Yi looked at Lang Song with a look of despair. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. Familiar options appeared before him. Option 1. Continue forward and encounter a colony of armored ants that are besieging humans. Reward: Shadow's new skill, Song Lei. Option 2. Take a detour and return to the city safely. Reward: a large amount of beast power. Brother Lang, I think we should change. Bang! Yi was just about to change direction when he saw Lan Yunsheng, with an innocent look on his face, summon a little monkey and step on an armored ant to death. Huh. Just as everyone was on guard against other armored ants that might be around, a red flare exploded in the air. It's a signal from the military for help. Just as he finished speaking, 2 more flares exploded in the air. Let's go provide support, Lang Song said with a serious expression. There is an unwritten rule in Lingshu that the military will only send out flares for help in critical moments. All beast masters will go to provide support after seeing this. We can't let the soldiers shed blood and tears. The others didn't say anything. Wang Xian silently summoned an owl, and everyone quickly flew towards the direction of the flare. About 5 kilometers away from them, dozens of people were surrounded by countless armored ants. Several soldiers and beast masters who looked like teachers were protecting the group in the middle, summoning contracted spirits to continuously destroy the armored ants that were like leeches attached to their bones. Fuck, this is really weird. Why do ironclad ants appear here? Don't be distracted. The distress signal has been sent. Support will be here soon. Don't let a single armored ant in. Old 5. Are your eyes on your butt? Guard it. If you hurt the students behind you, you won't be able to drink for this month. If Yi was there, he would recognize at a glance Zhang Guodong among the teachers who protect students. Zhang Guodong also had a gloomy face at this time. 8 bronze-level beastmasters plus 4 silver-level beastmasters can move freely on this plane where silver-level spirit beasts are almost invisible. But just as they were about to end this training mission, countless armored ants surrounded them. At the beginning, the contracted spirits of the 4 teachers and the soldiers showed extremely strong strength. They threw down large-scale lethal skills one after another, and the ant colony was instantly blown away. But as time went on, they began to feel overwhelmed. After all, there are too many armored ants, and they are not afraid of death. As they retreated again and again, the original activity space with a diameter of nearly 100 meters was compressed to 50 meters, then 40 meters, 30 meters. The student in the middle saw this scene for the first time and was so frightened that his legs went weak and he couldn't speak. However, some students were unwilling to just be protected by others and summoned their contracted spirits to attack the armored ants. But the problem is that it is just a drop in the bucket and the number of ironclad ants has not decreased at all. At this time, Lu Xiangnan was directing Marshmallow to kill the armored ants, only to see Marshmallow turn into a large smoke net nearly 3 meters wide. One net can cover dozens of armored ants, and then the smoke net continues to shrink, actually squeezing the armored ants inside to death. Its efficiency is even higher than that of the military soldiers next to it. Wang Xiangdong's Yanhua deer next to him was responsible for defense. Whenever there was a fish that slipped through the net, the Yanhua deer would send out a fire trampling as thick as an arm, and the scorching heat would burn the iron-armed ants into ashes. At this moment, Lu Xiangnan had just directed Marshmallow to cast a net when a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the ant colony. I saw a black spike coming towards Lu Xiangnan. Fortunately, Marshmallow reacted in time and transformed into a thick wall of smoke in front of Lu Xiangnan, blocking the black spikes. Lu Xiangnan looked in the direction where the spikes came from and found a completely different armored ant. I saw that this armored ant was half a meter in size, its body emitting a dark metallic glow and covered with black spikes. Back off. There seems to be a silver-level armored ant. They shoot spikes, be careful. Zhang Guodong saw the dangerous scene just now and shouted hurriedly. At this point the battlefield was in chaos. Zhang Guodong and his men were helpless in the face of the endless tide of ants and could only wait for support to arrive. As the first silver-level iron-armored ant appeared, the second, third, and even fourth ones followed suit. Under the sharp thorns and spears, scars gradually appeared on the bodies of the 8 soldiers and the teacher, and several contracted spirits were seriously injured and unable to fight. The silver-level armored ant that had just launched a sneak attack on Lu Xiangnan was still firing its Yin gun after its attack failed. This forced Zhang Guodong to send out a contracted spirit to help Lu Xiangnan defend his side. This group of armored ants are very smart. The low-level ones die in the front, while the encirclement is slowly shrinking, acting as a suicide squad. The silver-level ones hide in the ant colony and shoot from behind, acting as a magician. After repeatedly attacking Lu Xiangnan but being stopped by Zhang Guodong's contracted spirit, the silver-level armored ant seemed to have received some orders. There was a hint of human hesitation in his eyes, but he obeyed the order the next moment. It stopped firing its spikes and hid stealthily among the ant colony. Zhang Guodong and the soldiers, who were busy running around, did not notice it. As the encirclement gradually shrank, Lu Xiangnan, who wanted to help the teachers and soldiers relieve the pressure, gradually appeared in the sight of the armored ants. Whoosh! Lu Xiangnan, be careful. In the ant colony, a black shadow shot straight towards Lu Xiangnan. It was the armored ant that had hidden before, and it used a skill that only the silver-level iron-armored ants have. Surprise attack? Lu Xiangnan stared blankly at the armored ants that were getting closer and closer, but his body was unable to react. Zhang Guodong next to him was also mentally exhausted, but not yet able to react. He could only watch helplessly as the armored ant with its ferocious mouthparts bared approached Lu Xiangnan. Just when Lu Xiangnan's brain was still a little slow to react and the fear of death was already lingering in his heart. Bite! A sound of metal collision was heard. Chapter 31 Mysterious Girl. Lu Xiangnan closed his eyes tightly, but the expected pain did not come. After opening her eyes, Lu Xiangnan found a little girl with purple hair and a ponytail standing in front of her holding a tang sword. Am I hallucinating after my death? Isn't this a shadow? Why did Yi Ye's contracted spirit appear here? Lu Xiangnan was confused and was about to speak, but he found that in front of him, a half-meter-long armored ant was quietly retreating. The shadow disappeared in an instant, and the next time it appeared it was behind the armored ant. A tang sword was wielded like an arm in her hand, and ding-ding-ding sounds came from the shell of the armored ant. At this moment, a fireball as big as a human head suddenly appeared in the sky and smashed heavily into the armored ants. Then everyone was surprised to find that a faint yellow light emerged from the armored ants' bodies, and their movements suddenly became slow. Yi and the others are here. As soon as they arrived at the battlefield, they saw a silver-level armored ant preparing for a sneak attack in the ant colony. There was nothing they could do because its size was too conspicuous to the other armored ants. When Yi discovered that the armored ants were besieging his classmates, he didn't have time to think about it. Because he saw the giant armored ant preparing to launch a sneak attack on his squad leader, Yi quickly summoned Shadow, who made a series of instant steps and finally rescued Lu Xiangnan before the ironclad ant's sneak attack was successful. At this time, the teachers and soldiers also discovered Yi and his group hovering in the air, and Zhang Guodong was overwhelmed. Because he saw Yi on the owl. Why did he come to Lingxiu? Just when the students thought that reinforcements had arrived and were cheering, they discovered that there were only 4 people, and their cheers were instantly silenced. Shadow, try out a new skill. After making her choice, and gained her 3rd skill, Zonglei. I saw Ing still fighting with the silver-level iron-armored ant. Although the tang sword was very sharp, the iron-armored ant's hard shell prevented Ing from causing effective damage to it. After receiving Yi Ye's order, a lightning elemental light ball the size of a human head appeared in Ying's hand. As time passed, the light ball grew bigger and bigger, even reaching twice its original size. The ironclad ant suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly attacked the shadow with its hard mouthparts. And Ing dodged the attack of the armored ant with a flash. Seeing that his attack was dodged, the iron ant actually used the surprise attack skill again. This time the raid skill was not directed at the shadow, but at the ant colony behind. After sensing the death threat from Ying, it actually chose to run away? Just what I want. Shadow. Fuck him. Yi was worried just now. Songlei is a skill of large-scale destruction that does not distinguish between friend and foe. If it is detonated here, it will inevitably affect Lu Xiangnan and the students behind him. When the ironclad ants return to the ant colony, they are digging their own graves. The shadow took 2 consecutive quick steps and appeared behind the silver-level armored ant. Then he pressed the Songlei light ball in his hand, which contained terrifying thunder elemental power, hard on the ground. At this time, the Songlei light ball had reached the size of a yoga ball. In an instant, violent thunder elemental force flowed across the ground, and then a powerful thunderstorm occurred within a radius of 20 meters. Boom! With a loud bang, all the armored ants disappeared within a spherical range of 20 meters, including the silver-level armored ant, which was directly turned into ashes by the violent thunderstorm. Fuck! Zhang Guodong, who had been paying attention to the shadow, was startled by the noise. Looking at the circular explosion area that had sunk more than 1 meter, he couldn't help but utter the word, national quintessence. Yi on the owl was also startled. Is Lisa's move so powerful? When Yi saw the reward given by the system, he recognized that this was Lisa's signature skill in the original god, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Having tasted the sweetness, Ying licked his lips and rubbed out a basketball-sized ball of Songlei light in his hand. Boom! 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 Looking at Ying, who was killing madly, Yi did not intervene too much. The same thing. How do I fight? General Lei Dian, can you teach me? Lang Song frowned at the owl. They circled twice in the sky just now. It was impossible to kill all the ironclad ants. The area within a radius of nearly 1 kilometer was densely packed with them and pitch black. Now there are only 2 options. The first option is to find the Lord-level armored ant from the huge ant tide and kill it. Without a leader, the ant tide should disperse. The second option is to fight the armored ants together until the Lingshu military support arrives. If there is still time, because the situation down there is getting worse and worse. Although Shadow's Songlei has high attack power and large range, even relying on the super high mobility of instant step, she just rolled a super large ball and killed a silver-level armored ant. But after using his ultimate several times, Ying obviously didn't have enough mana left. At this time, he was lying in Lu Xiangnan's arms, exhausted and listless. What? Why in my arms again? You have too many questions. At this time, the encirclement had shrunk to 10 meters. No matter how hard they killed, the endless tide of ants did not show any signs of fatigue. It's too abnormal. Even if it was a gold-level spirit beast, it would probably be exhausted to death. Wang Xian said in despair. A single ironclad ant can even crush an ordinary person to death. But when the number reaches 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, or 10 million, how should you deal with this situation? I shouldn't have come to participate in this Lingshu training. Now it's fatal. Don't mention it. The school didn't expect something like this to happen. Fuck, I'm going to fight them. In the desperate situation, the students were also aroused to blood. Those students who were so scared that their legs went weak and they dared not fight also summoned their contracted spirits and used their skills. Under the students' fire suppression, the encirclement finally stopped shrinking. But the good times didn't last long. How long could students whose contracted spirits were only bronze 2-star and 3-star last? Just when everyone was in despair, a trace of gloom appeared on Zhang Guodong's face. Huge fireballs fell from the sky and hit the ant colony, causing violent explosions. This fireball is not comparable to the fireball spewed out by Wang Xian's fiery falcon. Each one was over 2 meters in diameter, and there were dozens of them. As charred, smoking holes appeared one after another, the battle situation turned around in an instant. A dragon-like contracted spirit with a body over 5 meters tall and a light red body appeared in the air. The short fleshy wings behind it kept flapping, and on the dragon's back stood a girl in uniform with a cold expression. The girl was wearing a JK uniform, black stockings tightly binding her long legs. Her figure was well proportioned, and her cold and arrogant expression contained mystery and confidence. But what happened next ruined everyone's first impression of her. Chapter 32. The Lord-level iron-armored ant finally appears. The girl's face turned a little pale, and the next moment she screamed, "Wow!" knelt on the back of the dragon-shaped contracted spirit, and vomited. Yi didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Is this air sickness? The girl turned pale and hit her contracted spirit hard with her slender arm. I told you not to fly so fast. The dragon-shaped contracted spirit's head showed a trace of silence. Didn't you just ask me to fly over here with all my strength? The girl murmured with a deathly pale face. It's so embarrassing, let's destroy it. The next moment, countless fireballs fell from the sky, and their tremendous power caused the ground to vibrate slightly. So strong. Is it reinforcements? But why is there only one person? Oh my god. This contracted spirit is so powerful, it must be at least S level, right? Even though the girl's contracted spirit was very powerful, it still couldn't kill all the endless ant colonies. At this moment, the girl summoned her second contracted spirit, a sturdy unicorn that was more than one size larger than an ordinary horse. The unicorn glowed with golden light, and the next moment, everyone felt warm. The students and soldiers who had been injured just now only felt itchy wounds, which were healing at a rapid speed. I'm sent by the Los Angeles military region to provide support. The main force is behind us. Everyone hold on. The girl's voice startled everyone. The powerful firepower support from the air greatly reduced the pressure on those who were passively defending, and the situation soon became clear. The Lord-level armored ant that had been hiding in the ant colony could no longer sit still. It knew very well that the girl in the sky with full firepower was the biggest threat. I saw an ironclad ant with a fiery red body and only the size of an ordinary ironclad ant emerging from the ant colony. It was the Lord-level armored ant. The Lord-level armored ant had fierce eyes as it stared at the Charizard that was still releasing fireballs at a height of 30 or 40 meters in the air. The next moment, a flaming spike flew into the air with a sound of breaking through the air, targeting the Charizard and the girl. The girl was not surprised but happy to see this scene. I found you. The unicorn on the ground lit up its horn, and a round shield with a radius of 5 meters and shining with golden light appeared under the feet of the Charizard. The spike made a heart-wrenching sound when it hit the shield, but it did not penetrate the shield. Charizard, big fire blast. In the air, a meteorite with a diameter of 20 meters, emitting flames and heat, appeared out of thin air and fell heavily towards the position of the Lord-level armored ant. The Lord-level iron-armored ants are also ruthless. Countless iron-armored ants quickly crawled towards the Lord-level iron-armored ants and formed a black defense wall around them. The meteorite exploded, killing and injuring countless armored ants, while the Lord-level armored ant only suffered minor skin injuries. At this time, Yi, who was watching the show nearby, was marveling at the girl's strength, and suddenly an option appeared in his eyes. Option 1. Assist Suzy Wu and kill the Lord-level armored ant. Reward: a large amount of beast control power. Option 2. Grab the kill, and when the Lord-level iron ant is dying from Suzy Wu's attack, go up and finish him off. Reward: Shadow level +1. Option 3. Stay out of this matter. The support has arrived anyway, so just watch the show from the air. Reward: 1 watermelon with beast taming power. Yi was stunned. So the girl's name was Suzy Wu? Yi wanted to choose both option 1 and option 2. After all, no matter whether it was the beast taming power or the shadow level. One was his beast master level, the other was the improvement of shadow, and as for the third option, he directly passed it. Are you kidding? He is such a brave man, and you want him to be a spectator? Suzy Wu's attacks continued, but there were too many armored ants, and each attack was resolved by the Lord-level armored ants. Lang Song looked at Suzy Wu with envy. Unlike Suzy Wu, although he was also a silver-level beast master, he was limited by his talent and species. His contracted spirits are mostly auxiliary in role, not like Suzy Wu or Yi, whose contracted spirits can cause massive damage. Thinking of this, Lang Song couldn't help but look at Yi. If Ing continues to grow, he should become ridiculously strong, right? Where is Yi? Have you seen Yi? Lan Yunxing and Wang Xian were watching Charizard's wonderful performance. When they heard Lang Song's words, they looked towards Yi's position. Fuck. Where is he? He won't go downstairs, will he? Lang Song rubbed his temples vigorously. Yi, please don't do anything stupid. At this time, Yi had already entered a state of psychic possession, and he reached the ground in a few instant steps. At level 1, psychic possession can only last for 10 seconds, which is pretty useless and can only catch others off guard. After upgrading to level 2, the possession time became longer, reaching 1 minute, allowing Yi to have the ability to fight for a slightly longer period of time. Suzy Wu was still controlling the Charizard to bombard the Lord-level armored ants. Yi Yimao stood nearby, quietly waiting for his opportunity. He had already started rolling the Zhonglei balls in his hands. Under Yi Ye's observation, he found that every time the iron-armored ants gathered together to help the Lord-level iron-armored ants block skills, It took some time before the next wave could replenish them. He was ready to seize this opportunity and instantly step in to give the Lord-level armored ant a severe blow. After all, Yi discovered that the lightning element seemed to have extra lethality against iron armor. After all, iron is also a metal and can conduct electricity. In addition, since he had obtained the title of Defense Breaker before, his defense-breaking attacks against spirit beasts would be enhanced. The Charizard, which was constantly using its skills in the sky, was also a little annoyed. There were too many insects, and it was impossible to kill them all. It also had to pay attention to the spikes that would attack from time to time. The Charizard roared and swooped down towards the ant colony. Su Ziwu jumped down from the Charizard's back. The unicorn that was protecting the students came running over, and two wings made of light elements stretched out from its back. It flew into the sky and steadily caught Su Ziwu. The huge body of the Charizard landed on the ground with a bang, instantly crushing many iron-armored ants to death, and then it launched a charge towards the Lord-level iron-armored ants. Fireballs shot towards the Lord-level iron ants like rapid-fire rifles, and the landing of the Charizard was exactly what the iron ants wanted. One by one, the iron ants climbed onto the Charizard's huge body like maggots on the tarsal bones. Su Ziwu remained extremely calm upon seeing this, as if he had expected it. Extremely hot flames burst out from the body of the Charizard, burning the iron-armored ants on its body to ashes, and then it rushed to the Lord-level iron-armored ants. Fire explosion. A dazzling red light appeared on the Charizard's body, and a heat wave spread out from around its body. The next moment, an extremely powerful energy wave burst out from the Charizard. Seeing that something was wrong, the Lord-level armored ant ran away. Boom! Yi, whose face turned pale with fright, quickly took a few steps and hid about 70 or 80 meters away. After the violent explosion, a large pit with a diameter of 50 to 60 meters appeared at the site. In the middle of the big pit, the Charizard with blurry eyes stood there dazed, as if it was a little dizzy from the explosion. 20 meters away, the Lord-level iron-armored ants were charred all over and emitted an unpleasant burning smell. Blood was still oozing out of its ugly mouth parts. Looking at the Charizard standing there, the Lord-level iron ant angrily launched a skill, Raid. Seeing this, Yi realized that his chance had come. Chapter 33 Lottery Unlocked. Yi suddenly shouted towards Su Ziwu, who was riding a unicorn above. Take back your contracted spirit. Su Ziwu was shocked. She didn't expect that there was a person hiding in the ant colony below. The combat experience she had accumulated over the years made her subconsciously retract the Charizard. The Lord-level iron ant's attack missed, and it was looking at the place where the Charizard disappeared in confusion. The next moment, Yi, carrying the violent force of thunder element all over his body, appeared in front of the Lord-level armored ant. The huge blue lightning instantly fell on the Lord-level armored ant, leaving it no time to escape. Boom! The violent lightning elemental force was circulating in a range of nearly 30 meters, and the successive powerful moves left the Lord-level armored ant seriously injured and dying. Kill him while he's ill. Yi drew out his Tang sword, and with a flash, he chopped the Lord-level armored ant's head with the sword in his hand steadily, accurately, and fiercely. After being exposed to high temperatures and lightning strikes, the hard shell of the Lord-level armored ant has long been fragile. The Lord-level armored ant, who had just been so arrogant and commanding countless armored ants, received his lunchbox on the spot. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. That's it? Just like that, a silver-level Lord-class spirit beast was killed? Su Ziwu in the air heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, and couldn't help but take a closer look at the young man who had just killed the Lord-level spirit beast. Just this glance made Su Ziwu stunned for a moment. Why does he look so familiar? Without taking time to think, Su Ziwu's face changed drastically. Run! Yi was stunned. Run? The ironclad ants did not scatter as imagined. Instead, he rushed towards Yi like crazy. Their target was not Yi, but the dead body of the Lord-level iron ant. As long as they eat it and absorb its spirit pearl, they will have the hope of evolving into lords. When Yi saw this scene, how could he tolerate it? Amidst everyone's stunned expressions, Yi grabbed the corpse of the Lord-level armored ant and ran away. Are you kidding? This is my trophy. No one can take it. When the iron-armored ant saw that the corpse was gone, it instantly became manic and chased after Yi. When the people on the ground saw Yi running towards them holding the corpse of the Lord-level armored ant, they all looked terrified. You, don't come over here. Yi also discovered that all the armored ants were following him. He gritted his teeth, deviated from his original route in an instant, and ran towards the forest. In an instant, a miracle was born. A young boy is holding a huge fiery red ant, with countless black ants chasing him behind him. Lang Song also felt a little dizzy. Yi Yi, don't be greedy at this time. Throw away the body. Yi Yi held the corpse of the Lord-level iron-armored ant, pretending not to hear anything, and ran towards the forest. Su Ziwu also had a shocked expression. Is this man so brave? Then he took out a black communication device with an anxious look on his face, reporting the situation quickly. Because the military coming to support did not have the means to carry out large-scale air transfer, Su Ziwu had to arrive alone. Who knew the battle would end so quickly after Su Ziwu arrived? Who knew there was a werewolf who valued money over his life? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the armored ants gradually move away. At least the current crisis was over. Zhang Guodong and the team had an anxious look on his face. He looked at the direction where Yi disappeared and wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by the teacher next to him. Are you crazy? Both of your contracted spirits are seriously injured. That's my student. I can't just ignore him. Don't worry, Yi is a very smart guy. No matter who gets into trouble, nothing will happen to him. And look. Zhang Guodong stamped his feet unwillingly and looked up. Su Ziwu was seen riding a unicorn and quickly chasing in the direction where Yi disappeared. Only then did Zhang Guodong feel relieved. After all, unicorns can fly. As long as Yi can ride on the unicorn, this group of flightless armored ants will have no way to stop him. Everyone, retreat now. A soldier stood up and shouted to the students who were slumped on the ground. He was the captain appointed by the military for this operation. Now that the crisis was temporarily resolved, the most important thing was to send these students out. The gaze returned to Yi, who was holding the corpse and running, while cutting the corpse of the Lord-level iron-armored ant with the Tang sword in his hand. The possession time had long passed. If it weren't for the occasional corpse residue left by Yi being snatched away by the armored ants, he would have been trapped in the endless tide of ants. Su Ziwu, who was trying hard to catch up in the sky, looked at Yi's actions and felt his eyes go dark. What is he doing? Looking for a spirit bead? Or a secret treasure? With red eyes, Yi was frantically dissecting the body of the iron-armored ant, his face covered with blood. Finally, Yi touched the iron-armored ant's spirit bead. A spirit bead about the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in Yi's hand. System. Quick, suck it up for me. Ding. The system is absorbing. Ding. The system has completed absorption, and the energy has reached 9.999%. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Ding. A secret treasure has been detected in the corpse of the iron-armored ant. Do you want to absorb it? Sniff, sniff, sniff. It's already this late. What are you still asking? Ding. Absorbing the iron ant's secret treasure, the energy reaches 13%. Ding. System energy exceeds 10%. Activate the lottery function. Yi felt like he was about to cry. He worked very hard and finally unlocked a new function of the system. Seeing the ant colony catching up with him, Yi threw all the remaining corpses of the Lord-level armored ants behind him and ran forward as if his life depended on it. In an instant, the corpse was devoured by the armored ants behind it, and Yi also distanced himself from the group. Here, come up. Su Ziwu had already caught up with Yi at this time. Su Ziwu rode the unicorn slowly down in midair and stretched out his hand to Yi, who was still running. Yi didn't care about anything at this time. He reached out and grabbed Su Ziwu's hand. The unicorn instantly took off into the air. Su Ziwu's face turned red with smile, and then he pulled Yi onto the back of the unicorn. As the two continued to rise into the air, Yi took a breath. Huh, it's finally over. Su Ziwu rolled his eyes, with a slight blush on his cheeks. I don't know if she was tired, or if she was shy when Yi held her hand. Hey, are you planning to hold it all the way to the entrance of Lingshu? Yi was stunned to find that after he climbed onto the unicorn's back, he was still holding Su Ziwu's hand tightly. Yi, with a panicked look on his face, quickly let go. So soft. Chapter 34 Lottery. High in the sky, the unicorn carried the two people and flew towards the exit of Lingshu. There was an awkward atmosphere between Yi and Su Ziwu. In the end, it was Su Ziwu who spoke first. Hello, my name is Su Ziwu, and I'm a freshman at the Huagua Beastmaster Academy. Yi, a senior student at Luoqing No. 1 Middle School. Yi was filled with surprise. China Beast Taming College? The Huagua Beast Taming College is the largest beast taming university in the entire Huagua, with the strongest faculty and the top comprehensive ranking. I didn't expect that this young lady is actually a student of the Chinese Beast Taming Academy. However, considering the extraordinary strength displayed by Su Ziwu's contracted spirit, Yi Yi could understand it. After all, he is a student of the top beast taming university in China. How could he be admitted without strong abilities? After a brief introduction, the two fell into awkwardness again. The Chinese Beast Taming Academy is in the capital, right? Why did you end up in Luoqing? Feeling a little awkward, Yi took the initiative to start a conversation. Su Ziwu smiled. She didn't expect Yi to be so shy. He was completely different from the person he was online. What am I here for? I'll keep you in suspense for now. Maybe we'll meet again tomorrow. Yi was stunned. Tomorrow? The unicorn flew very fast, and soon Yi saw the military base at the entrance of Lingshu. When approaching the gate of the military base, the unicorn descended early. After all, military regulations prohibit anyone from flying over military bases. As soon as he landed, Yi found Langsong, Zhang Guodong, and others waiting for him at the gate of the military base. Teacher Zhang, Brother Lang. Yi greeted excitedly. Zhang Guodong breathed a sigh of relief. He had already learned from Langsong how Yi came to Lingshu. It's good that you're back. Don't be so reckless next time. Hey. Langsong rolled his eyes when he saw Yi looking embarrassed. Bringing Yi to Lingshu was the most dangerous decision he had ever made in his life. He was frightened to the point of having a heart attack several times. Yi, this time we came to Lingshu. We harvested about 1 million blue star coins in total. After we finish processing the materials in a few days, we will split them equally then. The group walked towards the exit, with a hint of excitement in Langsong's eyes. When Yi heard that the profit was 1 million, he couldn't help but be stunned. Can I get 250,000? Although the spirit beads of the ironclad ants are not valuable, there are too many of them. Seeing the long-lost exit door, Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he was flying high in Lingsalang, he was still a little scared. However, thinking about the gains from this trip, Yi was a little excited. After everyone walked out of the Lingshu gate, Zhang Guodong went back to school to sort out the gains from this training. Langsong was eager to go back and set up his stall. Wang Xian and Lan Yunsheng were also extremely tired. After discussing it, everyone decided to go back directly to Los Angeles. It is worth mentioning that Su Ziwu did not come out with them, as if he had other things to do in Lingshu. When leaving, Su Ziwu looked at Yi meaningfully, which made Yi puzzled. Langsong, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and patted Yi's shoulder with an ambiguous look. It seems to be saying, "Boy, you are very charming." In the evening, a black SUV stopped at the entrance of Yi's community. How was your fun, son? The parents who were watching TV in the living room saw Yi, who was exhausted, and asked. It was, well, quite exciting. Yi's parents didn't ask much. How exciting could it be for a 17-year-old high school senior? Is it still as exciting as entering Lingshu? Back in the room, Yi took stock of what he had gained from this trip. Silver level spiritual beads. Bronze level. Several spiritual materials. Looking at his empty backpack, Yi muttered to himself. He brought nothing back. It was all sucked away by the system. The remaining spiritual beads and materials are all with Langsong, and it will take 2 days before they can be distributed to him. However, the biggest gain from this trip was unlocking new functions of the system. System, please introduce the new features. Ding! The system has opened the lottery system. The host can spend blue star coins to participate in the lottery. There are many good things in the prize pool. The host is welcome to participate in the lottery. Yi closed his eyes in pain. Blue star coins again. System, have you lost your money? Open the lottery. A huge lottery disc suddenly appeared in front of Yi. The words, lottery bonus 10,000, were written under the disc. 10,000 times? Why don't you just go and rob it? Yi's current net worth is only enough for 2 draws. After closing the lottery page, Yi felt a little annoyed. After being shocked by the high price of the lottery, I couldn't help myself. What if there is really something to return? On the bed, Yi tossed and turned, after a struggle between his conscience and his desires. Pull. Can't I just pull it? In the end, Yi couldn't help it and opened the lottery page to draw a prize. Yi's balance is minus 10,000. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Please keep up the good work. Yi couldn't believe his eyes. Thank you for your patronage? Onaji hatstaguder. Ding. Host, don't be angry. Maybe the next shot will hit you. Yi's face was full of heartache. It would be better if the next shot actually hits, otherwise? Hashtag. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body strengthening potion *1. Yi was stunned. Body strengthening potion? How come he had never heard of such a medicine? Yi checked the effects of the body strengthening potion in the system panel. Physical strengthening potion, a potion that has not been developed on Blue Star. It can enhance the physical quality of the Beast Master in all aspects. Yi was stunned. Strengthen the Beast Tamer? Yi had seen enhanced contracted spirits before, but this was the first time he had heard of an enhanced Beast Master. A small medicine bottle with blue liquid flowing out appeared in Yi's hand, and the system also considerately gave him a straw. Yi inserted the straw doubtfully and drank the drink from the bottle. Fuck. As soon as he drank the potion, Yi only felt one word. Hot. My whole body seemed to be roasted in fire. 3 minutes later, Yi's face was twitching and he was sweating profusely. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he was lying on the bed gasping for breath. When the effect of the medicine wore off, Yi felt full of strength. He even felt that he could crush an armored ant with his bare hands. Feeling the changes in his body, Yi was a little shocked. I'm afraid he can now fight against an ordinary bronze 2 or 3-star spirit beast in a one-on-one duel. Moreover, Yi felt that if he let Shadow possess him again now, not only would the effect be better, but the possession time would also be much longer. You know, every time the possession ends, Yi will feel that his body is hollowed out. Nice one. Yi's eyes lit up. Chapter 35, The Difficult Special Recruitment Assessment. Ding ding ding. Yi was still immersed in improving his physical fitness and was doing sit-ups. The message alert tone on the mobile phone suddenly rang. A date? Oh? Yi looked at the message on his phone and fell into deep thought. He always felt that this scene was very familiar. You haven't given me any notes yet, have you? Oh? Yi remembered. Isn't this his internet addict friend? Why did you change your name again? Wasn't he called Dai Dai Ming Ming and sprayed the dragon before? Why did it change to Innocent Beautiful Girl? I've made a note. I didn't react just now. I'm too tired tonight. I won't make an appointment. I have classes tomorrow. Too tired? What did you do today? Nothing much. Just went to Lingshu to kill some monsters and killed a lord, by the way. Handuk Denwa. Surprised face. That's amazing. Can you tell me what happened? Yi also became interested. After all, the experiences of the past 2 days were indeed magical, so he briefly recounted his experiences of the past 2 days. In a single-family villa in Los Angeles, Suziwu, wearing a one-piece pajamas, was sitting in front of the computer desk in the room, playing with his mobile phone. A pair of pajamas printed with cartoon patterns. Both the pattern and the color show the girl's youthful vitality. There was a smile on her beautiful face. Looking at the content on the phone, she sometimes frowned, sometimes looked happy, and finally her face turned slightly red. The girl who saved you at the end was so cool. How was she? Was she pretty? After typing these words, Su Ziwu's pretty face turned even redder. She also wanted to know Yi Ye's first impression of her. But this idiot probably hasn't realized yet that she is Su Ziwu. After all, Su Ziwu rarely posted photos on WeChat Moments, and Yi had posted many silly photos of himself before, which was why Su Ziwu was able to recognize Yi. She is indeed very beautiful, but it is a bit strange to be with her. I always feel like she knows me. Su Ziwu was stunned. Was his expression that obvious? You said just now that the girl was from the Huagua Beast Taming Academy? That's the top beast taming academy in Huagua. Do you want to apply? What a joke. I'm such a weakling that I won't pass the exam. Su Ziwu rolled her eyes. She had seen Ying's strength and his skill of possessing others. A weakling in battle? The Lord-level Iron Ant shed tears of regret. I won't say any more. I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted today. Come back and play with me? Yi quickly ended the conversation. He was really tired. After charging his phone, Yi tilted his head and fell asleep at the speed of light. Su Ziwu's eyes flashed with cunning. Come back to play together? See you tomorrow. Picking up the phone, Su Ziwu quickly found a phone number in the address book and dialed it. Hello, Mr. Huang. I'm Su Ziwu. Our school should have exam quotas in Los Angeles this year, right? Can you give me one? The next day, Monday, Yi started another day of study. As soon as he entered the classroom, all the classmates looked at Yi with strange eyes. Apparently, they learned about Yi's glorious deeds from the classmates who participated in the training yesterday. Final summary. This person cannot be provoked. Others are greedy for money, but he wants money over his life. Sitting down in his seat, Yi ignored everyone's strange looks. Lan Yunsheng, come on, arm wrestle. The loser will buy instant noodles for me to surf the internet tonight. Do you want to accept it? Lan Yunsheng was stunned for a moment, then he laughed disdainfully. Yi was not considered thin, but compared to Lan Yunsheng's huge body, he was still not as thin as expected. They had once used arm wrestling to decide who would pay for instant noodles when they went online at night. But Yi never won a single game. Looking at Yi, who took the initiative to provoke today, Lan Yunsheng agreed immediately. Since you insist on treating me to instant noodles, I won't be polite. Come on. The classmates in the class looked at the two people competing with each other and couldn't help but look at them. Yi was seen sitting astride the table, resting his elbows on it. Lan Yunsheng held Yi's hand and pulled it hard. Yi's hand remained motionless. Lan Yunsheng didn't believe it and continued to increase his strength. In the end, Lan Yunsheng's fat little face was twisted and squeezed together. His forehead began to sweat. An evil smile appeared on Yi's lips. Use slight force with your right hand. The back of Lan Yunsheng's hand slammed heavily on the table with a bang. Lan Yunsheng, loss. Yi, did you take medicine? Why did you suddenly become so strong? Lan Yunsheng was shocked. He was very sure that Yi did not let the shadow possess him, but relied purely on his own physical strength. Yi smiled. Take medicine? Not only medicine, but strong medicine. Products produced by the system must be high quality. Don't you understand? While the two were still laughing, Zhang Guodong walked in with a gloomy face. Seeing Zhang Guodong walk into the classroom, all the students quickly sat down and looked at Zhang Guodong. I have good news for you all. The Los Angeles Education Bureau has officially invited elite students from the Chinese Beast Taming Academy. They will screen all the beast taming classes in Los Angeles to form an elite class. Not only will the elite class receive the best guidance in these 2 months, they will also have the opportunity to receive an admission invitation from the Chinese Beast Master Academy. The whole class was in an uproar. China Beast Taming Academy. Our school will send 100 students to participate in this assessment, and the location of the assessment will be set in Tianyang Lingshu. The 50 students who entered Lingshu yesterday can directly participate in the selection of the elite class. The other 50 people will be included in the list based on your last exam results. Yi's heart skipped a beat. His score couldn't be below the top 100, right? You have to know that he has no academic performance. Yi, come out with me. Yi looked at Zhang Guodong blankly, then stood up and followed Zhang Guodong out of the classroom. The first class was not Zhang Guodong's class. As soon as they left, the next class started. Yi followed Zhang Guodong, turning around the teaching building, and finally stopped at the door of the principal's office. Zhang Guodong knocked on the door. Come in. Yi was full of doubts, but this was obviously not the time to ask questions, so he followed Zhang Guodong into the principal's office. The principal's office was not big. The bookshelves on both sides were filled with various books about beast taming. There were 2 people sitting on the sofa. One was the principal, and the other one surprised Yi a little. Su Ziwu, wearing a white dress and a ponytail, was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Yi, he squinted his eyes and smiled at him. Sit down. When the principal saw Yi, he smiled kindly. Yi was a little at a loss. He did not choose to sit next to the principal, but sat next to Su Ziwu. As soon as he sat down, Yi smelled a pleasant scent of shampoo. Seeing this, Zhang Guodong could only sit next to the principal. I don't need to introduce myself, right? Su Ziwu, a genius from the Huagua Beast Master Academy, came to our school today just to talk about the special recruitment. Special recruitment? Yes. Su Ziwu took over the topic. I have reported your situation to the school. You have a good combat awareness and a rare human-shaped contract spirit. So we decided to give you a special recruitment spot. However, the assessment is difficult because it is an early admissions program, so I don't know if you are willing to participate in this special recruitment. Yi was stunned. Difficult? What do you think I need to assess? In the elite class assessment, enter the Tianyang spiritual ruins and kill 10 silver-level spirit beasts and 1 lord-level spirit beast alone. I will accompany you to the spiritual ruins as an examiner and safety officer. Yi was stunned. Are you kidding? 10 silver-level spirit beasts are difficult enough to deal with. Isn't a lord-level spirit beast just teasing him? Just as Yi was about to speak, options appeared before him. Chapter 36, The Bargaining Duo. Option 1. Refuse the test on the grounds that it is too difficult. Reward, moderate beast taming power. Option 2. Cross your legs and shout. That's it? I'll go to the Chinese Beast Taming Academy. Reward, shadow skill. Inazuma sword skill level +1. Option 3. Agree to Su Ziwu's request for the assessment and extort a reward from the principal. Reward, shadow skill, flash step level +1. Yi Ye's face turned black. Was he forcing himself to go? Whether it is the level of Inazuma's swordsmanship or the level of instant step, they are the best choices for Yi to improve Shadow's combat power. Okay, I can try. Yi still chose option 3. Option 2 was a bit too pretentious, and he was afraid that he would not be able to complete the assessment, which would be embarrassing. But, are you sure you can guarantee my safety? Yi looked at Su Ziwu with suspicion. I saw a big hashtag sign appear on Su Ziwu's forehead. Who are you looking down on? The iron-armored ant incident was just an accident. Who knows it has accumulated so many followers? Besides, there are many lords who act alone in Tianyang Lingshu. Onaji, Hatstaguder. Yi scratched his head. It wasn't that he looked down on Su Ziwu, but he was hunting a lord after all. A bronze-level beastmaster hunting a bronze or even silver-level lord. It just sounded outrageous. See you at Tianyang Lingshu in a week. Seeing that Yi agreed to the special recruitment, Su Ziwu said hello to the principal and left the principal's office. As soon as Su Ziwu left, Zhang Guodong couldn't hold it back anymore. Are you crazy? You dare to agree to such conditions? Do you want to die? She is the security guard and… No, I don't agree. It's too dangerous. It's okay, Mr. Zhang. Are you still worried about me? After all, I was the one who killed the Silver Lord in Tianyang Lingshu. The corners of Zhang Guodong's mouth twitched. It's because of your performance in Lingshu that I'm worried. Yi, who had an innocent look on his face just now, suddenly changed his expression. He looked at the principal with a very serious expression. The principal, who was watching the excitement nearby, was still immersed in the joy that students from his school were invited to take part in the special recruitment exam. Principal, I think what Teacher Zhang said is absolutely right. It's too dangerous. How about I tell Su Ziwu that I won't participate in the special recruitment? When the principal heard this, he was shocked. His school finally had a student who caught the attention of the Chinese Beast Taming Academy. Ahem. Yi, I think young people should be brave enough to fight. How can you give up just because of a little danger? Yi looked lost and looked at the principal with unwilling eyes. Principal, I understand the truth, but I am just a small bronze-level beast master. Even though I am a little stronger than other students and have killed several silver-level spirit beasts and a silver-level lord. But I'm still just a little bronze-level beastmaster. Yi almost gritted his teeth as he read the last 3 words of bronze level. Looking at Yi, who looked panicked, the principal also reacted. This kid. Isn't he asking me for a reward? Ahem. After all, you're participating in the special recruitment to bring honor to our school. So, 5 bottles of low-level beast power potion and 1 bottle of intermediate beast power potion, plus 3 silver-level spirit beads. When Yi heard this, his eyes lit up. These were all real gold and silver, hard currency, but he quickly hid his expression. Principal, I think Tianyang Lingshu is still too dangerous, especially for hunting lord-level spirit beasts. Otherwise, if you can pass the exam, the school will give you an additional bonus of 1 million. Make a deal. Zhang Guodong stared blankly at the 2 people bargaining. Are today's high school students so good at having fun? Walking out of the office, Yi got his wish and went out with 6 bottles of medicine. Principal Lingzhu didn't have any in stock, so he asked Zhang Guodong to bring them to him tomorrow. Zhang Guodong looked at Yi with shining eyes and took out a small box from his pocket in a bad mood. Here, this is a gift from your master's wife. Yi was stunned. A gift from the master's wife? He took the small box and opened it, revealing a beautifully crafted necklace and a potion. Yi looked at Zhang Guodong with confusion. The potion is the latest animal power potion developed by China. It is very effective, almost equivalent to the top-level animal power potion, but it has almost no side effects. Yi was stunned. All beast-controlling potions had side effects on contracted spirits and could not be used continuously in a short period of time. And this bottle of potion can actually achieve the same effect as the top-level beast power potion and has no side effects? Isn't this expensive? Zhang Guodong rolled his eyes. There is no demand for it. The richest people in Beijing spend a fortune just to buy a few bottles for their descendants. Your master's wife was lucky. A big shot from the research institute came to her to order a recipe, so she got this bottle. But you don't have to feel any psychological burden. You are her student, and all these things were chosen for you by your master's wife with the money she earned from your sweet flour stuffed chicken, including the necklace. Yi looked at the necklace in the box. The necklace is not very gorgeous. It is just a simple cloth rope with a beautiful amethyst tied to it. Put it on. This is the most precious thing. Zhang Guodong's tone was filled with jealousy. His wife was really good to this boy. She gave him such precious things. But he didn't even have this kind of equipment. Yi put on the necklace in confusion. Then what? Try inputting some beast control power. Yi input the beast controlling power into the necklace. In the next moment, Yi's eyes widened. He just felt that he was suddenly connected to a piece of space. The space was not big, only less than 1 square meter. Yi could feel that as long as he moved his mind, he could store or take out things in this space. Space storage equipment? Zhang Guodong nodded. Now you know how profitable it is to have a recipe that uses ordinary ingredients to produce effects on contracted spirits, right? But this kind of thing, the production is too small and the price is too high to sell. Your master's wife also spent a lot of effort and used a lot of favors to buy it. Yi was stunned by the sudden surprise. Finally, I don't have to carry such a heavy barbecue grill into Lingshu? After giving Yi a few words of advice, Yi returned to the classroom for class. As soon as he arrived at the classroom, Yi found that the atmosphere was obviously different. Everyone was listening to the lectures attentively, hoping to be in the top 100 in the grade. The day's classes ended quickly, and Yi couldn't wait to rush out of the school gate and ran towards the black market with an excited look on his face. Nothing else. The salary has been paid. Chapter 37. A constitution that is easily kidnapped? Arriving at the black market, Yi rushed to find Lang Song. When he walked into by Xiang Fong, Lang Song and Wang Xian were already waiting for him in the store. Oh, you look pretty good. Looking at the excited Yi, Wang Xian couldn't help but tease. This young man is good in every way, except that he is a little greedy for money? Yi felt bitter. You don't know that I have 2 big money eaters here. Lang Song didn't hesitate and transferred the money to Yi on the spot. After deducting some necessary expenses and the price reduction due to damaged materials, Yi received nearly 300,000 yuan, which was much more than expected. Long live Brother Lang. Looking at Yi, who was smiling happily, Lang Song shook his head helplessly. This year's spiritual food competition will begin soon. I need to go to the capital to look for your teacher. I may not have any orders recently. Yi nodded. He also saw the news on the internet. The annual spiritual food competition is a feast for many spiritual food chefs. Countless spiritual food chefs hope to get a good ranking in the competition and soar to the top. Lang Song should go to observe. As a master of spiritual food, Li Qian will appear at the competition as a judge. Los Angeles has been a bit unstable lately. If you have nothing to do in the black market, don't come here. Just stay in school. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi was about to leave when Wang Xian suddenly spoke. Not peaceful? How do you mean? Someone spotted the Helling cult in the suburbs of Luo City. The Helling cult? Yi looked confused. This is a cult organization. The Helling cult believes that the emergence of contracted spirits and spirit beasts is a blessing bestowed upon mankind by God. Humans should not enslave contracted spirits and spirit beasts, but should integrate them. What does this fusion mean? Could it be? Wang Xian rolled her eyes as she watched Yi gradually go astray. It's not the fusion you think. They will use a mysterious method to transplant the limbs, organs, and even some characteristics of contracted spirits and spirit beasts into the human body, sacrificing their lifespans to allow ordinary people to have certain abilities. Because there are too many ordinary people without awakening talents, the Seoul Union Church has spread across the world at an extremely exaggerated speed. Yi nodded. It was too tempting to allow ordinary people to have abilities. And you not only have a human-shaped contract spirit, but also have the possession skill that can greatly enhance a person's own abilities. I'm afraid they will target you. After all, the Helling sect once believed that humans and human-shaped contracted spirits and spirit beasts had the highest degree of compatibility, but human-shaped contracted spirits and spirit beasts were too rare, and they could not find suitable experimental subjects. Yi was silent. Indeed, his recent performance was a bit too ostentatious. Moreover, Shadow's possession was not like the possession skill of his contracted spirit, which would make people become beastly or have other characteristics. After being possessed by Yi, he looked like a completely normal human being, just with some special effects. This is exactly what the Helling sect has always been pursuing. I understand, but the Helling cult showed up in Los Angeles with such fanfare. Doesn't the government care? How can we ignore it? The top leaders of the Helling sect will definitely not be able to get in, but some of the followers or ordinary people can't tell at all. Although they are not very strong, you still have to be careful. Yi nodded and said goodbye to Lang Song and Wang Xian, feeling a little heavy-hearted. After all, being targeted by a cult is not a good thing. I am just too weak. If I were an emperor-level beastmaster, I could kill the Helling sect with one strike. Yi walked on the black market street, muttering to himself. Now Yi has a huge sum of money in his hands, but he wanders around the streets and can't find anything he can use. Seeing that it was getting dark, Yi decided to go home early. Wang Xian had just talked about the Helling sect. Now Yi saw that everyone looked like a Helling sect member. Just as Yi walked to the entrance of the black market and was about to go home, Lu Xiangnan and a middle-aged man stood at the entrance of the black market. Neither of them spoke, as if they were waiting for someone. Yi was just about to go up and say hello when Lu Xiangnan saw Yi, widened his eyes, and shook his head slightly, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. "Don't come over here." These words seemed to echo in Yi's mind. Even though Lu Xiangnan didn't say anything, the familiar options reappear. Option 1. Pretend not to see Lu Xiangnan being coerced and take a taxi home. Reward: a small amount of beast-taming power. Shadow's personality changed to cowardly. Option 2. Hide nearby, alert the police, and wait for an opportunity to strike. Reward: Shadow attack plus 5%. Option 3. You will fight against injustice. You are no longer a rookie after killing a Lord-level spirit beast. Kill him. Reward: Shadow skill, psychic possession level plus 1. When Yi saw the options, he was obviously stunned. Is my squad leader prone to kidnapping? Or maybe my horoscope is in conflict with the black market. Squad leader. Yi roared, scaring the stall owner next to him. Lu Xiangnan covered his forehead helplessly, and the middle-aged man next to him also looked at Yi. What a surprise, squad leader. How come I met you in the black market? Oh, by the way, last time we gossiped about Mr. Zhang's beast tamer level, didn't you guys go and verify it? Yi took 2 steps at a time and quickly walked to Lu Xiangnan, secretly giving him a wink. Is Mr. Zhang silver or gold? He can't be bronze, right? What's the rank next to it? Let me see if I can make a move. Lu Xiangnan was obviously stunned for a moment. The middle-aged man next to him didn't say anything, but watched the conversation between the two silently. I think he should be a high-level silver beastmaster, but it's impossible for him to be a gold beastmaster. After all, it's a waste for a gold beastmaster to teach us. He should be a high-level silver beastmaster. By the way, Monitor, you haven't introduced me yet. Who is this person next to you? Could he be the Monitor's father? The middle-aged man next to him looked at Lu Xiangnan with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if warning Lu Xiangnan not to say more. Noticing the man's gaze, Lu Xiangnan spoke naturally. No, this is my uncle. I just met him at the black market. He was worried that I would go home alone, so he called a car to take me home. Looking at Lu Xiangnan's expression, Yi knew what was going on. Uncle, please don't bother me. It just so happens that the squad leader and I are going the same way. Why don't you let me take him home? The middle-aged man had an unnatural expression on his face and refused bluntly. No need. I'd better send her home myself, otherwise I'll be worried. Looking at the middle-aged man with a stiff expression, Yi sighed in his heart. What a difference in acting skills. Then I'll wait with the Monitor for a while. I don't have anything to do. Yi ignored the middle-aged man's gaze and stood there chatting with Lu Xiangnan. Lu Xiangnan was almost going crazy. Brother, what are you doing? Is this a place for chatting? About 20 minutes later, the car hadn't arrived yet, and the middle-aged man was obviously a little impatient. Why hasn't the car come yet? I'll take my leave now. Hey, Teacher Zhang, why are you here in the black market? I was just talking to the Monitor about you. Yi was about to leave when he suddenly looked behind the middle-aged man with surprise. Just as Yi was looking at the middle-aged man with anticipation, he found that the middle-aged man did not look behind him at all, but stared at Yi's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Chapter 38 Bronze Senior Beast Tamer. Boy, do you think I'm so easy to fool? I felt something was wrong with you just now. How could this be such a coincidence? You want to sneak attack me, right? Bang! The middle-aged man fell down immediately, and Zhang Guodong appeared behind him with a serious face, and a 2-meter-long fiery red lizard was lying beside him. Who lied to you? Tisk? Yi smacked his lips. To the middle-aged man, this was a dead end. You turned your head and were attacked by Yi. Wouldn't you turn your head? Lu Xiangnan watched the middle-aged man being knocked unconscious. Without having time to thank Zhang Guodong and Yi, he quickly ran to the middle-aged man and took out a mobile phone with a pink case from his pocket. She ran aside and called her father. Yi also called the law enforcement team of the Black Market Town Spirit Bureau. Wang Lu, the captain of the law enforcement brigade, was bewildered when he saw Yi and the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Under his governance, there have been no vicious fights or public security incidents for several years. Yi had just arrived in the black market and started too. Who is he? I don't know him. I don't know him. A big hashtag appeared on Wang Li's forehead. I don't know you, but you beat him up like this? Looking at the middle-aged man with his face on the ground in a deep coma, Wang Li felt that Yi Yi must be a terrorist. Why are you looking at me? I didn't hit him. I was the one who called the police. Wang Lu was stunned. It's not you? It was me. He kidnapped my student. I have already arrested all his accomplices on the way. They are drinking tea in the Xinling Bureau branch 1 kilometer away. Zhang Guodong said. Okay, but be careful next time. When Wang Le heard that there was an accomplice, he asked the law enforcement officers nearby to carry the middle-aged man and left in a hurry. As soon as Wang Le left, Yi immediately started to show his anger. Teacher Zhang, luckily you came just in time. If you hadn't come, I would have fought him. If this guy was a wanted criminal or something, and if there was a reward, you wouldn't have snatched it from me, right? Zhang Guodong had a look of pain on his face. He had received Yi Ye's message and rushed here from school without stopping. In the meantime, he also brought along the middle-aged man's accomplice. Now he wants to take the bonus from me? Here, 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 here. Don't run around these days and prepare well for the exam in a week. And Lu Xiangnan, you too, don't come to school recently and ask your dad to find a place for you. After the call, Lu Xiangnan was obviously in a low mood. He nodded when he heard Zhang Guodong's words. Zhang Guodong didn't say anything else. He gave a few words about safety issues and took a taxi home. Squad leader, you. Yi looked at Lu Xiangnan, who looked depressed and couldn't help asking. It's okay. It's just that recently, I can't go to school, and my dad asked me to stay at home for a while. Because of them? Yi frowned. The school is about to organize an assessment for the elite class. As a student who entered Lingshu last time, Lu Xiangnan can directly participate in the assessment. Can you tell me who they are? Why did they kidnap you again and again? There's nothing to hide about this. My family is the largest pharmaceutical production company in Los Angeles. But recently, a pharmaceutical company on the verge of bankruptcy suddenly became very active and used some very cheap pharmaceuticals to nibble away at the market. Later, my father discovered something was wrong and bought some medicine from their company, only to find that they were all defective products. The effects were not strong, but the side effects were extremely high. The only advantage was that the price was extremely low. The boss of that company even called my dad and wanted to buy our company, but my dad disagreed. As a result, you know what happened that day. I was kidnapped in the black market. Yi nodded. If that was the case, Lu Xiangnan was in a very dangerous situation, and staying at home for a while seemed to be the best option. Then squad leader, can you still take part in the elite class assessment? Yi kept talking about things that were irrelevant. Lu Xiangnan was just afraid of missing the assessment, so he was a little depressed. I hope I can participate. Soon, the vehicle arranged by Lu Feng stopped at the entrance of the black market. Looking at Lu Xiangnan's thin back, Yi suddenly felt a little annoyed. He felt that there was something wrong with the company, and it might be related to the Helling sect. The middle-aged man Lu Xiangnan just said that there might be a silver level, but he did not notice either the arrival of Zhang Guodong or the fluctuation of Zhang Guodong summoning the contracted spirit. When I got home, it was already dark. Back in the room, Yi took out the potion given to him by the principal from the storage space, as well as the bottle of potion that Li Qian asked Zhang Guodong to give him. After the system evolved and unlocked new functions, the energy required became more. Yi was not going to let the system absorb these potions, so he decided to use them himself. Picking up a bottle of low-level beast taming potion, Yi poured it directly into his mouth. In an instant, Yi felt a little hot all over, and a beast-controlling power exploded in Yi Ye's body, but it did not leak out. Instead, it was slowly absorbed by Yi Yi. In less than 2 minutes, the effect of the medicine disappeared, and Yi Yi was stunned. That's it? That's all? Ding! The host's physical fitness has been enhanced by the system. The side effects of some medicines have been offset, and the host absorbs the medicines faster. Yi Yi nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Licking his lips, Yi Yi drank the remaining 4 bottles of low-level potions in one breath. A much stronger beast-controlling power than before exploded in Yi Ye's body, but Yi Yi still did not feel any side effects. Instead, the effect of the drug disappeared after 5 or 6 minutes. Yi Yi felt that he was one step closer to becoming a high-level bronze beast master. Thinking that there would be no side effects anyway, Yi Yi drank the bottle of intermediate-level beast taming potion as well. The intermediate level is different. The beast power in this bottle is more than the previous 5 bottles, and it may be due to the materials. Yi Yi feels that the beast power is much purer than before. If this scene was seen by other beast masters, they would definitely call Yi a prodigal son. After drinking the beast taming power potion, instead of practicing quickly to maximize the absorption of the potion, you just sit there and feel what the potion feels like. Yi licked his lips and took out Li Qian's bottle of beast-controlling potion. Some scattered small tasks recently have given Yi a lot of beast power after completing them. With this bottle of potion, Yi feels that he can break through to the advanced bronze level today. Thinking of this, Yi picked up the potion and drank it all. Cool. Yi couldn't help but yell. As soon as he drank the potion, a cool feeling flowed from his throat to his stomach and then spread to every corner of his body. Yi could feel the beast-controlling power being absorbed by his body crazily at every moment. Half an hour later, Yi opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to become a bronze-level Beastmaster. Chapter 39, I'm Not the God of Medicine. Bronze Senior Beastmaster. Yi was also somewhat excited. According to this trend, he has a great chance of breaking through to the silver level before the college entrance examination. You know, except for some gifted geniuses who awaken their Beastmaster talents ahead of time, very few people can break through to the silver level Beastmaster before the college entrance examination. Every student who breaks through the silver level before the college entrance examination is a genius that major universities are vying for. System: Open Shadows panel. Name: Shadow. Level: Bronze 6 stars. Personality: innocent, kind, serious. Attribute: thunder. Type: humanoid. Talent: super lightning resistance. Can resist 90% of lightning element attacks. Control of thunder element. Can freely use the power of thunder element. Skills: Inazuma Sword Skills, LV5. Instant Step, Level 6. Can achieve displacement within 15 meters. Psychic Possession, LV3. Can possess the Beastmaster for a period of time. The Beastmaster has the full power of the contracted spirit and can use any skills. Songlei, LV1. Potential, E. As the level increases, the short-term possession of psychic power is changed to possession for a period of time. With the current strength of Yi and Ying, if they encounter a silver-level spirit beast of average strength that cannot fly, Yi is confident that he can kill it in a one-on-one situation. But if it is a silver-level lord, it would be wishful thinking. After all, whether it is Ying or Yi after being possessed, it is difficult to compete with a silver-level lord, not to mention that the assessment task is hunting. It's really a headache. If I had known this, I wouldn't have accepted the assessment. After much thought, Yi still couldn't figure out a way to quickly increase his combat power, unless he encounters a seriously injured Lord-level spirit beast. But this probability is no different from pie falling from the sky, and with Suzy Wu's supervision next to him, it is still unclear whether he has passed the assessment. That's right, the lucky draw. Yi suddenly remembered that he had just received a huge sum of money today, which he could use for the lottery. After all, if 300,000 were used to buy some cultivation resources for Ying to absorb, the effect would be minimal. But the lottery is different. Just do it. Let's do a 10-draw combo first. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you. Yi's heart ached a little as he looked at the series of thank yous for patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body-strengthening potion, *1. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. A bottle of potion came out after 10 consecutive draws. Yi looked at the remaining balance of 200,000 yuan and a hint of ruthlessness appeared on his face. Draw them all. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Prime Strength Experience card *1. The series of thank yous for patronage and potions made Yi annoyed, but the sudden new prize stunned him. Heyday Strength Experience card? Yi was a little confused and started reading the system introduction. The full Strength Experience card allows the contracted spirit to use a strike with its full strength. Note: the higher the potential of the contracted spirit, the stronger the effect. Fuck. Yi was stunned. Full strength? The full strength of the shadow. The complete version of Raiden Shogun? Why go to Tianyang Lingshu? Wouldn't it be better to find an Emperor-level Lingshu and an Emperor-level King to chop? Ding. Please don't be wishful thinking, and read the instructions carefully. Only then did Yi see the content in brackets. What does this mean? Ding. The host contracted spirit shadow only has E-level talent. After system calculation, the full strength experience card can only help the shadow reach the strength of platinum 1 star. Yi's face froze. Tianyang Lingshu was pretty good. Why would it be so dangerous to go to the Emperor-level Lingshu? He put the full strength experience card into the storage space. In the lottery just now, Yi also drew 3 bottles of body-strengthening potions. Taking out a bottle, Yi drank it down. Unlike the first time when the burning sensation was strong, this time because Yi's physical fitness had improved, he just felt hot and warm all over. Yi felt like he had endless energy. Feeling that he should be able to bear it, Yi drank the other 2 bottles of potion. 10 minutes later, Yi was lying on the bed, sweating profusely. Including the previous beast-taming potion, Yi consumed 10 bottles of potions that night. It is not an exaggeration to call him the king of traditional Chinese medicine in Luoqing. The physical enhancement brought by the body-strengthening potion allows Yi to take drugs without any worries. After taking a shower, Yi lay on the bed playing with his mobile phone. Due to the strong effect of the physical fitness potion, Yi was very energetic and couldn't sleep at all. Yi opened the QQ message and found the innocent, beautiful girl. A date? The opponent responded immediately. Oh? The sun is rising from the west. It's been a while since you took the initiative to play games with me. Don't talk nonsense. Let's make an appointment. No, this will be a bit urgent. Yi put down his phone and sighed. How about not sleeping tonight? In the suburbs of Los Angeles, there is Baifu Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Company, which is a smaller pharmaceutical company in Los Angeles, covering an area of more than 10 acres of land. At the entrance of Baifu Pharmacy, Su Ziwu, who was wearing a black combat uniform, put away his mobile phone. There were more than a dozen people next to him, also wearing black combat uniforms. Our purpose is very clear. We are going to search the Baifu Pharmacy Company to see if there are any Helling sect or some forbidden items. A deep male voice sounded in the crowd, and everyone nodded. There were many familiar faces in the team. Not to mention Su Ziwu, Wang Lu is also among them. High in the sky, Wang Xian half knelt on the back of an owl, looking down at every move in the park of Baifu Pharmaceutical Company. According to the intelligence, Baifu Company has 1 silver-level Beastmaster, 4 high-level bronze Beastmasters, and 7 intermediate-level Beastmasters. If a fight breaks out, you are allowed to kill the other party's contracted spirit directly. That's it, let's go. An hour later, Yi, dressed in sportswear, appeared on the streets of Los Angeles. It was already 12 o'clock. There were almost no pedestrians on the road, and Yi was running very fast. Just now, perhaps because the body-strengthening potion was too strong, Yi felt hot all over, as if he had endless energy. Even taking a shower could not suppress the feeling of heat. Yi, whose body temperature was so high, felt as if his consciousness was blurred by the burn after leaving the community gate. He subconsciously started running to consume his energy. With a means to consume physical energy, Yi felt the heat gradually subside, and he ran for an hour. When Yi regained consciousness, he was shocked. He actually ran to the junction of the urban area and the suburbs without realizing it. You have to know that this place is 30 kilometers away from his home. This potion is too strong. Yi smiled bitterly. Even though he had been running for an hour, his whole body was still swollen. Just as Yi was about to continue running home, a stumbling shadow caught Yi's attention. The figure ran towards Yi. When he got closer, Yi was a little confused. Isn't this Wang Li? Wang Li's face was covered in blood, and there were 2 penetrating wounds on his body. Wang Lu also saw Yi in sportswear, and his eyes were stunned for a moment, but the next moment, his eyes turned into anxiety. Yi, quick, contact the Zhenling Bureau for support. After saying this, Wang Lu seemed to lose his strength and fainted on the ground. Yi was a little panicked. What was going on? And he was calling for support. Where was the support? Brother, at least finish what you were saying before you faint. Chapter 40. Helling Cult Leader. Yi. Yi couldn't care less and picked up his phone to call the Zhenling Bureau. Hello, is this the Spiritual Control Bureau? Yi quickly informed the Luoqing Town Spiritual Bureau of the situation, called 120 again, and waited anxiously on the spot. Yi didn't have to wait too long. The ambulance came speeding and took Wang Lu away. Just when Yi didn't know what to do next, options appeared in front of him. Option 1. What happens next is not something you, a student, can participate in. Just go home and sleep. Reward, a large amount of beast power. Option 2. Wait at the spot to see if there are any injured Zhenling Bureau staff. Reward, shadow speed plus 5%. Option 3. High risk means high reward. Continue to walk towards the suburbs. Reward, shadow skill. Inazuma sword skill level plus 1. Yi looked at the options, hesitated for a long time, and finally chose option 3. Brothers, we are all about taking the initiative. With a thought, Yi summoned Shadow, and the man and the spirit walked towards the suburbs side by side. How's the situation over there? The Baifu Pharmaceutical Company Park is about 6 or 7 kilometers away from Yi. Wang Xian, who was above the park, anxiously pressed the headphones and kept saying something. A huge ice ball rushed from the ground towards Wang Xian, who was sitting on the owl. The owl turned and barely avoided the puck. At this time, the park was in chaos, with fights happening everywhere. Helling cult. I knew there was something wrong with Baifu Pharmaceutical Company. A tall, muscular man in combat uniform looked coldly at the masked woman in front of him. The two contracted spirits beside him had varying degrees of injuries. TSK, what bad luck. I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. But it's too late. The woman was wearing a tight leather jacket and had short hair that reached her eyebrows. Her delicate mixed-race face was hidden by a mask, while her curvy figure was outlined by the leather jacket. Too late? The sturdy man was stunned. Just now, seeing that they were defeated, the Helling sect handed over their research results and data to a bronze-level member. Before the Jinling Bureau could react, they tried their best to open a hole in the encirclement, allowing him to escape. But Wang Lu rushed out at the first moment and chased the believer. Hey, you didn't really think that I would give such important information to a bronze-level follower? Friendly reminder. You can call your people, there's a surprise? Hearing the woman sneer, Li Zhao's heart sank. He quickly used the internal communication equipment to contact Wang Lu, but found that no one answered. You. Okay, I won't play with you guys anymore. He should be safe now. See you next time, Captain Li. As she spoke, the woman suddenly looked painful, and a pair of wings over 2 meters long suddenly grew out of her back. She glanced at Li Xiao and flew straight into the air. Li Xiao quickly controlled the contracted spirit to chase after her, but the woman was so fast that the contracted spirit could do nothing to her. Kill. Leave no one alive. With a gloomy face, Li Xiao looked fiercely at the remaining members of the Helling sect. Don't even think about running. As soon as the woman rose into the air, she was stopped by Wang Xian, who was riding an owl. The fiery falcon next to her shot out a dozen fireballs, but the woman dodged them all flexibly. Don't waste your energy. Go down and help your people. I have prepared a great gift for you. It's a pity for those followers I just recruited. Rose. What do you mean? The woman called Rose smiled, did not explain to Wang Xian, flapped her wings, and flew towards the place where Wang Lu was chasing her. Captain Li, hurry. There's an ambush. Wang Xian spoke anxiously on the headset, and Li Zhao's face on the ground changed. Quick, everyone, retreat. The expressions of the people in the Jinling Bureau changed, and they left the park at a rapid speed. Shortly after they left the park gate, a huge explosion resounded throughout the world. Li Xiao looked at the park that turned into a sea of fire with a gloomy face. This was the usual tactic used by the Helling sect. Once they change their base or are discovered, they will use high explosives to destroy the base, and all experimental data and equipment will be buried in the sea of fire. Yi, who was 5 kilometers away, was also startled by the huge explosion. Fuck, is it so intense? Yi cursed, and at this moment he saw a person lying in the green belt on the side of the road in front of him. The cautious Yi instantly entered a state of psychic possession, holding a tang sword in his hand, and walked towards the green belt step by step. Yi saw the body of a contracted spirit lying on the ground next to the green belt, and his heart tightened. Isn't this Wang Li's contracted spirit? He clenched the knife tightly in his right hand and rolled a Tsang Lei ball with his left hand, after confirming that it was an enemy and not a friend. If he found that the enemy in the green belt was not dead, Yi would finish him off without hesitation. Walking to the green belt, Yi discovered a creature that looked like neither human nor ghost lying in the green belt. I saw a creature with a wolf's head and a human body lying in the green belt. There are fangs in its mouth that are more than 10 centimeters long. The exposed skin on its body is covered with black hair, and the sharp claws on its hands reflect a cold and dim light that makes people feel cold. The creature with a wolf's head and a human body suddenly turned around and looked at Yi. After seeing Yi's body wrapped in electric charge, his pupils were purple, and he was rubbing an electric ball the size of a basketball in his hands. He was obviously relieved. Has the organization's support arrived? Yi was stunned. Organization? Then he remembered that he was now in a state of psychic possession and could exert his abilities in human form. Wasn't that the Helling sect? Little did he know that at this moment the creature with a wolf head and a human body was deeply shocked. Looking at Yi, who was no different from a normal human being, he almost showed a hint of envy. Being able to achieve this level of integration, he must be a big shot in the sect, right? Seeing that Yi Yi ignored him, he asked again carefully, "Are you one of the four great guardians of the religion?" Hearing the obviously more respectful tone, Yi Yi was about to speak when an option appeared before him. Option 1. Kill the humanoid creature in front of you. Reward: a large amount of beast power. Option 2. Disguise as a high-ranking member of the Helling cult and obtain information about the Helling cult in Los Angeles and the location of its stronghold from him. Reward: shadow strength plus 5%. You don't need to know so much. Was the mission successful? The man with a wolf's head and a human body was a little excited. Did he meet an important person? Propping up his already broken body, the wolf-headed man took out a black password box from under him and handed it to Yi Yi. "Sir, the mission has been completed. The medicine and scientific research materials are in the box." Yi Yi didn't say much, took the box, and then looked at the wolf-headed man. "Where is the base of my teaching in Los Angeles?" The wolf-headed man hesitated, but Yi Yi instantly scolded him. "How dare you? You dare to keep me in suspense?" A terrifying electric charge flashed across Yi Yi's body, and his pair of purple eyes emitted lightning in the darkness. The wolf-headed man was so frightened that he trembled all over. In the suburbs of Los Angeles. Having successfully obtained the answer he wanted, Yi nodded in satisfaction. The wolf-headed man was delighted. He had also made contributions to the organization. If he could obtain a potion with a higher degree of compatibility, he might be able to get rid of this half-human, half-ghost appearance. Then, "Yi Yi, why are you here?" Just when Yi Yi was about to deal with the wolf-headed man in front of him, a female voice interrupted Yi Yi. "I saw a woman wearing leather clothes and with a graceful figure walking towards Yi Yi." Yi Yi was stunned when he saw the person coming. Ms. May. Chapter 41. Become bigger and stronger and create brilliance together. Why are you here? The woman whom Yi Yi called Teacher May narrowed her eyes and looked at the box in Yi Yi's hand from time to time. Hearing the sound, the wolf-headed man became visibly excited. Because of the body transformation, his injuries have improved a lot at this time. He tried hard to prop himself up and looked at Mei Meiguei. "Rose, don't be rude. This is a high-ranking official of our Helling sect, one of the four guardians." Looking at the wolf-headed man with a serious expression, Rose was stunned for a moment. He? The top leaders of Helling sect? Yi was also a little confused. He recognized the woman in front of him. Wasn't she the head teacher of the beast-taming class of Luoqing No. 1 Middle School? Wang Xiangdong's class teacher was the invigilator for his own cultural subjects exams, Mei Fong. Mei Fong, who had just had a fierce battle with the Jinling Bureau, took off her mask. Otherwise, Yi would not have been able to recognize her. What four Dharma protectors? How could the four Dharma protectors I taught be a student? The wolf-headed man was also a little confused. Student? Huh, I didn't expect that Teacher May is also a member of our Helling sect? Yi Ye's cold voice sounded. Now that things have come to this, I don't need to pretend anymore. I, Yi, am one of the four guardians of the Helling sect. My title is General Thunder. Meifeng thought it was a bit ridiculous. What? You don't believe it? Ever since I awakened my human-shaped contract spirit, I joined the soul-merging sect. With the help of the sect leader, I successfully merged with my human-shaped contract spirit. Where else do you think I can get a skill book on possession of a human-shaped contracted spirit? Have you ever heard of such a thing? And aren't you curious? I am a contracted spirit in human form, but I am not targeted by the church. Yi was betting that the Helling sect's appearance in Luo City was not because of him. If you bet right, you will become bigger and stronger and create brilliance together. If the bet is wrong, then I can only kill the wolf-headed man before Mei Fong can react and run away with the things. Mei Fong was somewhat convinced, because in all the years of beast-taming history, there has never been a skill book that can allow a contracted spirit in human form to possess a person. Moreover, the Helling sect did not have any information about capturing Yi. Even no one in the sect mentioned Yi's human form contracted spirit. And at this moment, if we exclude the reason of the skill book, Yi, this subordinate greets the Guardian General Lei Dian. Mei Fong knelt on one knee instantly, but cautious Mei Fong still asked a question. I wonder if the master is okay? The leader has been preparing for a big event recently and has no time to take care of the affairs of the sect. Is the leader finally going to take action? Mei Fong was a little excited, and she was also sure of Yi's identity in her heart. After all, only the leader and some high-ranking officials knew about that major event, and she only found out about it when she was receiving high-ranking officials and they let the secret slip. 1,000 horses are galloping through Yi's heart now. He can't continue making up stories anymore. Help? By the way, The guardian is also a spiritual food master, right? Yi was stunned and nodded. A certificate of junior spiritual food master appeared in her hand, and Mei Fong took a look at it. This was done by Li Qian. Last time, Zhang Guodong gave him space equipment and potions together. Mei Fong's pupil shrank when she saw that the recommender on Yi Ye's spiritual food chef certificate was Li Qian. Master Protector, I apologize for my recklessness just now. The mission has been successful. The medicine and data have been transferred out. Please decide what we should do next. Yi weighed the box in his hand and asked puzzledly, "What's in here?" Medicine. Yi didn't ask more questions, as he was afraid that if he asked too many questions, Mei Fong would become suspicious. After all, his identity was full of loopholes and could not stand up to scrutiny. Okay, I'll take the potion. I have a special identity, and many of the church members don't know my identity. You must keep it a secret. Don't show any strangeness when you see me in school. Mei Fong nodded. The Helling Church will live forever. Mei Fong put her right hand on her heart and said something inexplicable to Yi Yi. Yi Yi was shocked. Is this the secret code of the Helling sect? Just when Yi Yi was about to imitate Mei Fong and say, "The Helling sect will live forever," an option appeared before him. Option 1. Imitate Mei Fong. Make this non-existent signal and then be discovered. Reward: moderate beast taming power. Option 2. Take advantage of Mei Fong's inattention and attack. Reward: shadow speed plus 5%. Option 3. Shout at Mei Fong. As one of the 4 guardians of the Helling sect, you were repeatedly tempted by an ordinary member of the sect. Reward: shadow skill, psychic possession level plus 1. Yi was helpless. What does it mean to be one of the 4 guardians of the Helling sect? System: you are too immersed in the play. Asshole, you are still testing this guardian? Do you want to die? Yi Ye's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and a flash of lightning flashed in his hand and shot towards Mei Fong. I have to say that the brainwashing of the Helling sect is really evil. Seeing the lightning in Yi Ye's hand shooting towards her, Mei Fong trembled all over. She didn't dare to raise her head and knelt on the ground without moving. The lightning shot at Mei Fong, and Mei Fong was instantly shocked by the powerful electric current, and her whole body convulsed. Your subordinate dare not. The wolf-headed man next to him was so scared that he didn't say a word. Yi glanced at the two of them coldly, snorted, and left with the box. Rose, you are so brave. They are the 4 guardians. Mei Fong didn't say anything because she was numb. Yi, who was holding the black box, was sweating profusely and exited the psychic possession mode. He was also scared just now. As a teacher at Luoqing No. 1 Middle School, Mei Fong is a silver-level beastmaster. Coupled with the Helling sect's strange fusion method, he may not be able to defeat Mei Fong. Plus, there was a wolf-headed man standing next to him, staring at him eagerly. Holding the password box in his hand, Yi was in a dilemma. This is a hot potato. Return it to Mei Fong? That's obviously unrealistic. To the Spirit Control Bureau? He was afraid that there might be people from the Helling sect in the Spirit Control Bureau. Wouldn't that reveal his identity? He might also suffer endless revenge from the Helling sect, and they might even target him, the owner of a human-shaped contract spirit that could possess a body. After a while, Yi found that he couldn't think of any good solution. Half an hour later, boom, boom, boom. Who is it? Zhang Guodong, wearing pajamas and looking sleepy, opened the door impatiently. Yi outside the door had a smile on his face. Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry to bother you so late. You know it's so late? What's the matter? Let's go inside and talk? Zhang Guodong made way in annoyance. He had just fallen asleep when Yi woke him up. He was in a very grouchy mood. Speak. Rubbing his sore eyes, Zhang Guodong poured Yi a glass of water in a bad mood. Yi didn't waste any words and took out the Tang sword like a magic trick. Zhang Guodong was so scared that he lost all sleepiness. What are you going to do? Yi gave Zhang Guodong a blank look and pointed to the password box in his hand. Zhang Guodong felt relieved only when he saw Yi was about to cut the lock on the safe. Just now he thought that he was too strict in normal times, and Yi was so angry that he came to his door and was ready to chop him twice. Yi placed the password box on the table, and with a flash of the knife, the combination lock on the password box was instantly broken. After opening the box, Zhang Guodong looked at the things inside and took a breath. Hiss, where did you get this thing? Chapter 42, Humanoid Beast. Yi didn't expect Zhang Guodong to react so strongly. He frowned and told him what had just happened. Of course, he didn't mention that he became a high-ranking member of the Helling sect. He was afraid that Zhang Guodong would treat him as a mental patient and send him to a mental hospital. You mean, you have stolen the results of the Helling sect's research? Zhang Guodong looked at Yi with an expression of disbelief. You know, the Helling sect is not a sect of good men and women. Yes, I was out for a night run, and bumped into him by chance. Night run? Zhang Guodong looked at Yi suspiciously. Would this guy run at night? Inside the box, the milky white medicine lay quietly on a cushion to prevent bumps, with a few A4 papers beside it. The Helling cult has been planning this for a long time. I thought they had just arrived in Los Angeles recently, but the information shows that they have been operating here for more than 10 years. And you actually intercepted their scientific research results of more than 10 years. How ridiculous. Shaking his head, Zhang Guodong looked at Yi with an expression of regret. Drink it. Yi was stunned and looked at Zhang Guodong in confusion. What the hell? Zhang Guodong looked at Yi helplessly. If you hand it over to the Spirit Control Bureau, you will be arrested the next moment. Do you believe it? Do you know what this is? It's a medicine that can transform the human body, greatly enhancing its physical fitness and even integrating the abilities of some spiritual beasts. If ordinary people knew the effects of this potion, there would be riots, or even. I didn't expect that the research of the Helling sect has reached this stage. It's unbelievable. Yi was confused. What does this have to do with arresting me? Zhang Guodong rolled his eyes at Yi. As a beast master who has read the information and knows the effects of the potion, do you think the Spirit Suppression Bureau will let you go out and talk nonsense? There is a high probability that they will lock you up and provide you with good food and drink. You can only come out when this medicine can no longer be concealed and everyone knows about it. Do you understand? Yi's whole body tensed up. Fortunately, he did not go to the Spirit Suppression Bureau. He did not expect that this potion was so important. So, destroy the data, drink the potion, and you'll be lucky. According to the information, this potion does not cause any harm to the human body. It simply increases physical fitness. When a more powerful potion appears, people can unlock some wonderful abilities and even absorb the spirit beads of spirit beasts to gain some skills. Yi nodded. Zhang Guodong would definitely not harm him, otherwise he would not have come here. Pick up the milky white potion, which is slightly sticky. Yi tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp, then sat blankly on the sofa waiting for the drug to take effect. How do you feel? After a minute, looking at Yi's expressionless face, Zhang Guodong seemed a little anxious. Well, I felt a little hot all over, and then it was gone. Zhang Guodong frowned. That's it? That shouldn't be the case. With your physical fitness, it should be greatly enhanced. Yi was a little confused. He felt that this milky white potion had a similar effect to the system's body strengthening potion. The effect was, it feels like the body strengthening potion has been diluted hundreds of times. Wrong. Zhang Guodong seemed to have figured something out. According to the data, the ingredients used in this potion are extremely luxurious. Even a gold-level beastmaster should have a strong effect after drinking it. If you don't have any reaction, there is only one possibility. Suddenly, a contracted spirit appeared in the room. It was a black, tendon-filled bovine contracted spirit, 6 meters long and 2.5 meters tall. If Zhang Guodong's living room wasn't big enough, he wouldn't have dared to summon it casually. Attack my contracted spirit. Stop, stop, stop. Don't use your possession skills, and don't use the knife. Use your fists. After listening to this, Yi cooperated very well and subconsciously entered a state of psychic possession. Zhang Guodong, who was standing next to him, was startled and quickly stopped him. He knew how abnormal Yi was in this state. Although he might not be able to cause any harm to his contracted spirit that was good at defense. But this house, I think it needs a major renovation. Okay. Yi put away the Tang sword and exited the possessed state, looking at the big black bull in front of him. A thin layer of yellow light shield appeared in front of the big black bull, which was composed of earth element energy. Yi went up and punched him. Suddenly, the yellow light shield shattered with a crash sound and spread all over the ground. The big black bull was startled and looked at Yi in shock with its eyes. Come again. Zhang Guodong was also shocked. A light shield with a darker color and thicker thickness appeared, and Yi punched with all his strength. There was a bang, and the light shield did not move at all. Call. The big black bull breathed a sigh of relief. His face was saved. If this human can break through all the defensive skills that it has exerted with all its strength by its own power, where will it put its bull face? Come again. Yi shook his numb hands, closed his eyes, and recalled the fighting skills and methods of exerting force that brought him after he was possessed. This is the benefit of psychic possession. After possession, it is equivalent to a person who is proficient in various martial arts and always fights on behalf of others. Yi Yi, as a student who teaches by words and deeds, can gain some insights after each battle. Yi Yi, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and with his legs leading his hips leading his waist, and his waist leading his arms, he punched towards the light shield. Yi Ye's fist hit the light shield hard. Unlike last time, several tiny cracks appeared on the light shield. The big black bull quickly increased its energy output, the light shield glowed faintly yellow, and the cracks on it were quickly repaired. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on the big black bull's face. Fortunately, Lao Nyo, reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been embarrassed. Zhang Guodong next to him was shocked. What kind of physical fitness is this? Looking at Yi Yi, who was jumping up and down with his fists covered, it was as if he was looking at a human-shaped ferocious beast. How did you do that? Did you secretly use the possession skill? Yi looked at Zhang Guodong with an innocent face. No, look, my hair hasn't turned purple. After being shocked, Zhang Guodong's face turned serious. If someone asks you why you are so physically fit, just tell them that your master's wife has developed a spiritual food that can enhance the physical fitness of a beast master. Got it? Li Qian has indeed been developing a spiritual food that can enhance the physical fitness of beast masters recently, but it has not been developed yet, and even if it is developed, the effect will not be so good. After hearing what Zhang Guodong said, Yi understood what was going on. He nodded solemnly, and at the same time felt a little warm in his heart. This is helping yourself to block the bullet. Chapter 43. Old and New Era? After saying goodbye to Zhang Guodong, Yi returned home. Sitting on the computer chair in the room, Yi kept thinking about the bottle of medicine. System, does that potion have the same effect as the body-strengthening potion? Ding. Please don't compare that kind of garbage with the system's rewards. Yi's heart tightened. It was indeed so. Why does he feel that after he drank the system's body-strengthening potion? This fake Helling sect is more like the Helling sect than the real Helling sect. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Go to sleep. Yi returned to bed, covered himself with the quilt, and fell asleep. At this time, in the suburbs of Los Angeles, a man and a woman were running away at high speed. Rose, didn't you say you handled it very cleanly? How come there is still a tail behind? How should I know? There was no such person in the Jinling Bureau just now. The Wolfman and Rose were seen fleeing in a panic. In the sky, a winged fire-breathing dragon was continuously shooting fireballs at the two. It was Su Ziwu. When the Jinling Bureau was taking action, because Su Ziwu was not an official member of Luoqing, he was arranged to provide support on the periphery. Unexpectedly, Rose took advantage of the opportunity and escaped. She stood up on the spot and prepared to give chase, but the subsequent explosion caused many casualties in the Jinling Bureau, so she had to stay and let Unicorn continue to treat the wounded, thus missing the best opportunity to pursue. After the wounded were stabilized, she rode on Charizard to chase in the direction of Rose's escape. But it seemed that Rose was very arrogant, as if she had never thought that anyone would catch up with her. When Su Ziwu arrived, he was chatting with a member of the Helling sect with wolf hands and human body beside a green belt. Su Ziwu was very pampered with them. He started with a big scorching sun, burning the area near the green belt to ashes. But unfortunately, Diantion made too much noise and was discovered by the sensitive Rose, who narrowly avoided it. Then the scene just now appeared. As expected of the geniuses of the Chinese Beast Taming Academy, the two contracted spirits cooperated with each other and beat Rose and the wolf-headed man so hard that they fled for their lives without a chance to fight back. As the two fled, Su Ziwu chased them deeper and deeper into the suburbs and were about to reach the forest near Tianyang Lingshu. Diantion, let me go. Suddenly, a huge meteorite appeared from the sky, smashed towards the two fleeing people, and finally exploded beside them. Rose and the wolf-headed man were unable to dodge and were blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Just as the second big fireball was forming and ready to smash down, a short figure covered in a black robe appeared in front of the two. Looking at the falling meteorite, a black leopard appeared beside the man in black robe, and a black curtain with a diameter of 40 or 50 meters appeared, wrapping the meteorite. The black curtain shrank, wrapped around the meteorite, and then disappeared. The huge meteorite just disappeared like that. Looking at the person coming, Su Ziwu's pupil shrank slightly. She could feel that the Black Panther in front of her was definitely a gold-level contracted spirit, or even higher. Who are you? The Helling cult? When Rose and the wolf-headed man saw the person coming, they were overjoyed and instantly got up from the ground and knelt on the ground. Deputy leader. The man in black robe said in a hoarse voice. Where's the stuff? Reporting to the deputy leader, the potion was taken away by General Lei Dian, one of the four guardians. Clam? Where can we find such a person in our sect? Forget it, let's talk about it when we get back. The man in black robe looked at Su Ziwu. Su Ziwu was somewhat speechless as she watched the man in black robe looking at her. She had wanted to see what the deputy leader of one of the largest cults in China looked like under the black hat brim. I didn't expect he was still wearing a mask. I know you, the little genius of the Huagua Beastmaster Academy. Su Ziwu's whole body tensed up instantly. She wasn't sure she could fight off the man in black robe. The key point was that she couldn't escape. Seeing Su Ziwu with a nervous look on his face, the man in black robe smiled. Don't be nervous. I don't intend to embarrass you. Please tell the Spirit Control Bureau that we, the Helling Sect, have already obtained what we wanted and will not be active in Luoqing in the future. Don't waste their efforts. Also, tell that old guy in your school for me. Well, let's just say that the old era has ended and the new era is about to begin. After saying that, a familiar black curtain emerged, enveloping the man in black robe and the man with the rose wolf head, and they disappeared, leaving Su Ziwu confused. But she felt that she might have been involved in something serious. He immediately picked up his phone and found a number in the address book. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Grandpa, are you asleep? In the capital, the office of the principal of the Chinese Beast Taming Academy. The office is very large, and the desk lamp is on. Su Yan is writing some documents on the desk. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted Su Yan's thoughts. He picked up the phone with a frown and an unhappy look on his face. He found that it was Su Ziwu calling, and his expression instantly changed from gloomy to bright. Hey, my dear granddaughter, what's wrong? Are you having fun in Los Angeles? Are you out of money? How much do you want Grandpa to give you in a red envelope? I just figured out how to send red envelopes on QQ these days. Young people nowadays are really good at it. When we were young, we were all... Listening to the phone call, Su Yan was talking further and further away, so Su Ziwu quickly interrupted. Stop. Grandpa, I have money and I have fun, but that's not the point. Su Ziwu quickly recounted what happened that night. It's okay. Grandpa knows about it. Just pretend it never happened, and go back to the capital as soon as you are tired of playing. After hanging up the phone, Su Ziwu was still a little uneasy. Although Su Yan's tone was still relaxed, Su Ziwu, who was familiar with his grandfather, still heard a hint of solemnity between the lines. The office of the principal of the Huagua Beast Taming Academy. Su Yan frowned and paced back and forth in the huge office. Then he walked to the window, looked at the bright moon in the dark sky, and sighed. A new era is coming? It's not that simple. I hope you don't go astray. The next day, early in the morning, Yi rushed out of the house full of energy and ran to school. After drinking 3 bottles of potion, Yi felt that his whole body was full of energy, which was different from the fatigue he felt when he got up before. Of course, he ran so fast because he was about to be late. Entering the classroom on time, Yi sat down in his seat and took a breath. Just when Yi was bored and waiting for the teacher to arrive, a familiar figure passed by the classroom bed and glanced at Yi. Yi, whose senses were now sharp, instantly felt that someone was staring at him and turned to look at the window. Mei Fong, the head teacher of Class 1, looked at Yi and winked at him. Yi was startled and quickly put on a cold expression, looking at Mei Fong with sharp, narrowed eyes. Mei Fong showed a hint of unnaturalness on her face and walked away with her high heels thump-thump, as if she came here just to take a look at Yi. Ding ding ding. Yi just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Mei Fong leave, and the phone in his pocket rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a text message from Mei Fong. Respected Dharma Protector, our sect's deputy leader has come to Luo City. Upon learning that you are one of the 4 new Dharma Protectors of our sect, I would like to invite you to dinner at the Spiritual Food Pavilion in the Black Market of Luo City tonight. Yi got goosebumps all over his body. Deputy leader? That must be above Diamond? Yi quickly typed back that he had something to do tonight and couldn't go, and they could make an appointment next time. Before I sent it out, a familiar option appeared before my eyes. Chapter 44. Fortune and Honor in Danger. Option 1. Decline the invitation and seek help from the authorities. Reward, a small amount of beast power. Option 2. Accept the invitation and confirm your identity as a member of the Helling cult. Reward, shadow level +1. Yi sat at the table feeling a little conflicted. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are achieved through risk. But the problem is, Yi's identity as a high-ranking member of the Helling sect is fabricated. At this moment, Yi Ye's cell phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and saw a hint of excitement in his eyes. It was a timely help. The innocent and beautiful girl said, "This is the information you asked for. I looked up a lot of documents and asked some elders, and this is what I have collected." Innocent, beautiful girl, why do you want the information about the Helling cult? I advise you to stay away from them. They are a bunch of lunatics. Although they are relatively normal in the cult, they are still very dangerous. Grandpa is here. It's okay. I'm just suddenly curious and collecting some information in case it can be used in the future. Last night, Yi was a little panicked. After all, he had cheated the Helling sect out of a big deal, but he had no way to get the information about the Helling sect from the official source, so he thought of his online friend. From the usual chats, Yi discovered that this netizen seemed to be quite powerful. She could answer most of Yi Ye's questions. And judging from the fact that she disappeared from time to go out on missions, her beast tamer level might not be low. So Yi asked tentatively, asking if he could give him some information about the Helling sect. Unexpectedly, he received the information this morning. Yi quickly opened the document sent by the innocent, beautiful girl and started reading. Half an hour later, Yi rubbed his sore eyes and kept thinking. Helling sect is one of the top 3 cults in China in terms of scale and influence. It is believed that the emergence of spirits is a gift from God. Human beings should not enslave contracted spirits, but should integrate themselves and strengthen themselves. But this is completely contrary to the path of the beast tamer, so it is not welcomed by the public and has become a cult that everyone wants to kill. However, the superpower that can allow ordinary people to have everything is too tempting. Every year, countless ordinary people, including beast masters, join the Helling sect. Mei Fong is the best example. The name of the leader is unknown, his strength is unknown, and he rarely appears in public. It is said that he rarely shows up even in the Helling sect. However, according to reliable sources, the leader of the Helling sect entered the imperial level Lingshu Dragon Cave in China not long ago. The name of the deputy leader is unknown, but his strength is suspected to be a king-level beastmaster. He usually appears in a black robe and is extremely mysterious. Almost all the affairs of the Helling sect are handled by this deputy leader. The 4 Dharma protectors, Vajra, Firefly, and Puppet. There is also a very mysterious one. Everyone who has seen him in action has died. All we know is that these 4 guardians are very powerful and are the right-hand men and women of the Helling sect. However, there is only one Luiying in China. After integrating the information, Yi was brainstorming. First of all, the leader rarely appears, which gives me the opportunity to make up stories, and then Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Fortune and fame come from taking risks, so let's do it. The point is, he couldn't say no. The first was that the system's reward was what he needed most at this stage, and the second was that he was not sure whether the Spiritual Suppression Bureau could protect him. Whether there is a king-level beastmaster in Luoqing is a matter of debate. Yi picked up the phone and replied to Mei Fong. Okay, arrive on time. The day passed quickly as Yi was thinking about how to get through the difficult night. After school, Yi was in a hurry, so he scanned a shared bicycle and rushed home quickly. When I got home, Mr. and Mrs. Yi had not yet finished get-off work. Opening the door of the room, Yi ran to the computer desk. There were 3 glass bottles on the table, which were the leftover body-strengthening potions he had drunk last time. I saw that there was still a little medicine left in another bottle, probably about 30 to 40 milliliters, not even enough for a gulp. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered that he didn't finish drinking it last time because it was too hot, and he didn't have time to put away the bottle because he was lazy. Fortunately, I didn't throw it away. He took out a small glass bottle from the storage space and carefully poured the remaining medicine into it. All set. Whether we can succeed today depends on you. Yi got what he wanted, rode the shared bicycle, and headed to the black market again. The Spiritual Food Pavilion, the largest spiritual food organization in the black market of Los Angeles, not only sells various spiritual foods, but also some spiritual materials and other ingredients. If you have money, you can even customize the recipe of the contracted spirit. Yi had also heard of this place. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Mei Fong waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Compared with Lingshij, Baixiangfeng and Langsong is just a food stall. This magnificently decorated lobby alone is much larger than Baixiangfeng and is truly a grand hotel. Master Protector, you are here? Mei Fong came up to greet Yi with an elusive smile. Yi had no expression on his face and just hummed. Mei Fong's expression didn't change at all. She just said with a smile on her face, "Come with me. The deputy leader has been waiting for a long time." After saying that, Mei Fong took Yi to the second floor, and the sound of her high heels jingling echoed in the empty lobby. When they arrived at the door of the room, Mei Fong motioned Yi to go in. Aren't you going in? How can I be qualified to dine with the deputy master and the protector? Please go ahead. Yi nodded and pushed open the door. This is an extremely luxurious private room with huge floor-to-ceiling windows, European-style decoration, and a large dining table in the middle that can seat 30 or 40 people. And in the main seat of the private room, a man wrapped in a black robe, without any information revealing, was sitting there. At this time, there were only Yi and the man in black robe in the private room. Neither the man in black robe nor Yi spoke, and the atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Sit down. The hoarse voice of the man in black robe came, and Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Just in a short minute, Yi felt a huge sense of oppression sweeping over from the man in black robe. At this moment, Yi's heart was beating very fast and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Just when he was about to give up, the man in black robe spoke, which made Yi breathe a sigh of relief. Yi took a seat, facing the man in black robe. Yi, male, 17 years old, a senior student at Luoqing No. 1 Middle School, a bronze-level beastmaster, possesses an extremely rare humanoid contract spirit, which he can fuse with to greatly enhance his combat power, and it is basically ruled out that he has a possession skill. Yi was not surprised. After all, it was not difficult to find this information for such a large organization, not to mention that Mei Fong was a teacher at Luoqing No. 1 Middle School. I just want to know one thing. Why did you pretend to be the Helling sect and one of the four guardians? There was a hint of amusement in the black-robed man's hoarse voice. He was also very curious about how this unbelievably young boy in front of him dared to do that. Chapter 45 Yi Dahua comes online. Impersonation. I am the real one. How can I pretend to be someone else? Yi looked calm and composed as he silently entered the psychic possession mode. Seeing Yi entering the possession mode, the black-robed man's hand hidden in his robe trembled with excitement, but Yi did not notice it. Pretending to be a Helling sect member is a big taboo in our sect. Are you sure you're still so stubborn? Yi was also a little nervous at this time, but when he remembered the words he had prepared long ago, he calmed down. When I first awakened, an old man found me and insisted that he was the leader of the Helling sect and asked me to join. He also said that he would kill me if I didn't join. Yi prayed in his heart that this leader must be an old man. Otherwise, it would be exposed. Then with his help, I merged my own contracted spirit. Finally, he said he had something important to do. He left a message saying that you will be a member of the Helling sect from now on, and then he left. The man in black robe was very excited at this time. He slapped his hands on the table and a crisp sound was heard. You said you have seen the leader? Yi was startled and looked at the man in black robe in confusion. What was that voice just now? Isn't it just that old man? I have seen him before. You haven't seen the leader before, have you? Also, are you a girl? Realizing that he was so excited that even his original voice was exposed, the man in black robe snorted and a hoarse voice sounded. Humph, how could I not have met the leader? I'm just curious as to how the leader, who is so busy, has time to meet a small follower like you. The man in black robe was a little unsure at this time. Every year, the leader of the Helling sect would search all over the world for some geniuses who were suitable for fusing with contract spirits to inject fresh blood into the sect. Yi possessed a rare human-shaped contract spirit, so it was reasonable for the leader to target him. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Where's the stuff? What? The man in black robe clenched his fists and said viciously, Don't fill it here for me. Where is the box you took away last night? Oh, you mean that box? I drank it. Did you drink it? Yi looked at the man in black robe with a strange expression. Hey, who are you looking down on? Can a broken combination lock stop me? Although the man in black robe was covered tightly, Yi seemed to be able to see a big cross emerging on his head. Duh. Do you want to die? Do you know how long it took us to develop that potion? The man in black robe was going crazy. They had spent so many years researching to develop that bottle of potion. All the experimental data and experimental personnel were buried in the sea of fire. Now they couldn't make it even if they wanted to. TSK, that crappy potion. Even a dog would shake its head if you gave it to them. The man in black robe felt that he could no longer control himself, and he wanted to kill this ignorant brat in front of him. Watch it. Yi had already exited the psychic possession mode. With a calm look on his face, he raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the table in front of him. Boom! The top of the table, which was made of excellent texture, was smashed into pieces by Yi's punch. The exquisite dishes on the table were scattered all over the floor, and a soup bowl was even placed on the head of the dazed man in black robe. Outside the door, Mei Fong rushed in after hearing the noise and walked around the private room with a vigilant look on her face. Yi was seen sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. The huge dining table in the middle was broken into pieces, and their deputy leader was sitting there in a daze, with vegetable soup all over his body and a porcelain bowl on his head. Hiss! I didn't see anything. Mei Fong took a deep breath, said something and ran out. Leaning against the door, Mei Fong took a deep breath and patted her chest. It's over. I won't be silenced, will I? Inside the private room, the man in black robe felt that his three perspectives were completely destroyed. The tabletop of this dining table is not made of ordinary glass or stone. It is some kind of, or collected from the spirit ruins. It is extremely hard and cannot be destroyed by ordinary silver-level contract spirits. You know, Zhang Guodong's Big Black Bull is a silver 10-star. Even the defensive light shield that Big Black Bull used with all his strength could be broken by Yi Yi, let alone this small dining table. The man in black robe appeared in front of Yi Yi like a ghost. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Yi Ye's arm, and looked at Yi Yi in disbelief. How did you do that? Yi Yi saw the hand extended by the man in black robe. His fingers were slender and white as jade, and he felt a warm touch on his arm. The man in black found himself too excited, so he quickly let go of Yi Ye's arm. Explain. Yi spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. Don't get excited. I drank your potion yesterday, and all I can say is, it was garbage. Poor efficacy, poor appearance, and poor taste. The man in black robe just felt that he had heard something extraordinary. She understood the efficacy of the medicine, but what did the appearance and taste mean? Did you think it was a full banquet? That was medicine. Why do you think the leader could find me in such a huge crowd at a glance? To tell you the truth, I am not only a human-shaped contracted spirit possessor who can fuse contracted spirits, but also a great spiritual food master. After my understanding of the Pope of our Helling Church, I have developed a spiritual food that can strengthen physical fitness and even enable our Helling Church to better integrate contracted spirits and even have some wonderful abilities. Yi Ye's words were deafening in the ears of the man in black robe. For a moment, the man in black robe was so shocked by Yi Ye's words that he was speechless. Spiritual food? Strengthen your physique? Achieve better results than medicine? The black-robed man muttered. You don't believe me? Let me use the kitchen. Rose. Rose outside the door had a look of despair on her face, wondering if he was going to silence her. But she still pushed the door open and entered the private room. Take him to the kitchen and keep an eye on him. Rose was stunned. Aren't they going to silence her? With joy, he quickly took Yi Yi to the kitchen of Lingshire Pavilion. As soon as he arrived at the kitchen, Yi Yi was deeply shocked. This place was even bigger than Li Qian's private kitchen and was fully equipped with all kinds of utensils. Get out? What are you standing there for? Don't you know that outsiders are not allowed to watch a spiritual food chef making snacks? But the deputy leader asked me to go out. A low voice sounded. A not-so-big black panther appeared at the kitchen door. I'll watch over him. Don't worry, he can't run away. Yi Ye's heart sank. A contracted spirit that can talk? King level? The man in black robe thought about it and still felt uneasy, so he asked Black Panther to look after Yi Yi. Rose saw the Black Panther and obediently left the kitchen. After closing the door, Yi smiled evilly. Open the refrigerator and you will find all the food you need. Seeing a bag of hand-rolled noodles in a plastic bag, Yi took it out. Turn on the fire, dry the water, and cook the noodles. A minute later, the noodles were cooked. Yi took out the bottle of body-strengthening potion from the storage space, poured it into the pot, then picked up the salt jar next to it, which was full of salt. The chef at the spiritual food pavilion would probably be very puzzled when he saw the salt jar was empty, right? After saying that, Yi poured the entire can of salt into the pot. After stirring it a little, Yi took a sip of the soup. My face turned green instantly, so salty. Chapter 46. Become a regular employee already? Putting the noodles into a bowl, Yi walked out of the kitchen holding a bowl of plain noodles with nothing in it. Ignoring Rose's confused look, he took the bowl back to the private room. The man in black robe changed into a black robe and sat on the sofa next to him waiting. Seeing Yi Yi coming in, the man in black robe raised his head. In fact, Yi was also very surprised. How could he still see people even though he was covered so tightly? Yes, let's feel what the real effect of the medicine is. The man in black robe looked at the plain noodles in Yi Ye's hand with disdain. Are you sure you are a spiritual food master? It's not the black-robed man's fault. With preconceived notions, Everyone thinks that the spiritual food made by the spiritual food chef is both delicious and beautiful. But this bowl of noodles in front of me, what's the point of looking good? It's really strong only when it's effective. Do you want to eat it? If not, I'll throw it away. After saying this, Yi pretended to fall down. Stop. Rose, come here, try it first. Rose came over and looked at the noodles in Yi's hand, a little hesitant. Is silencing someone so new now? Is he trying to poison himself? But due to the black-robed man's tyranny, she still picked up the chopsticks next to her, picked up a noodle and put it in her mouth. Puff! As soon as it entered her mouth, Rose's whole face twisted in pain. So damn salty. How much salt did you put in it? Yi looked incredulous and pointed at Rose angrily. What salt? Do you know how precious this material is? Rose also reacted at this time. She only felt a faint warmth from top to bottom, nourishing her body. Noticing Rose's strangeness, the man in black robe asked, Why, Rose, is it working? Yes. Rose was shocked. I only took one bite, but it was more effective than the second-generation potion. The man in black robe was shocked. The second-generation potion was the result of their previous research, and the third-generation potion was the one that Yi tricked away and then drank. Taking a pair of clean chopsticks from the side, the man in black robe began to eat the noodles. Rose beside her showed a hint of envy. She had a hunch that if she could eat a few more bites, she might be able to reach a higher level and achieve the physical fitness of a silver-level spirit beast. As soon as the noodles entered his mouth, there was only one word in the black-robed man's mind. Salty. But there was no time to react. The man in black robe only felt a warm current filling his whole body. In no time, the man in black robe swallowed the noodles in the bowl. There was no other way. It was too salty and he couldn't chew it at all. Where's the soup? Drink it up. The man in black robe looked at Yi. Yi felt a chill all over his body and sensed the murderous gaze behind the mask of the black-robed man. The essence is in the soup. It's up to you whether you drink it or not. Yi did not lie to the man in black robe. The potions were all in the soup, and the noodles were just an extra ingredient. He couldn't just give the black-robed man a bowl of extremely salty water to drink. If the soup doesn't have any good effect, you're dead. The man in black robe tilted his head back and drank the bowl of salt water without caring about the heat. Watching the man in black robe drinking the salt water, Yi felt a sour taste in his tongue. How salty it must be. He knows how much salt was put in. That big jar must be almost a pound, right? As soon as the soup went down his throat, the man in black robe felt hot all over and began to sweat. 5 minutes later, the man in black robe was shocked at his own physical condition. As a senior executive, all kinds of medicines were supplied to her first, but she could feel that even if the third-generation medicine was really developed, the effect would definitely not be as good as Yi's spiritual food. Even Yi's spiritual food is so effective that it's exaggerated. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit subtle, Rose silently walked out of the private room and closed the door. How much more of this spiritual food can you make? Anticipating this moment, Yi had already prepared his speech. This is my last copy for you. I have used up all the materials. Materials are easy to come by. I'll find them for you whatever you need. Spiritual beads of King Grade 5 or above and matching secret treasures. The man in black robe was so angry that he laughed after hearing this. Are you kidding me? Do you know how precious this thing is? And where did you get the material from? My teacher gave it to me. Your teacher? The Chinese spiritual food master, Li Qian. The man in black robe stopped talking. As some of the most prestigious spiritual food masters in the country, it is not impossible for them to come up with this kind of material. But giving such precious materials to Yi, the man in black robe didn't believe it. Don't disbelieve me. I exchanged it for a recipe that can be used with ordinary ingredients to treat contracted spirits, and the effect is quite good. You can go to the capital to ask around. The black-robed man remained silent. She has the king-level spirit bead. Secret treasure. She really can't get it. A king-level lord? It would take at least 3 king-level beastmasters and 1 emperor-level beastmaster to kill him without fail. After all, when one reaches the level of a king lord, he has countless subordinates, and an emperor-level beastmaster has to run away if he encounters one. Moreover, hunting king-level lords in a spiritual ruin of this level would easily attract emperor-level spirit beasts or even emperor-level lords. But I'm talking about the one with better effects. There's also another one with lesser effects, which is probably about the same as the third-generation potion, and the materials required are not very demanding. The man in black robe was stunned and asked quickly, "What materials are needed?" "Well, as a member of our Helling sect, I can get the other materials myself. But the diamond-grade spirit beads. Is this enough? The man in black robe waved his hand, and 3 baseball-sized spirit beads appeared on the coffee table in front of the sofa. This was the person the black-robed man had killed earlier in a diamond-level spiritual ruins. Sigma? De. Enough is enough. Yi estimated that if the body-strengthening potion was diluted by 100 times, its effect would be almost the same as that of the 3rd-generation potion. Yi also wanted to test it out, and if it didn't work, he could discuss it. Unexpectedly, the man in black robe actually gave it to him, and it was ready stock. How many servings can these make? 10. Oh no, 20. The man in black robe was a little stunned. The cost for them to make the 3rd generation of potions was extremely high, but now Yi only needed 3 diamond-grade spirit beads to make 20 potions. I declare that from today on, you are the guardian of the Helling sect. Your title is Lay Something. General Thunder. Yi whispered. Yes, from now on your title will be General Thunder. You are still in school, so you don't need to get involved in church affairs. Everything will be under my full leadership. Can the spiritual food you make be preserved? Yi was stunned. If we ignore the expiration date of these noodles? Yes, but the taste will be much worse. The man in black robe had a frown on his face. How dare you mention the taste? Once you're done, just give it to Rose. I'll leave Los Angeles tonight. The 4 Great Dharma Protectors will be changed to 5 Great Dharma Protectors in the future, but your identity will be kept secret for the time being, and you will also be able to enjoy all the benefits that the Dharma Protectors enjoy. Yi was stunned. Welfare? Humph, you fake guardian. What do you know? The guardian of the Helling sect can withdraw 100 million blue star coins worth of cultivation resources every year, and can even mobilize the forces of all the Helling sect strongholds in a province for use. Chapter 47 Selling Stolen Goods. After coming out of the Lingshire Pavilion, Yi felt as if he was in another world. A black token lay quietly in his storage space. With the token, he could withdraw resources within his share at any base of the Helling sect, of course, after his review period was over. After delivering the physical noodles, Yi still had to go through a 1-year review period by the Helling sect. During this period, he can use all rights except that he cannot control resources. By the way, physical noodles is a name Yi just came up with. Simple and crude. This wave is called a fat wave. But Yi had a headache again. One lie needs thousands of lies to cover it up. He had never seen the leader of the Helling sect. Now we can only hope that the leader of the Helling sect dies in the Dragon Cave. Otherwise, the day he comes out will be the day when Yi will be settled. Don't think about it. Let's go home. Anyway, this crisis is over. In the private room of the spiritual food pavilion, a man in black robe stood by the window, watching the people coming and going outside. Yi, General Lei Dian? Interesting. Old Yi, did you see that? God is helping me. How long can you hold on? After returning home, Yi was a little confused. It seems that the Helling sect is easier to talk to than I thought. Moreover, this deputy leader seemed silly, completely different from the cold-blooded cult boss he had in mind. Alas, I thought I could get rich overnight, but I didn't expect that I still have to make money. Taking out the 3 diamond-grade spirit beads from the storage space, Yi fell into deep thought. Did you sell it for cash and then participate in the lottery? Or should we just let the system absorb it and see if we can enable new features? Now the system's energy recovery is only 13%. According to the system, new functions will be enabled at 10%, 30%, 60%, and 90%. System, are these 3 spirit beads enough for you to recover to 30%? Ding, not enough. The energy required by the system is increasing. These 3 spirit beads can only help the system recover to about 20%. Yi was a little annoyed. Before, a silver-level spirit bead could restore a lot, but now it takes 3 diamond-level ones to restore to 20%? What will happen in the future? After much thought, Yi decided to sell one of the spirit beads first. After all, the total worth of Yi Ye's entire body was less than 5 figures. I can't even draw a prize. The question is who to sell it to. Logically speaking, there is no shortage of buyers for diamond-grade spirit beads, but in Luo City, it is still a question whether there are diamond-grade beastmasters or not. After all, if it is not a diamond-grade contracted spirit, it will basically be of no use. Headache, sleep. The impact tonight on Yi was still very great. If it were someone else, they would have wet their pants under the pressure of the king-level beastmaster. After all, Yi is still just a bronze-level loser. The next day, Yi got up very early. Arriving at school and just walking into the classroom, Yi clearly noticed that the atmosphere was different. Because of the elite class assessment, almost everyone was studying hard at their desks, hoping to be in the top 50 in the school assessment. The top 50 students from last time do not have to take the exam and can directly enter Lingshu to participate in the elite class selection competition for all high school students in Los Angeles. According to Zhang Guodong, the number of students participating in the selection competition from several key middle schools in Los Angeles and some private schools may exceed 1,000. This is an extremely terrifying number. The authorities will even clear the Tianyang Lingshu for 3 days to provide students with an opportunity to take exams. This is quite a big deal. Yi returned to his seat and started chatting with Lan Yunsheng. After all, he didn't have to take the exam and could directly take the more difficult special recruitment exam. Lan Yunsheng, I'll show you something good, Yi said mysteriously. Lan Yunsheng was stunned. Has Yi been a little abnormal recently? Just when Lan Yunsheng was puzzled, Yi took out a spirit bead as big as a baseball from his trouser pocket. Fuck! Lan Yunsheng exclaimed, causing the classmates to look at the two of them. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Lan Yunsheng quickly asked in a low voice, "Is this a diamond-grade spirit bead? Where did you get it?" Yi looked mysterious. "Calm down, basic practice. How about this, can your family sell it?" Lan Yunsheng had a black question mark on his face. "No need to sell it, I'll just buy it. But are you sure you want to sell it?" "Sure. We're having a hard time making ends meet at home these days." Lan Yunsheng nodded. This kind of thing is not easy to collect normally. The driving force of some large spiritual tools is these high-level spirit beads. Their family has such a large industry, but they are still in short supply of diamond-grade spirit beads. I'll ask my dad, and he'll definitely give you a suitable price. Lan Yunsheng didn't hesitate and picked up his phone to send a message to his father. Not long after, Lan Yunsheng's quotation came out. "Master Duo?" Yi widened his eyes and looked at Lan Yunsheng in disbelief. 10 million. The standard price is around 8 million. But this thing is hard to collect right now, so 10 million is not much. Yi looked at the spirit bead in his hand in shock. A gold-grade spirit bead costs about 500,000, and a platinum one costs 1 million. He didn't expect that a diamond-grade spirit bead would increase tenfold. Sold. Do you need any resources? I can help you exchange them for equivalent value. Yi thought about it. What he needs most now is to improve Shadow's level and his own Beast Tamer level. It is said that the geniuses in several schools have reached the advanced bronze level through taking drugs, and their contracted spirits are all at the bronze 7 or 8 stars. Although Yi is not bad, he is a man who wants to go into Lingshu to fight Lingzhu one-on-one, or even one-on-in. Leave me 1 million, and exchange the rest for animal power potion. Lan Yunsheng was shocked. Brother, are you kidding me? How can your body handle this kind of drug use? Yi glanced at Lan Yunsheng with disdain. Come with me tonight. I'll show you something good. The Lan Yunsheng family was extremely efficient. When school was over in the afternoon, 1 million blue star coins were suddenly transferred to Yi Ye's card. As Yi and Lan Yunsheng walked out of the school gate, a dozen men in suits wearing black sunglasses and a woman stood at the door. Sister Yun. Seeing the person coming, Lan Yunsheng hurried over. Yi was stunned. He had seen this Sister Yun before. It was this Sister Yun who helped him forge the sword before. After a few pleasantries, Yunfang looked at Yi strangely. She didn't expect that this student with such a unique idea, who even commissioned her to make a spiritual weapon brick, could actually produce a diamond-level spiritual bead. Yi handed the spirit bead to Yunfang. Yunfang took it in her hand, examined it, and looked at Yi in surprise. It's actually a diamond 8-star spirit bead? Yi was not surprised. Are you kidding? She's the deputy leader of a cult, a king-level or even emperor-level beastmaster. How could the things she collected be bad? Yunfang placed the spirit beads into a black password box and handed it to the bodyguard behind her. The bodyguard picked up a larger password box and handed it to Yi. Here are the potions you requested. They are all special-grade beast-controlling potions, 9 in total. If you have any high-level spirit beads in the future, you must give us priority. Yunfang was in a good mood. After all, most of their company's research required high-level spirit beads, but diamond-grade spirit beads were too scarce and they didn't have many. No problem, Lan Yunsheng and I are like brothers. Yi didn't even look at Yunfang. He was drooling as he held the safe. Without saying anything more, Yunfang and her group took me away in a grand manner. Lan Yunsheng was brought home by Yi. As soon as he entered the house, Ye's father and mother were already at home. When they saw Lan Yunsheng coming, they greeted him kindly. They all knew Lan Yunsheng and often came to Yi Ye's house to play. Mom, don't cook tonight. I'll do it. You come? Chapter 48 New Potion. Ning Xiangtong had a black question mark on his face. Is the food you cooked edible? Don't make trouble. Go play in the house with Lan Yunsheng for a while. I'll call you when the food is ready. Yi looked smug. Today is different from the past. Today, I will wipe your butts with wet wipes and show you my skills. Then he ignored the two confused old people on the sofa and went into the kitchen. What medicine did he take wrong? Yimin looked at Ning Xiangtong with confusion. How should I know? Ning Xiangtong rolled her eyes at Yimin, then got up and went to the kitchen. She was still a little worried. Yimin looked at Lan Yunxing, who was standing there, and the two of them looked at each other. Come sit down and have a cup of tea first. In the kitchen, Yi took out some ingredients from the storage space and placed them on the kitchen cabinet. They are all precious spiritual plants. There was even a crystal clear ham. I don't know what kind of spiritual beast it was, but Yi estimated that it was definitely of a high level. What? You asked where Yi came from? Didn't Yi just wander around the kitchen of Lingshi Pavilion? He swore he only took a little. Spiritual Food Pavilion is rich and powerful. They shouldn't find out, right? Spiritual Food Pavilion Spiritual Food Chef. Where is the platinum spirit beast ham that I have treasured for many years? Crash. Ning Xiangtong opened the sliding door of the kitchen and looked at the ingredients on the kitchen cabinet. Are you really going to cook? Otherwise, I will show you my skills today. I forgot to tell you that your son is also a great spiritual food master now. Ning Xiangtong looked unconvinced. She leaned against the door and gently tapped her chin, signaling Yi that he could start. Spiritual food master? Do you think it's the cabbage sold on the street? She didn't believe that someone who had never cooked could suddenly become a spiritual food chef. But soon, Yi's actions shocked Ning Xiangtong severely. Yi picked up a spiritual plant that looked very similar to Ganoderma lucidum, picked up a kitchen knife and cut it into small pieces with even spacing. Ning Xiangtong was a little shocked by his knife skills alone. It's impossible to master this skill without 10 or 8 years of cooking experience. Then Yi picked up the remaining spiritual plants, cut them into thin slices, and put them aside for later use. Cut the spirit beast meat into shreds and heat oil in a pan. Cook, stir-fry, fry and stew all in one go. And a pot of stew with a unique aroma comes out. Originally, Yi wanted to do something fancy, but as the saying goes, high-end ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods. With so many good ingredients, Yi's junior spiritual food chef skills give him control over the seasonings. Absolutely delicious. As soon as the stew was done, Yi started steaming the rice. He did see a kind of rice that was only produced in Lingshu in the Lingshi Pavilion, but his storage space was really not enough. Ning Xiangtong, who was standing next to him, was shocked when she saw Yi's smooth movements. He really can? Where did you learn that? Ning Xiangtong couldn't help but ask. After all, she was sure that a month ago, Yi definitely couldn't cook and could even burn the bottom of instant noodles. To be honest, I am absolutely a genius in cooking. Then Yi briefly told the story of him, Zhang Guodong, and Li Qian. When Ning Xiangtong heard that Yi had actually chosen a spiritual food master as his teacher, she felt a hint of joy mixed with her complaints. You kid, why didn't you tell me earlier? Your father and I will go visit you when we get back and have a chance. She is in the capital now, let's wait for her to come back. Looking at Yi, who was busy in the kitchen, Ning Xiangtong felt as if she was no longer needed. She originally wanted to come over to help, but she didn't expect that Yi had now become a spiritual food chef. Back in the living room, Ning Xiangtong told Yi Min what happened in the kitchen, and Yi Min was also very surprised. Spiritual food master? Ning Xiangtong nodded. In the kitchen, seeing Ning Xiangtong leave, Yi breathed a sigh of relief. With Ning Xiangtong here, he can't reveal any explosive news. Don't get me wrong, the explosive stuff here is not salt. That is prepared for the Helling sect. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Yi, who started the lottery, looked at the words, thank you for your patronage, expressionlessly, with no emotion in his heart. He's used to it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strength-enhancing potion. In the last draw, Yi finally drew something. Strength enhancement potion? Yi was stunned. Did he draw something new? System, is there any difference between strength enhancement potions and body enhancement potions? Ding. The body strengthening potion improves all aspects of physical fitness, whether it is strength, speed, or even vision and hearing. It improves all aspects. Ding. And the strength enhancement potion, as the name suggests, can only greatly increase strength. Yi nodded. If this thing is very effective, it will definitely be a good thing. After all, Psychic possession can do more than just allow Yi to possess the power of shadow. It is an addition, all of Ying's abilities and strength plus Yi's own physique. Before, Yi's physique was too weak, so it was the same whether he added the medicine or not. But now it is different. After the addition of the medicine, the result is definitely that 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. But now the problem is, this is not the potion he wants. Holding back the heartache, Yi fired another 10-shot burst. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the speed enhancement potion. System, did you do this on purpose? Dash, anger. Come again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the defense enhancement potion. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body strengthening potion. Yi felt his heart aching. In just a short period of time, he performed 4 10-draw combos. That's 400,000. Fortunately, I got what I wanted. Items obtained from the system lottery can be stored in the system. In an instant, a bottle of body strengthening potion appeared in Yi's hand. Looking at the familiar potion, Yi breathed a sigh of relief. But now the question is, how much should we put in? He still remembered the miserable state he experienced the first time he drank the potion, and he didn't want everyone to lie on the ground half dead while eating. Forget it. Let's take half a bottle first. The rest will be given to the Helling sect. Yi opened the lid of the pot and poured half a bottle of liquid into it. The body strengthening potion doesn't have any smell, so there's no such thing as tainting the taste. Then Yi started tinkering with other dishes in the kitchen. There were both meat and vegetarian dishes, and the last 4 dishes were created by Yi. Yi opened the kitchen door and started shouting, "Let's eat." Chapter 49 Yi Yaoshan returns. At the dining table, 5 people sat around it, and Ying was already held in Ning Xiangtong's arms. Looking at the sumptuous dinner on the table, Yimin couldn't help but sigh. I never thought I'd get to eat the food you cook in my lifetime. Yi smiled awkwardly. Let's get started. Stop. Seeing Yimin reaching for the stew with added ingredients with his chopsticks, Yi quickly stopped him. Everyone looked at Yi. Ying stared at the meat in the bowl with his big eyes, and his saliva was almost dripping. Today's ingredients are a little special. They are all high-level spiritual plants and spiritual beasts, so you may have some reactions after eating them. But don't worry, they are all beneficial effects. But the effect of the medicine, oh no, the effect of the ingredients might be a bit strong. You guys are. Stop talking nonsense. You can't even eat in peace. Yimin interrupted Yi, picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing it with big mouthfuls. Yi was choked halfway through his words, looking helpless. Yimin started talking, and Ning couldn't hold back any longer, looking at Ning Xiangtong pitifully. Looking at the cute and adorable Ning, Ning Xiangtong's heart almost melted, and she quickly picked up a few pieces of meat and put them in the small bowl in front of Ning. Wow, delicious. Lan Yunxing took a piece of bone-in meat and chewed it with his greasy mouth. Ning Xiangtong also took a bite. The spiritual plant has a unique fragrance, and the spiritual beast meat melts in the mouth. It is stewed by Yi until it is very soft. The slightly spicy base and fragrant soup make it look very good. For a while, no one spoke, and everyone was eating in silence. After taking just 2 bites, except for Ying and Yi, the other 3 felt hot all over. At first they thought it was because of the chili peppers, but the more they ate, the more they felt something was wrong. Hiss! It's so hot. Lan Yunxing's face flushed, and his expression was grim. He felt as if his whole body was burning, but even so, he did not stop chewing. Keep eating, don't stop. Yi reminded. This is the good stuff that Yi told him when they were in school. Lan Yunxing's family conditions are absolutely first class, but due to his physical condition, he is restricted from taking drugs. With this wave of physical strengthening, Yi felt that Lan Yunxing was about to take off. Ye's father and mother also blushed. After hearing what Yi said, they realized that the dishes made by Yi seemed extraordinary. Not long after, the 3 of them collapsed on their chairs, sweating all over. The food on the table was cleared out, and Ying seemed to be a little drunk. Yi was stunned when he saw Ying's performance. System, does the body strengthening potion also have an effect on contracted spirits? Ding. Of course it works. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ding. Are you asking too? Yi was somewhat excited. He had just eaten a little and drank 2 sips of soup. However, Yi discovered sadly that he seemed to have become immune to the body strengthening potion. So far, Yi has drunk 4 bottles of body-strengthening potion. He estimated that after finishing the 5th bottle, the body-strengthening potion might no longer have any effect on him. But he can give it to Ing to drink. There was no way, because the system's instructions said that it could improve the physical fitness of the Beastmaster. Yi had a preconceived notion that the body-strengthening potion could only work on Beastmasters. Yi thought about it and realized that there are also strength-enhancing potions, speed-enhancing potions, and defense-enhancing potions. If I stack all of his abilities to the maximum, and if my shadow is also fully stacked, and I enter the psychic possession mode, what Lord-level spirit beast? I'll hit 10. Looking at the 3 limp people, Yi silently collected the plates and took the initiative to wash them. After washing the dishes, the 3 of them had returned to normal, and they were all surprised at the improvement in their physical fitness. Yi, come again. I think I can beat 10 of you now. Lan Yunsheng was full of confidence. After consuming Yi's technology, he felt that his strength had increased 3 or 4 times, so he initiated a challenge to Yi. Looking at Lan Yunsheng, who looked confident, Yi looked amused. Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Then, Yi quickly ended this arm-wrestling farce with overwhelming strength. This made Lan Yunsheng look depressed. Son, is your spiritual food so effective? Yimin looked at Yi in disbelief. When you reach middle age, you have no control over your own destiny. Yimin has been feeling weak recently. His waist aches when he climbs the stairs. Especially under the pressure of Ning Xiangtong, he feels that his health is getting worse day by day. And now, he felt full of strength. My legs don't hurt anymore, my waist isn't sore anymore, and I speak with more energy. It's okay. I haven't dared to use its full effect yet. Yi was telling the truth. If divided equally among each person, it was less than a quarter of a bottle of medicine. Moreover, Lan Yunxing took the most and had the best effect. Ning Xiangtong, who was standing by, was holding her phone, taking a selfie with a look of joy on her face. Because she found that after improving her physical fitness, her skin became better. Some faint dark spots on the face disappeared. After a brief chat, it was already very late. Lan Yunxing is also going home. Before leaving, Yi quietly told Lan Yunxing, as your physical fitness improves, your tolerance to medicine will also increase significantly. Go back and ask your father to make you some strong stuff. Lan Yunxing nodded excitedly. What young Master Lan lacks the least is cultivation resources. Seeing his parents come into the house at just after 8 o'clock, Yi shook his head and went back to his room. Yi was troubled when he took out several bottles of potions he had just won in the lottery from the system space. Which bottle should I drink first? In the end, Yi chose the strength potion. Picking up the strength potion looks exactly the same as the body strengthening potion, except that the liquid inside is a light red. Tilt your head back and drink it in one gulp. Yi just felt pain all over his body, just like you did a 2-kilometer frog jump in the school playground, took a nap, and then went down the stairs. With his face twitching, Yi walked to the bed with difficulty and lay down on it, sobbing. He didn't feel uncomfortable for long as the effect of the medicine gradually wore off. Yi stood up, shocked as he felt the changes in his body. First of all, in terms of appearance, Yi used to have a well-proportioned body and not much muscle. Because he is not short, he looks a bit thin overall. And now, Yi's muscles are well-defined, with blue veins slightly popping out. His muscles are as hard as bread that has been rebaked, firm and full of power. On the inside, after being baptized by the body-strengthening potion, Yi felt that he was already incredibly strong. He could even smash the defensive light shield of the Big Black Bull with one punch. But now Yi felt that he could directly break the Big Black Bull's light shield. He no longer had any idea of the damage he could cause. Maybe next time when school gives a test, I can really pretend to be a human-shaped contracted spirit and take a test on the testing instrument. Opening his phone to take a selfie, Yi looked at the changes that had taken place in his body and was very satisfied with his 8-pack abs. Then it's your turn next. Yi looked at the other 2 bottles of medicine on the table. As the saying goes, drugs give you a temporary high. Keep taking drugs and feel good. Today, please call him Yi Yaoshan. Chapter 50 Hexagonal Warrior Yi. After drinking the light yellow defensive potion, Yi felt his skin tighten all over his body and his bones felt numb, as if ants were gnawing at him. The medicines provided by the system are definitely top-notch in all aspects, but they have some side effects, which are quite torturous. Overcoming the effects of the medicine, Yi felt that his skin was not only thicker but also very resilient compared to before. And he felt that if he was attacked, his skin would become very hard and very autonomous. Picking up the paper knife on the table, Yi gently cut it towards his forearm. As soon as the blade touched Yi's skin, the skin instantly became denser and became very hard. The blade made a rustling sound on Yi's skin. Yi increased his strength, only to find that the paper knife couldn't do anything to his forearm. In the end, it only made a white mark, and the paper knife was a bit curled. What's even more frightening is that the medicine increased Yi's bone density, significantly improving his ability to withstand blows and impacts. From the outside, Yi has a slender and well-proportioned body, but now he weighs nearly 300 kilograms. Restraining the surprise in his heart, Yi picked up the last bottle of potion, the speed potion. Take a sip with great anticipation. As soon as he took the medicine, Yi felt that he became light and floating, as if he had turned into a cloud, with a sense of weightlessness. Then Yi felt weak all over, as if he had lost his strength, and collapsed limply on the bed. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. Yi was tightly pressed against the soft bed, and it seemed as if he had no bones on his body. It was very scary. After a while, Yi returned to normal and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This system's medicine is too troublesome, but the effect is obvious. Yi felt light all over. Yi punched out quickly, and his fist seemed to create an illusion. Both the speed and reaction ability are not on the same level as before. The current Yi, after being improved in all aspects, has become a completely humanoid beast without any shortcomings. If the current Yi were to enter Tianyang Lingshu again, it would definitely be a nightmare for the spirit beasts. Even if faced with countless armored ants, he has the confidence that he can fight his way in and out of them 7 times. Is this the charm of taking drugs? But it's not over yet. Yi was furious. He still had some strong medicine to use. Yi took out the black briefcase given by Yun Fong from the storage space. After opening it, 9 bottles of special-grade beast-controlling potion were lying quietly inside. Yi picked up a bottle and drank it without thinking. Then the second bottle, the third bottle. After drinking 9 bottles in a row, Yi felt a little bloated and painful in his stomach. But Yi couldn't care less at this moment. Even though Yi's physique was in great shape at this moment, 9 bottles of special-grade beast-controlling potion were still too much for him to bear. A huge amount of beast power exploded in his body. Yingdu stuck tightly to Yi, absorbing the beast power overflowing from his body. Fuck, I feel a little bit dizzy. Yi closed his eyes in pain. The beast power was almost about to burst him. He seriously underestimated the power of the special-grade beast power potion. You know, even a gold-level beastmaster has to be very careful when drinking a bottle of special-grade beast taming potion. He was a bronze-level beastmaster, and drinking 9 bottles in a row was not only a waste of food, but the most important thing was that he could easily die of overeating. Ding! It is detected that the host is about to be burst by energy. Should we activate the system absorption? Open, open, open. At this moment, Yi couldn't care less. The voice of the system seemed to have given him a life-saving straw. In an instant, most of the beast-controlling power in Yi's body that was about to burst him disappeared. The pressure suddenly dropped, and Yi concentrated on absorbing the beast power. In the end, Yi was stuck at the level of a bronze peak beastmaster. He wanted to break through, but it seemed that Yi was missing something and could not break through no matter what. In desperation, Yi stopped practicing. What a waste. Yi was extremely upset. The sudden surge in strength made him lose himself. He felt that he only needed 3 bottles of special-grade beast-controlling potion to reach his current level. He had wasted 6 bottles of special-grade beast power potion in one go. You have to know that this was 6 million. System, how much energy have you recovered? Ding. The current system energy has recovered to 18%. Yi wanted to cry but had no tears. A bottle of special-grade beast-controlling potion can only restore 1% of your strength? After a new function is activated, the system's demand for energy recovery increases exponentially. Alas, I didn't expect that I would break through to the peak of bronze so quickly. Yi was finally stuck at the stage of being promoted to the next level from a bronze-level beastmaster. The main thing is that Yi forgot one thing. Ing only has bronze 7 stars. Only the contracted spirit and the beast tamer can break through together. In other words, only when Ing reaches the peak of bronze 10 stars can Yi break through to become a silver-level beastmaster. Yi in the upper position had long forgotten this common sense. Seeing that he was fine and lying on the soft big bed, playing with his mobile phone, Yi sighed. I was afraid before that I couldn't keep up with Ying's improvement, but I didn't expect that in the end it was Ying who held me back. However, Yi's harvest today was huge, another wave of fat. After being tormented by all kinds of medicines, Yi fell asleep quickly on the bed, and he also looked sleepy and fell asleep next to Yi. During this period of time, Ing became less and less willing to stay in the contracted spirit space and kept staying outside. This also resulted in Ying's level not changing for a long time, and it was only thanks to the reward for Yi's multiple choice questions that it was raised to bronze 7 stars. If this continues, Yi will have to consider getting Ing an ID card. There is precedent for this kind of thing. There was once a very famous Emperor-level Beastmaster who obtained an ID card for his contracted spirit in human form, allowing it to have a complete human life experience. The next day, why didn't anyone call me today? In the morning, a scream was heard in Yi's house. Yi, with sleepy eyes, looked at the phone screen in panic. It's already 8:30. Yi's school starts classes at 8:20. It's over. The first class is Zhang Guodong's class. Isn't this going to be a problem for me? Yi was quickly putting on his clothes while muttering to himself. Usually it was Ye's father and mother who woke him up, but yesterday the two elders were strengthened by Yi's explosive news and woke up early. The two elders, feeling that they had no way to vent their energy, decided to go for a morning jog. The result was that he didn't come back after running for 2 hours, and Yi became the victim of this incident. After leaving the community gate, Yi didn't bother to scan the shared bicycles. That thing was too slow. Yi tightened the straps of his school bag and made a running start. Instantly, the whole person was ejected. A pair of long legs almost left an afterimage. Turning, slowing down, unloading force, and shifting the center of gravity were all done in one go. Yi ran on the street at an extremely fast speed, attracting countless people's attention. No reason, because he is too fast. Shit, am I seeing things? This guy runs really fast. Indeed, and he hardly slowed down when turning. I seem to see him wearing a school uniform just now. After taking the body-strengthening potion, Yi's hearing is now extraordinary. When he heard other people's conversations, he realized that he seemed a little conspicuous. In that case, psychic possession. Chapter 51 Practical Lesson. In an instant, Yi entered a state of psychic possession, but the special effects it brought made him a little embarrassed. After all, this is still on the street. While walking, he suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now Yi's hair has turned purple, as have his pupils, and his whole body is emitting irregular electrical charges. Fortunately, he specifically found a place where there was no one. Otherwise, if he hadn't been photographed, it would definitely be a hot topic tomorrow. Yi was seen entering into spiritual possession, and his speed, strength, and other attributes were enhanced to a higher level again. Looking at the 6-story residential building next to him, Yi jumped 6 or 7 meters, flexibly using various positions of the residential building to gain leverage, and climbed to the roof effortlessly. Then Yi kept jumping and running on the residential buildings, interspersed with instant steps. The journey that usually takes 20 minutes was shortened to 4 minutes by Yi, and Yi didn't even use his full strength. The main reason is that his attributes have increased too much now, and Yi can't control it well. After getting rid of the psychic possession, Yi arrived at the school gate. Fortunately, he was not late by a few minutes. As soon as he arrived at the classroom, Yi found that it was empty. Yi slapped his forehead. The first class today was a practical class, and he had forgotten about it. He quickly ran to the gymnasium. As soon as he arrived at the gymnasium, Yi saw his classmates competing in pairs. Zhang Guodong was watching the students fighting from the side. When he saw Yi, he glared at him but didn't say anything. Lu Xiangnan, come over here and fight Yi. Lu Xiangnan watched her classmates fight from the side, and she defeated her opponent early on. After all, in Yi Yeben, Lu Xiangnan's strength is extremely strong. Her beast tamer level and contracted spirit level were already high, and Marshmallow was almost immune to physical damage, making her almost invincible in the class. Hearing Zhang Guodong calling her, Lu Xiangnan looked at Yi, who was beside Zhang Guodong. Just now she was wondering why Yi was not there today. Seeing Yi with an embarrassed and sleepy face, Lu Xiangnan shook his head helplessly. Is this oversleeping? Okay, teacher. Lu Xiangnan responded and ran over. She had long been looking forward to fighting Yi. Yi killed everyone in Lingshu and saved her twice in the black market. She was very curious about what kind of strength Yi had. After hearing what Zhang Guodong said, Yi looked at Zhang Guodong with confusion. Are you sure? It's not that Yi is conceited. Even if Yi doesn't use Ing to attack now, he can probably beat Lu Xiangnan. After all, without saying anything else, he would just go up and punch Lu Xiangnan, and the fight would be over. Ahem. Looking at the two men standing on the fighting stage, Zhang Guodong cleared his throat. Yi, you are not allowed to use large-scale lethal skills, you are not allowed to use possession skills, and you are not allowed to attack Lu Xiangnan directly. Yi turned his head and looked at Zhang Guodong with a confused look on his face. No, then how can I fight? Zhang Guodong rolled his eyes at him. Nonsense. Even if the battle platform is very solid, it can't withstand your large-scale area skills. And if you are asked to attack the opponent's beast master, is it necessary to fight? Zhang Guodong was also a little annoyed. The fighting arena in the school gymnasium was designed to provide for bronze-level students. Right now, Yi is still at bronze level, but in no other way does he look like a bronze rank. Putting aside other things, Yi Ye's own strength is probably enough to destroy the battle platform. As for attacking the beast master, there is no need to explain much. Yi has too many criminal records. Forget it, let's get started. Yi waved his hand resignedly and summoned Shadow. Lu Xiangnan also summoned Marshmallow. Yi discovered that compared to before, Marshmallow's misty body was more solid and larger. Following Zhang Guodong's order, the two began fighting. The whistle sounded, and Ying rushed towards Marshmallow at an extremely fast speed, covering the distance of only 50 meters in almost an instant. Wrap her up. Lu Xiangnan spoke. Marshmallow looked at Ying rushing towards him without panicking. He transformed from a puppy into a 4-meter by 4-meter net, and instead of retreating, he moved forward, trying to wrap up Ying, who was rushing towards him. With a flash of a step, Shadow instantly went around to the back of Marshmallow and swung the Tang sword in his hand. I saw a hole cut directly in the smoky net, but it healed quickly. When Lu Xiangnan saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Marshmallow is almost immune to physical attacks and cannot use Zhonglei's Shadow, which is naturally countered by Marshmallow. Marshmallow turned around and pounced on Shadow again. But thanks to Ying's agile body movements and instant steps, Marshmallow simply couldn't touch Ying. In fact, this is also a common problem for bronze-level contract spirits. The means of attack are single. No matter how well off your family is, or even if you are given a book of king-level or emperor-level skills, you still cannot learn them. Currently, Marshmallow's most effective way of attack is to turn into a net and tie up its prey to death. No brainer and no solution. Ying was a little helpless at this time. No matter how strong he was, he could not cause any substantial damage to Marshmallow, and Zhang Guodong restricted the use of Zonglei. Otherwise, after one Zonglei strikes, Marshmallow won't even have a chance to reorganize. Zhang Guodong saw the tense battle on the field and nodded with satisfaction. It wasn't him who was making things difficult for Yi. It's just that since Yi became a beast tamer, everything has been going too smoothly for him, causing him to become a little arrogant. Zhang Guodong decided to attack Yi. As for limiting Yi's many skills, Zhang Guodong said he had no choice. With Yi firing on all cylinders, "Are you still a high school student?" Ying frowned, a hint of impatience flashing across his little face. Faced with the rogue-like Marshmallow, she felt a little annoyed. Through continuous instant dodging, Ying has gradually mastered Marshmallow's attack frequency and preferences. She also discovered that if the knife was covered with thunder elements, the Marshmallow would be difficult to heal, and the thunder elements on the wound needed to be cleared first. At this moment, Marshmallow launched another wave of attacks. This time, Ying did not dodge with a flash step, but instead moved sideways to the side of Marshmallow. Then he chopped down with the knife in his hand, covered with rich lightning elemental power. A piece of the smoky net suddenly became unable to heal, and then the Shadow teleported to the other side. After figuring out Marshmallow's strengths and weaknesses, Ying used her special skills and broke 4 of them in 1 second. All I saw was a shadow like a ghost, constantly appearing above, below, and around the Marshmallow, and then drawing a knife. Marshmallow, in its web form, moved relatively slowly, and was caught off guard by Shadow's sudden attack. As the thunder element raged on Marshmallow, Marshmallow could no longer hold on. All right, stop, stop, stop. Feeling that Marshmallow was not in good condition, Lu Xiangnan quickly called a halt. Marshmallow turned back into a puppy and returned to Lu Xiangnan with a wronged look on his face. Lu Xiangnan complained, "You really are merciless." Yi looked at Lu Xiangnan, who was blaming him. He was also helpless. He didn't participate in the whole process, okay? Zhang Guodong, who was standing next to him, felt helpless after seeing Yi win. Then he looked at Ying thoughtfully. He felt that there was something wrong with the Shadow. Chapter 52, Lan Yunxing's attack. Ying's speed, strength, and even endurance are much stronger than before. Especially the instant step. After the continuous dodging just now, Ying used it nearly 30 times in a row, and it feels like Ying still has some energy left. The skill book of Flash Step was given to Yi by Li Qian. Zhang Guodong knew very well that this skill required a huge amount of spiritual power from the contracted spirit. A normal bronze-level contract spirit should be exhausted after using it a few times. Combined with Yi Ye's sudden physical improvement, Zhang Guodong glanced at Yi Yi thoughtfully. This kid. Just then, there was a commotion in the crowd and Lan Yunsheng started fighting with another classmate. Zhang Guodong didn't care about Yi Yi and Ing and hurried to check. I don't accept it. We are beast masters. If you have the guts, keep fighting with contracted spirits. Naive. No one here said that we can't attack the beast master directly. It was called a scuffle, but in fact it was just Lan Yunsheng's one-sided crushing. Lan Yunsheng was seen riding on Lu Li, his arms tightly wrapped around Lu Li's neck. His weight of more than 200 pounds made Lu Li's face turn a little pale. It is worth mentioning that on the ring, the powerful demon ape was also holding down a contracted spirit in the form of a dog in the same posture. Lan Yunsheng, get up quickly, Lu Li is about to faint. Help me now. Don't just stand there. The classmates next to him hurriedly went over to pull Lan Yunsheng's arm, only to find that Lan Yunsheng's arm was like steel and could not be pulled at all. Fuck, let go. You're rolling your eyes. Zhang Guodong rushed over and felt a headache when he saw this familiar scene. The contracted spirit can't defeat the beast, so the beast master takes it upon himself? Isn't that right? How could Lan Yunsheng not be able to beat Lu Li? Get up, do you want to kill him? Zhang Guodong's slightly angry voice sounded, and Lan Yunsheng climbed up from Lu Li obediently. The pressure on Lu Li was released, and he breathed heavily. Yi was also attracted by the commotion here, and looked at Lan Yunsheng with a strange expression. Is this to flatter Zhang Guodong? Teacher, you didn't say we can't attack the beast master directly. Lan Yunsheng said loudly and winked at Yi Yi. Lan Yunsheng saw the fight between Yi Yi and Lu Xiangnan just now, especially after Zhang Guodong restricted Yi Yi. Lan Yunsheng felt that it was unfair to Yi Yi. Originally, the powerful demon ape was still practicing with Lu Li's contracted spirit. Lan Yunsheng just wanted to take advantage of the situation, and this was fine, but he changed his mind the next moment. He immediately accelerated and gave a sweeping kick, knocking Lu Li down on the spot and then pinning him down. When Lu Li's contracted spirit saw his beast master being bullied, he could not bear it and came back immediately to rescue his beast master. Who would have thought that just as he was about to move, the powerful demon ape on the opposite side swept away his previous stupid look and increased its speed rapidly. I rushed over and pressed it to the ground. Zhang Guodong's face darkened, and he glared at Yi fiercely. Okay, both of you don't have to participate in today's practical class, just stay aside. Attention all students, this is a course for you to train your contracted spirits. Physical attacks on each other are not allowed. Yi Yi and Lan Yunsheng ran to the side and whispered, Yi Yi, your spiritual food is so effective. You will never imagine the shock on my dad's face when I smashed my coffee table with one punch yesterday. Yi Ye's face froze. Are you sure you were surprised and not horrified? If I'm not mistaken, when I went to your house before, the coffee table was made of golden nanmu, right? And then, didn't your dad beat you? I smoked. Lan Yunsheng felt a little melancholy. His father beat him with a belt for half an hour yesterday. But melancholy soon turned into excitement. You know what, Yi Yi? Yesterday my dad used a belt to beat me for half an hour. I didn't feel any pain at all. My dad's hands were sore from beating me, but I didn't even scream. The morning classes passed quickly, and there were boring cultural classes in the afternoon. Just like that, Yi Ye's day of slacking off ended. There are only 3 days left before entering Lingshu to take part in the special recruitment assessment. Yi just wants time to pass quickly, and he can't wait any longer. Just after school, Yi did not scan the shared bicycle as usual, but walked towards the Los Angeles First People's Hospital with his school bag on his back. At noon, Wang Xin called him and said that Wang Le had woken up, and the first thing he wanted to do after waking up was to see Yi Yi. When Yi heard that Wang Le had woken up, he also planned to visit him after school in the evening. After buying some nutritional supplements on the way, Yi arrived at the Los Angeles First People's Hospital. After searching for a long time in the huge inpatient department, I finally found Wang Li's ward. When I opened the door, a faint smell of disinfectant hit me. The room was not big, but it was a single room with all kinds of facilities. There were 2 beds inside, and Wang Lu was lying on one of them, wrapped in gauze. Wang Xin and Li Xiao, the team leader of the operation that day, were sitting nearby. The ground was covered with all kinds of nutritional supplements and fruits. It was obvious that many people had come to visit him before him. Brother Wang, Sister Xian. After Yi Yi entered the room, he greeted Li Xiao. He didn't know Li Xiao, so he nodded. Yi Yi is here? Come and sit down. When Wang Lu, who was lying on the hospital bed, saw Yi Yi, he immediately sat up. Don't move. Don't you know how many injuries you have? I'm fine. You let me. Lie down. Wang Xian quickly interrupted Wang Lu and stopped him from sitting up. In the end, Wang Lu was pressed firmly on the hospital bed by Wang Xian and continued to lie there. Yi Yi, let me introduce you. This is Li Xiao, the captain of the Special Operations Team of our Luoqing Town Spiritual Bureau. He is usually responsible for combating cult organizations and some difficult rescue operations. Hello, Li Xiao. Thank you for saving Wang Lu. If you have any problems in the future, come to the Jinling Bureau to find me. Hello, Yi Yi. Li Xiao stood up with his tall figure and extended his hand to Yi Yi. He was a head taller than Yi Yi, and his muscular body proved that the captain must work out every day. Yi Yi quickly stretched out his hand, feeling a little guilty. Speaking of cults, he seems to be a high-ranking official in Helling cult, a very high-ranking one. After all, above Yi Yi, there are only two leaders left, the chief and the deputy. Captain Li is very busy at work, especially with something like this happening. I stayed here today just to see you. Wang Xian saw the awkward atmosphere between the two and spoke up to try to smooth things over. Yes, first of all, I want to meet you and thank you in person for saving my team members, and secondly, did you see a box that night? Li Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Yi Yi. Chapter 53. I can't bear this saltiness alone. Li Xiao's gaze made Yi Yi feel a little pressured, but fortunately Zhang Guodong had guessed that this might happen and had prepared an excuse for Yi Yi that night. That day, after I sent Brother Lu to the ambulance, I walked in the direction where Brother Lu came from and found a humanoid creature with a wolf's head and a human body lying in the green belt, with a black password box next to it. I thought there must be something very important in it, so I took the password box away. I couldn't help myself and opened the box. Inside was a bottle of medicine and some information. I was afraid of any accidents, so I took a photo of the information with my phone. As a result, an accident really happened. A masked man in a black robe stopped me on the road. I didn't have time to react. A black panther snatched the box away. Before I could react, both the box and the man in the black robe disappeared. Li Xiao looked gloomy. It's the man in black robe again. You said you took photos of the information? Why didn't you notify the Jinling Bureau? Yi Yi was stunned. I gave it to you, didn't I? After I realized what was happening, I sent it directly to the mailbox of the Luoqing Town Spiritual Bureau. I also made a phone call, for fear that you wouldn't see it. After meeting Zhang Guodong, Yi Yi sent all the data of the third generation of potions of the Helling sect to the Jinling Bureau. He could still distinguish right from wrong, and there was no use for him to have the information. Li Xiao was also stunned and picked up his phone to make a call. It wasn't long before someone returned the call. Li Xiao's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. I did receive Yi Ye's email that night, but the database showed that someone deleted the email in the background. There is a traitor in the Jinling Bureau. I'm sorry, I'm just doing business. Would you mind sending me another copy of the information? Yi Yi nodded, and the two added each other as friends. Yi Yi passed the information to Li Xiao. Li Xiao took a look at the information, then said goodbye in a hurry and returned to the Jinling Bureau. As soon as he left, Wang Lu looked at Yi Yi with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, Captain Li is like this. This is a serious matter, so his attitude may be a bit bad. Yi Yi shook his head quickly. It's okay. Captain Li is also doing this for the safety of the people of Los Angeles. The reason why China has been able to suppress various cults for such a long time is because of the silent and selfless dedication of the Spirit Suppression Bureau. Look at other countries, where cults are rampant, people are suffering, and the government is doing nothing. By the way, you too? She is my sister. Yi Yi suddenly realized. Wang Xian, Wang Lu. They are actually siblings. We are the same age. After graduating from college, our families wanted to arrange for us to work in the Spirit Control Bureau, but I don't like the restrictive working environment of the Spirit Control Bureau, so I simply set up a beast control group with Lang Song and go to the spirit ruins when I have nothing to do. I was also there during the operation that day. Captain Li asked me to come over and help. Wang Xian explained. It's all thanks to you. Wang Lu was seriously injured and bleeding that day. The doctor said that if he had come 5 minutes later, he might not have been saved. It means that Wang Lu may have to retreat to the second line and switch to civilian work. After Wang Xian finished speaking, Wang Li's eyes dimmed a little, but he quickly recovered. It's okay. Civil service is good. At least it's not that dangerous. Having said that, Yi still felt that there was a hint of unwillingness in Wang Li's tone. That night, both of Wang Li's contracted spirits died in battle. Even if Wangla breaks through the gold level in the future and signs another contracted spirit, there will only be one, and it will no longer be suitable for combat. After a Beastmaster's contracted spirit dies in battle, he cannot contract with another contracted spirit. The three of them chatted for a while, and Yi left the hospital on the pretext of going home. On the way, Yi felt a little heavy. The death of Wang Li's two contracted spirits in battle came as a great shock to him. He couldn't accept anything unexpected happening to Ying. Then get stronger. Yi Ye's eyes were firm, and he spoke in a decisive tone. Now he has reached the peak of bronze. As long as Shadow breaks through to the peak of bronze 10 stars, he will be able to break through to silver naturally. By then, he will have a second contracted spirit. It is worth mentioning. The second contracted spirit does not necessarily have to be a contracted spirit in the other dimension. There is also a small probability that it can be a contracted spirit beast in the spirit ruins. After all, contracting a spirit from another dimension depends entirely on luck, and no one knows what talent or type of spirit is contracted. However, starting from the silver level, the Beastmaster's physical fitness increases dramatically, and the contracted spirit slot is opened at the same time. At this time, the Beastmaster can use special contract methods to contract some spirit beasts that are willing to become your contracted spirits. However, there is a big limitation. No matter what level of Beastmaster you are, you can most likely only contract bronze-level cubs. When most spirit beasts reach adulthood at the silver level, their personalities are relatively stable, and it is difficult for them to reach an agreement with the Beastmaster, resulting in the failure of the contract, or even the tragedy of rebellion after the contract is signed. However, there are exceptions. After a certain Emperor-level Beastmaster broke through, he directly contracted a King-level Lord in Lingshu. It is said that the Beastmaster asked his other 5 Emperor-level contracted spirits to draw this King-level Lord for a whole month. Finally, he succumbed to the tyranny of the Beastmaster. This is why many of the contracted spirits possessed by bronze-level Beastmasters are brand new contracted spirits. When it reaches the silver level, the second contracted spirit will be able to see some spirit beasts in the spirit ruins. Yi walked while thinking about something. Finally, we entered a supermarket next to the black market. Today, he was going to deliver the 20 servings of physical fitness noodles that he had promised to the man in black robe. After buying 20 sealed glass jars, Yi came to the spiritual food pavilion. As soon as he entered the spiritual food pavilion, the 2 waiters at the door hurriedly nodded and bowed to Yi. They received orders from their boss that Yi was an important figure and must be treated well when they met him. Mr. Yi, please come in. Do you need anything to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to prepare it. Yi was a little uncomfortable with the sudden enthusiasm. No need. Where's your person in charge? Let him come see me. A waiter hurriedly trotted up to the second floor to call for someone. After a while, a short man with a pair of bright eyes jogged all the way from the second floor to Yi. Master Protector, you are here? Whatever you need, I'll arrange it right away. He is the director of Lingshu Pavilion, Fanwei, and also a member of Helling Sect. Is Mei Fong here? Mrs. Mei doesn't usually come to the spiritual food pavilion. If you need me, can I ask her to come over now? No, let me use the kitchen for a while. When you come back, contact Mei Fong and tell her that the food is ready and ask her to pick it up. Fanwei nodded quickly. Without asking what it was, he led the way and took Yi to the kitchen. Yi was stunned when he saw dozens of sacks piled on the ground. What's this? Reporting to the Lord Protector, these are all salt. Oh? After Fanwei left, Yi started cooking again. It is worth mentioning that after the man in black asked Yi to go to the kitchen that day, the chef in the back kitchen discovered that the salt in the kitchen was empty. The chef quickly reported to Fanwei. Fanwei knew that Yi was arranged by the black-robed man to make spiritual food in the kitchen, so he thought about it and reported to the black-robed man that the salt in the kitchen was empty. The man in black robe said fiercely after being silent for a while, "Go buy salt tomorrow. Buy 2 tons. Put it in the kitchen for me." This saltiness can't be borne by her alone. Chapter 54. I can't live in harmony with gambling and drugs. The man in black robes was not a fool. Yi's despicable behavior made her feel a little speechless. In the kitchen of Lingshu Pavilion, Yi was busy and sweating. There was steaming water boiling on the 5 stoves, and Yi put the noodles in one by one. Ying was also busy working beside them. The little hand was holding a salt shaker and pouring salt into the pot frantically. Fortunately, the production process is extremely simple. After a while, the noodles mixed with body-strengthening potions were packed into small jars. Woohoo! Done! Yi and Ying wiped the sweat from their foreheads at the same time. At this moment, Yi glanced around the kitchen of the spiritual food pavilion and finally stopped at the largest refrigerator in the kitchen. Since we are here, Yi stared at the freezer and muttered, "Protector Yi, take care." At the entrance of Lingshi Pavilion, Fan Wei, with a flattering smile on his face, bowed and sent Yi away. I just wonder if he can still laugh when he sees the refrigerator disappear. Oh, I miss Brother Lang a little bit. Yi walked on the black market street, Ing sitting on his shoulder, his big purple eyes looking at the lively scene around him curiously. He missed Lang Song a little. After all, working for Lang Song was his only source of income. Although Yi still has hundreds of thousands of dollars in his card. It sounds like a lot at first, but it's actually just enough for a lottery, and it may not even be enough to buy some supplements for Ing. The beast tamer is too expensive. Of course, there is also a way to get something for free, with low investment and high returns. That is, enter Lingshu. Without staying in the black market for long, Yi carried the sleepy Ing back home. As soon as she got home, Ye's mother took the sleeping Ing from Ye's back and looked at Yi with a reproachful look on her face. Why does Ing look so sleepy? Did you let her go fight? Oh? Yi was completely confused. We didn't fight, but Mom, she's my contracted spirit. I can't fight someone else's contracted spirit with my bare hands, right? I don't care. If you get hurt, my precious Ing won't be in any danger either. You have to find a way out yourself. After saying that, Ning Xiangtong carefully carried Ing back to the house and coaxed her to sleep. Yi. Mom, who's going to cook when you're away trying to please Ing? The door that had just been closed opened instantly, and Ning Xiangtong whispered to Yi angrily. Can you please keep your voice down? What if you wake up Ing? Also, you cook so deliciously. Your dad and I have agreed that you should come to dinner from now on. Bang! Ning Xiangtong didn't give Yi a chance to refute after she finished speaking and gently closed the door. Yi looked at Yi Min, who was reading a newspaper on the sofa, but Yi Min pretended not to see it. In the end, he felt that Yi Ye's gaze was a bit creepy, so he simply grabbed the newspaper with both hands and moved it up to cover his face. What a sin! Yi walked towards the kitchen resignedly. Fortunately, he went to Lingshi Pavilion to replenish some supplies today. After having a good meal and a good drink, Yi returned to the house and prepared to plan his future development. First of all, the Helling cult was a complete accident, and it was a time bomb that might explode at any time. Then came the special recruitment of the Chinese Beast Taming Academy. He was still unsure about this special recruitment. The silver-level spirit beast was easy to deal with, but he was really unsure about the Lord. Even if there is a full-strength experience card that can forcibly raise Shadow's level to platinum, it is still a bit unsafe with only one attack opportunity. After all, it's an experience card. Yi had only one way, which was to break through Ying's level to bronze 10 stars before hunting the Silver Lord, and then they would both enter silver. Even if he might not be able to get a second contracted spirit in time, a silver-level Shadow would definitely be a qualitative change. Combined with the full-strength experience card, he might actually be able to complete the assessment. After all, the Heyday Strength Experience card that was drawn last time could only be raised to Platinum 1 star due to the limitation of Ying's physical fitness. Now that Ying's physical fitness indicators have soared, maybe it can be even higher. After summarizing for a long time, Yi finally chose. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Drop. After firing 10 times in a row, Yi Ye's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? Yi suddenly jumped up from his chair and yelled angrily in his mind. Just now he thought about it and found that lottery seemed to be the best way to improve himself at the moment. As a result, he drew 10 times in a row, but got nothing. Always thank you for your patronage. Ding. Host, please be rational. It's a lottery. It's all based on luck, okay? Lychee? How can you let me eat lychee? Oh my god. These are not just some points. These are real money. Come again. Yi felt that he was being manipulated by the system, but he had no evidence. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body strengthening potion, *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body strengthening potion, *1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body strengthening potion, *1. Yi was stunned for a moment when he saw that he had drawn 3 bottles of body strengthening potions in a row with a 10-shot burst. Is this a critical hit? Come again. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. 10. Yi was completely stunned. The system used to fool him before, and they exploded one by one. Now they are too lazy to fool him? Just thank you for your patronage? 10? Looking at the only 110,000 blue star coins left in the card, Yi became furious. Smoke. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. 10. You come again? Score twice. Following the system's emotionless voice broadcast, Yi instantly recovered his lychee. At this moment, Yi felt a little scared. This dog system is definitely a manipulation. First disappoint you, then give you hope, and finally make you despair. But even so, Yi still obtained 3 bottles of body-strengthening potions. That is to say, Yi's belongings are limited. If he had more, this damn system would have cheated him out of it all. Love life and stay away from gambling. Yi is the best example. This is just a novel, purely fictional. In reality, the family may be broken up and the wife and children may be separated. I have an incompatible relationship with gambling and drugs, very loud. After calming down, 3 bottles of medicine appeared in Yi's hand, and he was thinking. According to his previous inference, after he drank another bottle, the physical fitness potion would no longer have any effect on him. Thinking of this, Yi made a very reasonable allocation. He drank 1 bottle, and then gave 2 bottles. It's time to strengthen my good daughter. Is it useful to sleep in the contracted spirit space every day and absorb the pitiful beast power to strengthen myself? It's all thanks to her dad who gives her more stars and skills by doing multiple choice questions every day, and now he's taking drugs too. Yi unilaterally announced that Ing could now lie down and live off his parents. Chapter 55 Identity Exchange. Yi opened a bottle of body-strengthening potion, licked his slightly dry lips, and drank it with his head tilted back. A stream of heat burst out from his throat and then flowed downwards. For a moment, Yi felt his body warm. But unlike before, the effect of the drug this time lasted for a very short time, and it was over before Yi could react. That's it. Yi had a face full of question marks. Standing up, Yi twisted his waist, shook his arms, and felt it. It seems to be a slight change from before, but not much. Yi was a little disappointed. If he had known earlier, he would not have wasted this bottle and would have given it all to Ing. But it's too late to think so now. Now it's Shadow's turn. But Ing is still with Ning Xiangtong. Yi ran to the kitchen and quickly made a bowl of steaming and delicious noodles. Don't get me wrong, this is not a perverted version of the Helling sect. This is just normal noodles. Man in black robe. Damn it. Mom, bringing out. I made some supplements for her. Let her eat them while they're hot. Ning Xiangtong was pacing back and forth in the room holding Ing. Looking at Ing, who was sleeping soundly in her arms, she had already found the feeling of being a grandmother in advance. Hearing Yi shouting outside, Ing opened his blurry eyes in Ning Xiangtong's arms as if he smelled the fragrance of food, and reached towards the door with both hands. Ning Xiangtong saw Ing being woken up by Yi and shook her head helplessly. Hungry again? This little granddaughter is good in every way except that her appetite is a little bit big. It's only been a short time since I had dinner and I'm hungry again. At the dinner table, Ing buried her head in the bowl with chopsticks in her hand, slurping the noodles. Ning Xiangtong watched from the side and smiled peacefully. Yi was standing beside him, trembling with fear. He put a whole bottle of medicine in the noodles. If Ing showed any reaction after eating, Ning Xiangtong would skin him alive? Hiccup. Ing quickly finished the noodles and burped. Ing found that she seemed a little unsightly, and a few blushes appeared on her face. But the next moment, the blushes quickly grew until Ying's whole face turned red, and dense beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Shadow? What's wrong with you? At this moment, Ying's eyes were blurred and his whole body was hot. He was held in Ning Xiangtong's arms. Yi felt something was wrong and was about to explain. Because Ning Xiangtong was holding Ing, her hands were full, so she kicked Yi's but with a whip. What kind of bullshit supplement did you make? Yi looked at the flying whip kick and didn't dare to dodge, so he took the hit head-on. But for Yi now, he hardly felt anything at all. His physical fitness is max. Listen to me. Do you remember the meal last time? It's the same effect. I just put too much in it. It will be fine after a while of sweating. Ing is not as fragile as you think. After hearing this, Ning Xiangtong's anxious expression eased a little, and then he gave him another whip kick. Can't you put less? Yi felt aggrieved. Given Ying's current physical condition, he felt that 1 bottle was conservative. Sure enough, not long after, Ying's complexion gradually returned to normal, and his clothes were soaked. Okay, this is none of your business. Ing is soaked. I'll take her to take a bath. I just bought her 2 sets of pajamas. Yi was ruthlessly driven back to the room. Before leaving, Yi asked Ing in his mind how she felt, and the shadow said, "This meal is not tasty. I won't eat it next time. Not long after, Ing was brought over by Ning Xiangtong. The moment Yi Yi saw Ing, he was a little stunned. Ing was seen wearing pink pajamas, and her previously tied ponytail had turned into purple shoulder-length hair, the ends of which were a little wet. She had a bracelet on her hand that could transform into a tang sword at will. Yi Yi was used to seeing Ing wearing a scaled-down version of the Japanese purple general's uniform, so he was a little uncomfortable with the sudden change of clothes. But there is one thing. Become more fierce and cuter. Who would have thought that the cute little girl in front of us could kill a 7 or 8 meter tall ferocious beast with one sword? Ing saw Yi Yi and ran over excitedly. She felt that she had become so strong. Then he stretched out his little hand towards Yi Yi and looked at him expectantly. Yi Yi was stunned. You want to arm wrestle me? Shadow nodded like a chick pecking at rice. As a contracted spirit, Ing now gradually feels that his status is plummeting. From Yi Ye's main combat force to auxiliary combat force, and finally to a kitchen helper. She wants to prove her strength. Yi felt Ying's inner thoughts and felt a little headache. Come on, come on. Don't cry if you lose later. Then he held Ying's cold little hand. A competition between a beast master and his contracted spirit has officially begun. The beginning and the end were also very sloppy. How could Ing, who was not good at strength, compare with Yi, who had taken 5 bottles of body-strengthening potions and 1 bottle of strength potion? Ing was so tortured by Yi that he lost his way. In the end, Yi let them go, and they won 3 games in a row before letting Yi go. After playing with Ing for a while, he let Ing go and play with her phone by herself. What? You said that children's eyes are damaged by playing with mobile phones? Yi laughed at this. As far as the photographer's physical fitness is concerned, there is no problem putting the phone close to the retina. But Yi was also a little upset. Ing snatched his phone away, and he had no fun. If I can't buy Ing a cell phone tomorrow, I'll just buy her a cell phone. He also felt that Xiao Xiaoying didn't look good in the clothes she was wearing before, so he would buy her 2 more sets of clothes tomorrow. Just like that, Yi lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. The system option appeared once more before falling asleep, but Yi ignored it and chose to sleep. Option 1. Practice hard and become stronger. Reward: a bottle of 1982 mineral water. Option 2. Just give up and go to sleep. Reward: a lot of beast power. Yi. Huh? ZZZZ. Early the next morning, Yi got up from bed, turned off the alarm on his mobile phone, and prepared to go to school. Today is the examination for selecting people to enter Lingxiu. Although Yi is already qualified for special recruitment, he still has to take the examination. As soon as we arrived at the classroom, everyone was reviewing their textbooks hard, hoping to remember more knowledge points in the short time before the exam. Returning to his seat, Yi looked indifferent. There is no other way. It's just great to be recruited in advance. The other students also knew that Yi was valued by the genius student of the Chinese Beast Taming Academy and was invited to participate in the academy's special recruitment. They are still struggling to get places in the elite classes, while some are almost there. Many people looked at Yi with envy and jealousy. Yi was a little speechless. If you knew the content of the assessment, would you still dare to envy me? As time passed, everyone walked out of the classroom and looked for their own examination rooms, and Yi was no exception. Soon Yi found his examination room. As soon as he entered, Yi was stunned. What a coincidence. As soon as Yi entered the examination room, he found Mei Fong sitting on the podium. Mei Fong was also the invigilator for his last exam, but that time Mei Fong disliked him and kept a close eye on him, fearing that he would cheat. But today is different. How does that sentence go? If our identities were switched, I would let you know what cruelty is. Hello, Teacher Mei. Hello, classmate Yi. Looking at the unnatural smile on Mei Fong's face, Yi felt secretly happy. He didn't feel anything was wrong outside. After all, he was a high-ranking member of the Helling sect and one of the 5 Dharma protectors. But at school, Mei Fong's identity became a teacher, which made Yi feel secretly happy. No wonder some people like professional role-playing. It really feels different. Soon, the exam will begin. Familiar taste, familiar recipe. The cultural subject examination, the super comprehensive examination, begins. Chapter 56. Give you a little level shock. After getting the test paper, which was more than 10 pages long, Yi had a headache. If he were really allowed to take the college entrance examination normally, the cultural subjects would definitely be the subject that drags down his scores. How to quickly find water in Lingxiu. How to protect yourself when encountering a Lord-level spirit beast. Can I use some potions in the cultivation of the contracted spirit? Exist. Yi was a little confused, so he might as well just go to sleep. Anyway, There will definitely be a spot for me in Lingshu. Start swinging directly? At this time, familiar options appeared in front of Yi Yi. Option 1. Being young is good, you can sleep whenever you want. Reward, a large amount of beast power. Option 2. As a guardian, ignore Mei Fong's invigilation and cheat secretly to make a splash. Reward, learning potion. Use it to double your learning efficiency. Option 3. Continue to feel the fear. Break the mentality of other candidates. Reward, shadow level 1. Based on the number of people whose mentality breaks, there will be a random additional reward. Yi Yi was stunned. Coming again? To be honest, he was tempted by option 2. After all, doubling his learning efficiency is definitely a timely help to his current academic performance. Moreover, option 3 is simply built on the pain of others, and it is such a crucial exam. This is not only messing with people's mentality, it is destroying their future. But when he saw the reward for option 3, Yi felt a little shaken. After all, Shadow's level is what he needs most right now. Alas, Yi sighed. The sound was very light, but it was still clearly audible in the silent classroom. Some candidates looked at Yi Yi, while others were still concentrating on doing the questions. Alas, this time the noise was even louder, and almost half of the people looked at Yi Yi with frowns on their faces. They had heard of Yi Ye's heroic deeds and were a little wary of the situation. Mei Fong also looked at Yi Yi, but immediately looked away after taking a glance. Are you kidding? Yi Yi is the highest-ranking leader of the Helling sect in Luo City. She doesn't want to be bullied. Simple and boring. Yi flipped the paper over and over again, mumbling something to himself but not writing. The students behind Yi were gritting their teeth in hatred. Simple and boring? Can you write? Can you be quiet? Yi also felt that it was about time. He crossed his legs and stared at Mei Fong on the podium, turning a ballpoint pen in his hand. Mei Fong on the podium felt uncomfortable being stared at by Yi Yi. Imagine that your boss is always staring at you at work. Would you feel uncomfortable? In the end, Mei Fong couldn't stand the pressure. He coughed and stood up. She began to walk around the classroom with her beautiful legs in stockings and high heels. Then 1 circle, 2 circles. Every time Mei Fong wanted to sit on the podium, Yi would stare at her. Mei Fong is going crazy. Did Yi take the wrong medicine? Although Yi was quiet, the students below still felt uncomfortable. Mei Fong walked in circles, and the sound of her high heels was a bit noisy, and many students who were planning to cheat secretly just turned off the power. Mei Fong's feet were a little sore from walking, so Yi let her go. Is that about it? Yi thought. Teacher, I want a hand in my paper. Everyone was shocked. You handed in the paper after only 10 minutes of the exam? Arrogantly, Yi slammed the blank paper on the podium and walked away. Some people's mentality has collapsed. No, buddy. Why are you writing a blank paper? Mei Fong looked at the blank paper in front of her, feeling somewhat helpless, but she did not stop Yi from leaving the examination room. Ding! Mission accomplished. Shadow level 1. Yi just walked out of the examination room and breathed a sigh of relief. He was betting that his final operation would barely achieve the minimum level of mission completion. As for the additional rewards, forget it. Forgive them this time. After all, they are classmates from my school, and I can't just grab one and yell at him. About 2 hours later, the students came out of the examination room one after another, complaining bitterly. Time is running out. The second exam, the beast taming exam, is about to begin. It's still the familiar stadium. As soon as Yi walked into the venue, Zhang Guodong saw him. Zhang Guodong already knew about Yi Ye's feat of handing in a blank paper. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he ignored Yi. As long as he is happy. The beast taming exam begins now. Yi was in a daze in the venue. When he heard a familiar voice, he looked towards the podium. Only the principal and several middle-aged men were sitting on the stage. Apparently, the principal took this matter very seriously and came personally to enforce discipline. As usual, the first test was the familiar rating of contracted spirit talent. Wang Xiangdong A level. Lu Li, C level. Lu Xiangnan, B level. As the invigilator's voice sounded, the beast taming examination officially began. Lan Yunsheng, A level. The whole audience was in an uproar. Lan Yunsheng? Isn't his contracted spirit B level? Yeah, last time it was B level, but today it's A level? Yi was also stunned. Upgraded? Is it the treasure of the silver level lord that Lang Song mentioned last time at Tianyang Market? At that time, he heard that a mysterious rich man spent 8 million to buy it. So he thought that it was Lan Yunsheng's family who bought it for him, and it was an ape lord. The test was not delayed too long because of Lan Yunsheng, and it was still going on. Yi Yi, ill-level. When it was Yi Ye's turn, the whole place was silent. There was nothing they could do. It was just that this person, whose contracted spirit talent was only at E-level, was superior to them. Yi Ye's reckless behavior in Lingshu had already spread throughout the school, and many people called him the #1 reckless man in Luoqing #1 middle school. Strong, reckless, and greedy. Soon, the second test began, and Yi Ye's performance shocked everyone in the audience. Wang Xiangdong, intermediate bronze. Lan Yunsheng, intermediate bronze. Lu Li, bronze level. Lu Xiangnan, intermediate bronze. Yi Yi, peak bronze? The invigilator seemed to have seen something extraordinary, and his voice changed. The whole audience was in uproar. Peak bronze? Wang Xiangdong clenched his fists. Ever since Yi killed everyone in Lingshu last time, and even saved their lives, Wang Xiangdong's dissatisfaction with Yi had long since dissipated. After all, they are all teenagers of 17 or 18 years old. How big a grudge can there be? Instead, it made Wang Xiangdong work harder in his training, hoping that he could surpass Yi in the level of beast tamer. This was a virtuous cycle. But seeing that Yi was already at the peak of bronze, Wang Xiangdong smiled bitterly. How to chase this? The principal on the stage was also shocked and trotted over to Yi. Is it really peak bronze? Should right? The principal was almost going crazy. If Yi is really at the peak of bronze level, then that means their school is expected to have a silver level beast master student taking the college entrance examination this year. After repeated confirmation, Yi was even tested twice. However, the instrument shows that peak bronze. In an instant, the mentality of all the students exploded. Chapter 57 by a cell phone ring. Ding. I detected that many people's mentality was broken by the host. Additional reward. Shadow level 1. Yi was stunned. So the mission wasn't over yet? He thought it would count once he left the examination room. Yi was somewhat delighted. It's worthy of being called a system, the most powerful plugin. In this way, Ying's level has reached bronze 10 stars. It's only a matter of time before Yi breaks through to the silver level. Is this drugs? I want to take any kind of drug. We are only at the beginner bronze level, and he is already at the peak. Zhang Guodong also walked over with a look of disbelief. How did you do that? He surpassed advanced bronze and reached peak bronze in a short period of time. Is he really a genius? 99% hard work and 1% talent. That's the secret of my success. Everyone felt like they had been fed a mouthful of poisonous chicken soup. After being surprised, the principal returned to the stage, but still stared at Yi. The strange look made Yi feel uncomfortable. Just like that, the exam continued, but countless eyes still glanced at Yi from time to time. And then there's the last item. Comprehensive quality assessment of contracted spirits. It mainly tests the attack strength, speed, and defense of the contracted spirit. Just when it was almost Yi and Ying's turn, Zhang Guodong came over and told Yi that he didn't need to take the test. Yi was confused, but still stood aside, waiting for the test to end in boredom. 3 hours later, the exam was over and the students walked out of the gymnasium in a bustling atmosphere. Yi was taken by Zhang Guodong to an office on the second floor. When they arrived, the principal was already sitting on the sofa. Seeing Yi coming in, the principal stood up to greet him with a smile on his face. Come, sit down. Yi was flattered, but looking at the fawning principal, he felt a little uncomfortable. Classmate Yi, are you sure you can break through to the silver level before the college entrance examination? I think I can. My contracted spirit has actually reached bronze 10 stars. The main thing is that I don't know how to break through. The principal and Zhang Guodong were stunned for a moment. Bronze 10 stars? The principal was so happy that he went crazy. He also planned to pay a huge price to raise Yi's contracted spirit to bronze 10 stars. Let Yi take the college entrance examination as a silver level beastmaster. But I didn't expect. Don't know how to break through? The principal was stunned and turned to look at Zhang Guodong, whose face was dark. Zhang Guodong slapped Yi on the back of the head. I told you to pay attention in class. Didn't we teach you that in the history of beast taming class? Zhang Guodong is about to explode. If you don't know, don't say it in front of the principal. Ahem, Mr. Zhang. We need to have a different teaching plan for geniuses. So, from today on, you don't have to come to school. Yi was stunned. What? Oh? Are you going to fire me? The principal was drinking tea, and when he heard Yi's words, he sprayed it on Zhang Guodong next to him. Expelled? Expelled from what? Didn't you just say that I don't need to come to school starting tomorrow? Ahem, What I mean now is that you don't need to waste time coming to school. Just practice at home, and then go to Lingshu to participate in the special recruitment and strive to break through to the silver level before the college entrance examination. Oh, is that what I mean? Yi complained in his heart. Speak halfway. You deserve to be choked by tea. Okay, but I really don't know how to break through. Zhang Guodong winked at Yi frantically. Why are you bringing this up? Didn't you see that the principal almost forgot about this? Couldn't you wait and ask me in private? Don't worry about this. Come to my house tonight. I'll cook something special for you. Zhang Guodong almost gritted his teeth and blocked Yi's mouth before the principal could. Then I have no problem, Yi said indifferently. He was not panicking at all, as the system was there. In one word, it was very stable. After saying a few meaningless polite words, Yi and Zhang Guodong left the gymnasium. You kid, you said in front of the principal that you didn't know how to break through. Are you trying to put me on the spot? Zhang Guodong looked at Yi with a helpless expression. Yi really didn't think about this. He really didn't know. I really don't know. Okay, come to my house tonight and I'll have a whole meal for you. I've been eating instant noodles every day since your wife left, and I'm tired of it. Okay. Because I have an exam today, there are no classes in school. The sun is shining brightly, and it is only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi decided to go shopping. After all, I was thinking about buying a mobile phone yesterday, and also buying 2 sets of clothes, and it just so happens that I get out of school early today. After leaving the school, Yi prepared to go shopping in a nearby shopping mall. Yi. Before I took 2 steps, I was stopped by a voice behind me. Looking back, 3 question marks appeared above Yi's head. It was Lan Yunsheng who called him, but next to Lan Yunsheng, Lu Xiangnan, with short black hair, was standing there prettily. Are you two in love? Yi asked curiously. In fact, it's not surprising to Yi that the two of them are in love. Lu Xiangnan is a top-notch white, rich and beautiful girl. She is good at studying and has strong abilities. Most importantly, she is also very beautiful. Lan Yunsheng is a perfect match for Lu Xiangnan. Although he is a little fat, he inherited good genes from his father and mother Lan, and he is definitely a handsome guy when he loses weight. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Lan Yunsheng's face suddenly turned red, and he looked anxiously at Lu Xiangnan beside him and shouted to Yi. Lu Xiangnan didn't react at all. Instead, he looked at Yi with a smile. Where are you going? I'm going to the nearby mall to buying a cell phone and 2 sets of clothes. When Lu Xiangnan heard that he wanted to buy clothes for Ying, his eyes lit up. How about we go together? I can also give you some advice. Yi was overjoyed. After all, as a straight man, he had no idea about aesthetics. He was worrying about how to choose clothes for Ying. So, the 3 of them walked towards the nearby shopping mall together. It didn't take long for them to arrive. Yi doesn't usually go shopping, and this is his first time in this mall. Lu Xiangnan and Lan Yunsheng, who are children from wealthy families, are different. They are obviously very familiar with this place. At this time, Ying was held in Lu Xiangnan's arms. It seems that every woman has no resistance when seeing Ying, but why do they hold him in their arms? Wouldn't it be nice to learn from him and ride on his shoulders? How cool. Ying is now holding an ice cream in his left hand and a candied Haws in his right hand, eating them happily. They were all bought for him by Lu Xiangnan. Everyone walked to the area where mobile phones were sold. Yi was dazzled for a moment. Various mobile phone stores are located here, such as Greenme, VIP, and Fruit. What? Lan Yunsheng asked. Yi hardly thought about it. By Huawei. Huawei? It's pretty good. I use Huawei, the pride of Chinese products. Lu Xiangnan next to him said. Walking into the store, Yi happily bought a current Huawei flagship phone. After all, Yi is now a man who once had assets worth 7 figures. I also used my ID card to apply for a mobile phone card. After leaving the store, Ying took the old mobile phone handed to him by Yi with a confused look on his face, and then watched Yi happily put his card into the newly bought Huawei. Yi was also very happy. Nonsense, who wouldn't be happy to have a new phone? As for movies, why would such a young child use such an expensive mobile phone? Buy it yourself when you earn money in the future. The 2 people next to him were speechless after seeing Yi's actions. Chapter 58. Do you know the most reckless man in Los Angeles #1 middle school? After buying the mobile phone, Lu Xiangnan showed Yi and Lan Yunsheng what a shopaholic is. The first thing is to buy clothes for myself and Ying. As long as Ying nodded, Lu Xiangnan would ask the waiter to pack it up without asking the price. Shoes, clothes, bags. Seeing Yi standing aside, he was terrified. His remaining balance maybe only be enough to buy buttons for those clothes? All the stores Lu Xiangnan went into were luxury stores. Fortunately, Lu Xiangnan said that Yi had saved her so many times. So what's wrong with buying some clothes for Ying? But you can't buy it this way, right? Looking at the large and small bags hanging on himself and Lan Yunsheng, Yi smiled bitterly. It's nice to have money. Yi and Lan Yunsheng were lying on the lounge chairs, and Yi sighed. At this time, Lu Xiangnan and Ying ran to a milk tea shop to buy milk tea, which gave them a chance to catch their breath. When Lan Yunsheng heard what Yi said, he looked at Yi strangely. Do you think there is a possibility that this shopping mall is owned by her family? Looking at the 7-story luxurious shopping mall, Yi's expression froze. He shouldn't have asked. Not long after, Lu Xiangnan, wearing a white dress, and Ying, wearing a princess dress and a gorgeous and exquisite headdress, came back from a distance. Walking along this street made Yi very satisfied. No matter which store we go to, the waiters are full of praise for Ying's appearance, especially her well-proportioned figure. Although they are children's clothes, the effect is very good after she puts them on. There was even a store that would give Yi and his friends free meals as long as they let him wear their clothes and take a few photos for promotion. But Lu Xiangnan rejected it. Yi also bought some headwear for Ying, as well as various daily necessities. All of a sudden, Yi's small treasury became empty. It can be said that we have returned to the period before liberation. However, thinking of the 2 diamond-grade spirit beads in his storage space, Yi felt a little relieved. Shopping really takes time. By the time the 3 of them walked out of the mall, it was already dark outside. Lu Xiangnan asked the staff to pack the clothes he bought for Ying, which would be delivered directly to Yi's home soon. After refusing to have dinner together in the evening, Yi took a taxi and rushed to Zhang Guodong's house. Huh? Why are there so many people? Just as the taxi passed by the school gate, it found dozens of people gathered at the school gate, some of whom were still wearing school uniforms. But they were the uniforms of the nearby Los Angeles Experimental Middle School. Master, stop the car. Yi paid the money, got off the car, and walked to where the crowd gathered. Damn it. Today, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. In the middle of the crowd, a young man with dyed yellow hair and dressed in a shamat outfit grabbed a man by the collar and uttered harsh words. Yi also recognized the person he caught. Wasn't this Luli, who exchanged seats with him on the first day of his class change? Many students from Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School gathered nearby, but they were all in the first and second year of high school and had not yet awakened their talents. They gathered around and wanted to help but did not dare to say a word. Luli stared at the yellow-haired young man with a look of dissatisfaction. Aren't you just relying on your numbers? If you have the guts, release the contracted spirits for a 1v1. The yellow-haired man laughed at the person next to him. Contracted spirit? Do you think I'm stupid? It's forbidden to release contracted spirits at will in the city. You want to trick me, right? After saying that, he kicked Luli, who took several steps back and sat on the ground. I just rely on my numbers. What's wrong? Are you calling for help too? Luli felt a little aggrieved. Today was the day for his exam, and most of the students in the senior high school beast taming class had gone home. He was also stimulated by Yi. After the exam, he practiced in the school's practice room for several hours. Unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he ran into a group of yellow-haired people. At this time, Yi frowned, pushed away the crowd blocking his way, came to Luli and pulled him up. What's going on? When Luli saw Yi, he gave the yellow-haired man a fierce look. Yi, you go first. I can handle this place. Yi was speechless. I looked around and saw at least 20 people. Can you handle it? Are you the captain of the beautiful country, or the yellow giant? Who the hell are you? When Huangmao saw that someone dared to help Luli, he walked over arrogantly and put his hand on Yi's shoulder. He pulled hard twice, but found that he couldn't pull it anymore, and his face turned red. Yi felt someone pulling him, and turned to look at the yellow-haired man with an unhappy look on his face. What are you looking at? Let go. What are you looking at? Huangmao was so angry that he laughed. How could this young man understand the situation? Yellow hair, do you know the most reckless man in Luoqing No. 1 Middle School? Huangmao was about to take action, but Yi's sudden question left him stunned. What is the first reckless man? Yi grabbed the yellow-haired man's hand with his right hand and exerted force. There was a heart-wrenching sound of bones cracking, and the yellow-haired man let out a scream instantly. Fuck, let me go. Yi pushed back suddenly, and the yellow-haired man was pushed back several meters by Yi and was supported by the younger brothers behind him. The yellow-haired man covered his hands and looked at Yi viciously. Go. Break his legs for me. Yi was not in a hurry. He took out his new mobile phone, turned on the video, and handed it to Luli. Watch out, kid. The next battle will be awesome. Luli, with a confused look on his face, subconsciously took the phone that was recording the video. I saw 7 or 8 people in the crowd rushing towards Yi. After their physical fitness improved, this speed seemed like slow motion in Yi's eyes. Bending down to avoid a flying kick, Yi punched the man's leg, and the familiar sound of bone breaking was heard again. Almost at the same time, the fist swung from the right was blocked by Yi with his other arm, and the man felt like he had hit a wall. In a matter of seconds, Yi was like a ghost, moving through the crowd, using just one punch or one kick on almost every person. But what is consistent is that although Yi held back, his strength was still extremely great. Those who were beaten by Yi basically lay on the ground like a maggot that smelled poop, wriggling on the ground. In just 1 minute, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground. At this moment, Luli exclaimed, Yi, be careful. Yi instantly felt an intense heat from the right side of his body, and the next moment, a half-meter-sized fireball hit under Yi's feet. Next to the yellow-haired man, a wild boar with a red body and long red thorns on its back was panting, and flames were spewing out of its huge nostrils. Looking at the flames that exploded where Yi was, the yellow-haired man revealed a cruel smile. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore, because there was nothing where Yi was standing just now. Luli, did you record it? But he was the one who summoned the contracted spirit first. My subsequent actions were all for self-protection. 10 meters away from the explosion point, Yejing, with short purple hair, waved and smiled at the camera in Luli's hand. Luli looked at Yi, who was flashing with electric charge all over his body but was unharmed. He swallowed and nodded silently. So he asked me to record the video because he anticipated that this might happen? Isn't this too stable? Then he looked at Huang Mao with pity. Chapter 59 Group Fight? Okay, everyone, please move aside. I'm going to start self-defense. After Yi finished speaking, he flashed in front of the porcupine and kicked it in the stomach. The porcupine howled and was kicked by Yi, flying more than 10 meters away with its body bent. With just one strike, the bronze 6-star contracted spirit was knocked down by Yi. The onlookers nearby were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Is this still human? Before the yellow-haired man could react, Yi went up and started a big fight. You're the one who bullies my classmates, right? The dazed yellow-haired guy was spun twice in the air by Yi's big fan, and then fell freely to the ground. He only felt a burning pain on his face, but he still refused to admit defeat. What are you all standing there for? Summoning a contracted spirit? The younger brother beside him gritted his teeth, and more than a dozen contracted spirits of various kinds were summoned. There are all kinds of animals, including those flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water. I don't know how you are so strong, but we have more people. The yellow-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Yi fiercely. Tisk, will having more people help? Yi sneered at this. Do you know what a cheater is? When he fights with you, he has to hold back his strength. If he loses control and slaps their contracted spirit to death, that would be a serious matter. Yi exited the state of psychic possession. Ing had been complaining in his mind for 5 minutes. I want to fight. You solved everything by yourself? What am I playing for? I won't bully you anymore, Ing. Come out. Beat them up. Ing appeared in front of Yi. At this time, Ing was still wearing the princess dress that Lu Xiangnan bought for her in the afternoon, and she also had an exquisite headdress on her head. At this moment, Ying's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but also with a hint of excitement and agitation. Ing held a knife and confronted the dozen or so contracted spirits opposite him. The whole audience was stunned. They saw that Yi was going to summon his contracted spirit, and everyone was on guard, thinking it was some extraordinary contracted spirit, but it turned out to be a little lowly. Still so cute? Shadow, you can't use a knife? The majestic figure with fighting spirit in his eyes was stunned for a moment and looked back at Yi with grievance. Seems to be asking Yi why. Yi just shook his head without further explanation. Are you kidding? Ing is an expert in swordsmanship, and he doesn't use any light or heavy force when he strikes. He can't take the responsibility if he kills everyone with his sword. Are you kidding? Is this your contracted spirit? A group of people led by Huang Mao laughed. A human-shaped contract spirit, I've seen it on TV, but this is the first time I've seen one that hasn't been weaned off, ha ha ha. Speaking of which, that knife is taller than she is, right? Can this little girl lift it? Hey, stop talking. Yi listened to the opponent's pre-match trash talk, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Do they have no IQ? Even if there was no shadow, Yi would have killed them all. The problem was, a few veins had appeared on Ying's forehead. A violent electric charge was raging throughout his body, and his face was gloomy. She is not high enough, not low enough IQ. Being unable to speak does not mean that you cannot understand. She hates it most when people say she is short, and that she is not weaned. Ying raised his head, his pair of purple eyes glowing red. He put away the knife and disappeared in an instant. When the other side saw Ying disappear, they were about to take precautions, but Ying was faster than their reaction. I saw Ying rubbing a Songlei lightning ball in her hand, but it was only the size of a ping-pong ball. Yi specifically instructed her about it. You can beat people up for your own pleasure, but you can't kill people. The ping-pong ball-sized Songlei was pressed to the ground by a shadow that appeared in the middle of the crowd. In an instant, electric currents ran rampant within a radius of 10 meters, and many people and contracted spirits were shocked and trembled all over, like sifting chaff. Then Ying aimed at those fish that had escaped the net, starting with a bird-shaped contracted spirit flying at a height of 7 or 8 meters. Ying appeared above it in an instant with a flash of his feet, put his hands together, and knocked it down from the air with a violent smash. The bird-shaped contracted spirit fell heavily to the ground like a cannonball, with half of its body stuck in the soil. Now that the problems in the air have been solved, all that's left are the problems on the ground. With his unstoppable speed and instant steps, Ying seemed to have mastered the blue butterfly's cloud-wandering steps and continuously cut in between the contracted spirits and the crowd. Straight punch, whip kick, elbow strike, big fight. Ying rushed into the flock of chickens like a hungry wolf. Although these chickens were all students from the beast-taming class of Los Angeles Experimental Middle School, in Ying's eyes, they were just a group of slightly trained chickens. Probably practiced for 2.5 years? Not long after, a van full of people was seen lying on the ground. The contracted spirits were all knocked unconscious or seriously injured by shadow and automatically returned to the contracted spirit space. On the other hand, after the intense battle, Ying's breathing just became a little faster. If he could use his weapons and all his strength, Yi would probably be finished in a single face-to-face encounter. So strong. Luli was standing nearby at this time, swallowing hard, holding a cell phone that was recording the video in his hand. What are you doing? Chapter 60. The internet is not a lawless place. Just as Ying ran up to Yi and proudly showed off his battle results, the Jinling Bureau's law enforcement team arrived. At first, the students watching nearby called the police, but after the yellow-haired man used the contract spirit first, the situation changed. The person next to him called the Jinling Bureau's law enforcement number again. It had only been 6 or 7 minutes since Huang Mao started using the contracted spirit, and the law enforcement team arrived. The efficiency is quite fast. Seeing the person coming, Yi was stunned. He saw 7 or 8 people from the law enforcement team, and he knew the leader. Captain Li? Li Xiao was stunned. Yi? Seeing a group of people rolling on the ground and wailing, Li Xiao thought it was a vicious fight between beast masters, but when he saw Yi who was unharmed, Li Xiao felt that he might be wrong. What is going on? Yi instantly looked aggrieved and tears were about to fall. Brotherly. You don't know, they just wanted to beat me up in a group, and they also used contracted spirits to attack me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, what you'd be seeing now would be my dead body. Noe. 3 black lines appeared on Li Xiao's forehead. Are you sure? They gang beat you? Yi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Oh, I recorded it all. These people are so despicable. It's bad enough that they summoned contracted spirits in the city in broad daylight. Look at this big hole on the ground. It was caused by his contracted spirit. Yi pointed at the yellow-haired man with a righteous look on his face. Li Xiao just felt a headache. Hell yes. Take it away, take it away, take it all away. In the interrogation room of Luoqing Town Spiritual Bureau, Li Xiao looked at the video on his phone with a strange expression, especially when Yi said in a very powerful tone, I'm going to start self-defense. The corners of Li Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, I have a general understanding of the situation. They were indeed the first to attack. I have already notified their school and parents. As for you, you can leave now. Yi nodded, but then asked again. Where's my classmate? That Luli, can he leave? He can't leave yet. By the way, do you know the cause of today's incident? Yi was stunned. He really didn't know. He saw someone bullying his classmate, so he went up to them. Your classmate was trash-talking in someone else's school forum and was sought out at the school gate by someone else seeking revenge. They were going to have no chance today, but Luli did not go home after the exam and instead practiced in the school, where he was encountered by Huang Mao and his friends. And all these things happened because of you. Yi was a little confused. What does it have to do with me? Because someone spread the news that you participated in the special recruitment of Huagua Beast Taming College. Some people said that you were a relative and that you got this opportunity because of your connections. Luli helped you to dispel the rumors in the forum of another school. As a result, the two sides started a war of words. You could have left today after the exams, and you didn't run into the yellow-haired people who just got out of school. But you, with your bronze peak beast tamer level, shattered the fragile hearts of countless students, including Luli. After the exam, Luli went to the practice room to practice for another 3 hours. That's when he was left alone and bumped into by the yellow-haired group. After saying this in one breath, Li Xiao licked his dry lips. When he heard Luli's confession, he was shocked. How could such a coincidence happen? And Yi Yi is at the peak of bronze? Didn't he just awaken his beast tamer talent not long ago? Yi was a little speechless. That being said, it's really because Luli posted some inappropriate comments online, which have caused some adverse effects. He will be detained for one night. The internet is not a lawless place. Let's use the internet in a civilized manner, starting with me. Yi nodded helplessly. After leaving the Jinling Bureau, it was already very late. Yi did not delay and took a taxi to Zhang Guodong's house. It was still the familiar big villa. Yi knocked on the door. Zhang Guodong quickly opened the door and looked strange when he saw Yi. After entering the house, Yi changed his shoes and went to the living room. Zhang Guodong poured Yi a glass of water. You came so late, just to fight with someone? Yi was stunned. You found out so soon? Zhang Guodong rolled his eyes. Do you know how big a fuss you made this time? Then he handed the phone to Yi. Yi picked up Zhang Guodong's mobile phone, and the page on it was the forum of Los Angeles Experimental Middle School. At this point, the forum was in an uproar. What Yi did at the school gate was recorded and posted on the Experimental Middle School forum with the title, "Is this what students from Experimental Middle School are like?" Yi felt a headache. Who is this guy who is so arrogant? At this point, the comments below have exploded. Countless students from Los Angeles #1 Middle School and Experimental Middle School flocked to this post and greeted each other. Even students from other schools came to join in the fun. See? The elite class assessment is imminent, and at this critical moment, something like this happened. That's my fault. Yi spread his hands helplessly. Chapter 61. Are you obsessed with money? I don't blame you. On the contrary, the principal just called me and praised you for what you did. It has greatly boosted the morale of our school at this critical juncture. That's right. You might be in a little trouble. What's the trouble? Yi questioned. The principal of Experimental Middle School is unwilling to see the morale of the students in the beast taming class in his school drop, especially since several of the students you beat up today were selected by Experimental Middle School to participate in the post-A Spirit Ruins assessment. Then their Experimental Middle School is just average. Don't interrupt. Zhang Guodong rolled his eyes at Yi. Just SOSO? You're too perverted. Okay? So Experimental Middle School called our principal to discuss holding an exchange meeting between schools tomorrow. The competition format is 1-on-1 and 4-on-4, and both schools will select elite players. Yi nodded thoughtfully. Needless to say, 1-on-1 competition tests one's ultimate comprehensive strength. But 4-on-4 is different. Beastmaster competitions or missions are usually conducted in teams of 4. In some dangerous spiritual ruins, having too many people in the team can be a real headache. The target is large and the transfer is slow. The key is that when you encounter a crisis and try to escape, there is always someone holding you back. Therefore, 4-person teams are widely used in China. One is the strong attack position, one is the auxiliary position, one is the meat shield, and one is the mobile position. All aspects are complete. Our principal wants you to lead a team tomorrow and select 3 people from the school to go to the Experimental Middle School, and then... Yi was stunned and said with disdain, "Who else am I picking? I'm invincible in 1-on-1 battles, and I can fight 1-on-4 in a team fight." Looking at Yi, who suddenly crossed his legs and put on an arrogant mask, Zhang Guodong's face was filled with black lines. Wait till I finish. What the principal means is that you should try not to take any shots. You just need to ensure victory in 1-on-1 situations, and then when it's 4-on-4, let others take the shots as much as possible. With Yi's current strength, he is absolutely overwhelming in the high school stage in Los Angeles, so the principal wants Yi to lead the team and train other students while ensuring that they will not lose. Yi nodded. Okay, is there a reward? Zhang Guodong slapped Yi on the head. Are you obsessed with money? The school has nurtured you for such a long time, so what's wrong with contributing to the school? Yi covered his head and said with a painful look on his face. I'm just asking. Don't worry, everything will be fine tomorrow. Only then did Zhang Guodong's expression look slightly better. In other words, the person who took the video didn't capture the whole thing. If the principal of the experimental middle school knew Ye's true strength, he would never bring it up no matter what. On the other hand, the principal of Los Angeles #1 middle school is very happy now. Isn't this experience delivered to your door? Okay, let's go cook. I'm almost starving. Are you really doing this? What do you think? Looking at Zhang Guodong, who started to scroll through Douyin with an expressionless face, Yi ran to the kitchen helplessly. After making a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup, Zhang Guodong sat at the table staring at the food in amazement. Where do you get the ingredients? Zhang Guodong smelled the food. As Li Qian's husband, he had eaten a lot of dishes made from high-level spiritual beasts made by Li Qian over the years. A gold-level cloud-chasing tiger, a flaming sun ox, and this soup. The fish in it seems to be a gold-level spiritual beast as well. Where did you get them from? Yi was stunned. Zhang Guodong was so knowledgeable, and these ingredients were actually gold-level spiritual beasts? When he was shopping at the spiritual food pavilion, he thought it was just the meat of silver-level spiritual beasts. It was given to me by someone else. Come, let's eat. Zhang Guodong didn't think too much about it. He was already accustomed to Yi Ye's mysteriousness. After taking a sip of the fish soup, Zhang Guodong frowned. This fish soup? What did you put in it? Zhang Guodong, with a slightly red face, looked at Yi solemnly. Can Yi tell Zhang Guodong that he released some hard stuff? In fact, it was not a very powerful thing, just half a bottle of body-strengthening potion. This was the little bit that Yi had left. Thinking of improving Lao Zhang's physique, he poured it in. It's a very precious ingredient. Just eat it. I don't have any left. I only have this much. My good health is all thanks to it. Zhang Guodong pushed the soup in front of Yi. What nonsense. Why would you give me such a precious thing? Drink it. Don't waste it. Looking at Zhang Guodong's serious face, Yi felt a little touched. From Zhang Guodong's performance, it can be seen that he has felt the effect of the body-strengthening potion, but still wants to give it to himself. What is teacher ethics? Giving it to Yi without telling others, and keeping it for yourself without asking what it is all show good character. It was precisely because of this that Yi dared to take it out and add ingredients to Zhang Guodong without any hesitation. It's okay. I've used it too much before. Now this thing doesn't work for me anymore. Yeah. Zhang Guodong looked at Yi doubtfully, but seeing that Yi insisted, Zhang Guodong didn't say anything else. I have to say that the food cooked by Yi, who has acquired the cooking skills of a junior spiritual food chef, is very delicious. It's delicious and has good color, aroma, and taste. Unfortunately, Yi has not encountered multiple choice questions about spiritual food skill rewards recently. Hiccup. Zhang Guodong burped loudly, and in order to avoid waste, he drank the entire bowl of fish soup. His face is now flushed and sweat is pouring down his forehead. Chapter 62. The Goddess of Childbirth, Yi. Yi, this effect is quite strong. Zhang Guodong only felt that his whole body was hot and painful. Don't worry, it will be fine in a while, and a new world will open up soon. Perhaps because Zhang Guodong sits in the office too much and lacks exercise, the body-strengthening potion seems to have a particularly good effect on him. 10 minutes later, Zhang Guodong, who was sweating profusely, took a breath. How do you feel? Only then did Zhang Guodong have the energy to feel his physical condition. The first thing is to feel relaxed. Years of marking lesson plans, coupled with inadequate rest. Cervical spondylosis and lumbar spondylosis have always troubled Zhang Guodong, although the physique of a silver-level beastmaster is extremely strong compared to ordinary people. But it's also uncomfortable. Secondly, Zhang Guodong felt that the things he saw became blurry when he was wearing glasses. After taking off his glasses, Zhang Guodong discovered that his myopia, which had lasted for many years, had improved. Then there are some improvements in physical fitness. All in all, Yi gave him a big surprise this time. Even some minor physical ailments disappeared. Zhang Guodong realized something and grabbed Yi's shoulders. What is this? Does it have the effect of curing diseases and injuries? Yi was startled by Zhang Guodong's excitement. Physical fitness potions do not cure diseases, but rather eliminate some hidden ailments in your body during the process of strengthening your body. Could it be that Zhang Guodong was ill? Was he in so much pain just now because of a hidden disease? Really? Mr. Zhang, are you sick? Zhang Guodong also realized at this time that he was too excited and let go of Yi. Well, I'm not afraid to tell you that I have been married to your master's wife for 10 years and have always wanted to have a child, But the doctor said that your master's wife was injured when she was a child and will be infertile for life. After listening to this, Yi suddenly realized. He could understand Zhang Guodong's excitement just now, but some minor illnesses and hidden diseases could be cured by body-strengthening medicines, but he was not sure about infertility. At this moment, new options appeared in front of Yi. Option 1. Draw a bottle of body-strengthening potion for Zhang Guodong to experiment. Reward: a large amount of beast power. Option 2. Say to Zhang Guodong, "Don't worry, leave the matter of my wife's pregnancy to me." Reward: 100% pregnancy potion. Explanation: after drinking it, regardless of any factors, you will get pregnant 100% the next time you exercise. The corner of Yi Ye's mouth twitched. What is this Goba system? Why are there all these strange medicines? But for the happiness of Zhang Guodong and Li Qian, don't worry, leave the matter of master's wife's pregnancy to me, Yi said to Zhang Guodong solemnly. Oh? Zhang Guodong had a face full of question marks. Why does this sound weird? Before he could react, Zhang Guodong saw Yi take out a glass bottle containing a green potion. There was a black skull printed on the bottle with a red cross on it. This is a potion I found by chance. Give it to master's wife and I guarantee you will have a baby. Yi took Zhang Guodong's hand and solemnly placed the medicine in his palm. Zhang Guodong was a little overwhelmed. Who do you think you are? The goddess of childbirth? Can you get pregnant just by saying so? And look at the big skull on the bottle. Are you sure you got it right? Are you sure this isn't poison? Really? Trust me. Whether I can hold my junior brother in my arms depends on you. Seeing Yi Ye's serious expression, Zhang Guodong gritted his teeth. Okay, I believe you. I'll call your mistress right now. Zhang Guodong acted promptly and called Li Qian immediately. Hey, honey, can you come back in the next few days? I have something urgent to tell you. Li Qian was doing experiments in the school laboratory at this time. When she heard Zhang Guodong say this, she hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen at home? If it's urgent, I'll rush back tonight." Okay, then come back tonight. I do have something to do. Li Qian's face was solemn. Zhang Guodong usually respected her work and never complained even though they were separated. He was never as eager for him to go back as he was today. I understand. I'll be back now. Hey. It's not that urgent. Don't. Before Zhang Guodong could finish his words, Li Qian had already hung up the phone. This? Zhang Guodong and Yi looked at each other. Sister Wang, call a plane for me. I need to get back to Los Angeles as soon as possible. Li Qian was anxiously making a phone call in the laboratory. An hour later, at a military airport in Beijing, a newly developed spiritual weapon fighter jet from China took off and headed straight for Luo City. Zhang Guodong still underestimated Li Qian's feelings for him and the power she possessed after so many years of development in Beijing. The key point is that if Li Qian knew that Zhang Guodong hurriedly called her back for something like this, 3 minutes of silence for Zhang Guodong. How about, you teach me how to break through to silver first? In the villa, Yi looked at the dazed Zhang Guodong and spoke cautiously. Zhang Guodong came back to his senses and slapped his thigh. Yes, this is the main topic for today. Why did you go so far off topic? Then the two of them sat on the sofa, and Zhang Guodong talked to Yi. Yi listened carefully, nodded from time to time, and then sighed. Oh, so that's how it is. But Zhang Guodong could never have imagined it in his dreams. Not long after, a fighter jet passed over his house, and a figure even jumped out of the fighter jet. Zhang Guodong. Danger. Chapter 63. You called me back just for this? Oh, so that's how it is. In the living room, Yi took out a notebook from somewhere and was writing and drawing on it. Zhang Guodong said. Yi took notes on the side. In fact, the principle of breakthrough is very simple. After the Beastmaster and the contracted spirit reach the peak of their current levels, they can both break through. But breakthroughs are also conditional. First, both parties need to break through at the same time. Second, a large amount of beast power is needed to replenish the breakthrough, so it is necessary to prepare beast power potions and other things that can quickly replenish beast power. There is one more point, which is also the most crucial point. Starting from the silver level Beastmaster, you can contract the spirit beasts in the spirit ruins. It's not that the contracted spirits in the contracted spirit space are bad, but that the uncertainty is too strong. If you decide to contract a spirit beast as your contracted spirit, you need to prepare the spirit beast you want to contract when you break through. Otherwise, after being promoted to a higher rank, if the second contracted spirit slot is not contracted within a certain period of time, the Beastmaster will be at risk of dropping rank. At that time, we can only forcibly connect to the contract spirit space and make a random contract. That's about it. but I recommend that you contract a spirit beast when you are at the silver level. Zhang Guodong took a sip of water and spoke slowly. Spiritual beast? Why? You already having. She's very good in both attack and mobility, but I don't know why she only has E as her talent. As for your second contracted spirit, you can choose a defensive or auxiliary spirit beast. If you contract directly from the contracted spirit space, the randomness will be too great. If you are contracted with another strong attack type of contracted spirit, you will be more passive in the battle between two or even multiple beasts. You know, when high-level beast masters fight, it's often a melee between 7 or 8 contracted spirits. At this time, the role played by auxiliary, healing, and tank shield contracted spirits far exceeds that of offensive contracted spirits. Of course, there are also beast masters whose contracted spirits are all offensive or defensive, but most of them are in the army and rely on teamwork. As for you, I hope you can become an all-round beast master. Zhang Guodong said a lot in one breath, and Yi nodded solemnly. But his situation is different from others. He has a system. Ying was contracted by the system. Based on the nature of the system, it would not be surprising for him to contract other original gods later. Heaven and earth are shaking. Okay, that's about it. Go home and have a good rest, and prepare for the match at experimental middle school tomorrow. Zhang Guodong took another sip of water, and Yi put away the notebook that had already filled several pages. Zhang Guodong not only taught him how to break through the beast tamer level, but also some other very useful knowledge. For example, how to contract a spirit beast, and how to quickly improve the level of the contracted spirit of the new contract. Okay then, I'll leave first. I wish you a baby soon. Yi didn't forget to say something naughty before leaving. Zhang Guodong was speechless. Hurry up and leave. If the potion doesn't work, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Zhang Guodong was also a little excited. For 10 years, he had dreamed of having a child. This is also why Li Qian and Zhang Guodong are so nice to Yi and arrange all kinds of resources for Yi. Yi's personality is actually very likable, a little childish and a little naughty, but he knows his limits when it comes to big things. Zhang Guodong and his wife treat Yi as their godson. Don't worry, it's absolutely exquisite. Yi winked at Zhang Guodong, and Zhang Guodong's old face turned a little red. Yi opened the door and prepared to leave. Zhang Guodong followed him to see him off. But when he opened the door, he saw Li Qian, with slightly messy hair, holding the key and preparing to open the door. Yi, master's wife. The three of them looked at each other. Finally, Yi, who was about to leave, returned to sit on the sofa in the living room. What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Li Qian looked at Zhang Guodong with confusion. Just now she jumped from a height of 7 or 8,000 meters. However, as a king-level beast master, this height was not a challenge for her, and her hair was only slightly messy. At this time, Yi and Zhang Guodong were also shocked by Li Qian's speed. After this phone call, it will only take 2 hours? Zhang Guodong hesitated and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Finally, he looked at Yi, who was sitting upright next to him, with his head down and his eyes fixed on counting his fingers. Yi, you speak. Oh? Yi stood aside with a face full of black question marks. Let me say, is this appropriate? And what does it have to do with me? I'm just a medicine delivery man. You should tell me? Li Qian looked at the two people who were hesitating and narrowed her eyes slightly. She seemed to sense that something was wrong. Aren't you usually quite talkative? Why are you silent now? Zhang Guodong made up his mind. Well, wife, let's go. Before the word sleep came out, Yi stood up quickly. I'm going home first. You guys chat slowly. Ignoring Li Qian's attempts to keep him, Yi forced his way out of the villa. Huh, it's finally out? Yi was speechless. Was this something he could get involved in? I silently mourned for Zhang Guodong in my heart. Inside the villa, Li Qian had a strange look on her face and clenched her fists. You called me back in a hurry, just to sleep with me? Chapter 64. Teacher Zhang, are you okay? Looking at Li Qian's speechless and sharp eyes, Zhang Guodong was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. No, listen to my explanation. Then Zhang Guodong told Li Qian everything that had just happened. You mean, if I drink this potion, I can get pregnant? Li Qian had a question mark on her face as she looked at the small bottle in her hand. Of course not. You can't get pregnant just by drinking it. There are some necessary steps. Zhang Guodong looked like a gentleman and said solemnly. Hurry up, I have to leave early tomorrow morning. Yi returned home, thinking about what Zhang Guodong had just said. Is it a contracted spirit beast, or a randomly contracted spirit? Yi had a slight headache. He thinks the system is relatively reliable. Ding. Host, you know what's best for you. The sudden sound from the system startled Yi. Hey, 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 big brother, please don't speak suddenly. It's scary. Ding. Host, don't worry. What the system produces must be top-notch. Host, just focus on breaking through. Leave the rest to the system. With the system guarantee, Yi felt relieved. The most urgent thing now is to buy some beast power potions and then prepare to break through to silver. As for the second contracted spirit, Yi was also looking forward to it. After all, with the previous example of Ing, the system's second contracted spirit should also be quite powerful. The next morning, Yi came to school carrying his school bag. Although the principal said that he didn't need to come to school for classes during this period and should just concentrate on breaking through to the silver level. But today Yi needs to lead the team to experimental middle school for a friendly match. He cannot participate in the 4-on-4 event alone and needs several teammates. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, everyone looked at Yi. His eyes were filled with unspeakable meaning. They read the posts in the forum. Tough guy. An absolute tough guy. One person challenged more than a dozen people from the experimental middle school next door, and the key is that he won. Not even injured. Complete victory. They also saw the post on the school forum and knew that Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School and Los Angeles Experimental Middle School would start a friendly match today. Yi, take me there. I know you need teammates. Grandma's group of grandsons are too arrogant. They dare to run to the gate of our school to block people. What are you going to do? Are you going to embarrass yourself? Take me with you. My contracted spirit is a control type, and it will be very powerful in a 4v4 fight. Take me, take me. Once someone started, the class went wild with everyone volunteering to recommend themselves. After all, this kind of thing of going to other schools to cause trouble is so cool. The key is that with Yi, a great god, in charge, how can they lose? Ahem. Actually, I already have someone chosen. Yi didn't expect that his classmates would be so enthusiastic. Lan Yunsheng, Lu Xiangnan, the two of you come with me. As for the other person, all the students' eyes lit up. Lu Xiangnan and Lan Yunsheng are the strongest in their class, so it is only natural that they should be transferred away. As for other classes, Yi never thought about other classes at all. It's you. Yi pointed at a girl in front of the podium. Yi has always been paying attention to this girl. Her name is Lu Jiajia. She is a nobody in the class and has little sense of existence. Cute appearance, short stature, and quiet. These are the only 3 impressions Yi has of her. But during the test yesterday, Yi noticed that the level of her contracted spirit had actually reached bronze 6 stars, and it was a healing contracted spirit. You have to know that except for perverts like Yi, few students can cultivate their contracted spirits to bronze 5 stars or above at this time. Me. Lu Jiajia's face turned slightly red, and she looked at Yi excitedly. It's you. Come with us to mess things up later. Lu Jiajia nodded excitedly. She didn't expect Yi to choose her. The others were a little envious of Lu Jiajia, but Yi had already decided on the candidate, so they couldn't say anything. At this time, Zhang Guodong walked into the classroom. When Yi saw Zhang Guodong, he was instantly shocked. Mr. Zhang, are you okay? After eating the meal that Yi added ingredients to yesterday, Zhang Guodong's face became rosy and he looked energetic, as if he was a few years younger. And now, his face was pale, his steps were unsteady, and even his lips were a little pale. Seeing Yi, Zhang Guodong said weakly, I'm fine. Have you chosen someone? Once you've chosen, let's go. There's a car arranged at the school gate. Watching Zhang Guodong walk out after he finished speaking, Yi felt that if he had a chance that day, he would have to give him some more. System. Is there a special effect version of Luwei Dihuang pills? Damn. I really don't have it. But the host can try using the body strengthening potion as fertilizer to grow chives. The effect should be better than that. The corner of Yi Ye's mouth twitched. Then can this leek still be eaten by humans? Would it be too strong? However, the system's words opened the door to a new world for Yi. Chapter 65. If you are not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Following Zhang Guodong's unsteady steps, Yi and the other 3 arrived at the school gate. Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan chatted along the way about how to cooperate, and Yi sighed after listening. You are still too naive, and your heart is not dark enough. What makes Marshmallow tie up the enemy, and the little monkey goes up to attack? There was also a little monkey who made a feint attack, and Marshmallow hit on the little monkey and then launched a sneak attack. Will this work? Lu Jiajia, let me ask you. If we have a 4v4 battle later and you are asked to take charge, what will you do? Lu Jiejia was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Yi to ask her suddenly. Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan stopped talking, and Zhang Guodong also turned around. I will let the squad leader's contracted spirit marshmallow wrap up Ying, merging the two into one. Then I will use the fact that Ying's physical attacks cannot harm Marshmallow to launch a sneak attack. I will catch them off guard and reduce their numbers first. Then the little monkey only needs to hold back the opponent's meat shield and use Shadow's mobility and high damage to defeat them one by one. Yi Yi nodded. Lu Jiejia's thinking was similar to Zhang Guodong and the others. Both of them adopted a relatively conventional combat mode. Please don't take any action in this 4v4 match, Yi Yi. The school wants to hone your combat experience. Zhang Guodong said to the three of them. Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan were stunned. Yi Yi doesn't take action? That would be a bit difficult to fight. After all, it's 3 against 4. And when we have a healer and a beast master on our side, the difficulty increases exponentially. In order to win this competition, Los Angeles Experimental Middle School will definitely select the 4 strongest people in the school. So, we need to be strategic. We will do this for a while, like this. Yi Yi, who was standing next to them, looked at the 3 people with troubled expressions, raised his eyebrows, and began to arrange tactics. Isn't this not good? What's wrong with that? The battlefield is unpredictable. Teaching them a lesson is also for their own good. Zhang Guodong, who was walking in front, couldn't help feeling a chill after hearing Yi Yi's plan. This kid is so cruel. But this way, it seems that it won't have the effect of exercise, right? As a top student in your class, don't let Yi Yi lead you astray. Zhang Guodong got a headache when he thought about finding all the students in his class to be scumbags. When we arrived at the school gate, a black business car was already parked there. As soon as he got in the car, Yi found that the principal was sitting in the back seat, and Zhang Guodong also followed him in the passenger seat. Hello, principal. Yi Yi and the other 3 greeted the principal. This time, it's up to you to perform. You must show the spirit of our Los Angeles No. 1 middle school and teach them a good lesson. In addition, there are rewards for this competition. The winner will receive 10 bottles of beast taming potion from each of the 2 schools, while the loser will receive nothing. Yi Yi's eyes lit up. Beast power potion? It's like giving you a pillow when you're sleepy. You know, Yi spent all his money on lottery draws, and now he can't afford the beast controlling potion unless he sells spirit beads. But as diamond grade spirit beads would be used less and less each time, he really couldn't bear to sell them. And now, if they win the game, each of them can get 5 bottles of high-level beast controlling potion. Lu Jiejia was also a little excited. Are the benefits so good? Unlike Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan who come from wealthy families, Lu Jiejia comes from an ordinary family and cannot afford the expensive beast controlling potions, let alone upgrade them. At their stage, 1 primary beast taming potion per week is standard, but 1 potion costs 10,000, 40,000 a month. During the 3 months leading up to the college entrance examination, they would spend a full 12,000 just on the beast taming potions. This does not include other expenses. Not everyone can be like Yi Yi, who drinks a bottle of special grade beast controlling potion that costs 1 million yuan as if it were water. Yi Yi, can you please not mention it? I am also heartbroken. In other words, Yi Yi snatched away the training resources of Class 1, which greatly alleviated Lu Jiejia's financial pressure. So it is understandable that Lu Jiejia was so excited. I don't know why that stingy old guy from experimental middle school is so generous this time. I just offered a reward and thought he would bargain, but I didn't expect him to agree so readily. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Please be more careful. Yi Yi nodded. Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School and Los Angeles Experimental Middle School are very close to each other. After a while, the business car drove into Los Angeles Experimental Middle School. Different from Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School, Los Angeles Experimental Middle School is slightly smaller in size and its teaching building is full of age. The business car stopped in front of the Beast Taming Hall of Los Angeles Experimental Middle School. The principal and dean of Los Angeles Experimental Middle School were waiting in front of the door along with several teachers. Leading the group was a white-haired old man. He was the principal of Los Angeles Experimental Middle School. Is Principal Zhang very punctual? The venue has been set up. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as they got off the bus, the principal of Experimental Middle School spoke. Zhang Jing, the principal of Yi Yi School, said politely with a hypocritical smile on his face. Being on time has always been a good tradition of our Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School. I am a little nervous to have you come to greet me in person. The principal of the Experimental Middle School smiled wryly but didn't say much. But I was thinking in my heart. Laugh? Let me see if you can still laugh in a while. Chapter 66. Angry Brother Yi Yi. Everyone walked into the Beast Taming Hall. The Beast Taming Hall of Los Angeles Experimental Middle School was no less impressive than that of Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School and was decorated extremely luxuriously. At this time, the venue was bustling with people. Nearly 3,000 students from the experimental middle school were almost present. There were even reporters from TV stations adjusting their cameras next to the ring. Yi was also startled when he came in. So many people? Zhang Zheng's face was also somewhat solemn. Looking at the confident principal of the experimental middle school, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Based on his understanding of the principal of the experimental middle school, he would never have made such a big fuss if he was not sure of winning. Lan Yunxing and Lu Xiangnan were fine, but Lu Jiejie was a little nervous as she saw such a big scene for the first time, and hid behind Yi. The game is divided into 2 games, one 1-on-1 and one 4-on-4. A win and a loss are considered a draw. How about adding a 1-on-1 game to decide the winner? The old principal of experimental middle school said to Zhang Zheng. Zhang Zheng nodded. Can. Then you guys take a break first. We'll start in half an hour. Yi and his group were led by the teachers of experimental middle school to the side of the arena, where there was a rest area. As soon as Yi sat down, he felt a hostile gaze falling on him. Looking across the arena, he saw a short-haired young man staring at him. It seemed that he didn't expect Yi to look at him. The short-haired young man was stunned, then his eyes narrowed slightly. That's your opponent today. According to the information I got, the short-haired man opposite is the ace of experimental middle school this year. Huang Shang, a bronze high-level beastmaster. His contracted spirit is a silver moon wolf with S-level talent, bronze 9-star rank. Yi was shocked. So powerful? In fact, this is also the pain in Zhang Zheng's heart. This year, there are 2 geniuses in Los Angeles who have S-level talent contract spirits, but neither of them is in their Los Angeles No. 1 middle school. One is in Los Angeles Experimental Middle School, and the other is in Los Angeles Yutsai Middle School. As 2 old schools in Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School and Los Angeles Experimental Middle School have top-notch teachers and students, and they are even very close to each other. This resulted in fierce competition between the 2 schools, and the principal of the experimental middle school often used Huang Shang, a genius student with S-level talent, to stimulate Zhang Zheng. Your Majesty? What a crazy name. Yi couldn't help but complain after hearing this. Zhang Zheng rolled his eyes. His name is Crazy? Is he crazy as you? Introduce the remaining 3 opponents. These 3 opponents were pretty average. At least Yi felt he could beat them with one hand. At this moment, Yi felt Huang Shang opposite him staring at him again. This time the look was clearly provocative. Yi felt a little bit like staying in Bengbu on the spot. Is this guy so crazy? Yi murmured. Zhang Guodong, who knew Yi's habits, felt nervous when he heard this and quickly held Yi's shoulders. Don't mess around. You can do whatever you want when the game starts. It's not right for you to start fighting now. Yi slapped Zhang Guodong's hand away speechlessly. Am I such a reckless person? Heaven and earth are my conscience. Yi really just felt that the other party was too arrogant. So arrogant? It was obvious that he had never been beaten by society. After saying that, Yi moved his mouth exaggeratedly as he looked at Huang Shang, who was staring at him. Look at your mother, you little bastard. After lip-syncing, he gave Huang Shang the middle finger. Seeing Yi's actions, Huang Shang could no longer sit still. He stood up and pointed at Yi and yelled. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Day? Huang Shang's face turned green. He was used to being a boss in school, and he was the only one who bullied others. Yi didn't tolerate him at all. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he stood up and shouted. Tell me what's wrong with you. Get on stage now if you dare. Sigma? De. Zhang Zheng and Zhang Guodong, who were standing by, were startled by the 2 men. The whole audience was boiling as they watched them start a conflict early on. Fuck. How dare he be so arrogant in our school? Screw him. Huang Shang, come on. Let's get started right away. Give them half an hour to rest. I see they are so energetic, they don't need to rest at all. At this time, the principal of experimental middle school also looked helpless and came to Zhang Zheng. How about starting early? Zhang Zheng nodded. Let's get started. I think they can't help themselves. After saying that, Zhang Zheng followed the principal of Luoqing Experimental Middle School and left. Their school leaders had a special seat for watching the game. Quiet! A sound came from the loudspeakers in the venue, and the huge venue suddenly fell silent. The first match, 1-on-1, will begin immediately. Both players can start preparing. Yi stood up and did some warm-up exercises. Zhang Guodong couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw Yi warming up. You are a beast tamer. Why are you doing warm-up exercises by yourself? Yi walked up to the stage in 2 or 3 steps and looked at Huang Shang opposite him provocatively. Huang Shang summoned his contracted spirit. A snow-white silver moon wolf about 4 meters long was summoned. And Yi summoned Shadow. Ying had changed into a set of Antas sportswear and tied a high ponytail behind her head. She stood on the stage with high spirits, looking at the silver moon wolf with fighting spirit in her eyes. After the shadow appeared, the whole audience was talking about it. They heard that Yi Ye's contracted spirit in human form was very cute, but they didn't expect it to be so cute. Some girls rebelled on the spot and started shouting on the stage. Huang Shang, why don't you admit defeat? She's so cute. Can you bring yourself to do that to her? Yi was stunned on the spot. Shadow, is this a way of defeating the enemy without fighting? Huang Shang had a blank expression on his face and remained unmoved. His goal has never been the contracted spirit. Yi. Chapter 67. Silver Level Beast Tamer? The game begins. The referee gave the order and the game began. It was still the same old routine. Yi was slacking off in the back, letting Ying play freely. As soon as they started fighting, Yi immediately noticed something strange. The silver moon wolf ran quickly and pounced toward Shadow. Ying did not retreat, but advanced instead, swinging the sword in his hand with great force. The blade collided with the silver moon wolf's sharp claws, making a clanging sound. Ying used flash step to distance himself from the silver moon wolf, but he didn't expect that the silver moon wolf was so fast that it could barely keep up with Ying, who was using flash step almost seamlessly. Fuck. So strong. This is the first time I've seen a contracted spirit that can compete with the silver moon wolf in speed. What's the use of being fast? The silver moon wolf hasn't used any skills yet. The silver moon wolf found that it seemed unable to catch the shadow, and its mouth full of sharp fangs suddenly opened. In an instant, ice balls rushed from the silver moon wolf's mouth towards Ying, and each ice ball carried a terrifying force that could break through the air. Huang Shang sneered. At this time, Yi noticed something was wrong. He saw that among the group of ice balls, there was an ice ball shooting towards him. Yi, get out of the way. Zhang Guodong discovered it immediately and shouted. Before Zhang Guodong finished speaking, Yi had already reacted and dodged. The huge ice ball hit the ground behind Yi. Instantly, a chill rose from the ground. Yi could even see that the ground was dented by the hard ice ball. Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Huang Shang with murderous intent. Huang Shang spread his hands innocently and made some movements with his mouth. Sorry, I missed the target. Yi Ye's face was gloomy. If he was not standing here, but someone else, he would probably be hit by the ice hockey. Looking at the power of the ice hockey puck, being hit by it would definitely result in death or serious injury. This Huang Shang is quite interesting. Yi became a little more cautious. The game was still going on. Silver Moon Wolf and Shadow were still fighting in close combat on the field, but the occasional ice ball made Shadow a little tired to deal with. Yi was also puzzled. Is S-level talent so strong? You know, Ying is now a bronze 10-star and has been enhanced with potions, but the Silver Moon Wolf seems a bit too strong. At this time, Ying relied on his mobility and skillful swordsmanship to gradually leave wounds on the Silver Moon Wolf, and his own physical strength was also consumed a lot due to the frequent use of instant steps. Ying was also a little annoyed by the tug-of-war. I saw Ying rub out a basketball-sized Songlei ball in his hand and teleport. The Silver Moon Wolf was unable to dodge and was hit by the blue lightning. In an instant, the explosion covering an area of 20 to 30 meters enveloped the Silver Moon Wolf and Shadow. Fuck. What's this? There was a cry of surprise from the stands, as everyone was surprised at the destructive power brought about by Ying's use of Songlei. But neither the principal of the experimental middle school nor Huang Shang in the stands showed any change in expression. After the explosion, much of the Silver Moon Wolf's shiny, snow-white fur had turned black, and there were wounds all over its body. Some were burned by the electric current, others were slashed by the shadows, and they stood in the center of the explosion in a panic. But it was just embarrassing. The Silver Moon Wolf stared at Ying fiercely with its eyes. The continuous pain aroused its wolf nature. In the stadium stands, Zhang Zhengha, principal of experimental middle school, was watching the game. Zhang Zheng looked at the scene on the field with a frown on his face, then looked at the principal of Los Angeles Experimental Middle School next to him with a grim expression. Principal Liu, you hit it really well. Liu Ji smiled slightly and did not respond. On the court, Huang Shang mocked Yi. Is this your ultimate move? The effect isn't that great. Yi was also stunned when he saw the spirited silver moon wolf. Is this thing so durable? Ying heard what Huang Shang said and didn't tolerate him at all. One shot is not enough? What about 2 shots? What about 3 shots? In an instant, Ying put away the tang sword that could not cause much damage to the silver moon wolf and went into a barehanded state. I saw lightning flashing in Ying's 2 palms at the same time, and Huang Shang, who was standing next to him, was a little panicked when he saw this scene. Is there no CD for this ultimate move? Ying is now condensing the blue thunder at an extremely fast speed. Almost in an instant, the blue thunder the size of a basketball is condensed. The whole audience was in an uproar when they saw this scene. Just as Ying was about to continue bombarding the silver moon wolf, Zhang Guodong's voice rang out. Yi, be careful. A python as thick as a bucket and more than 7 meters long appeared behind Yi, spitting out its tongue and biting towards Yi with its bloody mouth. Yi looked behind him, was startled, and quickly dodged. Ying saw that Yi was attacked by surprise, and with several quick steps, he shot the 2 Songlei balls in his hand onto the python. The python's defense was not as good as the silver moon wolf's. It was instantly electrocuted and screamed, like an earthworm that was stepped on and huddled on the stage. He is a silver-level beast master? Lu Xiangnan suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at Huang Shang in disbelief. Chapter 68. Silver level is just this? Is this your experimental middle school's trump card this year? In the stands, Zhang Zheng spoke. Lu Ji shook his head with regret. It's not really a trump card, it's just a pity. On the court, Yi was still frightened. Being bitten by such a big snake is no joke. With Yi Ye's physical fitness, he is not strong enough to withstand it. This is where things get interesting. It was always him, Yi, who ambushed other beastmasters, but he didn't expect that today he would also be ambushed. Huang Shang felt a little regretful when he saw that his attack missed. Originally, he planned to hide his strength, and then use the second contracted spirit when the situation was 4 versus 4 to catch Yi and the others off guard. Unexpectedly, Ying was too strong. So Huang Shang was forced to use the second contracted spirit to launch a sneak attack on Yi. As a result, Yi reacted so quickly and dodged it. Silver-level beast master? Yi spoke. TSK, I wanted to have some fun with you, but now I have to end it quickly. The silver moon wolf and the python moved closer, and now it was 2 against 1. Even though Shadow was very mobile, he might not be able to win given the consumption he had in the previous battles. I don't know how Huang Shang did it, but he actually broke through the silver level at this hurdle and even contracted a second contracted spirit. And Yi recognized the python contracted spirit. It was the first spirit beast Yi encountered in Tianyang Lingshu, the phosphorus snake. But this one is much bigger than the one Yi encountered at that time. Facing 2 silver-level contracted spirits at the same time, there was no fear in Ying's eyes. The phosphorus snake sprayed corrosive venom from its mouth, and the silver moon wolf was spitting ice balls beside it. Ying dodged nimbly and was at a disadvantage for a while. At this time, options appeared in Yi Ye's eyes. Option 1. Fight to the bitter end. Believe that Ying can win. Reward, a small amount of beast power. Option 2. In order to preserve strength and prevent Ying from getting hurt, surrender directly. Reward, title of the Fira. Effect of wearing. It is easier to be accepted when surrendering. Option 3. The battle between beast masters should be ended by the beast master. Give him a taste of his own medicine and sneak attack the other beast master. Reward, Songlei skill level +1. Surrender? Surrender is impossible. Not to mention that Yi can enter a state of psychic possession. Just a card of experiencing his full strength makes Yi invincible. It's a bit of a waste to use it in this kind of place. Yi Ye's eyes moved, and he quickly formulated a battle plan. Ying received Yi Ye's instruction and immediately started to make Songlei balls, but this time the number was a bit too much. Only the size of a ping-pong ball. Soon, more than a dozen Songlei balls gathered in Ying's hand. This time, Jianying did not directly attack the opponent's contracted spirit, but spread it evenly on the stage. In an instant, purple electric current filled the ring. The damage is not great, but it blocks the view extremely. At this moment, the shadow disappeared. Due to the electric current, the phosphorus snake and the silver moon wolf were trapped in place and did not notice the disappearing shadow. And there is Yi who has disappeared. At this time, Yi entered a state of psychic possession and rushed into the center of the arena where the electric current had not yet dissipated. After being possessed by psychic energy, Yi's strength and speed became extremely terrifying. It was also the first time for him to enter the state of psychic possession after taking drugs crazily last time. The surging sense of power all over his body made Yi slightly obsessed. The blue thunder did not last long. As the electric current disappeared, Huang Shang immediately discovered Yi Yi, who had rushed to him. You. Before Huang Shang could react, a brick appeared in Yi Ye's hand. What are you talking about? Die. Yi Yi swung his arm and hit Huang Shang on the head with a brick. Of course, Yi Yi did not dare to use the edges of the brick that would add critical damage, and at the same time he also released the state of psychic possession. Even though he had the physical fitness of a silver beast master, Huang Shang was still knocked down by a brick. After all, Yi Ye's physical fitness is much stronger than his, and this brick is not an ordinary brick. That's all the silver is? It's only been 2 days since he awakened, and he dared to hit silver with a brick. The whole audience was silent. In the stands, Lu Ji had a dazed look on his face. Zhang Jing had already guessed what would happen, and said with a gloating look, "This Yi Yi, he is too unruly. How could he attack the beast tamer directly? Oh, was it Huang Shang who started it first? That's fine." Zhang Jing made a veiled expression, and Lu Ji's wrinkled face turned extremely dark. There was no way. If Yi had taken the first step, he could have used this as something to make a fuss, but since Huang Shang had taken the first step, the nature of the matter was different. Don't be too happy too soon. We still have 4 versus 4. Lu Ji snorted coldly. On the field, Huang Shang fainted on the spot with a big bump on his head. How could he do this? Shameless. Tisk, Huang Shang is not a good guy either. Have you forgotten what happened during the school exam? Too brutal. There was a lot of criticism, and finally, the referee announced that the second game of 4 on 4 would start after an hour. Actually, we could have started right away, but Huang Shang, the main player in the 4 on 4 match at Experimental Middle School, was still in a coma. Chapter 69, a 4 on 4 battle that ended quickly. Yi returned to the rest seat, and Zhang Guodong looked teasing. TSK, I didn't expect that you would be attacked one day. Yi's face was dark, and he looked indignant. Didn't the principal tell me to try not to get involved? Otherwise, I would have hit him right from the start. I already dislike him. Huang Shang was also wronged. If he had released 2 contracted spirits right at the beginning, even if his chances of winning were slim, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Dare to launch a sneak attack on Yi, who is known as the most reckless man in Los Angeles. Eat my brick. Okay, for versus 4, are you sure? Yi and the other 3 came over to discuss countermeasures. Learned from intelligence. The 4-member group of Experimental Middle School is extremely well matched. A meat shield, a strong attacker, a healer, and a silver-level Huang Shang. Although I don't know if Huang Shang can wake up before the game starts. If you ask me, we should. Yi muttered quietly. Isn't this not good? Isn't that a bit too brutal? Zhang Guodong was listening nearby, but he did not refute Yi. Although the method is unethical, it is simple, crude, and effective. Soon, an hour passed. Players from both teams come on stage. Yi found that Huang Shang had woken up, with gauze still wrapped around his head, staring at Yi intently. He wants to kill someone now. Regardless of the outcome of this 4 on 4 match, Huang Shang is still popular. A silver-level Beastmaster was forced to launch a sneak attack by a bronze Beastmaster. It would have been fine if it was just a sneak attack, but in the end he got shot in the head. He had already anticipated tonight's forum. Members of both teams stand still and the game begins. Huang Shang's 2 contracted spirits were summoned directly. The teammates around him also summoned their own contracted spirits. The same was true for Yi Ye's side, but because Huang Shang was a silver-level Beastmaster, Yi Ye's side had 1 less contracted spirit compared to the opposite side. As silver-level contracted spirits, the Silver Moon Wolf and the Phosphorus Snake were the first to rush forward. A butterfly with a wingspan of 1 meter flew up from behind and provided a layer of shield for the Silver Moon Wolf and the Phosphorus Snake, giving Yi goosebumps all over his body. This butterfly thing, if it were normal size, that's cute. Very beautiful too. But if it's a giant butterfly, the ugly mouthparts, densely packed features, and alien-like head are very scary to look at. Lan Yunxing summoned a powerful demon ape that was already 3 meters tall. I saw that the powerful demon ape used an amplification skill, and its body grew rapidly, and in the end it was almost 10 meters tall. Marshmallow also spit out smoke bombs, which exploded on the field and disrupted the vision. Lu Jiejia also summoned her contracted spirit, a snail. I saw a blue light shining on the snail's body. In an instant, the same blue light appeared on the bodies of the powerful demon ape and Ing. Both recovery and defense are improved. I saw that the powerful demon ape had already met the Silver Moon Wolf and the Phosphorus Snake, and his pair of fists with special boxing gloves swung out with a sound of breaking wind. A contracted spirit of the opponent that looked very much like a pangolin stood in the back row, looking vigilantly at Ying, whose hand was already lighting up with lightning. He raised a pale yellow crystal shield in his hand, obviously afraid of Ying's sudden attack on the back row. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the mighty demon ape, the silver moon wolf, and the phosphorus snake. At this time, the mighty demon ape seemed to be invincible. Regardless of the physical consumption, he frantically used various skills to obstruct the silver moon wolf and the phosphorus snake. For a moment, they had no way to deal with the powerful demon ape. However, Ying was not idle. The Tsang Lei balls in his hand were getting bigger and bigger. Having just been upgraded to a higher level, the Tsang Lei ball gradually condensed into a size larger than a yoga ball over time, even taller than the shadow. This is Yi Yi and his team's plan. Everyone gave Ying some time, and then used the Tsang Lei with a very wide coverage to directly kill the game. Simple and crude. Seeing that it was almost time, Yi exchanged a look with his teammates. The three of them understood each other and took back the contracted spirits at the same time. In an instant, the powerful demon ape disappeared from the field. The four people on the opposite side were stunned when they saw this. In this situation, taking back the contracted spirit is equivalent to admitting defeat. It is not allowed to be summoned again. The shadow took a quick step and came to the center of the field with an oversized Tsang Lei. Then he jumped up and pressed the Tsang Lei in his hand directly to the ground to detonate it. Lu Ji's eyelids twitched in the stands, and he quickly picked up the walkie-talkie in his hand. Quick! Open the ring's protective shield. Quick! But opening requires. Don't waste time. Hurry! Just as Ying made a move, a huge, transparent light curtain appeared around the ring, covering the ring, and then an extremely dazzling white light rose from inside the venue. Violent lightning and violent impact force raged within the light curtain, and everyone even felt the gymnasium shaking a few times. The experimental middle school's defensive light curtain was of extremely high quality, and everyone only saw the explosion inside and felt the vibration. But no sound was heard. However, someone just came up with this idea. After the raging, the inside of the ring, which had calmed down, was full of potholes and devastated by the violent lightning. The protective shield could not bear the weight and cracks appeared, and finally it broke with a crisp sound. Zhang Zheng looked solemnly at the center of the arena. The driving source of the protective shield was 4 gold-grade spirit beads. Luoqing No. 1 Middle School also had a set of the same type, so he knew it very well. And Yi Yi was able to actually break this protective shield? The power of this attack has reached the standard of a gold-level spirit beast. Chapter 70 Yi Ye's second contracted spirit. Yi Yi was also a little confused. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. On the field, 2 silver-level contracted spirits were lying half-dead on the ground. The remaining 3 contracted spirits have been automatically taken back to the contracted spirit space. After a contracted spirit suffers a fatal injury, it will be forcibly taken back. Except for some instant kills or force majeure situations, contracted spirits are difficult to kill. Of course, the situation where the Beastmaster is trapped in a crisis and fights to the death does not count. After all, if the Beastmaster dies, the contracted spirit will also die. Off the field, the 4 students from Experimental Middle School looked at the mess in horror. I'm sorry, our Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School is still more skilled. At some point, Zhang Zheng and Lu Ji had come down from the stands. Lu Ji looked grim. 10 bottles of high-level beast taming potion, plus 4 gold-grade spirit beads, can be said to be a huge loss. The medicine is easy to deal with, as such a large school can still provide it. The key is the spirit beads, as they don't have many in stock. Zhang Zheng was in a good mood. Yi Ye's performance completely exceeded his expectations. Without provoking Lu Ji any further, Zhang Zheng and his group hurriedly left the Experimental Middle School. As soon as they left, the forums of Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School and Experimental Middle School exploded. Some people were broadcasting the battle situation live in text, especially the students of Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School, who were unable to come to the scene and were all following the live broadcast. Good job. In the car, Zhang Zheng looked relaxed. After fighting with Experimental Middle School for so many years, although Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School has a slight advantage, it has never been a completely crushing victory like today. Here are your spoils of war, 20 bottles of high-level animal power potion. Zhang Zheng took out 2 boxes and handed them to Yi Yi. Let's split it up. Yi opened the box and found 5 bottles for each person. Lan Yunsheng and Lu Xiangnan took it without hesitation. Lu Jiejia felt a little embarrassed. I won't take it. I haven't been of much help since I arrived. Lu Jiejia only used one skill from beginning to end and felt a little embarrassed to take the reward that belonged to her. What are you talking about? We're a team, okay? There was a hint of a smile on Yi Ye's face. Today's situation is special. If it were a normal battle, a healing beast master would play a huge role. Lu Xiangnan said seriously. Lan Yunxing also agreed. Okay, all right, thank you. Lu Jiejia took the medicine with a precious look on her face and put it carefully in her bag. Okay, the results should be out by noon today. Tomorrow is the assessment for the elite class, so prepare well. The car has stopped in front of the gate of Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School. Zhang Jing said to the four people solemnly. Got it. Goodbye, principal. Yi, don't leave yet. Just as the four were about to return to the classroom, Yi was called. Yi looked at Zhang Jing with a puzzled look on his face. Are you sure? After seeing Yi Ye's performance today, Zhang Jing, who originally had little confidence in Yi, began to feel hopeful. Hold on. To be honest, no. After all, he is the Silver Lord. Yi was also helpless. The Silver Lord was an absolutely powerful figure in Tianyang Lingxiu. Except for the Thunder Dragon, he could almost do whatever he wanted in Tianyang Lingxiu. Do your best. Go with the school bus tomorrow morning, and Su Ziwu will pick you up when you get to Tianyang Lingxiu. Good. Speaking of Su Ziwu, Yi found that he hadn't seen her for a long time, as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. By the way, if you meet any student from our school tomorrow, please help them if you can. New. Yi said goodbye to the principal and did not return to the classroom to continue his classes. After all, he received special care from the principal and did not need to come to school for classes. Get home quickly. At this time, Ye's father and mother were both at work, and he was the only one at home. Take out 5 bottles of high-level beast taming potion from the storage space. He will break through to silver today. Only if he breaks through to the silver level, tomorrow's special recruitment will be possible. And he has already thought of a random contract with a spirit. Sitting on the bed, Yi closed his eyes and thought about the method Zhang Guodong taught him that day. Hold your breath, empty your mind, feel the call of the contract spirit space, and open the second contract column. At this time, Yi had entered a strange state. The technique of absorbing beast power, which had never been used before, was operating autonomously without Ye's consciousness. Just 3 minutes later, Yi felt the beast taming power in his body becoming restless, and the bottleneck that he had been unable to break through using the special grade beast taming power potion no longer existed. Yi just felt that he was empty all over and needed a lot of beast power to replenish. He opened his eyes and calmly drank 2 bottles of beast taming power. The enormous beast controlling power is nourishing Yi Ye's body. Not enough. Yi opened another bottle. Not enough. Fortunately, Yi drank the remaining 2 bottles. The enormous beast controlling power surged in Yi Ye's body, being absorbed by him and transforming his body. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Yi Ye's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the rank. A suitable contracted spirit has been found for the host. Yi was overjoyed. The system was awesome. He only felt that in the contracted spirit space, another contracted spirit had already established contact with him. Can't wait to summon it out. 3 big question marks appeared on Yi Ye's head. Chapter 71 Coral Palace Heart Sea Cucumber. Another Q version? Yi stared blankly at the small figure in front of him. Yi summoned the second contracted spirit he had just contracted, hoping for a lucky break. Thinking that he has reached silver level and the energy of the system has been restored a lot, he should be given an adult body? If this continues, my place will become a kindergarten, Yi complained. Ding! Because the system is running low on energy, it can't. Yi no longer cared what the system said, because he was looking at the second, contracted spirit in front of him with great joy. She was sitting on the ground, her pink hair tied in a bow in the middle of her head, 2 strands of hair almost as long as her body hanging down behind her, and she was wearing a black collar decorated with water droplets around her neck. She was wearing a blue dress with water ripples, and in the center of the bow on her chest, a blue water god's eye was glowing slightly. The design of the skirt was similar to a tuxedo, and her legs were wearing white stockings and blue clogs with bows on them. It seems like she likes bows very much. A pair of light blue eyes were looking at Yi in a silly and cute way. Yi's heart was melted by cuteness. This is his second contracted spirit. Coral Palace Heart Sea. As a water-type hero in Genshin Impact, her milk supply is amazing. Yi now lacks a healing contract spirit, and Xian Hai's arrival greatly enhances Yi's sustained combat capability. Even though it's the Q version, even though it's 1-star bronze. But this is not a big problem. At this time, a brand new virtual panel appeared in front of Yi Yi. Name, Coral Palace Heart C. Level, Bronze 1 star. Personality, socially anxious, shy. Properties, water. Type, human form. Talent, Umiheim Kuin. Can move freely in the water. Skill, Oath of the Sea and Moon. LV1. Summons the imaginary water life, Sea Moon, that can heal companions, quickly heal companions and restore physical strength. Potential, F, upgradable. Yi Ye's face is a bit dark. This potential F co-author is standard, right? Summoning the shadow. The shadow at this time has broken through to the silver star. Huh? Why didn't you get bigger? I saw that the shadow still looked the same as before, neither taller nor bigger. Yi thought that after Shadow's breakthrough, he would grow up a little. At this time, Ying, with curiosity in his purple eyes, was standing in front of Xinhai, looking around. She felt that this pink companion in front of her had a familiar feel. Xinhai was looked at by Ying from time to time, and a blush appeared on his face. He lowered his head and was a little afraid to look at Ying. Looking at the two little Lolas huddled together, Yi showed a smile. Xi and Hai, can you use a skill for us to feel? Xinhai stood up from the ground, waved his hand upwards, and a blue jellyfish appeared between the three people. The jellyfish was about the size of a palm and somewhat transparent. Under Xinhai's control, the jellyfish flew to Ying's head. Yi poked the jellyfish's body curiously. It felt soft and slippery. The jellyfish had just appeared, and the humidity in the room rose sharply. Yi and Ying both felt a little damp. He squinted his eyes, comfortably facing the shadow of the jellyfish. So comfortable. Asterisk? Asterisk. Jellyfish can recover from injuries and physical strength quickly, but Ying is now in his prime. He can only feel that his whole body seems to be soaked in water, and he is enjoying it very much. Okay, you two should get acquainted with each other. From now on, you will be partners who work side by side with each other. Yi said to the two little Lolas. Ying took Xinhai's little hand and hurriedly pulled her to Yi Ye's computer. She opened the computer familiarly and couldn't wait to share her toys with her new friends. At this time, Yi was feeling the changes after breaking through the silver level. The first and most intuitive thing is the improvement of physical fitness. Originally, Yi Ye's physique was already abnormal enough, and now he felt that he could defeat a silver-level spirit beast with his bare hands. Of course, just a thought. Other changes were not so obvious. After all, in this world where beast taming was respected, the breakthrough mainly strengthened the contracted spirit. The shadow that has broken through to the silver level is definitely a huge improvement. How strong is he exactly can only be known after a fight. The answer will be revealed after entering Lingshu. The arrival of Xinhai undoubtedly provided Yi Yi with an insurance for his journey to Lingshu. At this time, Ying and Xinhai were playing on the computer. Recently, Ying was obsessed with a game on Yi Ye's computer. This is a strategy game. You play as a battlefield commander and face the ever-changing situation on the battlefield. You have to win by formulating tactics, commanding troops, and planning strategies. Ying is very bad at this game and is always pinned to the ground and beaten by others, but he still enjoys playing it every day. After adapting to Ying's enthusiasm, Xinhai gradually became fascinated by this game. After seeing Ying fall into the opponent's various routines and traps, he was defeated step by step. Xinhai's little brain worked quickly, and he came up with a perfect tactic in a very short time. After all, what she is best at is turning the tables. Taking Ying's mouse, she had basically understood how to use the computer from Ying's operation. Xinhai performs a series of operations in the game. Empty city plan, counter-espionage, substituting one thing for another, make friends far away and attack nearby, escape, lure the tiger away from the mountain, kill with a borrowed knife, taking advantage of others' misfortune. With a move from Xi and Hai, the situation was reversed in an instant. Yi was also attracted by Ying's startled breathing. Yi was slightly stunned when he saw Xi and Hai, who was crazy about killing. Is this talent? Chapter 72 returned to Tianyang Lingshu. In the evening, when Yi Ye's parents returned home, they were shocked to see that their son had broken through to the silver level. How long has Yi Yi been awakening? And after seeing Xi and Hai hugging Yi Ye's thigh and hiding behind Yi Yi, not daring to come out, Ye's mother has completely fallen. Hug a shadow on the left and a sea of heart on the right. Xinhai's face turned red at the sudden enthusiasm, but Ying had already adapted to it and was acting coquettishly in Ning Xiangtong's arms. And Yi Yi had to cook bitterly. 5 people sat around the dinner table. Yi Min was also very happy to see his family members growing in number. Xinhai was very reserved at first, but Yi's cooking skills were really strong. Gradually lost himself under Ning Xiangtong's feeding. The school is organizing an exam tomorrow, and I need to go to Lingshu. I may not be able to go home for a few days. Lingshu? He briefly told his parents the significance of this exam. Yi's father and mother didn't say anything, but just reminded Yi to be careful. In their eyes, there shouldn't be any danger in following the school. If someone knew that Yi was going to fight a Lord-level spirit beast, he would probably have a heart attack. After the meal, my heart was already spinning. As a person with some social phobia, after interacting with so many people in a short period of time, his energy is running out. For her, dealing with interpersonal relationships is extremely energy-consuming, especially now that we are still young. After taking Xi and Hai back into the contracted spirit space and taking a nap, Yi went out. Tomorrow is the special recruitment examination, and he needs to prepare some things. Arriving at a nearby supermarket, Yi began shopping. With storage equipment, he no longer has to carry large and small bags like before. Grill, charcoal, seasoning, what else is missing? If other people saw this, they would think he was going for a picnic. The next day, Yi, carrying a small school bag, appeared at the school gate on time. At this time, the gate of Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School was crowded with people, and many students were waiting to depart. There are also many parents who accompany their children, worried about their children. Even though he knew that Beastmasters would have to face these dangerous spiritual ruins sooner or later, when it really came to this stage, he couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, both the teachers and the Jinling army of the Lingshu military region will protect our students in this operation and will definitely reduce the risks to a minimum. Zhang Guodong and other class teachers were surrounded by parents. 3 days ago, the Education Bureau started preparing for this assessment in Lingshu. As the manager of Lingshu, Jin Lingjun naturally took on the task of protecting the students. Just after Yi found Lan Yunxing, who arrived earlier than him, before they could even say a few words, 2 dark green troop carriers arrived at the gate of Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School. Everyone, get in the car. The students climbed into the truck bed and started their journey to Lingshu. Yi sat together with Lan Yunxing, Lu Xiangnan, and Lu Jiejia. Have you had breakfast? Lan Yunxing stared in amazement as Yi took out instant chicken wings and duck legs from his bag and handed them to everyone. No, what are you holding? Lan Yunxing, who had very good eyesight, vaguely saw something in the fast food when Yi took it out. You mean this? Yi took out a brick from his bag, and it was a honeycomb brick. I don't know when it started, but I don't feel safe when I travel far away without a few bricks in my bag. The person next to him twitched his mouth when he heard Yi's words. What kind of hobby is this? Lan Yunxing was speechless. This was just a small episode. As the troop carrier drove away from the city, the students in the car were somewhat excited. After all, some of them have never been to Lingshu. The students who had been to Lingshu last time had a look of disdain on their faces, as if they were mocking them for being worldly wise. But they were also very excited in their hearts. Will this car explode suddenly? Will we be attacked by spirit beasts as soon as we enter the spirit ruins? Do you think the teacher can protect us? Will we get hurt? Along the way, Lu Jiejia kept muttering to Yi. Yi was a little speechless after hearing this. Are you a pessimistic person? Can you hope for something good? We are going to the ruins of the spirits, not the underworld. In this way, more than a dozen troop carriers set out from different directions across the city and finally gathered in one place. At the entrance of Tianyang Market, the bus from Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School has arrived. At this time, there were already several troop carriers parked nearby. After getting off the car, Yi stretched. Troop carriers are not like private cars or buses, which are bumpy and uncomfortable to sit in. Everyone assemble. Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School has 100 places for the selection. 100 people stood in an orderly manner at the entrance of the market. Yi was not among the 100 people. He participated in the special recruitment, so he stood in the front with Zhang Guodong, Mei Fong, and other teachers who accompanied the students into Lingshu. Looking at Yi, who had his hands behind his back, looking at the students with a cold face and nodding from time to time, Zhang Guodong's face turned black and he kicked Yi on the butt. What are you still doing here? Are you pretending to be a leader? Go and do your own thing. They won't enter Lingshu until noon. Yi rubbed his slightly numb butt, smiled awkwardly, waved to his classmates, and went into the market. Mei Fong's eyelids twitched as she watched Zhang Guodong kick Yi. Chapter 73 Girl's Pink Diary. As soon as Yi entered the market, he noticed something was obviously different. The last time I came here, the streets were full of beast-taming groups, hawking their wares constantly. Today, the businesses seemed to be much more restrained. and there are rarely people from the beast taming group on the streets. Instead, there are students with curious eyes. There are also more law enforcement teams patrolling to maintain order. What Yi didn't know was that in order to ensure that this assessment was foolproof, the Education Bureau started clearing the area 3 days ago, prohibiting the beast taming group from entering Lingshu, and at the same time requiring everyone inside Lingshu to leave. Of course, the authorities are not that overbearing. They all received a free ticket to enter Tianyang Lingshu as compensation. After entering the market, Yi saw Su Ziwu in the middle of the road at a glance. As if knowing Yi Ye's itinerary, Su Ziwu was already waiting for Yi here. Seeing Yi coming in, Su Ziwu waved to him with a smile. This way. Today, Su Ziwu was wearing a black tight combat uniform, which highlighted her beautiful figure to the fullest. Her hair was neatly tied into a ponytail behind her head. Her pretty face, with a little makeup on, smiled when she saw the silly Yi. Yi was also amazed by Su Ziwu. The previous 2 times he did this were in Lingshu. The situation was urgent, and he didn't pay much attention to Su Ziwu's appearance. Another time was in the principal's office, and he was too embarrassed to keep staring at the girl. This time, under the warm sunshine, the youthful aura brought by the girl made Yi Ye's heart beat faster. Not only Yi, but also the students nearby were pretending to buy things at the stalls while secretly looking at Su Ziwu. Unfortunately, no one dared to approach me. Long time no see. Yi greeted Su Ziwu with a smile. Su Ziwu tilted his head and looked at Yi in confusion. How long? Didn't we meet a few days ago? Yi was choked and speechless, scratching his head. How does he respond to this? Seeing Yi Ye's embarrassment, Su Ziwu's eyes turned into crescents when he smiled. Come on, I'll tell you what to watch out for. Su Ziwu and Yi walked side by side towards the interior of the market. Yi was daydreaming while listening to Su Ziwu talking. Su Ziwu is not short, with a height of 1.7 meters and military combat boots, which just reaches Yi Ye's nose. The specially made combat uniform and some combat equipment on his body make Su Ziwu look both sassy and cool. There was a special fragrance on his body, and Yi, who was not far away from Su Ziwu, could smell it clearly. In addition, the girl was a top student at the China Beast Taming Academy and seemed to come from a very wealthy family. Yi couldn't understand why Su Ziwu chose him and why he stayed in this small place like Luoqing for so long. Su Ziwu seemed to have discovered that Yi was absent-minded, and he bumped Yi Ye's shoulder with his shoulder in annoyance. Hey, I'm talking to you. Be serious, okay? Yi quickly apologized and motioned for Su Ziwu to continue. This time your special recruitment exam will consist of 2 main items. The first task is to hunt down 10 silver-level spirit beasts. The second task is to hunt down a silver-level or higher lord. I have collected some information about the lords in Tianyang Lingshu for you in the past few days. You can take a look at it. It should be of some help to you. As he spoke, Su Ziwu took out a pink diary and handed it to Yi. Yi was stunned and took the diary. After opening the diary, there were lines of beautiful handwriting on it, which recorded the detailed information of a silver-level lord named Kinjiunyo. Everything is recorded, from the places they frequently appear to their living habits, whether they have a population, what skills they have, etc. Yi flipped through the pages and found that there were more than 10 pages with content, recording various information about lords, and it seemed that it was all written by the girl stroke by stroke. Don't thank me too much. I just took the time to write it in my free time. Just use it as a reference. Su Ziwu looked at Yi with an arrogant expression, as if he was disdainful of the information recorded in the diary. But the truth is not as simple as Su Ziwu said. After saying goodbye to Yi at school last time, Su Ziwu only participated in one operation of the Luoqing Town Spiritual Bureau against the Helling sect, and spent the rest of his time writing this Lord information. After spending a lot of time and effort to look up countless information, Su Ziwu stayed in Tianyang Lingshu for several days in order to ensure the authenticity of the data and information. In order to verify the detailed information of some Lord-level spirit beast skills, she even found these lords and fought with them a few times. Even though Su Ziwu was very strong, he could not avoid being chased by these Lord-level spirit beasts all over the Lingshu. He was even encountered by the king of Tianyang Lingshu, the Thunder Dragon, once. Yi also knew that obtaining such detailed information was definitely not as easy as Su Ziwu said. I'll take a closer look, thank you. Yi said to Su Ziwu seriously. Looking at Yi, who suddenly looked serious, Su Ziwu blushed slightly and continued walking forward. Not long after, the two arrived at the entrance of Lingshu. At this time, many Zhenling Bureau staff were busy making arrangements and transporting some supplies into Lingshu. After all, there are thousands of people participating in this assessment, and the supplies at the military base in Lingshu cannot withstand the consumption of thousands of people. Come with me. Su Ziwu did not let Yi enter Lingshu immediately, but took him to a small room inside the Mission Release Center. Chapter 74 Preparations Before Departure. The house is not big, only about 60 or 70 square meters. Various weapons and equipment were hung on the wall, and Yi even saw some hot weapons. Su Ziwu took out a set of black, specially made combat uniform of the same style as the one she was wearing from the cabinet. Put it on. This combat uniform is made of a special fabric that has good toughness and defense. It also has a series of high-tech tools such as a locator, which can better help you explore the Lingshu. Yi was stunned. For me? This combat uniform is very expensive, right? Yi had seen this combat uniform before. When he met the seriously injured Wang Lu before, he was wearing this kind of combat uniform. However, the one that Su Ziwu took out was obviously better in terms of fabric and material. The market price of a C-grade combat uniform is about 2 million blue star coins. Of course, there are better B-grade and A-grade ones, but those are strictly controlled by the government and cannot be bought even if you have money. 2 million? Yi was shocked. This set of combat uniforms cost 2 million? Su Ziwu looked confused. Is 2 million a lot? You have to know that the materials and technology needed to make this kind of combat equipment are already sold at cost by the military. And I applied for this set of clothes from the school specifically for you. As a student participating in the special recruitment, the school will cover the expenses. You mean I don't have to pay? How could Su Ziwu not know what Yi was worried about at this moment and rolled his eyes? No need. It's free. Change it now. When Yi heard it was free, his eyes lit up. How could Yi be so worthy as to wear clothes worth 2 million? Su Ziwu watched as Yi took the combat uniform from her almost instantly, rolled her eyes again, and walked out of the room with her long legs, closing the door before leaving. Yi quickly picked up his combat uniform. The combat uniform consists of a top, pants, and a pair of boots. The fabric was very smooth and tough. Yi took off his clothes and put on combat uniform. I found that the combat uniform was just the right size and fit me perfectly. The black combat boots were made from the skin of an unknown spiritual beast and felt quite heavy in the hand. After quickly getting dressed, Yi looked at the hot weapons around him. Finally, his eyes fell on a wooden box in the corner of the room. When Yi opened it, his pupils contracted instantly. This is good stuff. Just take two. Just take two. Yi looked behind him like a thief and quickly took out 4 or 5 round black objects from the box and put them into the storage space. I opened the door and saw Su Ziwu waiting outside. When Su Ziwu saw Yi, his eyes lit up. Yi is over 1.80 meters tall, and after being baptized by various drugs, his figure is very well proportioned. Under the tight combat suit, his abdominal muscles are slightly outlined. With her refreshing short hair and the good looks inherited from her father and mother, she looks very pleasing to the eye. Not bad. I didn't expect that you would become more handsome after changing your clothes. Su Ziwu did not hide the admiration in his eyes at all. The main reason is that Yi's usual dressing style is too casual. Yi also felt at this time that these 2 million seemed to be worth something. He originally thought that this kind of combat uniform would be very uncomfortable to wear, but unexpectedly it was extremely comfortable and seemed to have the function of maintaining body temperature. In the hot summer, Yi actually felt a little cool. Okay, let's go, but let's go to the mission hall first. After all, some mission rewards are pretty good, and you can complete some of them. Good. Yi nodded. Although he is not short of money, who would complain about having too much money? Before setting off this time, Yi also made a lot of preparations. The first thing he did was to sell another diamond-grade spirit bead to Lan Yunxing's family. Now, 10 million blue star coins are lying in Yi's QQ balance, which makes him feel at ease. The two came to the mission hall. As soon as it arrived, it attracted a lot of attention. Some experienced experts could tell at a glance that the same combat uniforms worn by the two men were the top-level C-grade combat uniforms officially available for purchase. Give me some missions to Lord Spirit Beasts. As soon as Yi arrived at the window and spoke arrogantly, he scared the staff lady at the task acceptance window. Many people nearby also looked at him sideways. The young lady was confused and thought she had heard it wrong. Are you sure you want to accept the mission of hunting Lord-level spirit beasts? Yi's arrogance was instantly suppressed by the young lady's counter-question. Are there any conditions for accepting the mission? No. Then take as many as you can get. Take them all. Yi thought that he needed to pay a deposit or something to accept the mission, so he backed out on the spot, but it turned out that there were no restrictions. Su Ziwu covered his forehead with his hands. Young man, can you please do some homework before coming here? Just as the young lady was taking Yi Ye's ID and hurriedly helping him submit the task information, a discordant voice was heard. Ha ha ha, look at this ignorant kid who is so anxious to be reincarnated. Yi immediately looked in the direction where the voice came from and unexpectedly saw an old acquaintance. Scar was sitting in the mission hall with a few of his younger brothers. He was also very depressed. He was finally released and was planning to make some money in Lingshu, but the authorities informed him that Lingshu was temporarily blocked for the next few days. He could only stay in Tianyang Market for a few more days, waiting for the assessment to be over. Unexpectedly, I met a young man who wanted to accept the task of taking on Lord-level spirit beasts right away, and he accepted several at once. I originally wanted to see who it was, but it turned out to be Yi Yi, with whom I had a grudge last time, so I started to mock him. Hey, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the birthmark guy? Yi never showed mercy to people like this. You. Scar slammed the table, stood up instantly and pointed at Yi. Yi had a blank expression on his face and even felt like laughing. What are you talking about? If you don't agree, come and fuck me. Scar instantly turned around and sat back in his seat. Humph, we will meet each other in the mountains and rivers. Don't let me run into you in Lingshu. Yi ignored it. To be honest, he could now hang Scar up and beat him with one hand. When Su Ziwu heard Scar's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes. But she didn't make any move. She just memorized Scar's face in her heart, waiting for a chance in the future. Soon, the young lady asked Yi to accept all the tasks regarding Lord-level spirit beasts released by the task center. In the end, Yi took on almost all the difficult tasks. Fortunately, the young lady also helped Yi take on the task of hunting down the king of Tianyang Lingshu, the Thunder Dragon. Yi couldn't help but be stunned when he saw it. Seeing that the preparations had been completed, Su Ziwu prepared to follow Yi into Lingshu to begin his special recruitment assessment. The Education Bureau never expected that the selection of thousands of people they organized would cause such a big disturbance. Chapter 75, Powerful Shadow. Do you have a goal? In front of the Lingshu gate, Su Ziwu asked Yi. Yi recalled the information about the Lord-level spirit beast in the notebook Su Ziwu gave him. I have no idea yet. Let's complete the task of killing 10 silver-level spirit beasts first. Su Ziwu nodded. No matter which Lord-level spirit beast it is extremely difficult and tough to deal with. Moreover, it was not certain whether a silver-level lord could be found in the huge Tianyang Lingshu. She had conducted a carpet search in the air for several days before she found a few lords. Yi's assessment time is only 3 days. Looking at the familiar Lingshu gate, Yi stepped in. No one collected admission this time. Su Ziwu followed Yi and entered Lingshu almost at the same time. Still feeling dizzy, Yi quickly adapted and found himself standing in the military base at the exit of Lingshu. Blue sky, fresh air. Yi took a deep breath. The hunt begins. Looking at the busy military personnel, Yi did not disturb them. Other students taking the exam haven't come in yet. They are still preparing. After leaving the military base, Yi quickly headed towards the forest in the distance. Su Ziwu summoned a fire-breathing dragon and flew into the sky. As the examiner and safety officer of this assessment, she is only responsible for protecting Yi Ye's safety and cannot interfere with Yi Ye's assessment. Good luck. In the sky, Su Ziwu had a smile on his face as he watched Yi running towards the forest, leaving only a black dot. This assessment will last for 3 days. I need to find 10 silver-level spirit beasts in the shortest possible time. At the same time, we can't go too deep, in case we encounter a silver-level lord too early. While Yi was running, he was making a plan in his mind. Yi was extremely fast, and Ning had been summoned and was standing by his side. Because Xiao Xinhai is not good at speed and has poor maneuverability, Yi has not summoned her out for the time being. Lingshu is not a city. Yi can fully unleash his strength. For a moment, Yi speeded up on the plane. At this moment, a black eagle appeared in the sky above Yi and stared at him. In the eyes of the eagle, Yi, who was moving quickly on the plane, was a moving target. There was still a trace of blood on the eagle's sharp beak, which was obviously the blood of other spirit beasts. Its claws were sharp, and its pair of eagle eyes were staring fiercely at Yi, who was moving at high speed. Then he folded his wings slightly and swooped down quickly towards Yi. Yi noticed a slight movement in the air and looked up. Fuck. The eagle was extremely fast, and it approached Yi in just a few breaths. Is it so exciting right after arriving? Judging from its size, it should be a silver-level spirit beast. Yi braked, and as the eagle got closer and closer, Ying was already holding the Tang sword, ready to attack. The eagle let out a fierce cry, and red light emerged from its body. It's already extremely fast speed sword again. When Ying saw that the eagle had reached its attack range, he disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Ying appeared on the path that the eagle must take to attack Yi. The shadow's face was stern, and his purple eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He drew out his Tang sword and swung it at the eagle that was almost in front of him. The eagle didn't react to Shadow's appearance and crashed into it headfirst. The knife flashed, and purple electric currents accompanied by the cold and clear knife light flashed in the air 30 meters above the ground. The eagle was knocked down directly by Shadow's attack and fell heavily to the ground. Ying took advantage of the victory and pursued the eagle, landing almost at the same time as the eagle. The eagle's wings had been severely injured by Shadow's knife just now, and were almost cut off by Shadow, making it unable to take off. And Ying also stabbed the eagle in the throat before he could react. Yi was stunned. So strong. Whether in terms of strength or speed, a silver-level Shadow is much stronger than a bronze-level one. A silver-level flying spirit beast could only withstand 2 blows from Ying's hands. The Charizard landed from the sky carrying Su Ziwu. Jumping down from the Charizard's back, Su Ziwu looked at the cute Ying in shock. You have broken through to the silver-level beast tamer? Su Ziwu looked at Yi in surprise. Yi nodded. Su Ziwu looked at Yi in shock. How long has it been? Restraining his doubts, Su Ziwu went forward to check the eagle's body and took a photo with his mobile phone. Silver 2-star, fierce wind eagle. Yi nodded. There were 9 left. But it seems that it is not difficult. I am now looking forward to your coming to our school more and more. Su Ziwu looked at Yi, who had a calm expression. Even in the Chinese Beast Taming Academy, those who could break through to the silver level in the college entrance examination were rare. Most of them are advanced bronze or peak. After all, in order to break through to the silver level, both the Beastmaster and the contracted spirit must reach bottlenecks, and one of them will always be stuck. And thinking that the special recruitment quota he applied for Yi was a place in the genius class of the Chinese Beast Taming Academy, Su Ziwu felt much more balanced. Those people in the genius class are all perverts. Although Su Ziwu is also in the gifted class, she doesn't think she is abnormal. Big sister, are you too confident in me? This is just a silver-level spirit beast, and there is a lord behind it. When Su Ziwu heard Yi calling her big sister, her face turned dark. She ignored Yi and let the Charizard carry her into the air again. Yi looked at Su Ziwu, whose expression suddenly changed, with a puzzled look on his face. Regardless, the assessment continues. Less than 10 minutes after entering Lingshu, he encountered a silver-level spiritual beast. This assessment is becoming more and more promising. Yi dug out the spirit pearl of the fierce wind eagle and continued to move forward. But this time, no blind spirit beast came to attack him. After a continuous journey, Yi has arrived at the outskirts of the forest. Tianyang Lingshu is mainly composed of plains and forests. Most of the animals active on the plain are bronze-level spirit beasts, and occasionally a silver-level spirit beast can be seen. The forest is where some high-level spiritual beasts live. It is said that there is a huge natural swamp deep in the forest. Due to interference from the magnetic field, there are thunderstorms all year round. The king of Tianyang Lingshu, the Thunder Dragon, usually stays there. At this moment, options appeared in Yi Ye's eyes as he was about to enter the forest area. Option 1. Continue forward and harvest 5 7-pattern mushrooms. Reward: a large amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Believe that a blind cat will always catch a dead mouse and continue to fish in the plains. Reward: Shadow skill. Inazuma sword skill level +1. Option 3. Walk to the left along the forest, go to the area 2 kilometers away, and hunt silver-level spirit beasts. Reward: Shadow skill. Psychic possession +1. Yi made his choice almost instantly. P.S. Dear brothers, please stop saying that my story is short. I don't have any drafts saved. I write fresh stories for you guys every day. I'll add another chapter and ask for a 5-star rating. Chapter 76. How shameful it is in broad daylight. Yi chose the third option almost subconsciously. It can both improve the level of key skills and complete special recruitment tasks, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi walked along the edge of the forest and headed to the left. Su Ziwu in the sky saw that Yi did not choose to enter the forest, but walked along the edge to the left and couldn't help feeling a little confused. But soon, her confusion turned into surprise, and then her face turned slightly red, because she saw 2 silver-level spirit beasts fighting in the sky. How did Yi know? Does he have navigation? What the hell? At this time, Yi also discovered that there were two spirit beasts in front of him. In broad daylight, committing adultery, how can this be justified? Yi was shocked by the eye-catching scene before him. I saw the shadow next to him looking at the two spirit beasts in front of him curiously, and looking at Yi puzzledly, and his thoughts were conveyed to Yi's mind. Why do they fight in such a strange posture? And I seem to have seen this posture in your computer. Yi's face turned green, and he quickly covered Ying's eyes. Then he instantly entered a state of psychic possession, and the shadow disappeared. Damn it, you almost corrupted my daughter. Then Yi hid in the bushes in a sneaky manner. He began to rub the Tsonglei balls in his hands. While accumulating the Tsonglei, Yi couldn't help but take a look. These are two tigers. One is black and the other is white. Seeing Yi rubbing a Tsonglei ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter in his hand, he felt that this was the limit, and if he sent more energy into it, it would explode. I'm sorry. I hope you can still be happily married in heaven. Yi took a quick step and instantly appeared in front of the two tigers. The black tiger above was so frightened when it saw Yi suddenly appear that its whole body shook like a sieve and it couldn't stop shaking. The white tiger below showed a hint of human disdain in its eyes and slapped the black tiger with its paw in dissatisfaction. When Yi saw this scene, his face looked strange. You can't do it either? Then he slammed the Tsonglei in his hand hard in front of the two beasts. Boom! A loud bang echoed in the forest, and a huge thunderball covered an area of 70 or 80 meters. Violent thunder and lightning raged in it, and the huge sound was accompanied by extremely dazzling light. Su Ziwu, who was high in the sky, covered his eyes with his hands. Yi also stood there with a dark face, and his combat uniform worth 2 million blue star coins had several holes in it. Su Ziwu, who was high in the sky, didn't know what to say. If you use your ultimate move at this time, will it affect yourself? Yi now has only one feeling. That's numb. After being possessed by psychic energy, the 90% lightning resistance is no joke. He had never dodged it before and had to take it head-on. However, this time it seems to be a bit more powerful. Even though he has lightning resistance and extremely strong physical fitness, he still feels a little paralyzed all over. Su Ziwu fell from the air, looking speechlessly at Yi, whose body occasionally flashed with a trace of electricity. Then his eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the destroyed land in front of him. The two spirit beasts from before had disappeared, leaving only two piles of black ashes with a slight smoke rising from them. Su Ziwu frowned and used his feet to push away the black ash that had piled up into a small pile. Two shining spiritual beads lay quietly on the ground. Merit 1. Taking out his cell phone and taking a photo to record the moment, Su Ziwu turned to look at Yi. Seeing Yi looking at his torn combat uniform with a look of heartache, Su Ziwu felt that he was the only one standing here. If he wasn't here, Yi might have shed a few tears. Okay, stop looking. You've got so many spirit beads. Why don't you just sell them and buy another set? Yi calmed himself down, pouted and picked up the two spirit beads on the ground with an unhappy look on his face. He also wiped it on his clothes, and then put it into the storage space with satisfaction. Whatever you buy, you can find a sewing shop to mend it and it can still be worn. Su Ziwu shook his head, silently jumped onto the Charizard's back, and flew high into the sky. Before taking off, Su Ziwu looked at Yi curiously. Yi couldn't have just realized that the netizen who played games with her every day before was her, right? Forget it, it's good that I can't recognize him, so I don't have to feel awkward when we meet. Only then did Yi have time to look at the scene of his destruction. In fact, he was also shocked. Especially after being possessed by psychic energy, the increase in power brought to him by the silver-level shadow energy far exceeded that of bronze. In the end, Yi got what he wished for, and obtained 2 spirit beads and shadow skill upgrade. System, Open Shadows panel. Name, Shadow. Level, Silver 1 star. Personality, innocent, kind, serious. Attribute, Thunder. Type, Humanoid. Talent, Super Lightning Resistance. Can resist 90% of lightning element attacks. Control of Thunder Element. Can freely use the power of Thunder Element. Skills, Inazuma Sword Skills. LV6. Instant Step, Level 6. Can achieve displacement within 15 meters. Psychic Possession, LV4. Can possess the Beastmaster for a short period of time. The Beastmaster has the full power of the contracted spirit and can use any skills. Songlei, LV2. Accumulates and compresses the lightning elemental force into a ball, and then explodes with extraordinary power. The power varies with the amount of energy injected. Potential, E, Upgradable? This was the first time Yi saw Ying's faceplate after Ying broke through to the silver level. The previous ones are all pretty standard, with no major changes, except for the potential of Shadow, which has an additional upgrade option. However, Yi did not ask what materials were needed to upgrade the system Shadow. Now he is in Lingshu and can't buy it. Yi was hit hard by his own Songlei Dian, and his body felt slightly numb, and some parts of his skin were burned. Summon the Heart Sea. Xinhai, who had been resting for a long time, was now full of energy. His big blue eyes looked left and right, as if he was very curious about the surrounding environment. Then he saw Yi, who looked a little disheveled, with several holes on his body. Xiao Xinhai suddenly became a little anxious. In an instant, 5 jellyfish appeared at the same time and stacked on Yi's head. Yi instantly felt as if his whole body was soaked in ice-cold water. It was cool, but not biting, and it didn't make people feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the discomfort all over the body gradually disappeared. The burned skin was a little painful just now, but now the cool feeling instantly overwhelmed the burning sensation. Yi couldn't help but let out a groan. Great! A funny scene appeared. 5 light blue jellyfish stacked on top of Yi's head, like he was wearing a very tall hat. After discovering the situation above his head, Yi felt a little helpless. 1 is enough. If you get 5, isn't that a waste of energy? The bronze 1-star Xin Hai currently only has enough beast control power to perform the Sea Moon Oath 5 times. In his anxiety, Xin Hai emptied himself. Xinhai shook his head seriously. She thinks it works better this way. But the fact is, the healing effects of Sea Moon Oath do not stack. Yi had long since gotten rid of the psychic possession state. Ying saw his new good friend Xin Hai appear nearby, and just when he was about to come over to get close to him, he discovered that 5 jellyfish all floated over Yi's head. Then Ying pouted jealously, put her hands on her hips, and looked at Yi with dissatisfaction. Xinhai saw the dissatisfied Ying next to him, and considering that Yi had just told him that the more Sea Moon Oaths there were, the better, he hesitated for a while. With a wave of her little hand, the jellyfish above Yi's head slowly floated to Ying's head. Ying instantly showed an expression of enjoyment. Comfortable. Chapter 77. A trip to Lingshu with a strange style. After a short rest, Yi prepared to continue his journey. It was already noon. Calculating the time, Yi's classmates should have entered Lingshu one after another. Their activities are mainly in the plains and the outskirts of the forest. At this time, Yi plunged into the forest and headed towards the inner area. After all, it is difficult to encounter silver-level spiritual beasts in the periphery. I don't know what happened to those 2 tigers that actually ran to the periphery. Is it because they are afraid of being known by other tigers? Xinhai, wash your face. The climate in Tianyang Lingshu was extremely hot, and Yi's head was covered in sweat. Xinhai lay on Yi's back. She didn't have as good a physique as Yi and Ying, but she didn't want to go back to the contracted spirit space, so Yi carried her on his back and continued to move forward. I don't know what happened recently, but my own contracted spirits began to hate the contracted spirit space. Ying was fine, she was already 1 silver star, but Xinhai also began to hate the contracted spirit space, which gave Yi a headache, because she had to stay in there to absorb the beast power and then level up. When Xinhai heard Yi's words, she waved her little hand. A small carp made of water appeared in front of Yi, then swam to the top of Yi's head and exploded instantly. The cool water poured on Yi's head, relieving the hot feeling. However, the heart sea on Yi's back was not wet by the water. The water droplets disappeared the moment they touched the heart sea. Yi, who was soaked all over, said embarrassedly, "You can use a little less next time. I'm soaked through." Xinhai nodded seriously. At this moment, Ying suddenly became alert, and the Tang sword appeared in his hand in an instant. The moment Yi saw Ying on guard, he retracted the heart sea on his back into the contract spirit space. This was what he had discussed with Xin Hai before. If there was any danger, she would be taken back to the contracted spirit space. If necessary, Yi would summon her out for treatment. Although Xiao Xinhai was a little resistant at first and showed a desire to fight alongside Yi and her sister Ying, she also knew that she was not strong enough at the moment, so she had no choice but to obey Yi's arrangements. Yi looked around vigilantly, crouched slightly, and was alert to possible dangers. Just then, a dark shadow passed over the tree trunk above his head, and the leaves made a rustling sound. Yi looked up, but saw nothing. Ying reacted extremely quickly, throwing the Tang sword in his hand like a javelin, and a huge bat was nailed to the tree trunk by the Tang sword. Why are there bats in broad daylight? Immediately, Yi's doubts were answered. I saw tree holes of different sizes on the trees around Yi Yi. And inside the tree hole, pairs of eyes emitting faint light were staring at Yi Yi. In an instant, Yi felt that the sky had darkened. Countless bats flew out from the tree hole and densely covered Yi Yi's head. Yi was shocked by the scene. Although they are individually weak, they can't be defeated by their large numbers. Yi looked grim and ran away. The bat behind him was like a piece of gummy bear, chasing after Yi. Yi dodged flexibly in the forest, entering a state of psychic possession, and occasionally using instant steps to avoid the attacks of bats. So annoying. Yi rubbed the Tsang Lei ball with both hands, and when it was about the size of a basketball, he threw it behind him. A huge roar was heard, and the group of bats that were chasing Yi just now suffered heavy casualties. The bats that smelled the blood became even crazier. Yi cursed as he watched the bats that seemed to be getting faster. He started to rub the Tsang Lei balls in his hands again. And so, the new year was celebrated in the forest. There were constant crackling explosions. 10 minutes later, Yi stopped panting. During these 10 minutes, he didn't know how many Tsang Lei balls he threw, and in the end, the bats were blown up so hard that they dared not chase him. This bat is a very difficult spirit beast in Tianyang Lingshu, a bloodthirsty bat. It usually stays in the tree holes it digs and only comes out to hunt at night. As the name suggests, the bloodthirsty bat is extremely bloodthirsty. It will target anyone with the slightest smell of blood and will fight to the death. Yi was also unlucky. He inexplicably encountered a bloodthirsty bat in broad daylight. Fortunately, he was killed by Ying. The smell of blood instantly triggered the bloodthirsty bat's nature. But Yi is also a werewolf. During the 10-minute bombing, he killed most of the densely packed bats. In the end, I didn't even dare to chase. Yi freed himself from the psychic possession state, took a breath, and summoned out Xian Hai. As soon as Xinhai came out, a jellyfish came to Yi and Ying respectively. At this time, Yi deeply realized the benefits of the auxiliary contract spirit. Yi's physical strength recovered quickly. After a long period of spiritual power possession, the severely consumed beast-controlling power was also recovering at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the surroundings, Yi sadly discovered that he was lost. The scene around him was no different from before he escaped. Towering trees, dry branches, and wild mushrooms that can be seen from time to time. Never mind. After the intense exercise, Yi felt a little hungry. After taking a look at his heart sea, which had run out of beast control power, Yi took out a whole chicken from the storage space. The feathers had been plucked, and Yi took it from the kitchen of the spiritual food pavilion. Judging from its appearance, it should be an old chicken that is more than 2.5 years old, but he didn't know what grade it was. He was going to have a sweet dish of stuffed chicken with flowers, which would not only fill his stomach, but also speed up the cultivation of his heart sea. Seeing Yi taking out the ingredients, Ying's eyes lit up. She knew Yi was going to cook again. Looking at Yi expectantly, Yi did not disappoint her and took out pots and pans from the storage space. Letting cut the chicken, and Xinhai summoned a carp made of water, which fell into the iron basin that Yi had just taken out. Yi exclaimed that this function was so convenient. Where could he find water in this remote wilderness? After a while, a fragrant and sweet flour-stuffed chicken was ready. The chicken just now weighed at least 10 pounds, enough for the three of them to eat. After giving Ying and Xinhai a small bowl each, and then putting a chicken leg in each of their bowls, Yi announced that the first meal in Lingshu was ready. High in the sky, watching Yi chewing a chicken wing happily, Su Ziwu still did not lower himself to eat for free. He took out a piece of compressed biscuits and mineral water from his storage space and started chewing in silence. Why did things become weird as soon as he arrived in Lingshu? Who would use valuable storage space for kitchen utensils? It would be nice to put some compressed biscuits in there. They can satisfy your hunger and don't take up space. After taking 2 bites, Su Ziwu couldn't eat anymore and pouted angrily. After some ideological struggle, she decided to go down and have a free meal. Just consider it as protection fee for protecting him during the assessment. Chapter 78 Opportunity to Advance to a Golden Beast Tamer. Su Ziwu landed on the ground and looked at the 3 people who were eating with their mouths full of oil, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. How about together? Looking at Su Ziwu, who was standing there, not talking to Yi and occasionally looking into the pot, Yi was not a fool. Su Ziwu came over almost instantly. You asked me to come here, but I didn't come here on my own initiative. Yi was embarrassed and took a set of bowls and chopsticks for Su Ziwu. A 10-pound chicken went into the stomachs of 4 people. Xiao Xinhai said right after eating that he wanted to sleep and returned to the contracted spirit space early. Ying was sitting on a tree stump, playing with his cell phone intently. That pink-haired little girl just now, is she your second contracted spirit? Su Ziwu asked curiously. If so, then Yi Ye's second contracted spirit is also in human form? Yes, her name is Xinhai, and she is a contracted spirit in human form who heals. Yi snatched the phone from Ying's hand next to him. It's not decent for children to play with mobile phones every day. Aren't you afraid of myopia? Ying looked at Yi with dissatisfaction, crossed his arms, and turned to the side, indicating that he didn't want to pay attention to Yi. Su Ziwu looked at Yi bullying the child and shook his head helplessly. You are really lucky. You were able to contract two such rare human-shaped contracted spirits at once. How's your talent? F-class. Su Ziwu frowned. Generally speaking, the talent of human-shaped contracted spirits should be very high. Not S-level, but not F-level, right? From what I know, your first contracted spirit doesn't seem to have high talent. Is there something wrong? Yi shook his head helplessly. There shouldn't be any problem. What could go wrong? It was a weird thing. It must be the system playing tricks. The strength of Shadow and Heartsea. You tell me it is F-level talent? Do you want to keep other contracted spirits with F-level talents alive? After saying a few more words, Su Ziwu did not fly into the sky with Charizard this time. At this time, the sun was about to set, and Yi Ye's hunting activities had to be temporarily stopped. There are many spiritual beasts in Lingshu that move around and forage for food at night. They even went out in groups. If you don't have extremely strong strength, it's best not to act rashly at night. But Yi was immediately in trouble. Looking at Su Ziwu next to him, who was setting up the tent seriously. How could he have forgotten this? Yi was busy buying various cooking supplies and didn't buy a tent. The mosquitoes in Lingshu at night are not kidding you. If you dare to lie here without any shelter all night, you will probably be half dead when you wake up the next day. Looking at Yi, who was standing there in deep thought, Su Ziwu smiled. She knew that Yi had storage equipment, but judging from the situation, he wouldn't have only bought pots and pans but not a tent, right? Su Ziwu felt amused. While Yi was still thinking about what to do, Su Ziwu had already set up the tent. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, Yi decided to go out and get some spirit beads. It is impossible to rest tonight. Hey, where are you going? Seeing Yi and Ying walking into the forest, Su Ziwu hurriedly called out to him. I'm going to go get some spirit beads. I won't rest tonight. Su Ziwu's expression changed instantly. Going out to hunt spirit beasts at night, are you going to risk your life? Yi, on the other hand, looked nonchalant. With his great mobility, if he couldn't win, he could just run away. Don't worry, I'll be back when it's completely dark. I just can't bear to part with the spirit beads of those bloodthirsty bats. Su Ziwu looked at the sky, which was not yet completely dark. Then come back early. You have a positioning device on you. If anything unexpected happens, just call for help. On the collar of Yi Ye's combat uniform, there is a small red button, which is smaller than an ordinary button. Just press it, and the distress signal will be sent out as quickly as possible. Yi nodded and walked into the forest with Ying. After taking just 2 steps, Yi slapped his thigh. Damn, he is lost. How does he know which direction he came from in the afternoon? I forgot to ask Su Ziwu, but now go back and ask? What a joke. Doesn't Yi have any face? Yi gritted his teeth and walked forward. At this time, the system options appear again. Option 1. Go forward and meet the Silver Level Lord who is taking a walk after dinner. Silver Moon Wolf King. Reward, Shadow Level +1. Option 2. Go left and encounter a group of spirit beasts that are hunting on a large scale. Reward, Heartsea Skill, Sea Moon Oath +1. Option 3. Walk back and stick to Su Ziwu. Reward, Outdoor Camping Tent *1. Option 4. Stay where you are. Wait for the Silver King Thunder Dragon to pass by here in 6 hours, and hunt it. Reward, the host's Beastmaster level is upgraded to Gold. Yi looked at the options in front of him, and his eyes turned red. He sat down on the ground with a determined look. I'm not leaving, buddy. But soon, Yi, who had lost his lychees, recovered his lychees. Gritting my teeth, I walked silently to the left. His heart hurt so much. Option 4 is too tempting, but Yi is not lucky enough to enjoy it. As for option 1, Yi had studied it and found that in the Lord Atlas that Su Ziwu gave him, the most difficult one was the Silver Moon Wolf King. Not to mention that he has countless younger brothers, his fighting power also increases sharply at night, making him one of the most difficult lords. Walking silently to the left, about 20 minutes later, Yi saw his target. It is called a group of spiritual beasts, but compared to the first tide of armored ants that entered Lingshu and the bloodthirsty bats just now, The number this time is much smaller. About 7 or 8 phosphorus snakes were searching for food along the ground. The leading one is nearly 10 meters long. Yi was a little hesitant, as the leading phosphorus snake had obviously not just evolved to the silver level. But at this moment, something strange happened. Yi was startled when a bear that looked like it was petrified suddenly attacked from the side. Armored bear. A spiritual beast with high attack, thick blood, and extremely strong defense. It has almost no weaknesses, and is the absolute local tyrant in Tianyang Lingshu. But doesn't the armored bear only live deep in the forest? At this time, Yi didn't know that in just 10 minutes of avoiding the bloodthirsty bats, he was already very close to the center of the forest. The armored bear had already launched an attack. Although it was nearly 10 meters tall, it did not look bloated and was extremely fast. It stepped on the leading phosphorus snake with 1 foot. The group of snakes were attacked and instantly became a mess. The corrosive venom sprayed onto the armor of the armored bear. They rolled their eyes and made hissing sounds, but could not cause any substantial damage to the armored bear. On the other hand, the armored bear slapped the silver-level phosphorus snake with its huge bare paw. The phosphorus snake let out a miserable and sharp cry, and blood flowed from its mouth. Then the armored bear grabbed the body of the phosphorus snake, opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit the snake's body, almost biting the phosphorus snake in half. The younger brother next to him saw his boss being attacked and entangled himself with the armored bear, but it was of no use. The two sides are not in the same league at all. Yi was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. This armored bear. I'm afraid it's at the Lord level. Chapter 79. One Dream. The armored bear slaughtered all the phosphorus snakes with almost no effort. Like eating noodles, armored bear started his mealtime today. He even took the spiritual beads of the phosphorus snake and put them in his mouth and ate them like candy beans. Crunchy. Yi didn't dare to breathe, for fear of being discovered. The armored bear is a solitary spiritual beast. Its powerful strength and almost no natural enemies allow it to dominate the Tianyang Lingshu, especially the Lord-level armored bear, whose qualities in all aspects are extremely strong. At this moment, Yi, who was nearly 100 meters away from the armored bear, froze. Because he saw armored bear looking in his direction. A humanized look of doubt appeared on a bare face. Oh no, Yi thought. He should have run there while the armored bear was fighting the phosphorus snake. Bears have an extremely sensitive sense of smell, and they may have discovered the presence of living creatures nearby. The armored bear got on all fours and walked towards Yi. Yi instantly became extremely nervous. Ingya looked at the armored bear coming towards her with a serious face. She felt pressure from the armored bear. When the armored bear was only 30 meters away from Yi, Yi could no longer help but retreat. But the option that suddenly appeared in front of him made Yi stop retreating. Option 1. Challenge the silver-level lord, armored bear. Reward, weapon, dream heart *1, comprehended skill, secret, dream truth. Option 2. Option 3. Yi didn't even look at the options behind it, staring at the reward for option 1. Dream of 1 heart? A dream is like a knife with a long heritage that follows you everywhere. It was born from Ying's sister, Raiden Shin, and on the day Shin passed away, she handed it to Ying. And this knife can only exert its true power in Ying's hands. Now the Tang sword that Ying used, which Lan Yunxing helped to make, was no longer enough. The most crucial point is that only when one is focused on his dream can Ying perform the legendary dream sword. The secret of the legend, the truth of dreams. Gather thousands of true words, exhaust the power of all wishes and the 100 eyes, and shatter all cursed dreams with 1 blow. Abandoning all thoughts, he took on the responsibility of carrying everyone's dreams. Looking at Yi, who was standing there in a daze, Ying looked at Yi anxiously, his pair of purple eyes constantly looking left and right. What is this for? Aren't you going to run away? At this moment, a hint of madness flashed in Yi's eyes. The timid will die of starvation, and the bold will die of gluttony. At this time, the armored bear was already 20 meters away from Yi, and it could smell that the scent was getting closer and closer to it. Yi suddenly jumped out from behind the tree with a bottle of medicine in his hand. It's the body-strengthening potion. This was the drink he had just drawn in the lottery, and he tilted his head back and drank it in 1 gulp. The strong medicinal power evaporated in Yi's body, and his face flushed slightly. Feeling the power filling his body, Yi looked at armored bear arrogantly. He discovered this by accident. Although it is no longer possible to improve his physical fitness, drinking a bottle at a critical moment can increase his explosive power in a short period of time. Armored Bear was also confused by Yi Ye's sudden appearance. Did this food have a broken brain? Did it come out by itself? Ying's little brain has been overloaded. She had no idea why Yi suddenly jumped out. She couldn't be so reckless. Yi looked like the principal, pointing his finger at Kaixing viciously, with his index finger bent upwards, and said provocatively, "You, come here." Ying fell into a daze, and Kaixing also fell into a daze. I never expected that Yi would be so brave. Ying is almost going crazy. Is it possible that Yi, who is usually very timid and acts like a bitch, has taken the wrong medicine? Although the armored bear didn't understand what Yi was saying, but looking at Yi's actions and tone, it could clearly feel that it seemed to be provoked. Seeing that the ant-like creature in front of him dared to provoke him, anger rose in the armored bear's eyes. He ran quickly on his forelegs and arrived at the place where Yi was standing almost instantly. After saying this, Yi did not hesitate at all and instantly entered a state of psychic possession, running wildly in the direction he came from. Are you kidding? You don't think Yi is going to fight back hard, do you? After provoking and getting the reward, why don't you run away? What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? Yi's figure was like a ghost, and he used the Qin King's pillar circling technique on Armored Bear in the forest. In the forest, large trees fell down one after another under the impact of the Armored Bear. Countless spirit beasts, whether running on the ground or flying in the sky, fled in fear after sensing the breath of the Armored Bear. The Armored Bear was extremely fast, but it was still a little behind Yi. Especially when it was about to catch up with Yi, Yi would use a flash step to make the Armored Bear return empty-handed. Just as Yi was fleeing in panic, a huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 20 meters came from the sky and hit the Armored Bear hard. A huge explosion instantly caused flames to appear, and the powerful shock wave made Yi stagger. Yi looked up and saw Su Ziwu standing on the Charizard, smiling and raising his chin towards him. Yi and the Armored Bear made too much noise, and Su Ziwu, who was worried about Yi, came to the place where the sound came from to check. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he saw Yi being chased by an Armored Bear. However, when the smoke cleared, there were some cracks on the armor of the Armored Bear, but they were only a few cracks. The Great Flame Sky just now seemed to have no effect. Su Ziwu's eyes were solemn. Isn't this an ordinary Armored Bear? Looking at the huge body of the Armored Bear and the color of its armor, Su Ziwu's smile disappeared instantly. Lord level? Su Ziwu didn't expect that Yi would encounter a Lord-level Armored Bear not long after he went out. This luck is too good? Don't tell me this is the assessment target you chose. After quickly dodging the attack of the Armored Bear, Yi said with a horrified look on his face, "Are you kidding me? Can't you see I'm being hunted? Pick me up now." Su Ziwu quickly controlled the Charizard's flying point. Seeing that the Charizard was lowering its altitude, Yi took a quick step and landed on a 10-meter-high tree trunk. Then he jumped with all his strength and jumped another 7 or 8 meters. Then he took another quick step in the air and landed steadily on the Charizard's back. Go! The Charizard received the instruction, flapped its wings, and instantly soared straight up. When the Armored Bear saw this scene, it roared angrily, but there was nothing it could do. It couldn't fly. Yi saw the helpless and furious Armored Bear and smiled at it sarcastically. Armored Bear had been keeping an eye on Charizard. Seeing that Yi dared to mock him, he picked up a huge rock on the ground with both hands and threw it into the air. Charizard dodged quickly, and Su Ziwu slapped Yi's shoulder hard. Can you please stop being naughty? Yi shrank his head, then felt a little excited. He already felt that he had established a connection with his dream, and that dream's knife. However, the current environment is not suitable for Yi's research, so he has to give up. When the Armored Bear saw the Charizard flying away, it was so angry that it had no way to vent, so it turned around and left. It wanted to find some spirit beasts to vent its anger. Spirit beast? Yi, listen to me and say thank you. Because of you. Chapter 80. The Secret of Dreams. Returning to the camp where they had rested temporarily, Yi was freed from the state of psychic possession, but Ying, who was standing beside him, was still a little frightened. Armored Bear is ridiculously strong, with almost no weaknesses. Whether it is strength, speed, or defense, it is almost impeccable. Except there is no means of long-range attack. So, you ran into the Armored Bear hunting, and then were discovered by it? After Su Ziwu listened to Yi's explanation of the whole process, he couldn't help but have a subtle expression. This guy's luck is incredible. I've been wandering around in Lingshu for several days and didn't find any trace of the Armored Bear, but you encountered it as soon as you went out? Yi felt bitter. He was going for the phosphorus snake. Who knew he would run into the armored bear that was hunting? However, when thinking of the gains this time, Yi's eyes were somewhat excited. Looking at Ing, I found that Ing was squatting on the ground, studying something, frowning, and his big purple eyes were turning around, full of confusion. Just after the psychic possession state was lifted, the released Ing felt as if there was something extra in his body. Suddenly, she had some more experience in swordsmanship in her mind, and she could feel that this sword was very powerful, but she couldn't use it, as if she was missing some medium. Just when Yi was about to ask, Ing suddenly closed his eyes, opened his hands, and a strong force of thunder element gathered in his chest. The intense purple light made it difficult for Yi to open his eyes. Then, at the center of the purple light gathering on Ying's chest, a purple hilt slowly emerged. The part of the hilt where the knife was held was red, and the eye-shaped guard emitted a large amount of lightning. Ing opened his eyes instantly, grasped the handle of the knife with his right hand, and pulled out the blade. The blade is about 80 centimeters long, purple all over, and covered with strong lightning elemental power. Yi's face was filled with horror, because he saw that the shadow who had drawn the knife had already made a swinging motion. He was too familiar with this. He had to chop dozens of times like this every day before he came here. The problem was that Ing was now facing him and Su Ziwu. Quick, get down. Yi was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he knocked Su Ziwu to the ground in one fell swoop. Su Ziwu was still at a loss at this time. Who I am? Where am I? Yi threw me down? Etc. Where are his hands? Before Su Ziwu could react to where Yi's hand was, Su Ziwu, who was pressed under Yi, opened his eyes wide in horror. A blade of supreme power slashed across their heads. Su Ziwu even felt the air become dry, and traces of electric charge flashed before his eyes. The blade light came quickly and went away quickly, Su Ziwu said, gritting his teeth. Have you pressed enough? And your hands? Yi also found that his current posture was a bit indecent. His whole body was pressed on Su Ziwu, especially his hands, which seemed to be placed in the wrong place. You know what? Su Ziwu looks thin, but he is fat in all the right places. Su Ziwu quickly got up with a blush on her face. Just as she was about to speak, she found that Yi was looking at her back in shock. Su Ziwu turned his head and looked, his eyes filled with surprise in an instant. I saw a huge fan-shaped area of about 30 meters behind me. All the trees were cut neatly. The cut was charred black and white smoke was still coming out. The ground was also charred black. Trees that two people could not hug together were scattered all over the ground. What is this? Sword skills? Su Ziwu couldn't help but mutter. She knew that the shadow knife technique was excellent, especially the ability to control the element of lightning to cover the blade, which was extremely powerful. But can this scene really be achieved with a knife? Yi was so shocked that he was speechless. Games are games, but in reality, watching this dream knife up close was really shocking. At this time, Ing was standing there in a daze, looking at the dream in his hand in disbelief. She felt that the knife was very familiar, and for some reason, after seeing the knife, her heart was covered with a faint sadness. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the dream in Ying's hand dissipated, and Ing felt it return to her body, but she seemed to have no strength left to cut a second time. Yi was still frightened at this time. I was almost killed by Ing Dao. Ing Sure also looked tired, and actually took the initiative to ask to return to the contracted spirit space to rest. Before Yi took Ing back, Ing kept babbling and gesticulating to Su Ziwu for a long time. Su Ziwu looked at Yi in confusion. She was apologizing to you. She said she was just studying her abilities, but she didn't expect them to be so powerful. It's okay. Just don't do it to people next time. Su Ziwu was also a little scared. Although he had some triggered defensive spiritual weapons that could easily block the knife, anyone who saw the power of that knife would be afraid. After taking the shadow back into the contracted spirit space, Yi looked at the devastated temporary camp. Fortunately, the angle of the knife just now was wrong, so the tent was not damaged. Take a break. Don't do anything weird tonight. Su Ziwu felt a little tired. She felt that fighting with the Silver Lord was not as tiring as these few short hours. Yi nodded. He took out cooking utensils and some ingredients from the storage space and prepared to make something delicious for Su Ziwu as compensation. After all, his contracted spirit almost hurt Su Ziwu by accident just now. As for what Yi had just pushed Su Ziwu to and what happened afterwards, the two of them tacitly did not mention it again. Wow, it smells so good. It was already dark, and Yi handed the golden skewers of meat grilled in the oven to Su Ziwu. Suzy Wu had been smelling the smell for a long time and couldn't help it any longer. He took the skewer and, regardless of the heat, carefully bit off a piece of meat. I have to say, almost no one can resist barbecue. Xiao Xinhai was also happily eating a skewer of meat beside him. Even the shadow in the contracted spirit space was clamoring for barbecue. Yi had no choice but to open a small gap in the contract spirit space in front of him. A small hand stretched out from the gap, quickly grabbed a skewer of meat from the oven, then retracted, and the gap in the space disappeared. Yi was a little speechless. Suzy Wu looked at Yi in surprise. How did you do that? Is this half-phase summoning? There are two types of summoned contract spirits. One is full-phase summoning, which means summoning the contracted spirit completely from the contracted spirit space after opening the crack in the contracted spirit space. The other type is half-phase summoning, which means opening a space crack and not closing it, allowing the contracted spirit in the contracted spirit space to use part of its body to pass through the crack and affect the present world. However, the second one is very difficult, as it requires the Beastmaster to have a good grasp of the timing of releasing and maintaining the contracted spirit space, otherwise tragedy is likely to occur. For example, you half-summoned a contracted spirit, but as soon as the contracted spirit stuck its head out, you lost control and the space crack closed. Congratulations, Contract Spirit 1. Yi was also stunned when he heard Suzy Wu's words. Isn't it just summoning a contracted spirit? Why are there so many details? Chapter 81 Girl's Bed. Is it difficult to summon half a form? Yi asked doubtfully. Suzy Wu took a bite of the skewer with a serious look on his face. It's difficult, at least I can't do it now. Yi was stunned. Suzy Wu is a genius at the Chinese Beast Taming Academy, and she can't even do it to him? The key is that he feels it is very simple. He can turn it on or off as he pleases. However, his talent as a Beastmaster seemed to have been unlocked by the system. Could it be related to this? There are many more uses for the contract spirit space. Yi and Suzy Wu were chatting intermittently. Xinhai had already eaten and was lying on the grass next to them to sleep. The barbecue was still going on. Suzy Wu was shouting that it was delicious. Yi was also burping while eating. The little hands that occasionally stretched out from the space cracks that appeared in the air seemed not to be satisfying enough, and in the end he grabbed handfuls of food. After having a good meal and a good drink, Yi supported himself with his elbows, half lying on the ground. Now the question is, how to sleep? We only have one tent. Let's take turns keeping watch. You stay for the first half of the night, and I'll stay for the second half. Suzy Wu spoke to Yi. Yi felt something strange. Sleep in Suzy Wu's tent? But even if they had two tents, they still had to take turns to keep watch at night. As the contracted spirits are the main fighting force of the beast tamer, they are usually allowed to rest well and stay in the best condition while the beast tamer keeps watch. Of course, this only applies to low-level beastmasters. High-level beastmasters have more contracted spirits, so it is harmless to assign one to keep watch at night. But Yi couldn't bear to let Ying or Xi and Hai stay outside alone. Okay, if you have no objection, I certainly have no objection. Suzy Wu rolled his eyes at Yi and went into the tent to sleep. She was really sleepy. Yi found some dry branches and lit them. With a bonfire, some spiritual beasts that are afraid of fire and light will not come near. Yi leaned against the fire, took out Suzy Wu's pink diary from the storage space, and began to study it. I have to say that Suzy Wu really put his heart into it. The above information is very detailed. Yi even felt that if he made a few copies and took them to Tianyang Market to sell, they would definitely be snatched away. Shaking his head, suppressing the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, Yi continued his research. Time passed quickly, and a full moon rose above Yi's head. Yi closed the diary and rubbed his aching temple. He has basically locked on to the target. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear were excluded by Yi first. If it wasn't for the last resort, Yi would never choose them. The Queen of Stinging Bees, the Lord of Iron Ants, the Lord of Flame Lizards. These are the three targets Yi finally selected, and they all have the same characteristics. They live in groups and have many subordinates, but they are not too difficult to deal with themselves. As long as he can deal with their minions, combined with the full strength experience card, Yi is 100% sure to complete this special recruitment. Especially with the support of Dream Oneness and Secret, Dream Truth, Yi felt that he was stable. But the annoying thing is that even in the state of psychic possession, Yi cannot use the Dream Heart, let alone the Dream Sword. But Yi didn't care about it. He didn't want to fight with others, so he suddenly took out a knife from his chest. Taishi is dead. Suzy Wu was very punctual and came out of the tent just after 12 o'clock. Won't you sleep a little longer? You are tired too. Go and rest. Yi was not pretentious. Maintaining a good condition was the most important thing in Lingshu. After adding some firewood to the almost extinguished campfire, Yi went into the tent. As soon as I entered the tent, a pleasant fragrance hit me, exactly the same as the smell on Su Ziwu. There was still some warmth left on the pillow and quilt, and Yi shook his head. I never thought that there would be a day when I would sleep in a girl's bed. Although this is not a bed, it's a tent. But it's pretty much the same, isn't it? Lying on the soft quilt and smelling the pleasant fragrance, the tired Yi fell asleep almost instantly. What Yi didn't know was that under the light of the bonfire outside, a shy blush appeared on the girl's face. Squeak s. I'm really going to faint. At 5 or 6 in the morning, unknown birds and beasts chirped. Yi was woken up and was in a bad mood. After unzipping the tent, Su Ziwu was sitting by the extinguished campfire, reading a book. Green mountains and clear waters, singing birds and fragrant flowers. A ray of sunshine brought by the morning sun sprinkled on the girl's serious face, and her hair fluttered in the breeze. Yi was stunned for a moment. As if sensing some movement behind him, Su Ziwu turned his head. Woke up? Yeah, I'm awake. What do you want for breakfast? Su Ziwu, who has always been dissatisfied with her figure, has actually been deliberately controlling her weight, but for some reason, she has no resistance to the food cooked by Yi. Yi raised his eyebrows and patted his chest. Wait, leave it to me. Yi cleaned up the kitchen utensils. He planned to have a light meal this morning. Take out some spiritual rice, as well as scallops, shell pearls, and a prawn as long as an arm. These are all the wool taken from Lingshu Pavilion. He planned to simply cook some seafood porridge. Of course, it's the added version. To him, the body-strengthening potion was not valuable, but to others, it was something more precious than any other potion, and the effect it could bring far exceeded any potion on the market. Yi's seafood porridge was very simple. It was actually rice porridge with seafood, but when he served Su Ziwu a bowl, he secretly poured some body-strengthening potion into it. Not much, just 1/3 of a bottle. After all, if he added more, it would be a bit watery. Let's eat. Su Ziwu, who had just packed up the tent, came over immediately after hearing this. Looking at the sumptuous seafood porridge, he couldn't help but feel hungry. He took a sip of the porridge and was highly praised for its sweet taste. Moreover, the ingredients Yi used were extremely particular. Even the scallops were produced in Lingshu. But rather than saying Yi is particular, it is better to say that Lingshu Pavilion is particular. As he drank, Su Ziwu felt something was wrong. His face turned red and his whole body seemed to be burning. Drink it all in one breath. Do you know how precious this thing is? Su Ziwu felt the effect of the medicine and drank the seafood porridge in the bowl in one gulp, without Yi's reminder, regardless of the heat. Then he sat on the ground and digested the effects of the medicine. Not long after, Su Ziwu was covered in sweat. He clenched his fists and looked at Yi in shock. What is this? I feel like my physical fitness has increased several times. I developed a spiritual food that is safe and has no side effects. Don't worry. Yi is not strong enough now, so he can only use spiritual food as a cover. Su Ziwu knew a lot of things, including what the Helling sect had been planning in Luo City for more than a decade. She knew that the most important task of the Helling sect now was to develop this kind of medicine that could improve physical fitness. But she dared to guarantee that the potions of the Helling sect were nothing compared to Yi's spiritual food. She couldn't wait to go out and tell his grandfather the news. If the Helling sect knew the role Yi could play, Yi would be in great danger. But Yi was taking an exam, so she could only give up this idea temporarily. What she didn't know was that Yi had already been one of the high-ranking officials of the Helling sect, and even the Helling sect had some lingering ties with her family, but that's a story for later. Chapter 82 System Card Map for your navigation. After a simple breakfast, Yi prepared to set off. The area he is currently in is very close to the core area of the forest, which is the best area for him to complete the special recruitment assessment. Su Ziwu summoned the Charizard, but this time he did not fly into the sky to observe Yi, but followed Yi. If you rashly take off from here, you will be seeking death. What if those high-level flying spirit beasts don't exist? Look, there. Not long after walking, Yi pointed forward. Today was a good day for the business. Not long after walking, Yi encountered 2 silver-level spirit beasts drinking water by a naturally formed lake. Isn't it open now? Yi murmured. The next moment, Ing rushed over with a knife. In less than a minute, Ing came back with 2 silver-level spirit beads. After handing them to Yi, he crossed his arms, feeling the loneliness of a master. Su Ziwu's eyelids were twitching as he watched from the side. Is this assessment task too easy for Yi? After Ing possessed the weapon, Dream One Heart, chopping these silver 1 and 2-star spirit beasts was like cutting vegetables. With just one cut, 2 silver-level spirit beasts were killed before they could even react. He hasn't used his ultimate skill yet. If he had, I'd probably kill him instantly upon first sight. Go. Keep going. Yi was a little excited. The situation is very good now. Yi plans to get more spirit beads. Even if he doesn't sell them for money, they can absorb energy for the system and strive to open the next function as soon as possible. System. I cried so much, he finally remembered me. Yi had just taken 2 steps when the system began to make its presence felt. Option 1. Continue forward and encounter a silver-level Lord Armored Bear. Reward. A large amount of beast taming power. Option 2. Continue to the left and harvest the silver-level spiritual plant, Flame Fruit. Reward. Shadow power plus 5%. Option 3. Continue to the right and encounter a silver-level spirit beast, the Phosphorus Snake. Reward. Medium beast taming power. Yi suddenly stopped. Su Ziwu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? I think there might be something good to our left." Oh? Yi suddenly changed direction on his own, and Su Ziwu had no choice but to follow behind. After walking for about 5 minutes, I saw 3 red fruits on a short plant that were as crystal clear as glass and particularly eye-catching. Next to the fruit, a lizard about 5 meters long was lying on the ground with its eyes slightly narrowed, as if it was sleeping. Flame fruit? Su Ziwu was a little dazed. Is it really a good thing? She really doubted whether Yi had a navigation system installed in his head. You should know that the flame fruit is one of the most precious spiritual plants in Tianyang Lingxiu. It is an indispensable main material for making fire potions. Due to the overexploitation of Lingxiu by humans, the number of spiritual plants is decreasing. And Yi found 3 flame fruits so easily? What's wrong? Is this thing valuable? Yi asked. He didn't know much about these spiritual plants. Flame fruit, the main ingredient of the flame potion, has a market price of 400,000 to 600,000, Su Ziwu explained. Yi was shocked. Doesn't that mean these 3 could be sold for more than 1 million? Licking his lips, Yi instantly entered a state of psychic possession and disappeared from the spot in an instant. For a spiritual plant of this level, the spiritual beast guarding it is likely to be of silver level as well. This is a win-win situation. Yi instantly appeared in front of the lizard. The space in the void shattered and a knife handle appeared. Yi Ye's right hand grasped Meng Xiang Exion's knife handle and pulled it out suddenly. A dazzling lightning flashed and a ray of lightning attacked the lizard. The lizard felt the energy fluctuations, and just as it opened its eyes, it saw an extremely powerful blade light. Before leaving, a trace of confusion flashed in the lizard's eyes. Who I am? Where am I? Why are you chopping me? He dug out the spirit bead cleanly and neatly, then dug out the flame fruit with its roots and soil, and Yi placed them in the storage space with satisfaction. Before, when Ing had just learned the secret, the truth of dreams, and just possessed the dream of one heart, Yi could not use the dream of one heart and the dream of one sword in the state of psychic possession. After Ing has initially learned how to use dream one heart and dream truth, Yi, who is in a state of psychic possession, can use dream one heart and dream sword. Seeing Yi Ye's uprooting behavior, Su Ziwu felt a headache. You won't be able to keep it alive even if you take it back? Yi was stunned. Huh? Why? Yi still holds on to the naive idea that the chicken comes first and the egg comes first. Do you think you're the only one who has thought of transplanting spiritual plants into the human world? The cost would be even higher than buying spiritual plants. All right. Yi really didn't know this. He was thinking of going home to find a flower pot to plant it. Who knows, maybe it will bloom and bear fruit someday. Watching Yi exit the state of psychic possession, a hint of envy flashed in Su Ziwu's eyes. Possession skills are too rare, and no one knows where Yi got the possession skill book of the human-shaped contracted spirit. Do you want to get one for yourself? Looking at the 6-meter-tall Charizard beside him, and then at the well-behaved and cute shadow beside Yi, Su Ziwu shook his head subconsciously. Yi continued to look for the target, but Su Ziwu discovered that Yi was actually walking back. You know, they had just come from there. But Yi has his own ideas. Returning to the place where Yi had triggered the multiple-choice question just now, Yi continued to walk forward, which was to the right of the direction where Yi had been doing the question just now. Are you kidding? The system has told Yi that there is a silver-level spirit beast there. So why does he still need to go looking for it aimlessly? At most the reward is gone. Sorry, Yi really has a navigation. After walking only a short distance, a phosphorus-colored snake disguised itself as the color of a tree and lay on the tree trunk, ambushing the passing spiritual beasts. But when it was lying in ambush, it suddenly felt a chill in its heart. The next moment, Ing appeared above it with a huge ball of blue thunder and killed it with one blow. Su Ziwu had a blank expression on his face and was too lazy to even take a photo. She had a hunch that if Yi passed the assessment and came to the Chinese Beast Taming Academy, would those self-proclaimed geniuses have a mental breakdown? Chapter 83 Robbery? Boom! Not long after, there was a loud explosion in the forest. Boom! Some brave students who were confident in their own abilities crossed the plains and came to the edge of the forest under the protection of military personnel. But as soon as they arrived, they heard roars coming from deep in the forest. Many students were persuaded to leave on the spot, and the military personnel following them were also confused. Isn't it usually very quiet? What happened today? Deep in the forest, Yi used a tang sword to skillfully take out the spirit pearl from a giant elephant. After he realized his dream, the tang sword was successfully retired and became a tool for doing dirty work. Su Ziwu watched Yi's skillful movements from the side, his facial expression becoming numb. In just a few hours, Yi seemed to have turned on a cheat code. Wherever you walk, you will find spiritual beasts. Wherever you dig, you will find spiritual plants. The most exaggerated thing is that Yi dug a piece of land for a long time, and finally dug up a ginseng that was close to the gold-level spiritual plant at a depth of nearly 10 meters underground. This is also Yi's biggest gain at present. And now, Yi has already completed the task of killing 10 silver-level spirit beasts, but he did not stop. He fed all the extra spirit beads to the system. In just a few hours, Yi had increased the system's energy from 18% to 20%. Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead. After the continuous actions, he was a little tired. Let's go back to camp and rest for a while, Su Ziwu said. She was also a little tired. She had done nothing along the way and just followed Yi around. Yi nodded, and he also prepared to find a place to count his harvest. An hour later, the two returned to the small camp where they had spent the night. Yi sat on the ground and took out the harvest from the storage space. 3 flame fruits, 1 ginseng, 5 7-pattern mushrooms, and some miscellaneous spiritual plants that are not very valuable. Yi's wave is a fat one. The rewards of the system are the most important. Yi obtained a large amount of beast power 3 times in total, and his shadow skill blink was increased by 2 levels, and the teleportation distance has reached 30 meters. The swordsmanship increased by 1 level, and the Songlei skill increased by 1 level. It is worth mentioning that Songlei, which is already at level 3, has one more feature. Previously, the Songlei could only attack from the hands and could not be separated from the caster, otherwise it would explode directly. Now you can get rid of it. Yi finally possessed his first hands-free long-range skill in the true sense. Goo goo. Still thinking about the harvest, Su Ziwu blushed a little and looked at the floor awkwardly. It was her stomach growling just now. 7 hours have passed since I drank some seafood porridge in the morning, and the porridge has long been digested. And she was forced to ignore the compressed biscuits in Su Ziwu's storage space. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Yi asked tentatively. Casual. Su Ziwu was indeed hungry and was craving for the food Yi cooked, but on the surface he still looked indifferent. She didn't want Yi to see through her greedy nature. Yi had a headache. Why didn't there exist a dish called whatever in this world? After much thought, Yi decided to have a barbecue. Barbecue is not only convenient, but also tastes delicious. The key is that in Lingshu, there is meat everywhere, and there is no shortage of ingredients. Yi took out a piece of snake segment from the storage space. It was from a phosphorus snake that was worth 7 silver stars. Compared to the one Yi had grilled before, this piece was not only bigger, but also had firmer texture. Having tasted grilled snake meat once, Yi couldn't forget it and specially cut a piece and put it in the storage space. This piece of snake meat weighed more than 10 pounds. Ying's eyes lit up when she saw it. She still remembered that the last time she came to Tianyang Lingshu, Yi roasted a phosphorus snake. She could never forget the taste. Shadow, come over here and help, and don't use your dream mind. Ying nodded obediently. Yi began to perform. Throwing the snake meat into the air, Ying disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Ying appeared in the same place again, and the gap in between was almost imperceptible. The snake meat in the air fell heavily onto the chopping board that Yi took out. Then, under Su Ziwu's dull eyes, the whole piece of snake meat instantly fell apart and turned into fist-sized pieces of meat. Yi looked at Ying speechlessly. What big piece are you cutting? Can it fit in my mouth? The image is a bit too real. This fist-sized piece of meat. Also, with a hint of embarrassment on his face, Ing looked at Yi Yi pitifully. Xinhai wants to eat big chunks. Several black lines appeared on Yi Ye's forehead. Now you have learned to pass on the blame? Xinhai is still absorbing the beast power in the contracted spirit space. With the blessing of Yi Ye's silver-level beastmaster, the beast-controlling power in the contracted spirit space is many times stronger than when he was a bronze-level beastmaster. It hasn't been long since Xinhai has broken through to bronze 2-star. When I come back, I will strengthen Xinhai again, and he will take off directly. Never mind. Looking at the piece of meat in front of him, Yi reluctantly started burning the bamboo charcoal. If your own child wants to eat, how can you let her go hungry? Yi Ye's operations opened the door to a new world for Su Ziwu. Is this how contract spirits are used? Glancing at the Charizard behind him staring at the oven eagerly, Su Ziwu shook his head again. The oven was almost preheated with bamboo charcoal. Yi brushed a layer of oil on the snake meat and started to grill it. After a few seconds, a rich fragrance wafted over, and Su Ziwu's mouth started to water, so he swallowed his saliva. Yi is so good. Sprinkling the seasoning on the golden and crispy surface of the snake meat, Ing didn't care about the heat and grabbed a piece with her hand and took a bite impatiently. Yi also picked up a piece with the wooden stick he had prepared in advance and handed it to Su Ziwu. Su Ziwu took a bite and tasted the crispy skin and tender snake meat. The cumin and chili roasted over charcoal perfectly complemented the snake meat. The rich fat was roasted over high heat, and it was rich but not greasy, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. Xinhai was also summoned out from the contracted spirit space by Yi Yi. Ing was very happy to see her good sister, and she took a skewer and skewered a piece of snake meat and handed it over. In this way, more than 10 pounds of snake meat were eaten up by everyone. Of course, most of it was eaten by Ing. Seeing this, Yi could only sigh. Huagua barbecue, NB. A woman with a sweet tooth was turned into this. Something is happening. There are creatures approaching us. Just as everyone was finishing the work, Charizard noticed something unusual, and Su Ziwu immediately reminded Yi Yi. Yi quickly packed up his cooking utensils. What surprised Yi was that the person who came was actually a human. Only 4 people came to Yi Ye's camp, still wearing the school uniform of Luoqing Yucai Middle School. There is a soldier in military uniform following behind them, who is mainly responsible for protecting them in critical moments and recording their performance. Once the soldiers take action, it means that their elite class assessment has come to an end, and the soldiers will then send them back to the military base. Oh, you're quite perceptive. The leading student of the 4 saw that Yi Yi seemed to have known that someone was coming, looked in their direction, and spoke. There was also a ferocious-looking goshawk perched on his shoulder. How many spirit beads have you taken? Just hand them over yourself. Don't force me to do it. Yi Yi was stunned. Is this a robbery? He turned around and looked at the 6-meter-tall, powerful-looking Charizard in confusion. Doesn't this person have eyes? Or maybe my brain isn't working well. Chapter 84 Schrödinger calls him an expert. Do I look too easy to bully? Yi looked at Su Ziwu, who seemed a little gloating. The soldier behind the 4 people seemed to be hesitant to speak. He didn't know Yi Yi, but he knew Su Ziwu behind Yi Yi. Especially in the past few days, the news that Su Ziwu had caught the silver-level Lord Hammer in Lingshu spread throughout the military base. Lu Yang looked at Yi Yi, who was unmoved, and his face turned cold. Is there anyone who dares not to give him, Lu Yang, face? Lu Yang, you? How many times have I told you to call me Captain? Captain, look behind him. When Charizard saw that Lu Yang finally noticed it, its eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a fierce expression. This? Name. Lu Yang. Age. 17. Gender. Yi narrowed his eyes and gave him an unfriendly look. Lu Yang, who was lying on the ground tied up with ropes, said hurriedly. Male. Male. Why are you here? Participate in the selection of the elite class. Yi nodded. Why did you rob me? There is only one criterion for selecting the elite class, which is the number of spirit beads obtained in the spirit ruins. I also had evil thoughts, so? Next to Lu Yang, 3 accomplices who were also tied up looked pained. This idiot captain. Okay, I won't make it difficult for you. Take out as many spiritual beads as you have on you, and then you can leave. Lu Yang showed reluctance and looked at the unmoved military personnel beside him for help. The soldier didn't even look at Lu Yang. Help us now. Otherwise, I will report you when I get back. Yi rolled his eyes. He is only responsible for protecting your life and safety. He is not your thug. Why should he protect you? Liu Yang was unwilling and looked at Yi Yi and the military man with resentment. Why? You don't want to give it? I'll give it to you. That's right. The young man has a future. Yi Yi nodded with satisfaction. After loosening the ropes on the four people, Liu Yang took out a small cloth bag from his pocket. Yi snatched it away, opened it, and took a look. They were all bronze-level spirit beads, which Yi looked down upon. That's all? Anything else? It's really gone, big brother. Please let us go. Liu Yang had no intention of resisting at all. Just now, Yi knocked them down in no time with his bare hands without using any contract spirit. Even his contracted spirit, the goshawk, had its feathers plucked by Yi Yi. Is this still human? This is clearly a ferocious beast in human form. Yi Yi nodded. You can go now. Liu Yang was overjoyed and was about to leave with his three teammates. And at this moment, options appeared in front of Yi Yi. Option 1. Just let Liu Yang and his group go. Reward, a small amount of beast power. Option 2. Liu Yang took some junk to fool you, and you were angry and decided to rob him again. Reward, heart sea level +1. After walking just 2 steps, the four of them stopped. The soldier who was sitting nearby to rest just stood up, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he sat back down silently. I saw Ing with an arrogant look on his face, holding a tang sword in his hand, blocking the four people. Liu Yang turned around and looked at Yi Yi with a grim expression. What are you looking at me for? Contracted spirits should not behave like beast masters. So, the four people who had just escaped were tied up by Ing Wuhua. My contracted spirit asks you if you have hidden anything. Yi walked up to Liu Yang condescendingly and asked. Liu Yang felt like he was going crazy. Was this even human language? Su Ziwu next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing that Liu Yang didn't speak, Yi sneered. You won't tell me, right? Do you believe me or not? I will throw you into the pile of spirit beasts right now. Now Liu Yang panicked. Given his current situation, if he encounters a spirit beast, the military men will definitely take action, and he will be eliminated directly. Liu Yang almost gritted his teeth as he spoke this word. The other three also looked depressed. After Liu Yang's confession, Yi searched another small bag from him, which contained only a silver-grade spirit bead. That's it? You're so poor, and you're still hiding it. Ha! Yi was speechless. Was a silver-grade spirit bead really that important? At this moment, Liu Yang's heart was bleeding. The four of them risked their lives to kill a wounded silver-level spirit beast. Yi didn't know the content of the assessment for this elite class. The assessment is based on a point system. A bronze-level spirit bead is worth 1 point, and a silver-level spirit beast spirit bead is worth 50 points. The assessment is conducted in teams of 4, and scores are shared within the team. For the students who are all bronze-level beastmasters, even if they are in a team of 4, encountering a silver-level spirit beast is an extremely difficult matter. Liu Yang and his companions were also lucky. They encountered an injured silver-level spirit beast, and after beating it up, they obtained this silver-level spirit bead. Before Yi, they had robbed 2 teams, otherwise they would not have had many bronze-level spirit beads. Not all students are as perverted as Yi. Killing a silver-level spirit beast is like killing a chicken. In the end, Liu Yang and the other 3 left Yi's camp with grief and anger. Among them, Liu Yang was the most oppressed. The mad Yi not only robbed their spirit beads, but also took away his mobile phone, which he had just bought 2 days ago, the latest Huawei model, and had only been using it for 2 days. You're exaggerating, aren't you? You didn't even let go of your cell phone? Suzy Wu looked at Yi, who looked very contented and couldn't help but speak. At this time, Xinhai was fiddling with a mobile phone, and Ing next to her was teaching her how to use it. Young people nowadays are too impetuous. Give them a lesson. Luckily, it was me that encountered them this time. If it is another beast control group or criminal gang next time, it won't be so easy. They are making a lot of money. Bloody profit? Su Ziwu rolled his eyes. Even if Schrödinger comes, he has to say something. Wonderful. After the little episode after dinner, Yi was about to start looking for his next target. Silver level lord. Yi has 3 goals. Stinging Bee Queen, Iron Ant Lord, Flame Lizard Lord. Needless to say, the Iron Armored Ant Lord is Yi's old friend. He had killed a bronze-level iron-armored ant lord before. The number and species of iron-armored ants are large, so there is a high probability that there are silver-level lords. The flame lizards and stinging bees are both relatively weak groups in Lingxiu. Yi temporarily set his target on the flame lizard. Because Su Ziwu's diary contained detailed information about the flame lizard, and even marked the areas where it often appeared. What do you think about me choosing the flame lizard as my target? Su Ziwu thought seriously for a moment. Very good choice. Let's go. Chapter 85 Mondarms Dealer? The flame lizard is a fire-attributed spiritual beast that likes to live in groups and is mostly found near a crater in the northern part of the forest. And Yi Yi is moving towards here. This place is very close to the outer circle. Along the way, Yi Yi met several students who thought they were quite strong and came to the forest to hunt spirit beasts. But unfortunately, Yi Yi did not see any students from Luoqing No. 1 Middle School. I don't know who Lan Yunsheng and the others teamed up with, Yi Yi muttered as he hurried on his way. After a while, when Yi Yi passed a fork in the road, options appeared in front of him again. Option 1. Go left and kill the silver-level Lord Flame Lizard. Reward: a large amount of beast power. Option 2. Stay where you are and get 3 7-pattern mushrooms. Reward: Shadow Skill, Blue Thunder +1. Option 3. Go right and help the students who are besieged by the spirit beasts. Reward: 1 Bouncing Bomb. When Yi Yi saw the end, his mouth opened uncontrollably. What the hell? Bouncing Bomb? System? What the hell is this? Ding. Choosing a mission will not only improve your skills and attributes, but also some functional items may appear. Yi Yi's eyelids twitched. You call this a functional item? Yi Yi decisively moved to the right. He was very curious about what this legendary bouncing bomb looked like. You know, this is a highly dangerous weapon produced by Kli, a famous arms dealer in Mond. Su Ziwu followed behind Yi Yi and saw Yi Yi walk to the right without hesitation. He said to himself, "Here we go again." Sure enough, after Yi Yi and his companion had walked for only 6 or 7 minutes, they heard the sound of fighting. There were the painful roars of injured spirit beasts, as well as the panic shouts of students. As soon as Yi Yi and Su Ziwu arrived, they found 4 students wearing the school uniform of Luoqing No. 1 Middle School being besieged by 3 silver moon wolves. One of them was obviously more than a size larger than the other 2, and was obviously a silver-level silver moon wolf. Yi Yi frowned. The situation was not optimistic at this moment. All 4 of them were injured, and the contracted spirits were even worse off. One of them had a contracted spirit lying on the ground, his life or death uncertain. Without caring about anything else, Ing took a quick step. The sword flashed everywhere, and he easily forced back the silver-level silver moon wolf. Seeing someone trying to disrupt the situation, the silver moon wolf looked vigilantly in Yi Yi's direction. The moment the 4 students saw Ing, they looked at Yi Yi behind them excitedly. It's Yi Yi. Seeing Yi Yi appear, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe. Ing didn't pause. He rolled up a Tsang Lei ball in his hand and threw it at the leading silver moon wolf. Boom! The attack missed, and the silver-level silver moon wolf felt threatened and dodged nimbly. But the 2 bronze-level silver moon wolves were not so lucky and didn't react at all. He was hit by the explosion caused by Tsang Lei and lay on the ground with his body charred. The silver-level silver moon wolf's dodge happened to fall into Ying's trap. I saw Ing instantly step to the place where the silver moon wolf was hiding, and a larger blue thunder directly hit the silver moon wolf. The silver moon wolf was unable to dodge and was hit directly by the Tsang Lei. But the silver moon wolf did not die. Instead, its ferocity was aroused. However, when it saw Su Ziwu and Charizard following behind, a trace of human hesitation and fear flashed in its eyes, and it turned around and ran away. Seeing this scene, Yi Yi did not let Ing chase after him, and he underestimated it in his heart. The spirit beasts know how to judge the situation better than Lu Yang. Yi Yi's arrival instantly turned the situation around. Where is your instructor? As Yi Yi spoke, he summoned the Heart Sea. Xinhai was very excited to see so many wounded people. He waved his little hand and summoned 4 jellyfish to hang on their heads. Su Ziwu also summoned a unicorn to treat them. With the double treatment, everyone's injuries improved rapidly. Each 4-person team will have a silver-level beastmaster from the military as an instructor to help students escape from danger in times of crisis. The 4 of them were obviously no match for the silver-level silver moon wolf, but their instructor didn't seem to show up. We entered the forest to look for spirit beasts, but unexpectedly encountered a pack of silver moon wolves. What's more terrifying is that there is a Lord-level silver moon wolf among them. In order to help us escape, the instructor led the Lord-level silver moon wolf away himself. Yi Yi was stunned. Lord-level silver moon wolf? Frowning, Yi Yi asked, "Which way did he go?" "There." The person who spoke was Tang Xiao, the captain temporarily chosen by the 4 of them. Without further ado, Yi decided to go take a look. If you can save them, save them. If you can't save yourself, run away. Yi quickly rushed in the direction Tang Xiao pointed. There were signs of fighting everywhere on the road. Judging from the sound, Yi was already approaching the battlefield. Get out of the way. At this moment, an ice spike that was 2 meters long and 30 centimeters in diameter attacked Yi. The tip of the sharp ice spike emitted a cold light. As soon as Su Ziwu's words of reminder came out, Yi instantly entered a state of psychic possession and dodged the incoming ice spikes in a flash. Yi was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, but luckily he reacted quickly. This is the skill of the Silver Moon Wolf King, Ice Cone. And this ice cone was not aimed at Yi, but at the military instructor who was fighting fiercely. Yi looked at the soldier who was struggling and was stunned. He knew this man. The last time the students of Los Angeles No. 1 Middle School were besieged, 8 soldiers fought until the last moment, and this soldier was one of them. Lord-level Silver Moon Wolf, the best among the Silver Lords. Even a gold-level Beastmaster would have a headache looking at a spiritual beast of this level. Normally, you should avoid it when you encounter it. Except for its name being Silver Level, it crushes Silver-level spirit beasts in all other aspects. Apart from anything else, the signature skill of the Lord-level Silver Moon Wolf, thousands of miles of ice, is something that no Silver-level contracted spirit or spirit beast can resist. At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King knocked away the military man's contracted spirit and opened his bloody mouth to bite the military man. The Silver Moon Wolf King has extremely sharp teeth, and its body is extremely large. When its mouth is open, it is much larger than the military man's head. The military man didn't react, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. Ding! Yi held the Tang sword in his hand, gnashing his teeth against the Silver Moon Wolf King's. What are you standing there for? Why don't you leave? The military man was stunned for a moment, then he immediately reacted and ran to the side. Seeing this, Yi quickly took a quick step. Due to Yi's sudden departure, the Silver Moon Wolf King fell to the ground due to inertia. The Silver Moon Wolf King was frustrated and looked at Yi fiercely. Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the military men were fine except for 2 contracted spirits who were seriously injured. Then he looked at the Silver Moon Wolf King solemnly. If it doesn't work, change the target to the Silver Moon Wolf King. As the saying goes, the brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Chapter 86 24K Pure Gold 8-star 8 Diamond Swarovski Diamond Inlaid Portrait Frame. At this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King looked fiercely at Yi who had suddenly arrived. Su Ziwu's face was solemn, and her whole body was tense. As long as the situation was not right, she would take action. Hurry up, you are no match for it. The military man had a jellyfish on his head at this time. He was a little panicked when he saw Yi confronting the Silver Moon Wolf King. This is a silver-level lord, the Silver Moon Wolf King. Among all the lords in Tianyang Lingxiu, it is one of the best, and only the armored bear can rival it. The next moment, Yi suddenly jumped up and scared the military man. Yi not only did not run away, but instead rushed towards the Silver Moon Wolf King in an instant, slashing vertically from top to bottom with the knife in his hand. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the sharp claws of the Silver Moon Wolf King. There was a fierce light in the eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf King. It didn't expect that Yi would dare to challenge it and even launch a sneak attack. If you want to do it, then go ahead and see who gets smashed first. Yi fought back and forth with the Silver Moon Wolf King. After a while, Yi felt a little bit awkward, and his hands were numb from the recoil force from the handle of the knife. On the other hand, the Silver Moon Wolf King had no scars on his body. Not only was he not injured, he was also looking at Yi provocatively. Yi felt so miserable that he couldn't express it. This is the Silver Level Lord? Be it speed or strength, the Silver Moon Wolf King is no match for Yi who is possessed by his psychic power at full power. Although defense is the Silver Moon Wolf King's weakness, Yi, who only has a Tang sword, cannot break the Silver Moon Wolf King's defense at all. Using Dream Focus consumes too much energy. If Yi fails to get rid of the Silver Moon Wolf King in a short period of time, he will be in danger. For a moment, Yi was in a dilemma. The military man next to him was stunned. Yi was able to fight back and forth with the Silver Moon Wolf King, and he didn't even suffer any loss. The Silver Moon Wolf King became a little impatient. 4 huge ice cones appeared around his body and shot towards Yi one by one. Yi dodged quickly. It must be said that Flash Step is simply a magical skill. Facing this non-large-scale skill, he can basically hit the target with just one flash. The Silver Moon Wolf King was not discouraged even though his attack missed. In an instant, dozens of ice cones were condensed, which made Yi's scalp numb. At this moment, options appeared in front of Yi. Option 1. Fight to the death with the Silver Moon Wolf King. Reward: fight until you are defeated. Effect: after activation, Lychee minus 50%, IQ minus 50%, damage plus 100%. Option 2. Divert the trouble to the east, lead the Silver Moon Wolf King deeper into the forest, and use the power of other spirit beasts to intimidate the Silver Moon Wolf King. Reward: Shadow Skill, Secret, Dream Truth, plus 1. Option 3. With the help of Su Ziwu, escape safely. Reward: 50 million startup capital, and regain the Beast Tamer ability. Option 1. Seriously? Isn't this just the bloody Noxus with Highland bloodline? A forced intelligence reduction aura? Yi claims that he fights with his brain, but that won't work. Option 3 was directly ignored by Yi, and the dog system began to urge him to start a business. Take him to a safe place. I will lead the Silver Moon Wolf King away first. Yi quickly called out to Su Ziwu. Then 3 black oval objects appeared in his hands. Just as Su Ziwu was about to refute Yi, he saw Yi take out 3 special grenades. Damn it! When? Su Ziwu felt a little scalp tingling. What Yi was holding in his hand was not an ordinary fragmentation grenade, but a new type of psychic grenade that had just been developed by the Research Institute. It contained the energy of an entire silver-grade spirit bead. Where did Yi get it from? Yi, guess. But now was not the time to think about these things, because she saw Yi had already pulled the ring and threw it towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. Su Ziwu hurriedly pulled the military man and ran away. As the Charizard took off into the air, 3 grenades exploded under the feet of the Silver Moon Wolf King, who looked confused. Before the explosion, the Silver Moon Wolf King was still confused. Why is this human throwing 3 stones at me? Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and Tang Xiao, who was several kilometers away, looked in the direction where the sound came from. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. Is it that intense? At this time, the Silver Moon Wolf King was stunned. His snow-white hair had turned pitch black. The 3 psychic grenades were still very powerful and almost razed the area within 100 meters to the ground. But just now the Silver Moon Wolf King used a skill that could harden his hair in time to achieve a protective effect, so he did not suffer any harm. But the problem is that the snow-white fur has always been the pride of the Silver Moon Wolf King, and now, the damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. The Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes were burning with anger. Yi realized that this attack did not cause any harm to the Silver Moon Wolf King, so he turned around and ran away. It's too terrifying. If a Silver Level Lord is so strong, then wouldn't the king of Tianyang Lingshu, the Thunder Dragon, be able to ascend to heaven? Seeing Yi running away, the Silver Moon Wolf King chased after him like crazy. For a moment, the forest was in chaos and countless spirit beasts were frightened by the Silver Moon Wolf King's power. No, we'll be caught up if we keep going like this. Unlike the huge armored bear, the Silver Moon Wolf King is very agile in the forest, and Yi can only use instant step frequently to distance himself from it. The Silver Moon Wolf King howled as he ran. The wolf's howl is very penetrating and spreads throughout the forest. Oh no, it's calling its own race. As soon as Yi's new year came to an end, he felt the ground shaking slightly. If Yi had a god's perspective, he would have discovered that in the forest, a large group of snow-white Silver Moon wolves were rapidly approaching him. Damn, you can't play like this, call someone, right? At this moment, a life-saving option appeared in front of Yi. Option 1. Go forward to the right and jump into the pool to avoid the pursuit of the Silver Moon Wolf. Reward: a large amount of animal power. Option 2. Go straight ahead and enter the activity area of the Thunder Dragon, the king of Tianyang Lingshu. Reward: 24K pure gold 8-star 8-diamond Swarovski diamond-encrusted portrait frame *1. Option 3. Go forward to the left and look for the sleeping armored bear. Reward: shadow level +1. A hint of greed flashed in Yi's eyes. 24K pure gold 8-star 8-diamond Swarovski diamond-encrusted portrait frame? How much is that worth? After punching a bronze-level Silver Moon Wolf that pounced towards him away, Yi decisively ran to the front left. Are you kidding? No matter how valuable it is, will you be able to spend it? In this way, Yi avoided the pursuit and interception of the Silver Moon Wolves and ran quickly towards the depths of the forest in front of the left. About 20 minutes later, Yi was still using Flash Step to escape, panting. The jellyfish hanging above his head is constantly restoring Yi's physical strength and animal control power. Fortunately, I was careful of the jellyfish in the sea, otherwise today would be a terrible day. In this kind of tug of war, A continuous healing skill that can restore injuries and control beast power can play a huge role. Behind Yi, the Silver Moon Wolf King did not show any signs of fatigue, but his breathing was a little rapid. After a long period of pursuit, the Silver Moon Wolf King was even more angry. Today, it must tear this hateful human to pieces. Chapter 87. This dreamlike sword strike is unmatched. Just when Yi suspected that he had run in the wrong direction, he finally found the armored bear resting under a huge tree. At this time, there was a huge beehive next to the armored bear, which was as tall as a person. Yi was stunned. He knew this person. A hive of thousands of poisonous bees. Yi had bought fake goods before, but looking at the size of the beehive next to the armored bear, it might be a beehive of the silver level 1,000 poison bees? Yi didn't care about too much. He already had a plan in mind. While running, throw things out of the storage space. The spirit beast meat, the barbecue grill, and all kinds of pots and pans were almost all thrown away. After calculating the space, Yi took several quick steps and instantly approached the armored bear. At this time, the armored bear was awakened by the noise made by the Silver Moon wolves and was rubbing his eyes sleepily. It just had a nightmare, dreaming that the annoying human from yesterday came to harass it again, and finally stole its most beloved 1,000 poison bee honey. When he opened his eyes and saw honey was still beside him, Armored Bear breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Just as it was thinking this, Yi appeared in front of it in an instant. The man and the beast looked at each other with wide eyes. Yi's face froze. How did he wake up? Armored Bear felt that his originally good mood was instantly ignited. Damn human beings. Yi did not give the Armored Bear time to react. With a wave of his Tang sword, the beehive that was as tall as a person was instantly broken into two halves. The thick honey spilled all over the ground. Then Yi grabbed the beehive and put it into the storage space. Armored Bear's bare face became dull. The nightmare came true? The Armored Bear instantly became furious and raised its huge paw to slap Yi. But Yi had already escaped with several consecutive instant steps. Armored Bear chased in the direction where Yi disappeared. Thus, the two overlords of Tianyang Lingshu, the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear, met. The angry Armored Bear was puzzled when he saw the Silver Moon Wolf King making such a big scene. But when he saw the charred body of the Silver Moon Wolf King, he couldn't help laughing. Both beasts are the overlords of Tianyang Lingshu, and they usually don't like each other. The individual strength of the Silver Moon Wolf King is slightly inferior to that of the Armored Bear, but its large population has ensured that the two beasts have always maintained a balance of power, and neither can do anything to the other. When the Silver Moon Wolf King saw his mortal enemy laughing at him, the little bit of rationality he had left instantly disappeared. Ouch! The Silver Moon Wolf King howled, and instantly hundreds of ice cones shot towards the Armored Bear. The Armored Bear showed no mercy to the Silver Moon Wolf King. His hard, petrified armor glowed slightly, and the ice cones shattered instantly when they touched the armor. Yi, who was watching the show from a distance, was excited. Fight! Fight! Just like that, the two overlords of Tianyang Lingshu started fighting. Yi's eyelids were twitching as he watched from the side. The Armored Bear relied on the fact that the Silver Moon Wolf Pack could not break its defense and simply ignored the Silver Moon Wolf's minions. The Silver Moon Wolf King acted decisively and pounced directly at the Armored Bear. The 10-meter-tall Armored Bear and the Silver Moon Wolf King, which was only 4 meters long and 2 meters tall, started a hand-to-hand fight. Yi originally thought that the Silver Moon Wolf King would suffer a loss, but he did not expect that the Silver Moon Wolf King would be so agile that he could jump back and forth under the Armored Bear, performing a proper Qin Wang circling the pillar move. Yi nodded, indicating that he had learned it. At this time, Su Ziwu, who had been searching for Yi for half a day, finally found Yi. Seeing the battle in the distance and Yi watching the show, he was stunned. Are you okay? Yi was watching the show intently when he was startled by Su Ziwu approaching quietly from behind. Oh my god, don't speak suddenly behind someone. Su Ziwu ignored Yi and looked at the two beasts fighting in the distance. At this time, scars had already appeared on the bodies of the two beasts. The battle is very fierce. What are you going to do? Su Ziwu knew all of Yi's strange ideas. The two beasts fought to the point where their brains were about to come out. It was most likely Yi's doing. Yi was also in a dilemma at this time. He had no way to deal with these two spirit beasts. You can't defeat him by fighting, and you can't kill him by sneak attack. Turn around and leave now? That's not Yi's style. Do you think the title of the most reckless man in Los Angeles #1 middle school was given for nothing? After hesitating for a while, Yi gritted his teeth when he saw the two beasts fighting fiercely. Done. I'm about to get on you, stay away. Suzy Wu nodded, knowing that retreat was enough, and just turned around. Going to get on? Where? Suzy Wu realized something was wrong and turned around quickly. Yi poured a bottle of potion into his mouth and instantly entered a state of psychic possession. Suzy Wu's face was filled with horror. Sigma, surprised face, Yi. Hey! Yi, what the hell do you want to? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi had entered a state of psychic possession and disappeared. Suzy Wu, who was always calm, felt like the sky was falling and even swore. How can there be such a reckless person in this world? In the distance, the two beasts were covered in blood, gasping for breath, and there was a look of retreat in their eyes. Both the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear were already nearly seriously injured at this point. If the fight continued, only one of them would survive, or even have to fight one for one. Just when they had stopped and were in a stalemate. Wow, what a coincidence. You two are here. Yi appeared not far from the two beasts, looked at the two bloody beasts, and walked over with a smile. A hint of vigilance appeared in the eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear. This treacherous and cunning human was the one who had seriously injured them. Yi knew the old shady rules very well and understood that saying one more word would lead to more accidents. Saying just one sentence after appearing on stage was already Yi's psychological limit. If it wasn't for the pleasure of the audience, Yi would have chopped him down with his sword long ago. Yi did not make any unnecessary movements and instantly used the full strength experience card in the system. In an instant, dazzling lightning appeared on Yi's body and shot straight into the sky. Many people looked up when they saw the strange scene here. Yi only felt that his whole body was filled with thunder elemental power, which almost burst him. At this time, Ying's level has been forcibly raised to the peak of platinum. Under the possession of psychic power, Yi reached a height he had never reached before. Now, the moment of annihilation. Yi, whose face was flushed red from being stretched, couldn't help but yelled out these words in a childish way. Reach out your hand to your right, the space will instantly shatter, and your dream will emerge from it. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. For a moment, a feeling of oppression swept over all creatures that saw Yi. Yi drew his sword fiercely. A blade light that almost reached the sky, carrying a strong thunder element, attacked the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear. Suzy Wu behind him felt a slight numbness on the face, and her pretty face was gently brushed by the raging electric molecules. Her heartbeat quickened, and she looked at Yi in disbelief. Wherever the sword goes, no grass will grow. Yi, who was at the peak of platinum level, used his ultimate move, the sword that made his dreams come true. Almost everyone saw the flash of lightning deep in the forest. The blade light wrapped in lightning disappeared. Yi exited the state of psychic possession, and the shadow disappeared. Because Yi had used all his strength, he returned to the contract spirit space exhausted. Bang! Yi was still maintaining his original posture to look cool, but the next moment, his legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. Seeing this, Suzy Wu didn't care about the situation on the field and hurried over to help Yi up. Ahem, I didn't expect this move to consume so much energy. Yi was still trying to save face, completely unaware that Suzy Wu beside him had a dazed look in his eyes, silently looking at the direction where Yi was swinging his knife. Following Suzy Wu's gaze, Yi felt a chill in his heart. Was this caused by him? In front of Yi, within a radius of 1 kilometer, there was no grass growing. The trees that once towered into the sky disappeared. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear were nowhere to be seen. The charred land was emitting white smoke, and there was a scene of desolation. Just then, a roar came from a distance. Suzy Wu's face turned pale instantly, and without saying anything, he pulled Yi and jumped onto the back of the Charizard. The roar just now came from the overlord of Tianyang Lingshu, the Thunder Dragon. Yi looked distressed. Don't go. I haven't even finished cleaning the floor yet. 2 Lord-level spiritual pearls. Suzy Wu went up and slapped Yi on the back of the head. How dare you be greedy at this time? Chapter 88. Yi wants to blow up Lingshu? Yi looked like he had lost all hope in life. Forget about the secret treasure. It is estimated that it has been reduced to ashes. I didn't even get the spirit pearl, so I'm at a huge loss, right? A trial card was enough to make a big splash. The more Yi thought about it, the angrier he became. But this was not the time to be angry. The sound of the Thunder Dragon was getting closer and closer, and Suzy Wu's face became serious. At this time, They didn't care about the possibility of being attacked by other flying beasts during takeoff. The Charizard took off and escaped with the two of them. As soon as they took off, Su Ziwu and Yi Yi saw the trees not far away falling like dominoes, and the direction of their fall was right here. Roar! The thunder dragon roared, and the spirit beasts in the forest that heard the roar stopped running and headed towards the place where the roar came from. Oh no! Su Ziwu said in panic. This is the thunder dragon summoning other spirit beasts in the spirit ruins. As the king of the spirit ruins, it has great control over these spirit beasts, and if I'm not mistaken, its target is us. Seeing that there were already 3 or 4 flying spirit beasts rushing towards them, Su Ziwu's face turned a little pale. Not only the air, but the ground was also shaking. Countless students who came to take the exam were panicked. What happened? The instructors and teachers who accompanied the assessment also changed their expressions. He did not care about the assessment anymore. He summoned his contracted spirit to kill the spirit beast that was fighting with the students, then ran out of the forest with the students. At this moment, a beam of lightning shot up into the sky. Looking at the lightning beam with a diameter of more than 10 meters coming from a distance, Yi Ye's scalp felt a little numb. The Charizard accelerated, circling rapidly in the sky, with a beam of lightning following behind it. Feeling the power, Yi Ye's face turned pale. Is this the oppressive power of the King of Lingshu? With this destructive power, I'm afraid the Silver Moon Wolf King and the Armored Bear won't be able to hold on for even a second? The one that attacked Yi Yi was the Thunder Dragon skill, the Thunder Roar Cannon. It is also the only skill of Thunder Dragon recorded so far. It is said that those who have seen its second skill have all died. The lightning beam disappeared, and Yi Yi just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw another Thunder Cannon coming. Fuck again? Yi Yi couldn't help but curse. The Thunder Dragon was approaching Yi Yi quickly at this time, and the Charizard couldn't fly at all due to the interference of the Thunder Roar Cannon. It could only dodge the Thunder Roar Cannon in the air. Its side was accidentally hit by the Thunder Roar Cannon and instantly became charred. Isn't it said that Thunder Dragon is only a silver level king? How can it be so strong? Yi Yi clung to Charizard's back in fear, clinging tightly to prevent himself from falling. Su Ziwu rolled his eyes. As the supreme ruler of a spiritual ruin, it's not that simple. It's silver level because this is a bronze level Lingshu. This is the limit of Lingshu, not its limit. At this time, the Thunder Dragon had already arrived at the place where Yi Yi had just chopped out his dream. Looking at the marks on the ground, the Thunder Dragon felt inexplicably annoyed. Just now, the sleeping Thunder Dragon was suddenly awakened by the lightning shooting into the sky. After feeling the pure and authentic sense of oppression, it panicked. It felt that, although that lightning was not as strong as its own, it was purer and of higher status than its own. However, it clearly felt that the power was rapidly weakening. Without much hesitation, the Thunder Dragon ran directly towards the lightning. Its king status cannot be replaced, it must be eradicated. And it discovered that the one with the might just now was actually a human? I saw the 20-meter-tall body of the Thunder Dragon standing on the ruins, and its appearance, which looked like Godzilla, was extremely oppressive. The sturdy limbs and blue-purple dragon scales on its body demonstrate its kingly status. Roar! The Thunder Dragon roared wildly again. Countless spirit beasts quickened their pace. Yi Yi and Su Ziwu were in great pain at this time. Countless spirit beasts attacked, and the Charizard dodged various skills flying towards it in the air, and its body was already covered with scars. If you keep going like this, you're really going to be in trouble. Is there anything else you can do? Su Ziwu's face looked grim. She could feel that Charizard would not be able to hold on for much longer, especially since Thunder Dragon was approaching them. If Thunder Dragon got close to them, they would have no chance of survival. Away, away, away. What can I do? Su Ziwu felt somewhat desperate. Even Yi Yi couldn't do anything about it. Although Su Ziwu's level is higher than Yi Ye's, but inexplicably, she is now somewhat dependent on Yi Yi and feels that Yi Yi can bring miracles. Damn it, you like chasing me. I have lost all my spiritual beads. If you force me into a corner, I will fight you. Yi Yi looked fiercely at the Thunder Dragon coming from behind. The Thunder Dragon didn't tolerate Yi Yi at all. Violent lightning surged out of its body and then exploded into the sky. A pillar of lightning shot straight into the sky, and almost instantly, the sky within a radius of 10 kilometers turned dark. I saw dark clouds covering the sky. The dazzling sun was blocked, and deafening thunder sounded. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck the Charizard. The Charizard suddenly stiffened and fell down with Su Ziwu and Yi Yi. Suzy Wu instantly retracted the Charizard into the contracted spirit space. The next moment, the unicorn appeared and caught the two people who were free falling in midair one after another. Yi Ye's face was pale. On the one hand, he was frightened by the free fall just now, and on the other hand, he was frightened by the skills in the sky. This skill, the coverage is too amazing, right? Suzy Wu's face didn't look very good either. Just now, Charizard was struck by lightning, and a large amount of electric current flowed through its body. Now she still felt numb all over. Right now, the sky was filled with dark clouds and rumbling thunder. Countless spirit beasts were ready to attack in front of and below them. Yi Yi and Suzy Wu were instantly in a desperate situation. Option 1. Fight with the Thunder Dragon. Just do it. Reward. Funeral 2-piece set. Includes 24K pure gold 8-star 8-diamond Swarovski diamond-encrusted portrait frame and Swarovski diamond-encrusted pure gold luxury urn. Option 2. Use the bouncing bomb to escape. Reward. Shadow skill. Secret. Dream truth level +1. At the critical moment, the system stepped up. Yi didn't have the time to worry about how much the 2-piece funeral set could be sold for. Immediately take out the bouncing bomb from the system space. Does this thing really work? Yi always felt that it was a bit unreliable, but there was no better way at this time. Suzy Wu was stunned when he saw Yi take out a strange thing. Fly as high as you can. I'm going to blow up this spiritual ruins. Chapter 89. My wish is that the world will have nuclear peace. Explode the spiritual ruins? Suzy Wu just felt that he was hallucinating. Quick. Stop Moji. Since the system mentioned that bouncing bombs can be used to escape, it means that this thing is definitely very powerful. Yi could only let the unicorn carry them as high as possible. If he was blown to death by then, who would he go to for justice? At this time, at the military base at the entrance of Lingshu, someone saw the dark thunderstorm deep in the forest. Damn it. Why did it suddenly go crazy? Those students are still there. Quick, please ask Mr. Wang to come over. 1st, 3rd, 4th Squadron, follow me to the rescue. In the center of the thunderstorm, Yi Yi and Suzy Wu were flying upwards on the back of the unicorn. The Thunder Dragon was not idle either, being struck by lightning and using thunder cannons. The unicorn was obviously more flexible than the Charizard, but even so, it still had injuries on its body. Fortunately, Yi estimated the distance at this time. It should be about the same, right? Boom, boom, boom. Kill them all. Yi activated the bouncing bomb in his hand. Only then did Yi have time to take a closer look at the bouncing bomb. The red shell and the white, helpless bounce are very cute as a whole and are the favorite of tough guys. Yi instantly entered a state of psychic possession. He stood on one leg, raised one leg, and like throwing a baseball, he grabbed the bouncing bomb in his right hand and threw it hard in the direction of the Thunder Dragon. The bouncing bomb drew a perfect arc in the air and flew quickly towards the Thunder Dragon. Run! Suzy Wu didn't ask why. The unicorn flew at full speed towards the periphery. The bouncing bomb that has been improved by the system is very intelligent and can set the detonation time. Yi just set it to explode after 30 seconds. In other words, they have 30 seconds to run away. The bouncing bomb fell in the center of the battlefield at this time. A black gorilla saw the bouncing bomb dropped by Yi in the air and picked it up. Is this the human whose equipment exploded? It just so happens that the king is coming out of seclusion right now. Should I present it to him? The chimpanzee hesitated for a while and decided not to keep it for himself. What if the king was happy and promoted him? Wouldn't he be the next lord? In this way, the chimpanzee held the bouncing bomb and walked towards the Thunder Dragon. Yi didn't expect that in the end it was a chimpanzee who won the MVP. 10, 9, 8. On the back of the unicorn moving at high speed, Yi muttered to himself, calculating the time of the explosion. At this time, the chimpanzee had already come in front of the Thunder Dragon, knelt on one knee, and held the bouncing bomb high above his head with both hands. 6, 5, 4. The Thunder Dragon had no time to pay attention to the chimpanzee. It saw Yi running farther and farther away. 3, 2, 1. My wish is world nuclear peace. After saying that, Yi couldn't help but look behind him. He wanted to know what the power of the bouncing bomb produced by the system was. But as soon as he turned around, he immediately regretted it. Fuck. My eyes. Suzy Wu was just about to see what happened to Yi when he turned around. My eyes. They hurt. In the distance, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared, like a falling sun, making it impossible to look directly at it. After the extreme incandescent light, a huge roar came. Boom! The high temperature burned the air and distorted it. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed instantly. The The huge amount of energy quickly swept from the center to the outside, and everything was completely destroyed. The spirit beasts roared, but the next moment there was complete silence. The painful howl of the thunder dragon made people feel cold in their hearts. The earth shook, and everyone fled deep into the forest. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Inside the military base, all the soldiers and leaders ran outside and stared at the scene in amazement. Is this a nuclear weapon? Yi Yi and Su Ziwu lay on the back of the unicorn. The unicorn was affected by the shock wave and was flying in the air like a fly, staggering from side to side. The apocalyptic scene in the distance continued. Yi Yi and Su Ziwu opened their slightly red and swollen eyes and looked at each other. Suzy shouted in a loud voice, "You! Don't ask me. I don't know what this is about." Yi also shouted in response. The two of them were too close to the explosion point just now, and their ears were buzzing, so they couldn't hear what the other person was saying. Su Ziwu looked at Yi Yi in horror. This is definitely a terrorist. Is this a nuclear warhead that he carries with him? This kind of noise is clearly a nuclear explosion. After a while, Yi Yi and Su Ziwu moved away from the explosion circle, and the two men with jellyfish on their heads had recovered at this time. Su Ziwu had a complicated expression on his face and looked at Yi Yi in shock. "Where did you get this nuclear bomb?" Yi Yi's face froze. Nuclear bomb? Thinking about the power of the bouncing bomb just now, Yi didn't know how to explain it. Su Ziwu was a little confused. It is a well-known fact that hot weapons cannot be used in Lingxiu. Throughout history, mankind has spent huge amounts of manpower and material resources on research countless times in an attempt to make thermal weapons usable in Lingxiu. Thermal weapons are mankind's greatest reliance. But until today, only some specially made firearms can be used in Lingxiu. But no matter how powerful the firearms are, they are still a drop in the bucket when encountering spiritual beasts. The psychic grenade that Yi had used before was a new psychic weapon developed by the Research Institute that could be used in Lingxiu. Su Ziwu spent a lot of effort to get a box, but Yi still stole 3 of them. It's still a bit tasteless, but it's a major step forward. And nuclear bombs, which cause mass destruction, oh no. With Blue Star's current technology tree, it is impossible to bring weapons of mass destruction into Lingxiu for use. Are you kidding me? You can't use hot weapons in Lingxiu. Isn't this the most basic knowledge? Su Ziwu's mouth twitched after hearing this. At this time, the unicorn had stopped flying. Looking behind him, he saw that the storm had subsided and Su Ziwu pouted. Yi looked at it, and his scalp instantly went numb. The horrific explosion created a huge black hole in the originally dense forest. The powerful shock wave broke countless trees. Looking down, 1/10 of the vast forest territory of Tianyang Lingxiu has turned into ruins. And just when Yi Yi was stunned, roar! A dragon roar floated over from a distance. Yi Yi and Su Ziwu both had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Thunder dragon? Can it withstand this? Yi felt that he still underestimated the thunder dragon. Under such an explosion, even platinum and diamond would have to kneel, right? What Yi didn't know was that the thunder dragon could absorb heat and energy and use it for its own benefit. This is why it has been living in the swamp pool deep in Lingxiu, absorbing the energy of thunderstorms. Even the thunder dragon could not withstand this explosion. Fortunately, its usual savings and its ability to absorb the energy generated by this explosion allowed the thunder dragon to survive. But this is enough to prove how powerful the thunder dragon is. You know, with the help of the chimpanzee, the thunder dragon took a bouncing bomb right in its face. This time, the thunder dragon did not chase Yi Yi, but fled towards the depths of Lingxiu. It's scared. Yi Yi's face was deeply engraved in Thunder Dragon's heart. This human being is so scary. Chapter 90 Make Friends with Thunder Dragon. At this time, Lingxiu fell into an eerie silence, and everyone looked in a daze at the place where the mushroom cloud appeared. Inside the military base, a group of people stood on the rooftop. A white-haired old man looked into the depths of the forest and muttered, "This class of students is incredible. Mr. Wong, this." A middle-aged man was standing next to him, also with a dull look on his face. Originally, they asked Old Wong to come and take charge, for fear that something uncontrollable might happen. Unexpectedly, as soon as Old Wong entered Lingxiu, he was frightened by the mushroom cloud. At this time, not only the military personnel, but also the leaders of the Education Bureau were holding an emergency meeting. Let's pause this test for now. In the conference room of the military base, a group of leaders were holding a meeting in a panic and finally came to this conclusion. A dazzling yellow flare shot up into the sky, and all the instructors led their students back to the military base after seeing it. Looking across the country, this kind of thing is extremely explosive, unheard of, and unseen. Remember, no matter who asks, you just say you don't know. Su Ziwu swallowed and said to Yi solemnly. Yi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He also didn't expect that the bouncing bomb given by the system would be so powerful. Lingshu is an important strategic resource of the country, especially the low-level Lingshu, which is the root of countless low-level beastmasters. And now, considering Yi Ye's destruction of Tianyang Lingshu, it would not be excessive to sentence him to 10 or 8 years in prison. Although this situation is urgent, isn't this bottomless pit too exaggerated? At this moment, a beam of lightning that was obviously much smaller, with a diameter of only 7 or 8 meters, struck, and the unicorn hurriedly dodged. The thunder dragon in the distance became more and more angry as it ran, and turned around and fired a shot at the unicorn in the air in the distance. You can call from such a distance? Yi Ye's face turned pale with fright. At this moment, options appeared in front of Yi Yi. Option 1. Run away decisively. A wise man never suffers a loss. Things may change over time. Reward: a large amount of beast power. Option 2. The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and it felt like it was fine again. Kill it back and let the thunder dragon know who the real man is. Reward: shadows all attributes plus 10%. Option 3. Try to make friends with the thunder dragon and go forward to comfort it. Reward: shadow skill, psychic possession plus 1. Yi scratched his head. Is this even a choice? Unicorn. Run. What a joke. Even if Yi was given another card to experience his full strength, he wouldn't dare to look back. The unicorn had wanted to escape for a long time. When it heard Yi Ye's words, it flapped its wings and flew quickly towards the entrance of Lingshu. Himph, cricket thunder dragon. The person left, but the voice remained, and Yi Ye's arrogant words spread in the forest. I think I have completed the assessment, right? Yi seemed to suddenly think of something and asked Su Ziwu beside him. Su Ziwu's face twitched slightly. Yi chopped the 2 silver lords into ashes with one blow, and even the thunder dragon was tormented by him. It's done. It's done, but the price it came at is a bit high. Well, it's done. Huh. Yi took a deep breath and patted his chest. It's so thrilling, it's finally done. You still know thrills? Su Ziwu looked at Yi suspiciously. You are the one who is still thinking about the spirit pearl when the thunder dragon comes, and you still know the danger? As soon as he returned to the military base, Yi saw many students leaving Lingshu in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the staff of the Education Bureau. Is this not going to be an exam? Yi asked in confusion, and Su Ziwu rolled his eyes at Yi. Who would dare to take the test if you make such a big noise? As soon as the two arrived at the military base, someone called Su Ziwu. Commander Su. The person who came was a captain of the Jinling army in the military base. Since Su Ziwu had been staying in Lingshu for some time, they knew each other. Yi looked at Su Ziwu in surprise. Commander Su? She still has a military position? The Jinling army came running over. Captain Su, were you deep in the forest just now? Right. Su Ziwu nodded. Do you know what just happened? Have no idea. Su Ziwu shook his head. Could she say that Yi took a nuclear? Oh no. A bomb that was only slightly bigger than a fist and blew up Lingshu? We've received a notice from our superiors that everyone must evacuate Tianyang Lingshu as soon as possible. You should also evacuate quickly. Before the source of the explosion is found, Tianyang Lingshu may have to be temporarily closed for a while. Su Ziwu looked at Yi speechlessly. It's all your good work. Yi Ye's eyes towards Su Ziwu showed that he was innocent. Yi and Su Ziwu lined up in the crowd, waiting to leave Lingshu. By the way, you said that I have completed the special recruitment assessment. Do I still need to take the college entrance examination? Can I report directly to the Chinese Beast Taming Academy? Theoretically, you don't need to take the college entrance examination. I will report your results this time to my superiors. Of course, I will conceal your terrorist behavior. If everything goes well, the admission letter will be sent out in about a week. Yi nodded. You still have to take the college entrance examination. After all, the principal promised to reward Yi. My mission is also completed. I will return to the capital soon. As for the elite class, the college will send a professional teacher over, and when we meet again, school will start. Yi nodded. Soon, Yi and Su Ziwu passed through the Lingshu Gate and returned to Tianyang Market. On the way, Yi was also summarizing his experiences along the way. From entering Lingshu to the final explosion, Yi recalled everything in detail. He believed that he would do better next time. It would be great if the bouncing bombs were more powerful. Maybe it could kill the Thunder Dragon? Su Ziwu heard Yi Ye's mumbling and felt a chill in his heart. Is it a good thing or a bad thing to recruit Yi Yeti to their college? Will they blow up the school one day? After returning to Tianyang Market, Yi clearly felt something different. A large number of Jinling troops were patrolling, and Yi even saw the Kaijiang army. The uniforms of the Kaijiang army are basically the same as those of the Jinling army, except that the armband on the arm has been replaced with the word Kaijiang. Whenever a new Lingshu appears or problems arise within Lingshu, the Kaijiang army is always the vanguard, paving the way for the brother troops behind. Looking at the tense personnel mobilization of the soldiers and the heavy atmosphere around him, Yi shrank his neck. It seems like the noise I made this time was a bit too big. By the way, I also took on a lot of missions to hunt Lord-level spirit beasts. Yi suddenly remembered that he had killed the armored bear and the silver moon wolf king. They were both on the list. But Su Ziwu poured a basin of cold water on Yi Ye's head. Do you have any evidence? Yi was instantly discouraged. And I suggest that even if you have evidence, you should not claim it. You didn't take the spirit beads of the armored bear and the silver moon wolf king. In the subsequent investigation, if these two spirit beads are discovered and you receive the rewards for these two tasks, it might be very troublesome. Yi Ye's face tightened. He really hadn't thought of this. Yi Yi. Behind him, someone suddenly called Yi Yi.